I once captured criminals in the Marvel Universe, punishing evil and upholding justice. I also helped Nobita realize his dreams in the world of Doraemon. Or, I transformed into a Men in Black agent, battling wits with aliens. From Pacific Rim, Big Hero 6, and the Three-Body Problem, to the Wandering Earth. I have left my mark in each of these worlds. I'm just an ordinary tech enthusiast, and my goal in doing all this is simply to bring the advanced technology from these stories back to the real world, making this dull reality a little more sci-fi. Global Daily. Mr. Lu, how do you feel about being labeled as the greatest inventor of the 21st century by netizens? Lu Cheng. I don't deserve such praise. I've merely made a few insignificant changes to the world. Netizens. So the Iron Man suit, Gundam, maglev hover cars, quantum teleportation portals, and interstellar spaceships are just trivial gadgets? When science fiction becomes reality, the stars and seas will no longer be a dream. Chapter 1. The High-Tech System. Due to your recent actions, the company's stock price has plummeted. The board of directors has unanimously decided to remove you from all positions at Buyuan Technology. All assets under your name will also be seized by court order in the near future. Lu Cheng, you're out. In late autumn, the cold street was drizzled with light rain. Lu Cheng sat despondently on a wooden bench, a bitter smile on his lips. He never imagined that the company he founded would ultimately expel him. I was too naive. Lu Cheng lowered his head helplessly, letting the rain soak through his black suit. Reflecting on the past, a mix of emotions overwhelmed him. He started his business at 20, developing a real-time translation software within just a year, successfully listing it within 3 years with a market value nearing 10 billion. Yet overnight, he went from an industry darling to a complete failure. The blow was undeniably tremendous. What chilled Lu Cheng even more was that the one who betrayed him was his partner and fellow alumnus, Dong Mingsheng. The latter deceived him into signing a bet agreement when he was completely unguarded. Then, he set up a trap to frame him, ruining his reputation. It was only then that the board of directors seized the opportunity to oust him a month after the company went public. The treachery of the business world left him unable to defend himself. He realized that running a company required more than just technology. But it was all too late. Lu Cheng didn't care about the lost assets. He cared about the lost opportunity. He had intended to use this listing to invest in research in the biological field. But now, he was out, and that opportunity would never come again. How could he possibly start over? Sigh at this thought, Lu Cheng let out a heavy sigh. The wet, cold raindrops pattered against the ground, creating ripples. As he watched the circles of ripples on the ground, his thoughts had long since drifted far away. Suddenly, an umbrella shaded him, casting a shadow over his figure. Lu Cheng slowly raised his head and looked ahead. A girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 was holding the umbrella, looking at him with a blank expression. She had short hair that reached her ears, a high-nosed bridge, and a cherry-like mouth, giving her a hint of mixed heritage. Perhaps it was due to her long time spent indoors, but her skin had an unhealthy pallor. She wore a white t-shirt on her upper body. Her chest wasn't large, but it was just enough to grasp. Below, she wore a pair of jeans, but there was nothing below her thighs. She was sitting in a wheelchair, making her figure seem even more fragile. Lu Cheng looked at the girl before him and said bitterly, "Sierra, why did you come down?" The girl, Lin Sierra, was the daughter of his late mentor. Lin Sierra pursed her lips, her tone a bit cold. "How much longer are you going to sit here?" Lu Cheng was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "I'm bankrupt. I saw it in the news." Lin Sierra's tone remained unchanged. Lu Cheng added, "The trap was set up by Dong Mingsheng. I didn't do anything." "You don't need to explain to me," Lin Sierra replied calmly, then added, "I know you wouldn't do something like that." Lu Cheng let out a bitter laugh. "Hearing your comfort makes me feel a bit better." After a pause, he sighed, "But, Sierra, I might have to go back on my word." He had promised Lin Sierra that he would do everything in his power to develop a biological agent that could restore her legs before she turned 22. That was why he started the company and worked tirelessly to get it listed. But now, everything had turned to dust. Lin Sierra's expression remained unchanged. "You don't need to blame yourself. I never thought you would succeed. Even if you hadn't gone bankrupt with the current level of research, it would be a pipe dream to cure my legs in 5 years. Lu Cheng's lips moved, but he couldn't find the words to argue. He knew well that it was a nearly impossible task. Yet, if he didn't try, he would never be at peace. After all, he felt responsible for Lin Sierra becoming like this. Years ago, if his mentor hadn't rushed to attend his graduation defense, he wouldn't have had the accident. Lu Cheng had always felt deeply guilty about this. His mentor, Lin Wen, had supported him since his time in the orphanage all the way through college. Without Lin Wen, his life might have turned out very differently. Lu Cheng had come to see Lin Wen as a father figure. With that thought, Lu Cheng stood up and looked at Lin Xier. No matter what, I will keep trying. Dong Mingcheng might have defeated me once, but he will never do it again. He was not someone who easily gave up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded in getting his company listed in just 3 years. With Lin Xier's comfort, he quickly adjusted his mood and regained his spirit. Just as Lu Cheng finished speaking, 2 lines of prompts suddenly popped up before his eyes. Detected that the host's assets have been cleared, activating the high-tech system, beginning to introduce relevant information in the next moment. Lu Cheng felt a massive torrent of information flood his mind. Then, a flicker of light and shadow enveloped him, and he seemed to find himself in an illusionary space. This space is composed of countless binary zeros and ones, forming blue lines that are infused with a high-tech vibe. These blue lines converge into a series of high-tech images: space battleships, starships, mecha suits, space jumpers, and quantum portals all scattered throughout like a dream. Soon, these binary images vanished like phantoms. Lu Cheng snapped back to reality, realizing he was still standing in the same spot. However, at this moment, there was something new in his Minda Black Technology System. This so-called Black Technology System is a treasure left behind by the combined efforts of the supreme civilizations of the previous universe. It allows individuals to traverse into worlds filled with black technology. By completing the tasks issued by the system, one can acquire a piece of black technology to bring back to reality. Moreover, the higher the task evaluation, the more generous the rewards. As Lu Cheng browsed through the introduction to the Black Technology System, he couldn't help but clench his fist. After 23 years, the cheat code has finally arrived. In fact, Lu Cheng is not from this world, he has crossed over from Earth. The background of this world is strikingly similar to Earth, with familiar tech giants and well-known songs. However, the technology in this world is incredibly barren. The various sci-fi movies, TV shows, and even novels that are famous on Earth can't be found here at all. Humanity's technological practice has only reached the aviation stage. 20 years ago, China launched its first artificial satellite. 10 years ago, the Eagle Nation completed a moon landing, shocking the world. In terms of technology, this world is utterly lifeless and unremarkable. Thinking of all this, Lu Cheng became even more excited. If he could really bring back the black technologies from sci-fi movies, TV shows, anime, and novels to reality, what kind of changes would that bring to this world? Perhaps within 5 years, he could cure Lin Xier's legs. This is far better than some systems that reward you with a building for signing in or give you money just for breathing. Ha 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 ha. Lu Cheng laughed uncontrollably as he stood there. What are you laughing at? Lin Xier frowned, a bit puzzled. Just remembered something happy. Lu Cheng slowly reined in his smile. He never expected that the black technology would only activate when his assets hit 0. Does that mean only the poor deserve to have a system? Someone as handsome and talented as him can't get the system's favor? Moreover, the system didn't mention when he would be able to traverse. It seems he could only wait patiently. How much longer are you going to stand here? Lin Xier's question abruptly interrupted Lu Cheng's thoughts. Lu Cheng came back to his senses, walked behind Lin Xier, and pushed her wheelchair. I have no home now, so I can only crash at your place. Lin Xier furrowed her brows slightly. You can't stay in a hotel? Lu Cheng shrugged. Hey, I'm currently out of work and have no income. I need to save money. Staying in a hotel would be a waste. Don't worry, they'll sleep on the sofa. Absolutely not sharing a bed with you. Lin Xier's face flushed slightly. Who wants to share a bed with you? Lu Cheng chuckled. So does that mean you agree? Lin Xier pressed her lips together. The house is so big, you don't have to sleep on the sofa. Lu Cheng smiled. He understood Lin Xier's personality. She was a bit tsundere. Ever since her amputation, she had become even more reclusive, never willing to express her thoughts, and always living in her own world. Apart from Lu Cheng, she hardly spoke to anyone. The fact that she could say this now was quite a breakthrough. Lu Cheng didn't say much more and pushed Lin Xier into the community. The Guanjing community was considered a high-end neighborhood in the bustling city. At the time, Lu Cheng had spent tens of millions to buy a villa outright, hoping to expose Lin Xier more to the world. Once inside the villa, which was decorated in a traditional style with various famous paintings on the walls, of course, all reproductions Lu Cheng had bought them because Lin Xier loved painting. This way, the villa wouldn't feel too monotonous. Otherwise, if it were up to Lin Xier to design it, she would say all she needed was a bed and a computer. Lu Cheng glanced down at Lin Xier, noticing her clothes were soaked, faintly revealing the outline underneath. The girl had grown up. He said, "Your clothes are all wet. Go change into something dry so you don't catch a cold. I can take care of myself. I don't need you to worry about me." Lin Sierra tightened her body and wheeled herself back to her room. Lu Cheng called out, "Are you going to take a shower? If not, I will." After getting caught in the rain, he felt uncomfortable himself. There was no response. Lu Cheng shrugged it off and walked straight into the bathroom to take a shower. In the bathroom, the laundry basket was filled with Lin Sierra's clothes, including underwear and bras, which had been piling up for days. Lu Cheng had once considered hiring a nanny for her, but Lin Sierra had flatly refused and even threw quite a tantrum, so that idea was dropped. He knew Lin Sierra was sensitive and suspicious. She didn't want to be seen as different. "Sierra, your little cuties are going to get moldy sitting here. Do you want me to help you wash them?" Lu Cheng teased. If he didn't provoke her, who knew how long it would take her to wash them? "There's only Natasha here, and no Sierra." A sultry female voice floated in from outside the bathroom. Hearing that voice, Lu Cheng froze for a moment. This was definitely not Lin Sierra's voice. Was there someone else in the villa? Chapter 2. Encountering the Black Widow right at the start. What's going on? Did Sierra get herself a girlfriend? Lu Cheng pondered, a bit confused. However, more than that, he felt worried. He didn't want Lin Sierra to make friends casually and end up getting scammed. A beautiful girl like Lin Sierra, who lacked love, was an easy target for con artists. With that thought in mind, Lu Cheng quickly rinsed off, put on a bathrobe, and stepped out. However, just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he froze in place. Motherfucker. Lu Cheng stared at the scene outside the bathroom, instantly transforming into a typical Zwan person. Outside the bathroom was a bedroom that looked relatively clean. It was about 30 square meters, quite spacious. In the center stood a large bed. However, what caught Lu Cheng's attention wasn't the bed itself, but the blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl lying on it. She was wearing a lace lingerie set. Her features were stunning, especially her alluring fox-like eyes that were simply electrifying. Wait, why does this girl look so familiar? Lu Cheng was a bit dazed. He took a closer look at her and finally realized that this girl was none other than the Hollywood star, Scarlett Johansson. Crossing over successful. Matching character identity information match. Successful starting main quest please. Host, become a newly recruited agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. within 3 months note. If the host dies in this world, the original body will not be affected. Only the mission will be deemed a failure please. Host, think boldly, there is no complete criminal law here. Just as Lu Cheng recognized Scarlett, a series of prompts popped up in front of him. Immediately, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Lu Cheng shook his head, quickly understanding what was going on. It turned out that the high-tech system had brought him into this world while he was taking shower. He was completely unprepared and had not a single worry. The most important thing was that this wasn't just any world, it was the Marvel Universe. That's right, a world where heroes and villains abound, and ordinary folks can only watch the excitement unfold. To make matters worse, his identity in this world was as a logistics reserve for S.H.I.E.L.D., specifically tasked with investigating and handling various cases that threaten national security. This identity had another, more lofty name, cannon fodder. Every year, S.H.I.E.L.D. would issue compensation to the families of a dozen or so logistics reserves. One can imagine how high the casualty rate must be. Unfortunately, he was still an orphan in this world. If he died, not only would there be no compensation, but even his organs would have to be surrendered to the state. Damn capitalism. Lu Cheng silently complained to himself. Fortunately, with the protection of the system, dying in the mission world would only result in a failed mission, without affecting his real-world body. However, when Lu Cheng saw the main quest, he couldn't feel happy at all. Becoming a new S.H.I.E.L.D. agent within 3 months was simply an impossible task. To know that it takes at least 3 years of hard work for a logistics reserve to be promoted, and that's with connections. Moreover, he was a person of Chinese descent, which made it even harder to become an agent. Everyone knows about the significant biases that Americans have against people of Asian descent. In American dramas, the token characters often see the black characters die first, followed by the Asian ones. However, since the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is black, they probably wouldn't have too much bias against black people. So all the prejudice naturally shifts to the Asian characters. The game starts on hell mode, and I get a hell task too. What happened to treating newcomers kindly? Lu Cheng felt like singing a lament for himself. He certainly didn't want to be sent home with a snap of the fingers by the head of the Cosmic Family Planning Commission. Can I change the task world? Lu Cheng inquired in his mind. I think some of the high-tech stuff from H-Man isn't too bad. Cannot be changed, the system's cold. Detached personality was evident in those 4 brief words. Lu Cheng felt regret. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Hey, first you mistook me for another woman. and now you're cursing right after your shower. Are you not welcoming me? The foreign girl lay on the bed, her captivating eyes fixed on Lu Cheng. It was only then that Lu Cheng snapped back to reality. Although she spoke in English, he understood her perfectly. Plus, when he spoke in Chinese, it automatically translated into English. Don't ask, just know that the system is impressive. Lu Cheng looked at the foreign girl before him. Oh, wait. Now you should call her Natasha, Black Widow, or Widow. This was a well-known character from the Marvel Universe. The first social butterfly of Marvel, a super femme fatale, and the conqueror of the Hulk. Moreover, she was also a crucial super agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. The fact that Black Widow was in Lu Cheng's room was purely coincidental. They had run into each other at a bar where, feeling a bit down, she had a few drinks and was then harassed by some clueless gangsters. Lu Cheng had stepped in decisively and taught those thugs a lesson. That's how he caught Black Widow's interest, leading her to the apartment for a little escape. Well, mainly because Lu Cheng was handsome, coupled with a silver tongue, he managed to charm her into coming over. Truly, luck is on my side. Black Widow has a certain status in S.H.I.E.L.D. If I can win her over, perhaps I can rise in ranks. Lu Cheng thought there was nothing shameful about climbing the ladder through his own efforts. With that in mind, he turned to the alluring Black Widow on the bed, a hint of apology in his voice. Sorry, I had a bit to drink earlier, and seeing someone as stunning as you made it hard to contain my excitement. You're so beautiful, you must forgive my lapse in decorum, right? After all, Black Widow was a seasoned veteran. She smiled alluringly at his words. Are you really just going to stare at a beauty lying on your bed? Lu Cheng confidently shed his bathrobe, revealing his muscular physique. Fortunately, he had always kept fit, otherwise, showing off a single would have been quite embarrassing. He reached out, skillfully caressing Black Widow. The moment he touched her, lines of information popped up before him. Discoverable abilities, expertise in handguns, mastery of military equipment, combat mastery, disguise, and stealth mastery, defense mastery, language proficiency. Lu Cheng gasped at the dense list of abilities. As expected from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ace agent, her skills were simply extraordinary. But the next moment, they would be mine. The advanced tech system provided Lu Cheng with an additional ability, a chance to randomly acquire one of the abilities from character upon touching them. However, the downside is that this ability only works in this world. Once you leave, it disappears. Even so, it can still be a tremendous help to Lu Cheng. In this dangerous world, it's nearly impossible to survive without one or two life-saving abilities. Let's do this, Lu Cheng thought to himself. Soon, the icons in his vision began to flicker rapidly before finally settling on one particular ability. Chapter 3. Special Testing Methods. The icon 4, Martial Arts Mastery, spun before finally locking onto this ability. At the same time, a surge of information and biological energy coursed through Lu Cheng's body. He felt as if he had instantly mastered various martial arts techniques, including karate, jeet kune do, military boxing, and Wing Chun. His muscle cells had also been enhanced, allowing him to perform a variety of complex fighting moves. Feeling the changes in his body, Lu Cheng's face lit up with excitement. Is this the aura of a strong person? He wanted to shout, I could take on 10. However, glancing at Black Widow beside him, he decided that just one would be enough for tonight. Baby, you're so sexy, Lu Cheng said, gazing at Natasha. Just how sexy? Natasha wrapped her arm around Lu Cheng's neck, and they engaged in a friendly and candid exchange. Lu Cheng leaned against the headboard, wanting to smoke a cigarette, only to realize that he seemingly didn't know how to smoke. Meanwhile, Black Widow leaned nearby and lit a lady's cigarette. With a smile, Black Widow suddenly leaned closer and whispered in Lu Cheng's ear, You know my identity, yet you're making such an effort to get closer. So, tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Lu Cheng shrugged innocently. Natasha, you're so beautiful. How could you think I have ulterior motives? Black Widow smiled seductively. I can sense that you're not just here to ask me out. Lu Cheng. Impressive. No wonder she is a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's really hard to guard against her. Initially, Lu Cheng planned to ask her subtly, but it seemed he had to be straightforward now. He looked at Black Widow and sincerely said, You know, I joined the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics as a reserve logistics officer with the hope of one day becoming an agent. I want to contribute my heart to the country, but my connections are limited. And my identity is special, so I can only rely on some external help. Natasha, your position is quite significant, so I thought perhaps you could assist me. At this point, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't changed its name, and the title was quite cumbersome. Listening to Lu Cheng, Black Widow raised an eyebrow and rubbed her temples. This could be a bit tricky. In fact, although she held a unique position, she didn't have decision-making power within S.H.I.E.L.D. especially not for making a Chinese American an agent. There was simply no precedent for that in the agency. However, she didn't want to outright refuse. Am I putting you in a difficult position? Lu Cheng could tell from her expression that this matter would be challenging. Black Widow shrugged. To be honest, getting Nick to agree is indeed a bit challenging. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's eyes flickered. He knew that the Nick she referred to was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a bald, one-eyed man. However, Black Widow's tone suggested there might still be hope. Lu Cheng remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Sure enough, after a moment of thought, Black Widow added, however, if you can solve 3 major cases within 6 months, I might be able to put in a good word with Nick and help you get officially recognized. She felt that the difficulty had already exceeded the normal range. Even for her, it might not be possible, let alone a mere logistics reserve member. She said this just to encourage Lu Cheng to back down without damaging their pure relationship. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's mind stirred, and he quickly nodded, saying, all right, I agree, and it won't take half a year. Let's make it 3 months. If I don't solve 3 major cases within 3 months, I will voluntarily resign. After all, the system stipulated that he had to become a new S.H.I.E.L.D. agent within 3 months. If he couldn't achieve that, he would be forced to return. There was no need to extend the time to 6 months. It would be nice to impress Black Widow, and perhaps he could gain her additional support later on. Hearing this, Black Widow furrowed her brows slightly. Are you sure? Being overly ambitious isn't a good habit. Lu Cheng nodded earnestly. I'm sure. You can use the same method you just mentioned to test me again. Black Widow laughed. All right. If you really can solve 3 major cases within 3 months, even if I have to hold a gun to Nick's head, I'll make sure you get promoted. She was joking, of course. Solving 3 major cases in 3 months would definitely show potential for becoming a top agent. If she casually mentioned it, Nick would pay extra attention. By then, it would just be a matter of investigating interpersonal relationships and family backgrounds. And if there were no issues, he'd be smoothly promoted. Thank you, Natasha. Lu Cheng gently kissed Black Widow. The next day, after having a glass of oatmeal and milk, Lu Cheng arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Trident headquarters, sporting dark circles under his eyes. The headquarters is located in the central area of Washington, D.C. However, this headquarters is merely an office. Most of the high-tech and top-secret materials are distributed in various locations. Nowadays, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret bases are spread all over the globe. After passing through security, Lu Cheng arrived at the first-floor office hall. This area was a collective workspace with documents and phones on the desks, ready for immediate deployment. However, Lu Cheng had received special treatment from Natasha. He wouldn't have to accept assignments during these 3 months and could patiently focus on solving cases. But how was he going to solve 3 major cases within 3 months? Lu Cheng rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He was just a tech guy, completely clueless about solving cases. Yet now, there was no turning back. He could only think of a way to make it work. Chapter 4. The first case. The system certainly wouldn't assign me tasks that I can't complete. There must be something I can leverage. But what exactly can I use? Lu Cheng pondered silently. He had already exhausted the potential of the Black Widow from the start. Remembering the craziness from last night, his lower back began to ache again. The women, modified in such a special way, had endless positions, yet they were insatiable. If he hadn't pretended to be asleep at the end, he might not have even made it to work today. Slap. Lu Cheng gave himself a smack. At this point, why was he still thinking about such trivial matters? How pathetic. Once he calmed down, Lu Cheng realized that there actually were other resources he could tap into, namely, his own clever brain. He considered himself a half-hearted Marvel fan. Although he had been driven away by the bizarre art style of some comics, he had watched every single Marvel-related movie without fail. He still remembered the general plots quite clearly. That's right. There are so many villains in Marvel. Just picking a few would lead to some major cases. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up as he found a clue in his investigation. It was April 2008. Let me think. What cases could I crack during this time? Lu Cheng rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. A moment later, he wore an expression of utter confusion. Oh no, I'm just a fake fan. Back when I watched the Marvel movies, I was too busy admiring the special effects and shouting awesome to pay attention to the timeline. In fact, I even forgot what most of the villains looked like. The only one I remember is Loki, played by Tom Hiddleston, the one who gets tossed around by the Hulk and ridiculed as the weak god, Odin's son. However, remembering this seems to be of little help. Wait, I was thinking in the wrong direction. I should focus on the members of the Avengers instead. Their growth was intertwined with various villains. That's what I need to pay attention to. Let me think. Who are the members of the Avengers? Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hulk, Thor, and a bunch of side characters. At this point in time, Captain America is probably still frozen in the Arctic, the Hulk hasn't been exposed to radiation yet, and Thor is still a prince in Asgard. It seems like the only one I can leverage is Iron Man. Lu Cheng meticulously unraveled the threads and found a key point. He remembered that Iron Man was released in 2008. Also, in his memory, there seemed to be no information about Tony Stark becoming Iron Man. Could it be that Tony Stark has been kidnapped yet? Lu Cheng's eyes brightened. If that's the case, then I can make contact with Iron Man in advance and rescue him from the kidnapping case. That would count as solving a major case. After all, Tony Stark is currently the chairman of Stark Industries, with assets reaching hundreds of billions of dollars. His arms business holds a significant position worldwide. With that thought, Lu Cheng hurriedly opened his computer to check for information related to Stark Industries. He knows that this future Iron Man is currently quite the playboy. If you're not a beauty, it's harder to meet him than to reach the sky. You need to prepare in advance. However, just as Lu Cheng opened his computer, he was drawn to the news playing on the wall from the New York Times. Good evening, everyone. We have breaking news. According to reports from our correspondent in the Middle East, Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, was attacked by KBFZ yesterday. All 20 soldiers from the 3 military vehicles accompanying him have been killed. Their bodies have been returned to the military, but Tony Stark's body has not been found yet. Currently, no organization has claimed responsibility for this attack. We will continue to monitor this situation and provide updates as they become available. Lu Cheng stood frozen, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. What the hell? Just when I found a lead, it gets completely shattered. He knew that Stark would emerge unscathed from this kidnapping incident and even transform into Iron Man. But what good does that do him now? Like everyone else, he had no idea where Stark was being held. Watching the case slip away from his grasp, Lu Cheng felt like crying but had no tears left. He could only hope to latch onto a big case thanks to Iron Man. He sighed, knowing that after Tony returned, he would have a deadly showdown with a high-ranking villain from his company in Manhattan. If he could get involved early and solve this case, it would be a significant achievement, right? Hey Lu, you see? I told you, this playboy who hooked up with my goddess is bound to face consequences. Just as Lu Cheng was deep in thought, a tall, muscular black man in work attire approached him. He looked like a small mountain, reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal from the NBA. However, black men often tend to blend together for people with face blindness. They all look somewhat similar. As Lu Cheng looked at the man in front of him, a name popped into his mind, Mike Torson. An old-school name that could easily be compared to Zhang Zuhua or Chen Erguo in China. Still, Mike was one of his closest buddies. They had been through thick and thin together, fighting side by side, sharing wounds, splitting loot, and even visiting brothels together. They had ticked off all the boxes of life's 4 great ironies. Without looking up, Lu Cheng muttered, "Some people may be dead but have still managed to sleep with the goddess, while others are alive yet can't even be the goddess's loyal admirer." Mike exploded with anger. "Lu, your analogy is worse than Aunt Susan's apple pie next door. It's just terrible." Lu Cheng shrugged. "Big Shark, you need to face reality." Mike frowned. "How many times do I have to tell you not to call me Big Shark? It ruins my charm with the ladies, you know?" Lu Cheng nodded. "All right." "Big Shark." Mike scoffed. "You jerk. Let's talk about you. You left with that hot girl from the department last night and left me all alone at the bar. Do you have any idea how I spent that night?" Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. "You should thank your right hand. It helped you get through a tough night." Mike shot him a jealous look. "I swear, there's no way you hooked up with that hot girl, right? A catch like her would never go for someone like you. A mere employee." Lu Cheng shook his head and delivered a ruthless blow. She was really into it. Mike felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, instantly losing all interest. Lu Cheng stood up and tried to comfort him. "Come on, Mike, sometimes using your hand isn't such a bad thing. At least you can control the pace yourself." Mike's face darkened even more. He snorted. "Next, I might not even have time for that. Just got a bizarre case. And now the CEO of Stark Industries has gone missing. This is going to be a real headache." Lu Cheng was curious. "What bizarre case?" Mike flexed his chest muscles. "Can you believe it? The other night, on the Williamsburg Bridge in Queens, a lizard was fighting a spider and almost tore the whole bridge apart." Lu Cheng's eyes widened in shock. "What did you just say?" Chapter 5, The 3-Second Hero. "Hey, buddy, what's got you so excited? Are you still interested in bestiality?" Mike teased. Lu Cheng ignored Mike's banter and snatched the file from his hands. "Let me see." Seeing Lu Cheng's serious demeanor, Mike shrugged. "All right. I admit I might have exaggerated a bit. To be honest, that lizard was indeed a massive one, but the spider looked more like a human in a tight suit." Lu Cheng treated Mike's words as background noise, completely captivated by the file. It detailed the events that occurred last night on the Williamsburg Bridge in Queens. The evidence was right there in the pictures. In one image, an ugly, gigantic lizard was rampaging across the bridge, crushing cars beneath its feet. This massive lizard stood over 2 meters tall, covered in green scales, with a long tail, but its face vaguely resembled a human. It was a true lizard man. Other images captured a person in a spider suit soaring across the bridge. Naturally, there were also pictures of the lizard man and Spider-Man battling it out. From the images, it was clear that Spider-Man was fighting to protect humans from the lizard man. What the hell is this? A crossover? Lu Cheng thought, staring at the pictures in disbelief. That flashy red suit could only belong to Spider-Man, aside from that little imp. But it shouldn't be like this. In this Marvel universe, if there's a Black Widow played by Scarlett Johansson, it should be connected to the Avengers. The Spider-Man in the Avengers is portrayed by Tom Holland. Thanks to his good reputation, Holland starred in several standalone Spider-Man films. However, this lizard man clearly belonged to the storyline of The Amazing Spider-Man, which had no ties to the Marvel universe of the Avengers. Even if there were connections, the timelines were all wrong. Forget it, getting caught up in this is pointless. After all, the Marvel universe has been rebooted countless times, so a crossover of this magnitude is still somewhat acceptable. Lu Cheng quickly came to terms with this setup. After all, while the system had arranged for a Scarlet version of Black Widow, it didn't explicitly state that this was the Marvel universe of the Avengers. Even if mutants appeared, it wouldn't be surprising. Of course, this world probably didn't have any mutants. If it did, Lu Cheng's special department would have had relevant records and information long ago. On the bright side, this could be seen as a perk arranged by the system for him. Right? Lu Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although he had mostly forgotten the plot of The Amazing Spider-Man, he still had some impression of the antagonist, the Lizard Man. If he could assist Spider-Man in capturing this Lizard Man, it would count as solving a major case, right? Even if he didn't crack the case. Just meeting Spider-Man in Queens and randomly acquiring one of his abilities would be quite satisfying. Little Spider was no comparison to Black Widow. This guy had mutant powers. He was the true representative of the poor relying on mutation. Gaining any ability from him is a guaranteed win. Lu, have you found any clues by looking so closely? Mike noticed Lu Cheng was deep in thought and nudged him with his elbow. Stop pretending to be an expert. You can't even tell a woman's cup size through her clothes, and you think you can see who this Spider-Man is through his tight suit? Lu Cheng turned around and said, actually, I did discover an incredible secret that could help us both get promoted. Want to know? Mike eagerly nodded. All right, say daddy. Daddy. Please tell me. Mike responded at lightning speed. Lu Cheng nodded. Well, it turns out you're not my biological son. Fuck you. Mike shot him a middle finger. Lu Cheng felt relieved and decided not to tease Mike any further. Let us go, accompany me to Queens. Mike, with strength comparable to a tank, would be a valuable ally. Plus, they had always been partners, so Lu Cheng had no reason to go solo. Otherwise, he might end up being extorted by this guy. Mike snorted. Dude, are you really planning to investigate the lizard case? Lu Cheng shrugged. Just asking if you're in or not. Mike hesitated and sighed, but I promised Ross I'd help him with another case later. Lu Cheng shrugged it off. He called for Mike. What does that have to do with you, big shark? Mike grinned mischievously. All right, you've convinced me. But if we don't find any leads today, you're covering all the breakfasts this month. Lu Cheng was unfazed, whether it's solving cases or dealing with women. I always hit the jackpot, all right. I already know who the lizard is, so finding evidence shouldn't be an issue. However, before meeting the lizard, he needed to find Spider-Man to gain some abilities. It would be an extra card up his sleeve. The two quickly exited the Trident headquarters and found the Infinity QX50 parked outside, heading towards Queens. 3 hours later, they stood in front of a high school. Dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses. Mike pulled down his sunglasses and looked at the students passing by. So, what are we doing at this high school? You don't seriously think the lizard is hiding here, do you? Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly. No, I'm here to find Spider-Man. While in the car, he had used S-H-I-E-L-D-S system to locate the high school of Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man. Mike looked surprised. Lu, you know who Spider-Man is? How did you find out? Lu Cheng shot him a glance. Want to know? Say daddy. Mike frowned. Lu, you're crossing the line. I consider you a brother. And you keep wanting to be my dad. Honestly, are you getting too into role-playing with the hot girls? As he said this, he skillfully covered his backside and added, I can assure you, I have no special quirks. Lu Cheng, uninterested in Mike's antics, showed his ID to the security guard and walked straight into the campus. Mike quickly followed, eager to chat. You know, I've dreamed of being a superhero since I was a kid, just like Superman with his underwear on the outside. I never expected that there would actually be people with superpowers in our world. Can you imagine how surprised I was when I saw that news? Hey Lu, do you think times have changed? Will we see a surge of superpowered individuals in the future? If that's the case, we'll have our hands full. Lu Cheng wanted to tell him that not only would there be plenty of superpowered people, but there would also be alien invasions. The landscape of this world was about to change dramatically. Mike, with a mouth that could rival a chatterbox, continued talking nonstop even when Lu Cheng ignored him. Lu, is that Spider-Man a student or a teacher? I wonder if I could ask him for an autograph later. It would be great if he were a girl. We might even spark some chemistry. But judging by that tight suit, he is probably a guy. What a shame. Lu Cheng glanced at Mike and said, you know, you could also be a hero. I even thought of a nickname for you. Mike's eyes lit up with excitement as he flexed his muscles. What is it? I think Muscle Guardian sounds pretty good. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. How about 3-second man or mouth cannon man? Mike. As the two chatted away, they soon arrived in front of a teaching building. Just as Lu Cheng was about to step inside, he paused slightly. A young couple approached them. One of them was handsome, wearing a polo shirt that made him look somewhat goofy. The other was a chubby kid with dark skin, dressed in a loose jacket. Lu Cheng looked at the goofy young man in front of him and pursed his lips. What kind of setup is this? Chapter 6. Spider-Man powers acquired. Lu Cheng looked at the slightly naive-looking young boy in front of him, his mouth twitching. Holland, the actor who plays Spider-Man in the Avengers series. What is the system trying to do? This feels like forced integration. If readers were to see this, they would definitely shout, trash author, randomly adapting. You owe the whole nation an apology. However, Lu Cheng didn't really mind. He had seen 3 versions of Spider-Man and had a favorable impression of Holland's portrayal, while the classic version of Spider-Man was iconic. Giving rise to the famous line, with great power comes great responsibility, it was just too much of a simp. The female lead, a green tea girl who had been passed around countless times, managed to leave Spider-Man utterly smitten. In the end, although he won her over, it was still cringeworthy. As for the Amazing Spider-Man version, it was cut short midway, but it was actually quite good, except for the fact that the female lead died in the end. Of course, none of this had much to do with Lu Cheng. All he needed was to acquire one of Spider-Man's abilities. Hey, why are you stopping? Mike paused, looking at Lu Cheng with confusion. I found it, Lu Cheng said. Mike quickly turned his head to look around. Where? Ignoring Mike, Lu Cheng walked straight up to the young Spider-Man and presented his ID. Hello, Peter. I'm an employee of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I'd like to ask you a few questions. The young Spider-Man looked at Lu Cheng warily and asked, what is this about? His chubby friend chimed in, sir. We're just students and have never done anything illegal. Lu Cheng glanced at the chubby boy, realizing he was a sidekick who helped Spider-Man by tracking police signals and providing coordinates to deal with criminals. You could say he was the man behind Spider-Man. Thinking about it, Holland's version of Spider-Man seemed a bit tragic. While other Spider-Men had their goddesses, this one only had a buddy, who couldn't even dress as a girl. Lu Cheng chuckled. Don't be nervous. It's just a few simple questions. Peter, can we talk privately? After a moment of thought, the young Spider-Man nodded. Okay, but I can't stay long. I have to head out soon. Lu Cheng nodded. I won't take up too much of your time. The young Spider-Man whispered a few words to his chubby friend before following Lu Cheng to a corner. Seeing this, Mike quickly followed. His robust, mountain-like physique naturally attracted the young Spider-Man's attention. Lu Cheng introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Cheng, and this is my partner, Mike. As soon as Lu Cheng finished introducing himself, Mike eagerly chimed in. Lu, is this little guy the Spider-Man from last night? Wow, he looks so young. Upon hearing Mike's words, the little spider's expression changed instantly. Lu Cheng timely patted the little spider on the shoulder and said, Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. We mean no harm. The moment he touched the little spider, a series of messages flashed before his eyes. Ability discovered, super strength, super speed, enhanced hearing, spider sense, adhesive ability. Web shooting. Looking at the abilities before him, Lu Cheng's eyes flickered slightly as he silently thought. Extract. In an instant, the cursor began to flicker back and forth among the various abilities, finally settling on one. Web shooting. Lu Cheng felt as if his body had changed a bit, his blood seeming to thicken. He knew that if he wanted, he could shoot a special sticky white substance from his wrist. That is, spider web. Of course, this spider web could be controlled by his thoughts, varying in size and length. The little spider looked at Lu Cheng and Mike, a bit flustered. I don't understand what you're saying. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. After all, he was just a high school student and couldn't manage his expressions well. His face revealed everything. Mike, being somewhat of an interrogation veteran, noticed Peter's expression and exclaimed with surprise, Wow, so that Spider-Man from last night was really you. I never expected the hero saving the citizens of M City to be just a kid. However, the Queen's Precinct doesn't seem to buy your story and is adamant about bringing you in. The little spider had been capturing criminals before the police could. While this had significantly reduced the crime rate in Queens, it also highlighted the police's incompetence. Naturally, the police treated the little spider as a criminal. Peter quickly denied it. I think you might have the wrong person. Lu Cheng pressed his lips together and said, Listen, Peter. Mike and I are here about the incident at the Williamsburg Bridge last night. We need your help. The commotion caused by the lizard man yesterday didn't actually constitute a major case. Therefore, Lu Cheng needed to push the lizard man into action again, and then he would step in to resolve it. However, with just him and Mike, it would be difficult to control the situation. They needed Spider-Man's strength. Lu Cheng looked at Peter and said calmly, "It's fine if you don't admit it. We can always ask your chubby classmate for more information. I believe you would be more than willing to tell us the truth." Peter frowned. "What exactly do you want to do? Don't involve my classmates." His chubby friend had always supported him from behind, serving as his motivation to fight against evil. He certainly didn't want his friend to be dragged into his troubles. Lu Cheng smiled warmly. "Our goal is actually the same as yours. We want to flush that lizard man out." Peter replied, "Although I faced off against that lizard man the night before last, I don't know who he is." Although Mike had guessed Peter's identity, he couldn't help but feel excited when Peter confirmed it himself. "Hey, Lou," he admitted it. "He's the Spider-Man from last night. Wow, superpowers. That's really something to envy. By the way, is your superpower something you're born with, or did you develop it later? What's it like saving the world?" Lu Cheng shot Mike a look that said he was being ridiculous, and Mike immediately fell silent. Then Lu Cheng spoke up. "From the images and videos from the night before, it seems that this lizard man is likely a result of some kind of human mutation, and he hasn't fully gained control over his body yet. There are only a few companies in New York that can facilitate such transformations in humans, and Osborn Industries is the most prominent among them. So, I plan to start my investigation there. I remember they have a well-respected biologist on staff." Peter suddenly realized and exclaimed, "You mean Dr. Connors?" Chapter 7. Temptation. Lu Cheng couldn't help but smirk at Little Spider's words. He deliberately mentioned this to steer Little Spider's thoughts towards Connors. Connors, also known as Dr. Lizard, was the one who caused such a commotion yesterday. He appeared as the main antagonist in the Amazing Spider-Man 1. This guy is quite a talented character, focused on researching cross-species genetics. In other words, he aims to give humans certain traits of other creatures. For example, the tail of a gecko can regenerate. If we could extract the genetic and transcription factors, humans might be able to regrow lost limbs. Additionally, there are other diseases, like Parkinson's, that could potentially find cures through studies on zebrafish. Green Goblin Norman Osborn recognized Connor's abilities and hired him for his company, hoping he could develop a cure for his hereditary disease. Unfortunately, Osborn's condition worsened rapidly, and he couldn't wait for Connors to reach the stage of human trials. To speed things up, he sent his subordinates to pressure and threaten Connors. Forced into a corner, Connors took the risk of using himself as a test subject. Although the serum worked and successfully regrew his right arm, it also corrupted his mind and body, turning him into the volatile lizard. In the end, he even attempted to use a special device from Osborn's company to create a drug fog that would engulf all of New York, hoping to infect the entire city's population. Of course, his scheme was ultimately thwarted by Little Spider, a classic hero saving the world story. Interestingly, Little Spider's rise to fame was largely thanks to Osborn Enterprises. The company was filled with villains from top to bottom, from Chairman Green Goblin to Dr. Lizard, Doc Ock, Electro, and so on. Without them, Little Spider wouldn't have grown so quickly. Lu Cheng looked at Little Spider and nodded. "That's right. The first target I'm looking for is him." Little Spider furrowed his brow. Although Dr. Connors has done research in genetics, he's nowhere near the stage of human trials. There's no way he could cause a human to mutate into a lizard. Mike patted Little Spider on the shoulder. "Little Spider, you need to understand that the human heart can be treacherous. I once caught an international drug dealer. And can you believe his identity was just an ordinary high school chemistry teacher?" Little Spider tightened his lips. "All right, I'm actually heading to Dr. Connors' lab as well. I can take you guys there." Lu Cheng naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Little Spider and Little Fatty, they hopped into Lu Cheng's Infinity and headed straight for Connors' lab. In the car, Mike, while listening to music, asked, "Hey, Peter, does anyone at your school know that you're silently saving the world behind the scenes?" Little Spider blushed at Mike's compliment and replied, "Besides Ned, no one else knows. And I'm just doing what I can. It doesn't count as saving the world." Mike chuckled mockingly. "Poor little guy, doing good deeds without taking any credit. How can you win a girl's heart like that? You're not still a newbie, are you? If not, why not come work at our company as my little brother? I can introduce you to some hot girls, and the three of us could start a group." After thinking for a moment, he turned to Lu Cheng and said, "Lu, you're the smart one here. What should we call our group?" Lu Cheng glanced at Mike and replied, "How about Superman 2? Mike looked puzzled. "Why not just call it Superman? Why add a 2? Lu Cheng replied casually, "Because you're in it. Also, Mike, I have to remind you. You still need your own hands to get by, and you're trying to introduce girls to others? Give it a rest." Mike retorted angrily, "You jerk. If it weren't for you hogging everything, I'd have evolved into a better version of myself by now." The term better version was something Mike had learned from Lu Cheng. Like most people, he had first picked up on flirtatious and vulgar language when learning a new language. Lu Cheng shook his head. No, at best. You'd have evolved into a minor version. Little Spider sat nearby, listening to Mike and Lu Cheng bicker, trembling slightly. He was inwardly regretting that he seemed to have jumped into a bad situation. Half an hour later, the three arrived at an industrial park in the heart of Queens. Connor's lab was located in a remote area to the north of the park. Mike showed his ID to the guard, and after being let through, he followed Little Spider's directions to quickly pull up in front of Connor's lab. Mike looked at Lu Cheng and asked, "Do we just go in, or what?" Lu Cheng shrugged. "It's just a routine inquiry. Are you planning to set up an ambush or something?" With that, he opened the car door and got out. The three approached the lab, which seemed to have restricted access. Little Spider pulled out a card from his pocket and swiped it to enter. After walking through the hallway, they soon arrived at a spacious independent studio. The studio was about 100 square meters and quite roomy. It was filled with work tables, each adorned with various instruments. However, at that moment, the lab was empty, with no one in sight. Mike looked around and shrugged. Did we come at the wrong time? Lu Cheng turned to Little Spider and asked, "Peter, do you have Professor Connor's phone number? Call him and ask him to come to the lab." "Okay," Little Spider nodded. But before he could take out his phone, a figure walked in from outside. "Who are you?" "My lab is strictly off limits to outsiders." Little Spider turned to the newcomer. Looking somewhat embarrassed, "Professor Connor, they are." However, it seemed he couldn't remember the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. and turned to Lu Cheng for help. Lu Cheng stepped forward and displayed his ID. "Hello, Dr. Connor. We are employees of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. We are investigating the Williamsburg Bridge incident from last night and hope you can cooperate." While speaking, he was also assessing Dr. Connors in front of him. The doctor appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a gray coat, with a composed demeanor and thinning hair. The most striking feature was his right hand, which was empty, clearly amputated. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Dr. Connors frowned. "What does this have to do with me?" Lu Cheng replied, "We suspect that the lizard man from last night was the result of a human genetic mutation. In the entire Queens area, you are considered a leading authority on genetics, and you are currently conducting research in this field, so we need to conduct a thorough investigation with you." Connor's eyes flickered uncertainly. "While I am conducting such research, I am still a long way from human trials." Mike, unfazed, interjected, "Who knows how your group of scientists thinks? Maybe you've had some bold ideas and are secretly conducting human experiments." At this, Connors expressed his outrage. "You can belittle my skills, but you cannot question my integrity. I would never use an untested drug on anyone." Lu Cheng said, "I apologize, Professor Connors. My colleague tends to speak without thinking, but he means no harm." After a pause, he continued, "Let's discuss your current genetic research. If possible, we might need to take some of your compounds for testing." Connors flatly refused. "I can cooperate with your investigation, but the genetic compound developed this time is the result of years of my hard work, and I will not hand it over to anyone." Lu Cheng shrugged. "If that's the case, we may have to assign someone to closely monitor your lab in the future. I hope you will cooperate then." Connor's eyes flickered, and he fell silent. Lu Cheng didn't dwell on it. He found a place to sit and took out his notebook to conduct basic inquiries with Connors. 15 minutes later, the questioning concluded. Lu Cheng stood up and said, "All right. That will be all. Thank you for your cooperation, Professor." Connors also stood, making a gesture of seeing them off. "Of course, I have some projects to work on, so I won't keep you any longer." Lu Cheng didn't linger, leaving Connors' lab with Mike and Little Spider. Once they got into the car, Mike puzzled. "Lu, is that it? I feel like this professor might have some issues. Shouldn't we follow up on him?" This guy had a knack for interrogation and quickly noticed Connors' unnatural demeanor during the questioning. Lu Cheng smiled. "The purpose of our conversation was to apply some pressure. If he really has something to hide, do you think he would act?" Mike's eyes lit up. "I knew it. So, we just need to wait for him to take the bait?" Lu Cheng replied, "Yeah, let's head out. I've already placed a small tracker on him, so there's no need to worry about losing him." Saying this, he opened his phone and accessed a special application. Above is a map, with a red dot flashing intermittently, indicating the location of the Connors laboratory in the industrial park. This small tracker is a piece of cutting-edge technology developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., capable of adhering to human skin for remote tracking. Mike chuckled. "Lu, you really are something. No wonder you're the quick draw. I didn't even notice when you placed the tracker on him." Lu Cheng shrugged. "Not as impressive as your brawn." Meanwhile, Little Spider chimed in, "Gentlemen, why do I get the feeling you've already pegged the professor as the mastermind behind this?" Mike patted Little Spider on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Little Spider, that's just a man's sixth sense. You're still a rookie, so you wouldn't understand. You'll get it once you start spending time with girls. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. Don't listen to his nonsense. We're just assessing Connor's behavior and suspecting him, so we're doing some probing. We should have answers soon about whether he is connected to the lizard people. The group quickly left the industrial park, parking in a secluded corner, and began to wait patiently until nightfall. Lu Cheng glanced at the map on his phone, his eyes flickering. It's happening. Who in their right mind plays photographer? I'm not moving. It's this hot girl who is moving. Mike opened his eyes, still half asleep, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Still in a daze, Lu Cheng remained calm and said, "Stop dreaming. Connors is coming out." Mike finally snapped to attention, excitedly saying, So this guy is finally coming out. These scientists are insane. How can they stay in a confined space for so long? With that, he started the car and pulled out his phone, opening the map. A red dot was moving, indicating Connor's location. Wait, he didn't come out the front door. He running in another direction. Mike's eyes widened as he looked at the dot on the map. This only confirmed his suspicions that the professor was up to something. Who takes the back door under normal circumstances? It's not like he is hiding something illicit. Lu Cheng suggested, let us follow him slowly. I'll call little Spider to come over. After all, Peter was still in high school and had his studies to focus on, so he couldn't be there with him the whole time. Awesome, with little Spider's help. We've got this covered. Mike whistled, pressed the gas, and sped toward the red dot's location. He was quite skilled at following without raising suspicion. Trailing just behind the car, they circled around half of Queens, and it was already about 1 a.m. Mike gripped the steering wheel and couldn't help but complain. I swear, this guy is the most aimless man I've ever seen. Lu Cheng chuckled. Sounds just like you when you're searching for the red light district. Mike. As the two chatted, the red dot on the map finally stopped moving. Mike quickly pulled the car over and said, that guy finally stopped. Let's catch up with him. Lu Cheng shrugged and replied, don't rush. Let him run for a bit longer. He knew that Dr. Connors was likely heading to the sewer for research and documentation. With a small tracking device, there was no need to worry about him escaping. They decided to wait for Spider-Man to arrive first. Given Spider-Man's speed, it wouldn't take long for him to swing down from above. Mike stared at the red dot on his phone for a moment and exclaimed, Hey, Lu, this guy has stopped moving again. Do you think you really want to find the lady? Lu Cheng smirked. Are you going to play the role of a vigilante then? Mike shrugged. That's not my concern. Besides, the professor deserves a break every now and then. Let's wait for him to finish before we approach. It won't take more than a few minutes. Lu Cheng shook his head and didn't reply any further. He understood that Professor Connors must have found a secluded spot in the sewer to conduct his experiments. Right now, he was likely struggling to carry his equipment. 10 minutes later, whoosh, Spider-Man finally descended from above in his flashy red suit. Mike exclaimed in excitement, Whoa, the spandex hero, you're my idol. Tomorrow, I'm going to wear a green suit and team up with you. Just thinking about it is so cool. Lu Cheng chimed in. What should I call you then? The Green Giant? Mike frowned. Lu, come on. Only you would come up with a silly name like the Green Giant. Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. He secretly hoped that Mike would have the chance to say that to the Green Giant's face one day. Spider-Man, now in his red suit, seemed less reserved than in the morning and said, Hey, gentlemen, enough chit-chat. Where is the doctor now? Lu Cheng cut to the chase. Follow me. The three of them followed the red dot on the phone's map and soon arrived at an open alley. Mike glanced at his phone and furrowed his brow. The red dot shows it's around here, but why is there no one around? Could he be hiding somewhere for a rendezvous? Lu Cheng pointed to the ground. He should be below. Mike's eyes widened. Are you saying in the sewer? The professor can't be that adventurous, can he? Spider-Man tilted his head. A series of question marks appearing over him. Hey, gentlemen, what are you talking about? We need to find the doctor quickly and make sure he is safe. It seemed that Spider-Man had a special connection with Professor Connors, and seeing him mysteriously disappear made him anxious. Lu Cheng calmly walked over to a manhole cover and lifted it. Let us go down and check. Before long, the group was crouched on the stairs leading into the sewer. The air was thick with a sour and damp smell that was almost nauseating. Lu Cheng glanced at his phone and noticed the red dot was only about a kilometer away from their current position. Mike opened his mouth and said, This guy sneaking around in the disgusting sewer at this hour definitely has something going on. Lu Cheng whispered, Be careful, we don't want to alert him. They cautiously made their way down the sewer, turning a corner to arrive at a platform cluttered with pipes. Streams of water flowed from the pipes into a drainage outlet. It's just ahead, Mike said, glancing at his phone. At this moment, his expression turned serious, no longer the playful demeanor from before. Mike always had a clear sense of urgency and priorities, which was one reason Lu Cheng was willing to bring him along. After walking a few hundred meters, the three reached a corner. Little Spider quickly gestured for Lu Cheng and the others to stop. They halted, and Lu Cheng carefully peeked around the corner. There, he saw an open platform filled with various instruments and a folding table. Professor Connors stood at the table, speaking into a camera, seemingly documenting something. Test subject, Curtis Connors. Current temperature, 89.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Condition stable over the past 48 hours, with no significant fluctuations in blood lymphocytes and monocyte readings. Blood coagulation has significantly increased, with notable improvements in muscle response, strength, and elasticity. Connors took off his glasses and continued. There are also significant changes in vision. The test subject no longer requires corrective lenses. This goes beyond curing diseases. It means my experiments could lead humanity toward perfection. However, the commotion from earlier has drawn the attention of the authorities. I must expedite the process to get the medication into use as soon as possible. I can't wait any longer. We're moving to the third trial, and to suppress rebound effects, I'll increase the dosage to 200 milligrams. As he spoke, he picked up a syringe from the table and injected it into his own arm. Little Spider noticed this and shuddered slightly. What is the professor doing? Lu Cheng whispered, Isn't it obvious? He is using himself as a test subject. That lizard man from the other night was likely him. Mike chimed in, exactly. What kind of sane person plays with a camera at a time like this? Just then, Connors let out a pained groan, and his body began to swell. His skin hardened like rock, his hands morphed into claws, and his legs grew more muscular. Even a tail sprouted from his back. He transformed into a 2-meter-tall lizard man. His pupils glowed green as he sniffed the air. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, looking in Lu Cheng's direction. Who? Chapter 9. The Reveal. I'm your long-lost brother. That guy's not a lizard. He is a dog, right? Mike quipped. They were at least 50 or 60 meters away from the creature known as Connors, yet it had managed to spot them from this distance. Be careful. Lu Cheng's eyebrows shot up. He had noticed that the lizard man Connors was charging towards them at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Lu Cheng remained calm, stepping back while drawing his M1920 pistol from his waist. This was a custom-made firearm from S.H.I.E.L.D., capable of holding 20 specially designed rounds. Seeing this, Mike instinctively followed suit, retreating and drawing his own gun, aiming it at the approaching threat. Meanwhile, Little Spider, bold and skilled, charged forward without hesitation. Roar. The lizard man growled, throwing a punch at Little Spider as he dashed in. Thanks to his agile physique, Little Spider quickly dodged the attack. Then, with a swift flick of his wrist, he shot out a web, allowing his body to pivot a full 180 degrees as he delivered a flying kick aimed at the lizard man. Bang! The lizard man raised his muscular left arm and blocked the kick effortlessly. Immediately, his right hand shot out, grabbing Little Spider by the ankle and flinging him with tremendous force. Boom! A loud crash echoed as Little Spider slammed into the wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its wake, with debris raining down. The lizard man ignored Little Spider and turned his attention to Lu Cheng and Mike nearby. You've been following me. His chilling voice sent shivers down their spines. Mike, eyeing the towering creature that was a head taller than him, swallowed hard and said, Hey, Professor, don't get too excited. Our bullets don't discriminate. He never expected that this professor would be such a ruthless individual, using himself as a subject for human experimentation. The lizard man's emerald eyes flashed as he disregarded Mike's warning, barreling towards Lu Cheng and Mike, ready to devour them whole. Fire, Lu Cheng said calmly. This was America. There was no need for warning shots. If the criminal didn't cooperate, they could shoot to kill. If there were hostages involved, they could take them out first. Then deal with the criminal, doghead. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sewer was lit up with gunfire. Bullets rained down on the lizard man like a storm. Despite his massive size, the lizard man moved with surprising agility, evading most of the bullets. Even the few that hit him only caused slight indentations in his skin, inflicting no real damage. You bastards. I'm doing this for the future of humanity. Why are you stopping me? Once my experiment succeeds, humanity will possess unparalleled genes and achieve a new evolution. As he spoke, he was already upon Lu Cheng and Mike, swinging his mountainous arm down towards them. Lu Cheng had long since copied combat skills from Black Widow, and his prowess was extraordinary. As he watched the massive fist hurtling toward him, he swiftly sidestepped, evading the blow. However, he never considered trying to fight back. After all, this lizard man was impervious even to bullets. So there was no way ordinary punches and kicks would do anything. This was beyond human strength. With Lu Cheng's skills, in the world of Ip Man, he could have taken on 10 opponents without breaking a sweat. But here, in the Marvel Universe, without any special abilities, he could only play a minor role. On the other side, Mike wasn't so lucky. His large frame made him much slower than Lu Cheng. As he watched the giant fist coming down, he had no choice but to counterattack. He let out a roar, adopting a defensive stance, and slammed his shoulder forward. Iron Mountain Crash. Mike unleashed his signature move, He once used this technique to flip a car that a criminal had just started. It was like a little cow blasting off in a rocket. However, this signature move was nothing against the lizard man. It only made the creature take a few steps back. Fuck. Mike cursed. He felt like his shoulder had slammed into a steel wall, and the pain was excruciating. The lizard man lowered his head to glance at Mike, then raised his fan-like hand and viciously grasped Mike's throat. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The lizard man's other massive fist came crashing down toward Mike's head. Just as the fist was about to smash Mike's skull, a web shot in from the side, moving like lightning. Whoosh. The web hit the lizard man's fist, pinning it against the wall. A flicker of confusion crossed the lizard man's eyes, and he instinctively loosened his grip on Mike. Gasping for air, Mike coughed a few times, rolled away from the lizard man, and quickly put some distance between them. He looked at Lu Cheng, who had shot out the web, his mouth agape in disbelief. Lu, when did you get superpowers? Mike felt like he was going to explode. He never expected that his partner, with whom he had weathered storms and shared wild nights, was also a superhuman. Was he really the weakest link among the three of them? Lu Cheng shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his expression. If he had been even a moment slower to act, Mike's head might have exploded like a watermelon. However, Lu Cheng didn't mind exposing his abilities. After all, he would need to use his copied Spider-Man powers sooner or later. Showing a bit more of his uniqueness could lead to greater recognition from his superiors. Just then, Little Spider also flew over. The previous encounter had really taken it out of him, and he was just now catching his breath. He looked at Lu Cheng and asked, Officer Lu, why can you shoot webs too? He knew he had gained his special abilities from being bitten by a mutated spider. Did this officer in front of him also get bitten by the same spider? Lu Cheng looked at the little Spider-Man and said earnestly, Peter, to be honest, I'm actually your long-lost brother. Huh. The little Spider-Man was clearly taken aback. Lu Cheng shrugged, just kidding. My abilities are a long story. Let us deal with this situation first. He wasn't quite sure how to explain himself anyway. He certainly couldn't just say he was the little Spider-Man's long-lost brother, right? With today's advanced medical testing, that excuse would be way too flimsy. Just then, a roar came from nearby as the lizard man broke free from the webbing with a powerful swing of his arms. He looked at the little Spider-Man, who was clad in a tight, flashy suit, and exclaimed, Peter, it's you. Even you were trying to stop me? This is the great experiment your parents devoted their lives to. His hearing was extraordinarily sharp, and he had clearly recognized the little Spider-Man's voice. The little Spider-Man replied, Dr. Connors, you need to wake up. The formula for that serum isn't balanced yet. If you use it recklessly, you'll end up in this half-human, half-monster state. The lizard man flicked his forked tongue and said, I feel stronger than ever. This evolution is magnificent. You wouldn't understand. After a pause, he clenched his fists tightly and added, I will make everyone experience this incredible feeling, but you won't be around to see it. Because you will all die here. Chapter 10. The Cold Rage. Seeking collections and recommendation votes, the lizard man stared coldly at Lu Cheng and the others, looking as if he wanted to swallow them whole. Just moments after narrowly escaping death, Mike couldn't help but shiver. This guy has completely lost his mind. You all need to be careful. Little Spider cleared his throat and said, Commander Mike, you should be more careful. Commander Lu and I can take care of ourselves. Mike felt a deep impact from Little Spider's words, leaving him frozen in place. Yes, these two were powerful superhumans, while he was just a weakling. It should be him who needed to be careful, so he wouldn't drag them down. With that thought, Mike suddenly felt like crying. The world was going cold. Can society ever get better? Both the whites and the yellows had awakened their powers. When would he, as a black man, awaken his abilities and truly stand up? Lu Cheng noticed the shift in Mike's emotions and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Don't take it to heart. Mike looked at Lu Cheng with gratitude. What a good brother, still thinking of comforting him at a time like this. However, before his feelings of gratitude could last even a second, he heard Lu Cheng continue. Just stand aside and rap for us to boost our morale. That's your racial talent. Mike's face darkened instantly. Get lost. Do you think I don't exist? The lizardman felt ignored, his fists clenched tightly as he charged at Lu Cheng and the others. His massive body shook the ground of the sewer. Little Spider. I'll attack him from the left. You take the right. Lu Cheng shouted. Got it. Little Spider squatted down, leaning forward into a perfect crouch. The two of them moved in tandem to confront the rushing lizard man. The lizard man glared at Lu Cheng, his expression fierce. You law enforcement officers should be out capturing criminals. Yet here you are trying to apprehend a savior who is paving the way for humanity's future. It's despicable. Without another word, he swung his fist at Lu Cheng. Though the lizard man had impressive strength and speed, his attacks were rather monotonous. He relied solely on his fists for offense. But one couldn't really blame the lizard man, after all. That's how Marvel's characters are designed. Even the king of Asgard has to rely on his fists when it comes to a fight. Despite the lizardman's simplistic attack methods, his punches were undeniably powerful. As he threw a punch, the air exploded with sound. Lu Cheng skillfully utilized his fighting techniques, slightly shifting his body to evade the powerful blow. In an instant, white webs shot from his wrist, wrapping around the lizardman's left hand and left foot. In no time, half of the lizardman's body was ensnared like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. Little Spider was equally nimble. Threads of web shot from his hands, binding the lizardman's right side as well. Roar! The lizardman bellowed, struggling violently. His immense strength caused the spider webs to begin to snap. Get back, watch this. Just then, Mike charged at the lizardman with his massive frame, slamming his shoulder into it with all his might, unleashing his signature move, the Iron Mountain Slam. The impact was akin to an angry little cow, utterly fierce. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the lizardman fell to the ground. Lu Cheng and Little Spider seized the opportunity, quickly shooting webs from their hands to firmly bind the lizardman to the floor. In an instant, he learned what it meant to be caught in a binding play. Mike looked at the struggling lizardman on the ground, unable to move, and smugly remarked, "Humph. Don't think just because you're big I can't take you down. My skills are no joke." His words seemed to provoke the lizardman, who began to thrash violently, its tail smashing against the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The tile shattered instantly, sinking down a notch. The lizardman managed to free itself from some of the bindings, and with a fierce swipe of its claws, it tore through the webs binding it. Damn it! Mike, who was getting close to the lizardman, quickly decided to retreat. However, the lizardman merely glanced at Lu Cheng and the others, not continuing its attack. Instead, it jumped into the water and vanished from sight. I'm going after it. Little Spider, filled with righteous indignation, couldn't let a criminal escape right under his nose. He was about to dive into the water when Lu Cheng stopped him, saying, "Don't chase it. You might not be its match in the water." What Lu Cheng said was the truth. In The Amazing Spider-Man, Spider-Man struggled against the lizardman in the sewers, almost being beaten to submission. If Little Spider pursued the lizardman now, it would be like delivering himself to the slaughter. Of course, Lu Cheng had his own reasons for stopping Little Spider. He didn't actually plan to capture the lizardman just yet. Even if the lizardman hadn't escaped, he would have let it go. The commotion it caused was still too minor to constitute a major case. He needed to wait until the lizardman caused chaos in Queens before he could take action and deem it a big case. Lu Cheng was merely trying to prompt the lizardman into acting sooner. Who knows how long he would have to wait otherwise. Lu Cheng had a deadline of 3 months to solve 3 major cases, and he didn't have time to waste. After all, he didn't possess the time management skills of the master, Jixiang pile driver Luo. Dr. Connor's mind was already muddled from the serum, and he believed this incident would spur him into action sooner. Now, all he needed to do was patiently wait. Mike walked over, looking at the rippling water, and spat. Damn it, what a pity. I almost sacrificed myself for the country, and it got away. It's fine, Lu Cheng replied casually. That guy will definitely show up again. Having read the script in advance, Lu Cheng was completely unperturbed. He knew that Dr. Connors was desperate to evolve humanity. So, he will definitely use a machine from Oscorp that can spray a mist to spread the drug all over New York. By that time, no one will be able to escape this pervasive fog. The entire city will turn into a paradise for the lizard people. So now, we just need to lie in wait at Oscorp's headquarters and wait for the lizard people to walk right into our trap. Mike spoke up. What are we supposed to do next? Just sit and wait. Watching our chance slip away is really frustrating. Lu Cheng shrugged. That's something we need to ask Spider-Man. Now that Connor's identity has been exposed, he is likely to act impulsively in the short term. His goal is to infect humanity with the serum and turn them into lizard people, and it seems he has been planning this for a while. As he said this, he looked at Spider-Man. Do you know what equipment he has in his lab that could help him infect a large number of people quickly? Spider-Man, being a reliable ally, quickly thought of something with Lu Cheng's subtle guidance and replied, the Dr.'s lab doesn't have that kind of equipment. But I know Oscorp has a device called Canarian that can do this. If the machine is equipped with an antigen, it can create a drug mist that covers an entire city. If the doctor wants to infect a large population quickly, he will definitely go to Oscorp to seize this device. Lu Cheng snapped his fingers. That makes things easier. Now we just need to do 2 things to resolve this case smoothly. Chapter 11. Heroes always show up at the last moment. Seeking collections and votes, Mike crossed his arms and nodded. Hey, not bad. We're just 1 step away from capturing that lizard man. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes at Mike, retorting, do you even know what 2 things we need to do? You're acting like you know it all. Mike cleared his throat. Aren't you supposed to tell me? Lu Cheng shrugged. It's simple. First, we need to make an antidote. Second, we should head to Osborne Enterprises and at least take control of the Canali equipment. Once those 2 things are done, we just have to wait for Connors to walk right into our trap. He's practically going crazy right now, so he won't be able to hold off for long. Mike nodded. I was thinking the same thing. But who is going to make the antidote? Little Spider volunteered. I'll do it. I remember that Osborne Industries has a cross-species gene document. It's a blue serum. With that serum, we can create the antidote. Mike patted Little Spider on the shoulder, adopting an older brother demeanor. Peter, I didn't know you had such skills. What do you say? Want to consider joining our department? Little Spider took a step back. I'm still in school. I don't want to interfere in the adult world. Mike shrugged, looking disappointed. What a shame. Otherwise, the three of us would definitely make the strongest team in the department. Lu Cheng smirked. Yeah, sure. From now on, when Little Spider and I are in action, you can just stand by and rap to hype us up. Lu Cheng thought about it. It actually didn't sound too bad. After all, every great hero and villain has their own theme music. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, Mike couldn't help but get furious. Lu, you jerk. How dare you mock me? Aren't you supposed to explain how you have powers like mine? He glared at Lu Cheng, spitting words like a jilted lover. Little Spider turned to look at Lu Cheng. Curious as well. He was also wondering why Lu Cheng possessed the same abilities as him. After all, he had gotten his powers from being bitten by a mutated spider. But that spider was now nothing more than dust. Could it be that there are two identical spiders in this world? Lu Cheng maintained a calm demeanor and replied. The reason is simple. When I was in the orphanage, I got bitten by a spider, and then I discovered I had special abilities. Lu Cheng had come to terms with it. After all, he was essentially a budget version of Spider-Man. Crafting a story similar to Spider-Man's wasn't too much to ask. No one would care about the details anyway. Little Spider exclaimed, Officer Lu, what a coincidence. I was also bitten by a spider, which led to my mutation. Lu Cheng feigned surprise. So, it seems the spider that bit you was a male, while the one that bit me was a female. Otherwise, why is it that we both shoot webs, but yours can go further and last longer? Little Spider, it always feels like something's off. Mike listened to the conversation between the two, his eyes wide with disbelief. Oh my God, is there really such a thing? Hurry up and tell me. Where's that mutated spider? I have a friend who wants to see it for himself. Lu Cheng and the Little Spider replied in unison. I killed it. Mike was at a loss for words. He looked at Lu Cheng, his expression revealing his dissatisfaction. Lu, you're not being a good bro. With such a magical ability. Why have you never shown it before? Lu Cheng sighed. Do you think I don't want to? Every time I use this ability, my body suffers damage. Mike scrutinized Lu Cheng from head to toe, clearly skeptical. Don't try to fool me. You look perfectly fine. Lu Cheng sighed again. Do you understand internal damage? The web consumes my vital energy, and every time I use it, my testosterone levels drop. Mike scratched his head. I'm not very educated. Can you speak plain English? Lu Cheng shrugged. If my testosterone is too low, then my second brother won't be much use. If it gets serious, I could even be forced to change gender. Got it? Since he was already fabricating a story, Lu Cheng didn't mind coming up with another excuse. To come up with two such seamless explanations in such a short time made him feel like he was really something else. When Mike heard Lu Cheng's words, instead of being shocked, he looked excited. Isn't that perfect? Get lost. Lu Cheng waved his hand as if swatting a fly. I consider you a brother. And you're thinking about that? This kind of plot only happens in certain films from that island nation. The Little Spider took Lu Cheng's words seriously. He couldn't help but glance at his younger brother, who had never tasted seafood, feeling a wave of concern about his future. The cost of becoming a hero seemed too high. Lu Cheng patted the Little Spider on the shoulder and comforted him. Maybe the spider that bit you was male, so you shouldn't have any after effects. Even if it is useless, with technology being so advanced nowadays, they could amputate and give you a prosthetic that would work just fine. The Little Spider felt a wave of despair. How did that sound even worse? Mike grinned, showing off his trademark white teeth. Little Spider, don't worry. Worst case, before it becomes useless, I'll take you out for a little fun. Hearing that Lu Cheng had limitations on his ability relieved Mike quite a bit. Otherwise, he would be the only useless one on the team. And that would be quite embarrassing. Lu Cheng didn't dwell on the issue any longer and said, let us go. We need to make a trip to Osborne Corporation. Connors is currently out of his mind and is likely to launch an attack on Osborne Corporation soon. We need to hurry. The group quickly exited the sewer. Since it was already late, Osborne Corporation was closed, and they couldn't make any antidotes. Lu Cheng and the Little Spider temporarily parted ways, agreeing to meet the next day at Osborne Corporation. They drove to a hotel not far from Osborne Corporation to check in. After getting the invoice, they were just waiting to go back and get reimbursed. The Logistics Reserve Unit had this one good thing about it. As long as it wasn't too excessive, they could pretty much enjoy meals and accommodations at public expense. Of course, it had to be at a proper establishment. However, after a whole night of running around, Lu Cheng and Mike had no interest in any of those flashy things. After taking a shower, they went straight to bed. They didn't wake up until the next morning. Little Spider showed up in a classic plaid shirt, looking a bit disheveled as he hurried to meet Lu Cheng and Mike. The three of them then stepped into Osborne Company. After Lu Cheng presented his ID, they were smoothly led by the company manager to the lab where Connors worked. There, they spotted the Canali equipment that had been discarded as waste. Mike turned to Lu Cheng and asked, "What should we do with this? Should we pack it up and take it away?" Lu Cheng shrugged. "Why take it? Just leave it here. Although this Canali equipment is gathering dust, it doesn't mean it's unimportant. If we mess with it and the higher-ups at Osborne aren't on board, we'll have to go back and seek approval, which is a hassle. Besides, what if moving the Canali equipment means Connors won't come to Osborne anymore? All our previous efforts would be wasted. So we just need to let things unfold naturally. Then, when the situation gets dire, we can step in to save the day. That's the proper way to handle things in a drama." "All right, I'm with you," Mike said nonchalantly. He and Lu Cheng had always had clearly defined roles. Lu Cheng thought things through, while Mike took action. He rarely disagreed with Lu Cheng's decisions. So, in the following time, Lu Cheng and Mike just wandered around the lab, patiently waiting for Little Spider to create the antidote. By the evening of the third day, Mike was lounging on the couch, browsing Peace Station and enjoying the sights from different countries. Suddenly, he jumped up and rushed over to Lu Cheng. "Lu, quick. Look at the news. The Lizard Man has finally shown up." Mike held up his phone, which was live streaming the scene of the Lizard Man battling with the police in Queens. The scene was quite dramatic, with helicopters even in the air. Lu Cheng nodded. "Yeah, I see it. Connors is more composed than I expected. He actually held off for 3 days before making his move." Mike, excited, rubbed his hands together. "So what do we do now? Should we go catch him?" Lu Cheng remained calm. "What's the rush? Don't you know that superheroes always make their entrance at the last moment?" Chapter 12. The Free America, seeking collections and recommendations. Lu Cheng showed no signs of panic. He knew that, according to the plot, Professor Connors would eventually come to Osborne Industries to seize the Canali equipment. It was better to let him escalate the situation first before stepping in to resolve it. How could it be considered a major case without turning Queens upside down? Once Connors used the serum to transform more lizard people, it would definitely attract the authorities' attention. At that point, they could execute a surprise rescue and handle the situation. This would be a great start for Lu Cheng's new career as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mike looked at the live news broadcast on his phone and exclaimed, "Oh, that bastard has actually developed a drug spray that directly infected the police." Lu Cheng's gaze shifted to the live feed on the phone. The screen showed a group of uniformed police officers surrounding a lizard man in a convenience store. Gunfire erupted, and a barrage of bullets hit the lizard man. Under such intense fire, the massive creature couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground. The surrounding police officers, armed with submachine guns, cautiously moved in closer. However, just as they were about to turn the lizard man over, its tail whipped around violently, sending several of the nearest officers flying. Then it tossed a canister of green serum. The serum quickly evaporated, turning into a green mist that rapidly filled the convenience store. The officers inside came into contact with the green smoke, their eyes bulging and skin turning green. They clutched their throats, their tongues transforming into snake-like appendages. Writhing in agony on the floor, in an instant, they shrank into smaller lizard people. However, these new lizard men didn't exhibit much aggression. They simply rolled around on the ground. Clearly, the serum had significant drawbacks. It couldn't fully transform humans immediately. After doing all this, the lizard man darted out of the convenience store and escaped into the nearest sewer. This was one downside of Queens, the abundance of sewers. For lizard people, it was the perfect hiding spot. The sheriff leading the hunt for the lizard man immediately shouted, "Get someone to stabilize those infected officers. The rest of you follow me. We must capture this monster." The commotion caused by the lizard man had been too great, practically paralyzing several streets. If not handled promptly, the sheriff's career would be over. In no time, the sound of police sirens echoed throughout Queens. Mike looked at the footage coming in from the scene and clicked his tongue. These cops are too weak. They let the lizard man get away like that. But hey, it's for the best. If the lizard man was subdued so easily, how could we showcase our strength? Mike was already imagining the flowers and kisses he would receive after capturing the lizard man. Lu Cheng turned to the diligent Spider-Man, who was still busy developing the antidote, and asked, "Peter, how's it going? Have you finished the antidote yet?" It seems that due to the changes made to the timeline, the antidote that was easily created in the original storyline has become a challenge for Spider-Man. This is because the genetic documents left by Connors are incomplete. Spider-Man still has to search for information and formulate the antidote. All right, success is just around the corner. Spider-Man pours the blue serum into the test tube. The test tube is connected to a complex apparatus made up of transparent tubes, and after a series of intricate chemical reactions, the potion is finally generated and enters a metal syringe. Spider-Man breathes a sigh of relief as he watches the antidote successfully synthesized. Over the past 3 days, He has lost track of how many hairs he has pulled out trying to find the right formula. Good job, Lu Cheng says as he walks over, patting Spider-Man on the shoulder and taking out the antidote. You should change your outfit. We're probably in for a tough battle ahead. He knows that with the police force in Queens, it's nearly impossible to catch the lizard in the sewers. The lizard is likely already getting close to Oscorp. All right. Spider-Man nods. He is quite invested in this case. For one, Professor Connors and his parents are old friends, and he owes them a debt of gratitude. Secondly, if it weren't for him providing Connors with the genetic formula, Connors wouldn't have turned into what he is now. Out of both emotion and logic, he must resolve this case perfectly. Mike walks over and sympathetically pats Spider-Man on the shoulder. Hey, Peter, after this fight, you really need to get some rest. Those dark circles under your eyes are making me feel bad for you. Lu Cheng chimes in, yeah, every time this happens. I can't help but envy Mike's complexion. At least his girlfriend won't suspect he has been up to anything shady at night. Oh, sorry. I forgot Mike doesn't have a girlfriend. Mike retorts angrily, Lou, you jerk. Do you know that as racial discrimination? I swear. If the president finds out you're a racist, he'll have you fired immediately. Lu Cheng shrugs, America is a free and democratic country. Even the air is filled with freedom. I'm sure the president wouldn't nitpick over such trivial matters. Mike is left speechless. He vows never to argue with Lu Cheng again, as he always ends up losing. Without the benefits of his suit and with his witty banter not yet activated, Spider-Man wisely refrains from joining the conversation. He grabs his bag and heads to the lab compartment to change. He definitely doesn't want Mike to see him changing, otherwise he'd be subjected to another round of teasing about how he should wear his underwear on the outside or add a red cape. Who knows what tasteless person would wear such an ugly battle suit? Before long, Spider-Man has changed into his sleek suit and strides out confidently. Mike looked at Little Spider with a disapproving expression, as if he were frustrated at his lack of progress. Little Spider, you need to listen to me. You should change out of that skin-tight suit as soon as possible, or at least wear your underwear on the outside. Otherwise, when the girls see their admired hero looking so, well, inadequate, they'll be disappointed. Little Spider completely ignored Mike's jab and turned to Commander Lu. Commander Lu, what should we do next? After spending a few days together, he finally realized that when it came to strategic matters, it was best to consult Commander Lu. Otherwise, he might end up getting led astray. Commander Lu shrugged. It's simple. Just take the Gonali device up to the rooftop and wait for the lizard men to come and try to steal it. The rooftop of Oscorp was essentially an open-air control tower. As long as they set up the Gonali device there and activated it, it would instantly emit antigens that could cover the entire Queens area. When the lizard men come into contact with it, they would revert back to their original forms. There wouldn't even be a need for a fight. The battle would be over before it began. After all, the commotion the lizard men were causing was already significant, and capturing them would be a major achievement. Suddenly, as Commander Lu finished speaking, the lights in the entire laboratory began to flicker. The ventilation ducts overhead also started to make ominous sounds. In the next moment, crack. With a loud metallic noise, the ventilation duct was ripped apart, and the massive form of a lizard man suddenly emerged from within. Chapter 13, The Light of Justice. Seeking collections and recommendations. Damn it. How did this guy get here so quickly? Mike exclaimed. Just moments ago, he was admiring this dude's heroic stance on the news. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had shown up at Osborne Industries. It was completely unexpected. Officer Mike, Spider-Man chimed in. Live broadcasts, especially those involving crimes, usually have a bit of a delay. In other words, the news we just saw might have happened 5 or 10 minutes ago. Mike cleared his throat. I know that for sure. I just didn't expect the Queen's police to be so incompetent, not even giving us a moment to prepare. He wouldn't admit that. As the department's rising star and a future exceptional agent, he didn't know this basic fact. To avoid the awkwardness, he redirected his focus to the lizard. You jerk. Can't you just walk in through the front door like a proper villain? Why do you have to take the evil route? Don't you know how exhausting repairs will be later? Mike sounded righteous, just a step away from saying, right, bro? And cueing the background music of The Light of Justice. Hand it over. The lizard completely ignored Mike's insults and charged forward with a swift motion. Thud, thud, thud. His massive frame made every step resonate with a thunderous sound, as if he might bring the entire floor down at any moment. Spider-Man. Take the equipment to the rooftop and gear up with the antidote, Lu Cheng said, his expression serious. He couldn't afford to be careless. Things were turning out to be a bit more unexpected than he had anticipated. He hadn't expected the lizard to arrive so quickly, leaving them no time to prepare. The Queen's police really were incompetent. It was no wonder they needed Spider-Man to maintain order. What had initially seemed like an advantageous situation was now being turned against them. To make matters worse, their teammate was still in the enemy's jungle. As Lu Cheng spoke, he raised his hand slightly, and a powerful, sticky web shot out instantly. Bang! 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 The lizard's strength seemed to have increased, as the web launched toward him was instantly torn apart, without even a hint of resistance. It was as if a small cow had burst into a hospital, causing chaos. Damn it, this guy has already started adapting to the gene serum. Lu Cheng's brows furrowed. Previously, the lizard's strength and speed were noticeably weaker, but now he was a force to be reckoned with. Clearly, Connors had made enhancements to the serum over the past 3 days. One had to admit, bald heads were not to be trifled with. You insufferable bastard, have repeatedly sabotaged my plans. The lizard growled as he charged directly at Lu Cheng. Having copied combat skills from Black Widow, Lu Cheng's physical abilities and reflexes were above average. Seeing the charge, he stepped lightly and rolled out of the way. Boom! The lizard crashed into the wall behind Lu Cheng, bringing it down in a cloud of dust. The entire floor shook like an earthquake, with debris and dust raining down. Mike waved his hand to clear the dust and shouted angrily, "Damn it, do you want to bring the building down?" Roaring in a fit of rage. The lizard man had completely lost its mind and swung its tail viciously at Mike. Seeing this, Mike snapped as well and grabbed the lizardman's tail with all his might. The powerful impact sent him stumbling backward, crashing into rows of equipment and shattering test tubes. "Lu, I've got him. I'm trapping him with webbing," Mike yelled. Although this guy usually talked a big game, he was willing to fight when it mattered. However, Lu Cheng really didn't expect him to confront the lizardman head-on at this moment. Seeing Mike's face contorted in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Lu Cheng couldn't help but shout, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" As he spoke, his wrist, akin to a Gatling gun spitting out blue flames, fired webbing madly. A flurry of webs flew out, quickly wrapping around the lizardman's legs, arms, and torso, mummifying it. The lizardman stood frozen in place, unable to move. Seeing this, Lu Cheng rushed over to Mike and pulled him up. Mike clutched his chest, gasping for breath. "Is this monster subdued?" Lu Cheng shot back. "What are you thinking? We need to get out of here. Upstairs." With that, he immediately dragged Mike up the stairs. He knew that his webbing wouldn't hold the lizard man for long. Just as they ran out of the lab, a loud crash echoed. The lizard man's tail thrashed wildly. And with a flick, the webbing snapped like white threads. "No one can stop me." The lizard man roared, looking up towards the rooftop and charging forward. On the rooftop of Osborne's company, Lu Cheng and Mike kicked open the door and stumbled out. Spider-Man was at the top of the tower, quickly installing the Canali device. Soon, he inserted the antigen and pressed the start button. Lu Cheng let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Peter, how long until the antigen is released?" Squatting down, Spider-Man checked the time. "It needs a 2-minute countdown." Mike shouted, "Hey, Spider-Man, can't you set it to release immediately? That monster is right behind us." Spider-Man shrugged, looking helpless. "Sorry, sir, the system is set up this way. There's no way to change it." Mike coughed and muttered, "Motherfucker. If I find out who invented this machine, I swear I'll stuff their head up their ass." He had already sustained serious injuries from his struggle with the lizard man, and didn't he have the strength to face it again? Just then, a heavy thudding sound echoed from outside the tower. "Be careful." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow and shot out a web that pulled Mike aside. Boom. The next moment, the door shattered into pieces, debris flying everywhere. The massive body of the lizard man burst through. He glared at the little Spider-Man standing atop the metallic tower and roared, "Peter, hand over the equipment." Little Spider-Man shielded the Canali device with his hands and replied, "Professor Connors, I think it would be better if you transformed back to your original self instead of asking me to give up the equipment. Honestly, you look really awful like this." The lizard man's dark green eyes blinked, showing no hesitation. His claw-like hands gripped the metallic tower and yanked it violently, snapping it in half. Clang, clang. The metallic tower shattered instantly, steel pipes crashing to the ground. Whoosh. Little Spider-Man had been prepared. He hugged the Canali device and flipped, landing right beside Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng glanced at the timer. There was only 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the countdown. Chapter 14. Game over. Please vote for collections and recommendations. Mike, you go ahead. Leave this to Peter and me, Lu Cheng said, looking at the aggressive lizard man ahead. Given the current situation, it was definitely not suitable for Mike to be involved. Keeping him on the sidelines was the best option. Otherwise, it would only hinder Lu Cheng and the little spider. "All right, I'm off to get back up. You guys hold on," Mike replied decisively, turning and running. He had actually suffered a broken arm during his fight with the lizard man. And now he was just standing there, gritting his teeth against the pain, unable to muster any strength. Forget about fighting back. Even just lifting his arm was a struggle. Staying here would only slow them down, so it was better to retreat sooner rather than later. This was one of Mike's good qualities. He knew when to fight and when to back down decisively. Unlike some ridiculous films and dramas where the supporting characters would sacrifice themselves to buy time for the protagonist during a chase, leading to absurd scenes like this. Supporting character, go. I'll hold them off. Protagonist, no. If we're going together. If we die together. Supporting character, just go. I can hold them off for a bit longer. Protagonist, no, I won't let you die. Then, distracted. The supporting character would be killed by the pursuers, leaving the protagonist filled with grief as they walked away, leaving behind the supporting character's unblinking eyes. Were they just there to carry the supporting character's coffin, or what? Lu Cheng was relieved that Mike didn't inherit such ridiculous traits. The lizard man glanced at the departing Mike, but didn't stop him. Right now, he only cared about the Canali device. As for Mike, a weakling who was of no concern to him, he had no intention of dealing with him. Once he got the Canali device, he would spread the genetic serum throughout the entire Queen's area. Everyone would evolve and follow in his footsteps, changing the world. Thinking of this, the lizard man's gaze towards Lu Cheng and Peter became even more ruthless. Anyone who stood in his way to change the world had to die. Don't try to confront him head-on. Just buy us some time, Lu Cheng reminded Peter. The lizard man had already advanced from an elite monster to a mini-boss level, with his combat power having increased significantly. It was like a little cow sitting on a giant steel saw, absolutely formidable. Given the current strength of the little spider, a direct confrontation would only end in a beating. However, both he and the little spider could shoot webs for quick movement. This ability was quite useful for kite-flying the lizard man. They just needed to wait for the countdown to finish, and once the Canali device sprayed the serum, the lizard man could be purified into Professor Connors. Got it. The little spider tightened his grip on the Canali device. You think you can run away? The lizard man clearly didn't want to give Lu Cheng and Peter any chance to stall. He moved forward, charging towards the little spider with incredible speed, almost reaching him in the blink of an eye. Hey you, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll give you the device. The little spider remained completely unfazed, shooting out webs from its hands and quickly leaping to another tower. The lizard man immediately followed, his sturdy arms swinging down with a mighty blow to the tower. Boom. The tower erupted in flames and collapsed to one side, crashing to the ground. Seeing this, the little spider moved its body, ready to escape to another location. However, just then, a huge iron barrel came hurtling toward it, crashing down like lightning. Bang! The immense force sent the little spider flying out of the high building. Lu Cheng quickly raised his hand and shot a web, pulling the little spider back. The little spider clutched its chest, coughing, and looked at the lizard man nearby, saying, "Hey, your aim is pretty good. It's a shame you're not out there bowling. But just because you hit me doesn't mean I'll give you the equipment." Dressed in a tight suit, the little spider seemed to have shed some sort of seal, becoming quite chatty and sassy. Even injured, it couldn't help but throw out some banter. Lu Cheng glanced at the countdown timer on the device in the little spider's hands. Only 1 minute and 15 seconds left. However, the terrain was cramped, barely the size of a basketball court. The towers were crisscrossed throughout, making it difficult to maneuver. If he kept thinking about flying kites, he could easily get targeted by the lizard man again, just like before. After undergoing body modifications, the little spider could barely withstand the lizardman's attacks. If Lu Cheng got hit with those little arms and legs of his, he would probably be done for in an instant. A strategy change was necessary. Lu Cheng looked around and suddenly had an idea. He leaned in close to the little spider and whispered a few words. The little spider nodded in response, "All right. Let us do it." This time, instead of dodging, the little spider charged straight at the lizard man. At the same time, Lu Cheng quickly moved as well, shooting webs at the lizard man to create a distraction. With one hand, he continuously shot webs toward the various towers. "Damn it. Do you think you can escape me like this?" The lizard man roared in fury, swatting away the incoming webs. Even though some stuck to him, he ripped them apart effortlessly, rendering them useless. The little spider darted around the lizard man, desperately avoiding his attacks. The lizard man, irritated by the agile little spider, let out a roar and turned his gaze toward the cryogenic tube. He raised his fist and slammed it down. Hiss. Cold gas erupted instantly, freezing the surrounding pipes solid. The lizard man's hand also froze stiff, breaking into chunks. However, new hands quickly grew back where the old ones had been. Without a second thought, the lizard man grabbed the cryogenic pipe and aimed it at the little spider, spraying it with icy cold air. The little spider's pupils dilated as it quickly dodged out of the way. It shot out webs again, trying to escape to the next location. But the lizard man wouldn't give it that chance. His tail whipped around and ensnared the little spider. "Give me the equipment." The lizard man glared at the Canali device in the hands of the little spider. "No way, Commander Lu," he said, but before he could finish, the little spider suddenly hurled the Canali device away. Whoosh! A strand of web shot through the air, yanking the Canali device down and landing it firmly in Lu Cheng's hands. Lu Cheng glanced at the countdown timer. Only 15 seconds left. "Well done, I'll take it from here," he said confidently. Now, He would be the one to handle these final 15 seconds like a true man. Give me the device. Seeing the prize slip away, the lizard man went into a frenzy. He slammed the little spider against the wall and then charged toward Lu Cheng. Come on. Lu Cheng called out as he dropped to the ground, shooting out webbing to quickly pull himself back. The lizard man disregarded everything, swinging his arms and snapping the webbing that blocked his path. However, just as he was about to reach Lu Cheng, a series of loud explosions echoed around them. Metal towers in the vicinity all came crashing down toward him at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the lizard man was completely buried and pinned to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Cheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after transforming into a lizard man, Connors wasn't thinking straight, which led him into Lu Cheng's obvious trap. He had intentionally connected the web to the towers, waiting for the lizard man to tear the web apart, allowing him to topple the towers. A furious roar came from beneath the metal towers. The lizard man forcefully lifted the metal off himself and glared menacingly at Lu Cheng, who was now within arm's reach. You won't escape today. As he spoke, he charged at Lu Cheng once more. I don't plan to escape either. Lu Cheng replied as he watched the countdown on the Canali device hit 0. He shrugged and said, Game over. Chapter 15, The Black Widow's Exclusive Mechanic. Please vote for collection and recommendation. Bang. The Canali device shook violently, and a burst of blue antigen erupted forth. Like stars flowing against the current, it shot up into the sky in an instant. Boom. The next moment, a blazing blue mushroom cloud exploded in the sky like a firework. Waves of blue ripples spread out, resembling a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the entire Queen's area was covered. The blue powder fell like snowflakes, drifting down gently. On the rooftop, when the lizard man came into contact with the blue powder, his skin seemed to burn, quickly turning black before shedding to reveal his normal skin tone. His pupils gradually transformed from green slits back to their original form. Oh, no. The lizard man clutched his face, rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. The ubiquitous powder quickly enveloped him, causing him to revert back to human form. Lu Cheng looked at Professor Connors, who was rolling on the ground in his birthday suit, and shook his head, saying, Professor, please don't scream. If the media catches this, they'll think we've done something inhumane to you. With that, he stepped forward and handcuffed Professor Connors. In truth, Connors wasn't a bad guy at heart. He just got involved with the wrong people. If that Harry Osborn hadn't pressured him so much and had given him enough time to develop a normal genetic serum, this incident might never have happened. Unfortunately, this genetic serum couldn't be brought back to the real world. Otherwise, Sierra's legs would have been saved. Lu Cheng sighed inwardly. This serum, capable of regenerating severed limbs, was just perfect for Lin Sierra. However, Lu Cheng didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he now possessed the ability to traverse worlds and acquire advanced technology. Sooner or later, he would be able to develop a biological serum that could regenerate limbs without any side effects. Tat tat tat. In the distance, several helicopters slowly approached. The police finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Lu Cheng glanced at the naked Professor Connors and thoughtfully took off his jacket to cover his sensitive parts. Otherwise, people might think he had captured a pervert running around naked. Thank you. Connors' expression was somewhat complicated. His mind had fully cleared up now. Reflecting on the absurd things he had done, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. At this moment, Spider-Man walked over, embraced Connors, and comforted him, saying, Doctor, I know you didn't mean to do this. You will always be my mentor. Connors looked at the young Spider-Man and said, Peter, you're amazing. You've inherited the excellent genes of your parents. I believe they are proud of you in heaven. Not long after, the police finally reached the rooftop. After Lu Cheng presented his identification, he briefly explained the situation to the officers. Naturally, Professor Connors was taken away by the police. As for the subsequent matters, Lu Cheng couldn't be bothered to manage them. He just needs to file the case records and submit them, then wait for Black Widow to review everything. A case involving a lizard man that nearly paralyzed half the streets of Queens is definitely significant enough to be classified as a major incident. At that moment, numerous reporters surrounded the Osborn company, eager to get first-hand information. Lu Cheng wasn't fond of showing off in front of the media, so he decided to leave promptly. However, Mike seemed a bit reluctant. This guy was still hung up on not being able to catch the lizard man himself, wanting to boast about his brave confrontation with it in front of the media. Lu Cheng was well aware of Mike's tendencies. This guy just wanted the media to give him positive coverage so he could better attract women in the future. Lu Cheng doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Mike, trust me, the media doesn't care at all about how you caught the lizard man. Mike looked at Lu Cheng in surprise. If they don't care about this big event, then what do they care about? Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly. Maybe they're more concerned about what that blue powder shooting from the rooftop of Osborn Company is and whether it poses any harm. Mike shrugged it off. Isn't that just the antidote Peter developed? Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. It is an antidote, but the media loves to blow things out of proportion. They only care about what grabs attention. If someone has issues later, the media will definitely fan the flames and point fingers at that blue powder. When that happens, as one of the participants, how will you distance yourself from it? The headquarters might even suspend you under pressure. Mike swallowed hard. My arm suddenly hurts a bit. We should probably leave quickly. Lu Cheng chuckled and drove away with Spider-Man and Mike, soon dropping the injured Spider-Man off at home. Goodbye, gentlemen, Spider-Man waved, reverting to his youthful appearance. See you, Lu Cheng smiled. He realized that successfully resolving this case was largely thanks to Spider-Man. He was quite the handy tool. Hey, Spider-Man. Have you ever considered working in our department? We have plenty of attractive ladies. Mike leaned out to look at Spider-Man. You big shark. Don't move around too much or you'll break the car. Lu Cheng stepped on the gas, speeding away. He didn't want to hear my continuous chatter. Spider-Man watched the car drive off and couldn't help but smile. Those two officers were quite amusing. For hours later, Lu Cheng and Mike finally returned to Washington. After a long day, they were too tired to do anything else and went their separate ways to rest. However, just as Lu Cheng arrived at his doorstep, he spotted a familiar figure, Black Widow, Natasha. At that moment, she was dressed in a sleek black office outfit, with a low neckline that clearly showcased her curves, exuding a mature and commanding aura. I saw the case about the lizard man. You did well. Black Widow wrapped her arms around herself, looking at Lu Cheng with a hint of curiosity. She had reviewed Lu Cheng's record at the bureau and summed it up in 4 words. Unremarkable. If it weren't for her recent bout of frustration and the fact that Lu Cheng was quite handsome, she might not have bothered to give him a second glance. However, she didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary logistics reserve would successfully resolve a major case that had been troubling the bureau for days in just 3 days. It was somewhat unbelievable. Lu Cheng smiled. I wanted to surprise you, but I didn't expect your information network to be so efficient. Black Widow turned to him and asked, how did you know that Professor was a lizard person? Well, it's actually quite simple. Lu Cheng didn't hold back and recounted everything to Black Widow, even disclosing his abilities openly. Such matters didn't really need to be kept secret. After all, in a sense, Black Widow was also considered a superpowered individual. The S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't delve too deeply into such issues. As for mutations, Black Widow pondered for a moment without showing much surprise. After thinking it over, she said, I can accompany you to the headquarters tomorrow to get a blood sample for the researchers. Lu Cheng nodded. No problem. His ability was entirely derived from Spider-Man, so he estimated that a blood test wouldn't reveal any abnormalities. Pausing for a moment, Lu Cheng continued, this should count as a major case, right? Black Widow nodded. Yes. But such cases are rare. You only have less than 3 months left to solve the remaining 2 major cases, which will still be quite challenging. Lu Cheng's eyes flickered as he spoke. Actually, I have a lead on another major case that might even be related to our bureau. Would you like to hear about it? Black Widow pressed her lips together. Go ahead, I'm listening. Lu Cheng stretched lazily. After a long day, I'm feeling a bit tired. It would be nice if someone could give me a shoulder massage. Black Widow shot him a glare. My chest is a bit tight too, but I don't have anyone to help me. Lu Cheng chuckled. At your service. In fact, I could be your dedicated handyman. I specialize in repairing headlights, cleaning pipes, and even repainting car exteriors. Chapter 16. Pale Hydra. Seeking collections and recommendations. In the bedroom, the lights were dim and enchanting. Although Lu Cheng was exhausted after a long day and wanted to rest, he couldn't resist the Black Widow's enthusiastic invitation and ended up working out with her. After their workout, the Black Widow lay contentedly in Lu Cheng's embrace, her alluring face glistening with a light sheen of sweat, making her even more enticing. She traced circles on Lu Cheng's chest with her delicate fingers and teased, no wonder your energy is extraordinary. It turns out you've undergone some kind of mutation. Lu Cheng replied earnestly, darling, I need to correct you. My energy is entirely natural and has nothing to do with any mutation. Of course, there's another reason. You're just too captivating, making it impossible for me to control myself. His flattery elicited a series of giggles from the Black Widow. Women love to hear sweet words, even if they know they're not entirely true. That said, the Black Widow was indeed demanding. Despite Lu Cheng's enhanced physique, his legs felt weak at that moment. She pouted her red lips and returned to the previous topic. You mentioned a major case related to our bureau. What is the situation? Tell me more. When discussing work, her flirtatious demeanor vanished, replaced by an unusual seriousness. Lu Cheng looked at her and couldn't help but admire her ability to switch gears so quickly. As expected of a spy, she could change her expression faster than one could turn a page. However, he understood the Black Widow well. Surviving in a hellish place like the Red Room required a mindset far beyond that of the average person. After a moment of thought, Lu Cheng spoke up. You've heard of the Hydra organization, right? Upon hearing the name, the Black Widow raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you saying this case is related to that organization? She had long been aware of Hydra's notorious reputation. It was an ancient organization that originated in Nazi Germany, founded by the Red Skull. During World War II, they committed numerous heinous acts. After Germany's defeat, Hydra gradually faded from public view. Lu Cheng nodded exactly. After their defeat, Hydra didn't disband. Instead, they dispersed into major global powers, quietly developing and waiting for the right moment to strike. This aligns perfectly with Hydra's motto. The Black Widow raised an eyebrow. Cut off one head, two more shall take its place. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Are you saying there are Hydra agents within our bureau? True to her reputation as a top-tier agent, she was not only skilled but also quick to connect the dots. With just a hint from Lu Cheng, she immediately grasped the situation. However, her thinking was still a bit shallow. It wasn't just a matter of having a few agents. S-H-I-E-L-D was practically on the verge of changing its name to Hydra Shield. There was once a joke online claiming that when S-H-I-E-L-D tried to root out the Hydra infiltrators within, of the 10 people in a meeting, 9 were Hydra members. This illustrated just how deeply Hydra had infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D. Of course, Lu Cheng would never voice such thoughts aloud. He thought for a moment and nodded, saying, well, I have a friend who specializes in the intelligence business. He told me this news, and it's absolutely reliable. The Black Widow frowned slightly and asked, who in the agency is working for Hydra? Lu Cheng didn't hold back and immediately revealed the name, Sittervale. This guy is an old agent in S-H-I-E-L-D, having been around for quite some time, and he holds a rather significant position. Lu Cheng had some impression of him. This guy had made an appearance in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and was incredibly afraid of dying. When Captain America slightly threatened him, he spilled all the Hydra intelligence. How could it be him? The Black Widow's brow furrowed. She was familiar with this agent. Although they were not from the same department, he was considered a veteran. They had once worked together to solve a major international case. If this guy is a mole, it means Hydra has been infiltrating S-H-I-E-L-D for a long time. That's not good news at all. Lu Cheng leaned back against the headboard and said nonchalantly, the fact is, I did some undercover investigation on him for a while. Although I couldn't gather any substantial evidence due to my limited access, I confirmed his identity. In fact, verifying his identity is quite simple. It just takes a phone call. Really? I don't believe it. The Black Widow looked at Lu Cheng curiously, wanting to know how he would proceed. A single phone call could expose an old and cunning agent's identity. Even she couldn't pull that off. Lu Cheng smiled, teasingly saying, I'm a bit tired now. Let's rest for a while and talk about it tomorrow. Making the call would necessitate tracking Sittervale, and Lu Cheng's current state wasn't up to that task. All right, you rest first. I'll wait for you at headquarters tomorrow. The Black Widow smiled, having noticed Lu Cheng's fatigue, so she decided not to disturb him further. Besides, she had other matters to attend to. The Black Widow got up and put on the clothes scattered on the floor, her exquisite figure on full display. Lu Cheng contemplated whether he should take a picture for memories, but thinking of the Black Widow's status as an agent, he dismissed the idea. After the Black Widow left, Lu Cheng finally fell into a deep sleep, perhaps due to excessive energy expenditure. He didn't wake up until the next day. After breakfast, Lu Cheng went straight to headquarters. The Black Widow was already dressed in a sharp work uniform, arms crossed, waiting for him. Let us go. I've already arranged for the lab technician. Lu Cheng shrugged and followed the Black Widow to the 6th floor of headquarters. Here, staff members in white lab coats were bustling about. The testing process was quite simple. They first drew a vial of blood, then took a bit of skin flakes, and finally scanned his entire body. The whole process was completed in less than half an hour. The rest of the matters were no longer Lu Cheng's concern. After the test was completed, Black Widow led Lu Cheng to a secluded corner and said, all right, let me see how you plan to make this call. She had spent all night thinking about how Lu Cheng would expose the true nature of a cunning old spy, but she couldn't figure it out. Lu Cheng remained calm and collected. Before that, could I trouble you with one thing? Black Widow crossed her arms. Go ahead. Lu Cheng replied. Could you help me place a micro-tracker on the agent's body? It might come in handy later. Black Widow raised an eyebrow and pressed her lips together. That's easy. Leave it to me. Soon, she swayed away with her alluring figure. Half an hour later, Black Widow returned, her tone casual. It's done. To prevent any surprises. I've also placed a tracking device in his car. Lu Cheng gave her a thumbs up. No wonder you're the kind of woman who can wear me out. Your fingers are quite nimble. It was impressive how she had managed to stealthily attach a tracking device to an old spy. Lu Cheng took out the old phone he had prepared and dialed Sittervale's number. After a few rings, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? Came Set Vale's voice from the other end. Lu Cheng slowly replied, Hail Hydra. Chapter 17, The Wealth Code, Seeking Collections and Recommendations, S-H-I-E-L-D. Triton Headquarters. Sitter Vale rubbed his shiny bald head, looking tense. An unfamiliar call, yet a familiar slogan. Who was on the other end of the line? And what was their purpose? Although Sitter was extremely curious, he managed to suppress his thoughts and said in a low voice, What are you talking about? Who are you? On the other end of the line, a robust male voice responded, You don't need to worry about who I am. You just need to know that we are on the same side. Right now, I have some special intelligence to share with you. I hope you can pass it on to Alexander Pierce. Upon hearing this, Sitter raised his eyebrows slightly. He glanced at the agents chatting nearby and walked to a deserted corner. I can only give you a minute. Just get to the point. The person on the other end, since they could utter the secret slogan of Hydra, Hail Hydra, and knew Alexander's true identity, was most likely an insider. However, for some reason, they couldn't reveal their identity. Sitter understood this. As a double agent, he often encountered similar situations. Therefore, he was willing to listen to what intelligence the person had to offer. If it was crucial, he could discreetly report it to Alexander. If it wasn't significant, he would just let it go. As a secret Hydra agent infiltrated within S-H-I-E-L-D, Sitter was always cautious. On the other end of the line, the person didn't keep him in suspense and directly conveyed the information. The secret of the Insight program has been exposed. Nick is sending agents to investigate secretly. You must evacuate Zola as soon as possible before the base is compromised. What? Hearing the words Insight program, a look of shock appeared in Sitter's eyes. This was a grand plan that Hydra had been plotting for a long time, and it was crucial. Only a few core members were aware of it. How could it possibly be exposed? However, considering Nick's extraordinary capabilities, Sitter couldn't be too sure about the plan's confidentiality. As Sitter pondered, the person on the other end seemed to encounter some issue and said in a panic, I'm being followed right now. I can't explain further. You need to handle this quickly. Beeps echoed through the line. Sitter wanted to say more, but all he heard was a series of disconnection tones. He had already attempted to trace the signal source, only to find the other party's location fluctuating. Clearly, they were a seasoned agent. This further confirmed that what they said was likely true. No, this matter must be reported to the leader at once. Sitter hesitated for a moment before quickly dialing Alexander's number. Hail Hydra, I have something to report. Meanwhile, on the other side, Black Widow curiously looked at Lu Cheng and asked, Is that all it takes? She had just heard Lu Cheng say a special code phrase, and then successfully got in touch with Zitter. The conversation was brief. She could hardly believe that these few words could actually make Zitter reveal his identity. Just wait and see. Lu Cheng shrugged, looking relaxed. Hail Hydra was undoubtedly a universal passphrase. As long as you said it, Hydra members would consider you one of their own. In Avengers Endgame, Captain America said this phrase in front of a group of Hydra members and successfully took Loki's scepter. It was comparable to the treasure code of Vulcan. Of course, to ensure everything went smoothly and to reinforce the authenticity of his identity. Lu Cheng also revealed that Hydra had been secretly planning the Insight program. This storyline comes from Captain America, the Winter Soldier. In the original, Hydra's leader, Alexander Pierce, was continuously scheming the Insight program. To this end, he even orchestrated the assassination of S-H-I-E-L-D Director Nick Fury. The Insight program, on the surface, was about using a system to identify criminals and terrorists, then using S-H-I-E-L-D's aircraft carriers to carry out remote strikes on them. In reality, however, it was Hydra using Zola's algorithm to calculate any individuals who could potentially harm Hydra in the future, and then carry out targeted strikes for humanitarian extermination. Once the Insight program was initiated, millions of lives worldwide would be lost. This plan had been in the works for a long time. Although it wouldn't be fully implemented until 2014, Hydra had already been quietly preparing. Lu Cheng knew that there was a large base underground belonging to S-H-I-E-L-D that was secretly constructing aircraft carriers. To successfully implement the Insight program, they needed Zola's expertise. Or rather, the Insight program was entirely Zola's brainchild. Zola was a Swiss geneticist and the world's first human genetic engineer. After Hydra's downfall, he was recruited by S-H-I-E-L-D, but was later diagnosed with terminal cancer. However, this genius had a brilliant idea. He transferred his consciousness into a giant computer, allowing him to survive. He was then moved to a secret base by members of Hydra, where he secretly plotted wars and chaos. This was likely known only to a few core members of Hydra. Thus, when Lu Cheng mentioned the Insight program and Zola's name, it was enough to catch Zitter's attention. As for how Lu Cheng knew all this so clearly, He had to thank Captain America's impressive physique. In order to achieve a backside like Captain America's, Lu Cheng had revisited the Captain America storyline multiple times to motivate himself to work out. Therefore, he was aware of some key information. However, he couldn't remember Zola's hiding place, so he would need Zitter to guide him. Once they found Zola, with S-H-I-E-L-D-S resources, they should be able to uncover some key information about Hydra, paving the way for a major internal cleanup of S-H-I-E-L-D. Once the Hydra members within S-H-I-E-L-D are cleared out, Lu Cheng will be considered a hero. He might not even need to solve any more cases to be promoted to A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent. At that point, his mission will be seen as a success ahead of schedule. Even if he isn't promoted, this will still count as a major case. All he'll need to do next is get involved in the Iron Man case, and he'll have successfully handled 3 major cases. No matter how you look at it, that is a win. Sitwell has left S-H-I-E-L-D. Black Widow glanced at the coordinates on her phone, raising an eyebrow. Let us go, follow him. The truth will soon come to light. Lu Cheng smiled. He guessed that Sitwell was probably going to meet with Alexander Pierce, the current leader of Hydra. In addition to that, he holds several other titles, including Minister of the World Security Council, Nick Fury South Superior and close friend, and the one managing the Winter Soldier, among others. His titles are almost as numerous as Daenerys Targaryen's. I'll just waste a little more time with you. If Sitwell turns out to be fine, I won't be holding back. Black Widow pursed her red lips, reaching toward Lu Cheng's groin, giving it a gentle squeeze. Chapter 18. I'm not good at shooting. Please support with collections and votes. We can't miss this opportunity. Let's get moving. Lu Cheng swatted away Black Widow's flirty hand and urged her on. Black Widow flashed a charming smile and headed to the underground parking garage with Lu Cheng. Soon, they arrived in front of a brand new red Porsche Cayenne. Wow, what a luxury. Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The contrast was glaring. Even their best vehicle in the logistics reserve was just an Infinity, which paled in comparison to Black Widow's ride. If Mike saw this, he'd definitely go crazy. Driving such a car, he wouldn't even need to put a water bottle on the roof to attract a bunch of hot girls. This was exactly what Mike dreamed of. Unfortunately, Mike wouldn't get to see it. That guy had previously fought a lizard man and ended up with a fractured arm. He'd need at least a month to recover. During this time, he wouldn't even be able to flirt, and he'd probably have to spend money to find a girl to help him out. If you saw Nick's car, you wouldn't say that. Black Widow opened the door and elegantly slid into the driver's seat, her long, fair legs effortlessly crossing. Lu Cheng obediently took a seat in the back and fastened his seatbelt. Safety first, after all. It's important to have basic safety awareness. Activate the tracking system and project the image, Black Widow commanded. In the next moment, the car's navigation lit up, showing a black vehicle. It was indeed the one that S-H-I-E-L-D Agent Sit was driving. The surrounding streets were clearly visible as well. Compared to Lu Cheng and the others' tracking methods, this was far superior. No wonder Black Widow wasn't in a hurry. She had this ace up her sleeve. Lu Cheng recalled that Nick Fury's car also seemed to have a high-end intelligence system. It was even equipped with bulletproof glass and submachine guns, making it a sort of low-budget Batmobile. Black Widow skillfully drove the Porsche Cayenne out of the garage. With this detailed navigation system, there was no need to worry about losing track of Sit. To prevent him from noticing, Black Widow kept her car out of Sit's rearview mirror. Half an hour later, Sit arrived at the council building and hurried inside. The head of Hydra, Alexander Pierce, worked here. Everything was exactly as Lu Cheng had anticipated. Sit really had come to report intelligence to Alexander. You just mentioned Alexander Pierce. Is Sit in cahoots with him? Black Widow frowned. If Sit was indeed a member of Hydra, then Alexander was undoubtedly complicit too. This was a major bombshell. It's worth noting that Alexander was Nick Fury's superior. In fact, it was Alexander who had promoted Nick to the position of director of S-H-I-E-L-D. If Alexander was a member of Hydra, then their infiltration into S-H-I-E-L-D might be even more serious than they had imagined. Lu Cheng shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm not exactly sure either. I only know that Sitter and Alexander have been in close contact behind the scenes, which is why I brought up Alexander's name intentionally. It seems there is definitely something fishy going on between those two. The Black Widow's expression darkened slightly. Let's keep an eye on it for now. If the information turns out to be true, I'll inform Nick of the entire situation, to avoid raising suspicion. The two of them did not enter the council building, but instead waited in the car. Half an hour later, Sitter hurriedly exited the building, looking somewhat anxious. It appeared that he had received orders from Alexander to deal with Zola's situation. Sitter's car quickly left the council building, but But instead of heading back to the Trident headquarters, he drove in the opposite direction. The Black Widow didn't rush to follow. Instead, she took her time before trailing him 5 minutes later. Sitter was extremely cautious and sly, making several loops through the streets of Washington before finally settling on a direction. Without powerful navigation, it would have been quite easy to lose him. Seeing Sitter behave this way, the Black Widow started to believe Lu Cheng's words. If Sitter were clean, he certainly wouldn't act so flustered and deliberately try to shake someone off. An hour later, Sitter's car had left Washington and was heading towards New Jersey. The traffic began to thin out, and the Black Widow was more cautious, taking a different road to avoid detection. However, both routes were generally heading in the same direction. After driving for 3 more hours, Sitter's car finally came to a stop. The Black Widow looked at the location displayed on her navigation and pursed her lips. This is Camp Vinton. It was a base during World War II, where Captain America trained. It said that our agency's headquarters originated here. She shared a flurry of information she knew. Lu Cheng grinned and said, "Looks like we have another name to add to the list. Hydra's secret stronghold." With the Black Widow's hints, Lu Cheng was now convinced that this was indeed Zola's hiding place. Back then, Zola had secretly murdered everyone who knew about him. Even Iron Man's father, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., was not spared. So, no one knew how this World War II scientist had managed to survive until now in such a unique way. The Black Widow parked the car in some bushes about 100 meters from Camp Vinton, looking at Sitter's car in the distance. "What now?" she asked. Lu Cheng immediately pushed open the car door and strode towards Camp Vinton. "Naturally, I'm going to confront Sitter and get to the bottom of this." He knew that to ensure the secrecy of this place, Hydra had not stationed patrol guards here. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Captain America and the Black Widow had easily reached Zola's hideout. Now, all they needed was to catch Sitter red-handed. Sitter is a coward. He only needs a little scare. And he'll probably spill everything. It shouldn't be like the original plot, with a missile coming straight at us, right? Lu Cheng felt a bit anxious. After all, he didn't have Captain America's shield to protect him from a missile's impact. But then he thought it was unlikely. Alexander's Insight project is still in its early stages and far from completion. He wouldn't just abandon such an important asset as Zola right now. Plus, Nick is still alive and kicking. Alexander wouldn't be able to launch a missile that easily. Black Widow, bold and skilled, decisively followed Lu Cheng out of the car. The two quickly made their way toward the camp. In a basement, Sitter hurriedly entered. The space was roughly 100 square meters, filled with old mainframes. In the center of the basement were 4 or 5 computer monitors. As soon as Sitter walked in, the lights slowly brightened. At the same time, a face appeared on one of the monitors, and a voice came through the computer speakers. "What are you doing here? Didn't I say to avoid contact during this time?" Sitter appeared very respectful. "Dr. Zola, I received some secret intelligence indicating Nick has discovered the truth about the Insight project and is sending people to investigate quietly. He'll probably find this place soon. So, I consulted with the leader and prepared to move you to another safe location." Zola's image flickered several times. "We've been so discreet. How could we possibly be discovered? Are you sure you're not being tricked?" Sitter furrowed his brow. "That shouldn't be possible. This person accurately recited our Hydra code and knows about my relationship with Alexander. He even specifically mentioned the Insight project. He must be one of us." Zola seemed about to say more when he suddenly erupted in anger. "You fool, you've been played. Someone has cracked the elevator code and will be arriving shortly." Ding! Just as Zola finished speaking, the basement elevator doors slowly opened. Lu Cheng and Black Widow stepped out. Lu Cheng, gun in hand, aimed it at Sitter. "I'm sorry, Agent Sitter, but you're surrounded. I suggest you don't make any sudden moves. I'm not very good with handguns, and it would be unfortunate if I accidentally shot you." Chapter 19. This punch, 20 years of skill. Please support with collections and votes. Sitter instinctively raised his hands. When he saw the Black Widow next to Lu Cheng, his expression suddenly darkened. He was well aware of this famous agent in the Bureau. She was once recruited by Nick in a special exception. At first, Sitter thought the alluring Black Widow was just a capable secretary brought in by Nick. However, during a special operation, he had the fortune of being in the same team as her. It was only after witnessing her methods that he realized how naive his initial judgment had been. That special operation ended in just 1 hour. Within that short time frame, the Black Widow eliminated nearly all the criminals and captured their leader alive. It was nothing short of inhuman. At this moment, seeing the powerful agent approach him, Sitter felt a sense of impending doom. Nonetheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and looked at the Black Widow, questioning, "Agent Natasha, is this how you treat your colleagues?" The Black Widow, holding a gun and wearing a seductive smile, replied, "My gun isn't aimed at a colleague. It's aimed at the Hydra mole in the Bureau." As she spoke, She and Lu Cheng moved closer to Sitter. Lu Cheng raised his gun, surveying the surroundings. The place was filled with rows of computers, their lights flickering erratically, running who knows what. Lu Cheng understood that these machines represented Zola's consciousness. This guy truly was a genius. The idea of transferring consciousness into a computer was an extraordinary feat. It required not only exceptional intelligence but also a strong will. After all, having only consciousness without a body is something few can endure. Zola transferred his consciousness back in 1972, and Lu Cheng couldn't help but wonder how he had dealt with loneliness all these years. Could it be that he secretly watched adult films on the computer? Lu Cheng dismissed the trivial thought and turned his attention back to Sitter. The agent, upon hearing the Black Widow's words, flickered in his gaze. However, being a seasoned agent, his mental fortitude was still commendable. He maintained his composure, hands raised, and retorted, "How ridiculous. I have no idea what you're talking about." Lu Cheng chuckled, "Agent Sitter, defending yourself at this point is pointless. The fact that we can trace you here means we have gathered substantial evidence against you." Sitter looked at Lu Cheng, furrowing his brows. "Who are you?" He was certain that this person wasn't an agent. Otherwise, he would definitely remember him. Lu Cheng continued to smile. "Do you really think that phone call earlier was from someone else? Long live Hydra. Haha, I didn't expect you to rush over after just a hint of information. It seems the Insight program is really important to you." Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Sitter's face darkened. Damn it, he had indeed been set up. Sitter gritted his teeth. "I don't know what you're talking about." The Black Widow looked at Sitter, who seemed unfazed by the situation, and said calmly, "So, Agent Sitter, could you explain what this place is? Why do we need a password just to use the elevator?" Sitter immediately fell silent. The Black Widow stepped forward and struck Sitter to the ground with her gun butt. Then, pressing her handgun against his head, she coldly stated, "I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't talk, I'll just execute you right here. You know we agents have the authority to deal with prisoners as we see fit." On the side, Lu Cheng chimed in, "Natasha, these Hydra members are all tough cookies. I doubt we'll get any useful information from questioning him. Why not just take him out right here to save time?" Hearing Lu Cheng's ruthless words, Sitter's face turned pale. Fuck, who is this guy? He is so reckless, skipping the whole interrogation process and going straight for execution. Don't treat Hydra members like they're not human. Just as the Black Widow was about to pull the trigger, Sitter immediately caved in. "Don't shoot. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." At that moment, the computer beside him suddenly lit up, displaying a flashing skull face. Simultaneously, the camera overhead scanned the Black Widow and Lu Cheng. The next moment, a mechanical voice began to speak. Natasha Romanoff, born in 1928 in the Soviet Union, underwent training in the Red Room to become the second Black Widow, and was later invited to join the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, becoming an agent. To avoid inconsistencies, this age borrows from comic lore. The Black Widow raised an eyebrow slightly. Only a select few knew about the Red Room. How did this strange computer know about it? Soon, the camera shifted to Lu Cheng and said, "Lu Cheng, born in 1984 in China. Later adopted by an American couple and brought to the United States, becoming a Chinese American. He joined the SHIELD Reserve Logistics team last year, with a mundane background. Just a minor character." Hearing this introduction, Lu Cheng's expression darkened. "Hey, you're just introducing me." Why add an air of disdain? However, this seemed to indirectly indicate that Zola's algorithms were exceptionally powerful. Any information registered online posed no secrets for him. Lu Cheng looked at the computer, maintaining his composure. "I never expected the once-renowned Dr. Zola to end up like this." After a moment of silence, Zola replied, "It seems you've indeed gathered some information, recognizing me. But I suspect you're not entirely sure of Sitter's identity, which is why you devised a scheme to trick him into bringing you here. I must say, you're quite clever. This foolish guy really fell for it. However, you've overlooked one thing." Lu Cheng pressed his lips together. "What is that?" Zola replied coolly, "You two are the only ones who came here. That is not a wise decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Black Widow pulled out her phone to take a look, and her expression shifted slightly. Lu noticed that many people were closing in around them, at least 20. "We were surrounded." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Damn, it's only been a few minutes, and we've already been counter-surrounded?" He grabbed Sitter and aimed his gun at Sitter's head. "I think Agent Sitter would be more than happy to take us out of here." Zola's electronic voice chimed in. "This fool has betrayed the organization and has already been marked for elimination. If you think you can escape with him, you're quite naive." After a pause, he continued, "Of course, you could also accept the brainwashing device and become part of the organization. I might consider sparing your lives." Black Widow looked at Lu Cheng, biting her red lip. "What do we do now?" Lu Cheng shrugged. "What else can we do? We fight our way out." With that, he slammed his fist into the monitor, shattering Zola's skull-like head. "Oh, and I forgot to mention, I'm actually quite good at fighting. This punch. 20 years of training. Let's see if they can handle it. Chapter 20. The Plane. Seeking collections and recommendations, Black Widow shot a sideways glance at Lu Cheng and said nonchalantly, I didn't see any remarkable combat skills in your resume. Just like the computer said, it's quite ordinary. I'm just joking. Lu Cheng coughed lightly and defended himself. A resume isn't everything. It doesn't even mention my superpowers. Black Widow nodded in agreement. You have a point. As a qualified agent, you really shouldn't expose all your information. With that, she lifted the S-H-I-E-L-D device and continued. You heard what the computer said. We're on the same side now. If you don't want to die, you'd better stay put. You should know the intelligence capabilities of our department, so don't even think about escaping. Zitter forced a bitter smile. I've already betrayed the organization. They could send someone to kill me at any time. Where else could I run to? Black Widow snorted coldly. Just know that. She felt a twinge of frustration. The HYDRA members were really good at hiding. If Lu Cheng hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have realized how long they had been deceived. If this continued, the entire Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division would gradually be infiltrated by this evil organization. Thinking of this, Black Widow's expression turned icy. Let us go. We'll take out everyone surrounding us. And it'll give me a chance to see your superpowers in action. Lu Cheng shrugged, showing indifference. Back in the day, Captain America managed to take down all the Hydra agents in an elevator using just his shield. Today, he, Lu Cheng, could easily fend off these attackers with his fighting skills and web shooters. Besides, he had the formidable Black Widow helping him. She was someone who could survive in a harsh place like the Red Room. Even a dozen strong men wouldn't be a match for her alone. Without waiting for the group to come down, Lu Cheng and Black Widow took the elevator straight up from the basement. The terrain here was cramped, leaving no hiding spots. If this group decided to disregard Zola's damage and fired an RPG, there would be nowhere for Lu Cheng and Black Widow to hide. Zola, of course, did not interfere. He believed that the strength of the agents he had summoned was more than enough to handle the two of them. Since the Insight plan was still in its early stages, he didn't want any damage to his computer chip. Ding! The elevator ascended slowly, soon reaching the surface camp. The sound of helicopters roared overhead. Lu Cheng tightened his lips and remarked, Wow, they really think highly of us, sending 2 helicopters over. Black Widow glanced at her phone. Frowning, the thermal imaging system is down. It must be the work of that computer in the basement. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, both she and Lu Cheng's expressions changed, and they lunged forward, leaping several meters away. Boom. Just as they dodged, the spot where they had been standing moments before exploded violently. Suddenly, debris and wood chips flew everywhere, and clouds of dust erupted. Damn it, is that really an RPG? Lu Cheng couldn't help but curse. Although he possessed Black Widow's fighting skills and Spider-Man's web-slinging abilities, he was still just an ordinary person, without professional training. Facing a gunfight inevitably sparked a hint of fear within him. On the other hand, Black Widow displayed astonishing combat prowess. As she dodged, she pushed off with her legs, using the momentum to pivot and pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and 2 Hydra members who had rushed in fell to the ground. 666. Lu Cheng hid in a safe corner and gave a thumbs up. This was his first time witnessing Black Widow showcase her skills outside of the bedroom. No wonder she's a top agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. Her strength was simply out of this world. Lu Cheng certainly wouldn't remain on the sidelines forever. He made an effort to adjust his mindset and began to survey his surroundings. In his line of sight, there were about 7 or 8 fully armed combatants, all of them burly and agile, clearly seasoned fighters. Brock Rumlow, this guy was actually a member of Hydra 2. Black Widow's expression darkened as she spotted a man with a submachine gun among them. Upon hearing his name, Lu Cheng recalled some information. This guy, nicknamed Crossbones, was the captain of S-H-I-E-L-D's Rapid Response Special Forces. He appeared as a minor villain in the Captain America series. In the end, he almost took out Captain America with him. A tough character indeed. When it came to being ruthless, he could even kill his own. Lu Cheng, well-versed in the plot, was not surprised by Brock's appearance at all. Not far away, Brock, holding a submachine gun and keeping a lookout, called out loudly, Natasha, you're surrounded. I advise you not to resist foolishly. Black Widow ignored him entirely, sidestepping and directly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Brock reacted quickly, just as Black Widow fired. He rolled to the side and found cover. Unfortunately, the member next to him became collateral damage, getting shot in the head by Black Widow. Just as Black Widow was about to continue firing, a barrage of bullets suddenly pierced through the ceiling, raining down like a storm. Rat-a-tat-tat. Black Widow's expression changed, and she moved with the agility of a cheetah, leaping and dodging. The bullets left a dense line of bullet holes on the ground behind her. Lu Cheng was completely stunned by Black Widow's performance. Report this, someone else using an infinite dodge hack. Just as Black Widow evaded all the bullets and was about to counterattack, an RPG launched toward her once again. Boom. The massive explosion nearly burst eardrums. Caught off guard. Black Widow barely managed to avoid the blast radius, but her calf was pinned under a large rock. Seeing this, Brock flashed a sinister smile, ready to take aim at Black Widow. Just then, a blob of white, viscous substance shot toward Brock at an incredible speed. The muzzle of Brock's gun was instantly clogged by this white goo. Boom. The submachine gun exploded in his hands. Brock let out a muffled groan and instinctively tossed the weapon away. He looked down to see his palm mangled and bloodied. Damn it. He glanced at Lu Cheng's hiding spot, his expression darkening. The intel indicated that this was just a minor player, so he hadn't paid much attention at first. He had planned to deal with the troublesome Black Widow first before taking care of this small fry. Little did he know, this oversight would lead to his downfall. Lu Cheng wasn't thinking about any of that. Seeing the Black Widow about to be riddled with bullets, he quickly shot out a web, pulling her out from behind the boulder. Are you okay? He asked as he dragged her to his side. The Black Widow looked a bit pale, with blood streaming down her legs and several deep wounds. However, her expression showed no signs of pain. She quickly tore off part of her sleeve to bandage herself before speaking. The helicopter outside is a problem. We have to take it out, or it will be very disadvantageous for us. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. I'm great at taking down helicopters. Chapter 21. A real man never looks back at explosions. Please support with collections and votes. Black Widow furrowed her brows and asked, are you planning to use your superpower? She touched the webbing on her body, which was almost as hard as steel. However, it didn't hurt her. Instead, it felt strangely delicate. That's right. The helicopter wants to attack the ground, so it won't fly too high. I can use my webs to bring it down. Lu Cheng didn't hide his plan. Black Widow nodded in agreement. That's indeed a good idea. With the strength of this webbing, once it wraps around the helicopter's rotor or engine, it will probably lose control instantly. Lu Cheng glanced at Brock, who was still furiously shouting, and asked, can you hold them off by yourself? Black Widow loaded her gun, displaying a confident expression. This isn't difficult for me. I've faced far more desperate situations. Lu Cheng nodded. All right, just be careful. I'm going to take down the helicopter. He felt a bit odd saying that. You be careful too. Black Widow leaned in, her red lips pressing against his. Lu Cheng enjoyed the delicate sensation between their lips, feeling his fear slowly dissipate. A strange sense of strength rose within him. He finally understood why, in American dramas, the male and female leads always kiss before facing some daunting task. It seemed like a buff. Without further delay, Lu Cheng shot out a web towards the door and dashed out at lightning speed. Black Widow fired a few shots at the Hydra members ahead to cover him. Soon, Lu Cheng made it outside the camp. He quickly found a place to take cover. Then, he looked up at the sky. He saw two helicopters hovering about a dozen meters above the camp. There was a gunner in uniform sitting at the door of one helicopter, operating a machine gun aimed at the military camp below. This gunner was also wearing special glasses, seemingly able to see the general movements within the camp. However, he probably couldn't see anything too detailed. Otherwise, he and Black Widow would have already been targeted. He had to take down those two helicopters quickly. Otherwise, Natasha might not be able to evade the gunner's attacks for long. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Black Widow might dodge an attack once, but she wouldn't necessarily dodge the second time. If she failed to dodge, the next outcome could be fatal. Taking a deep breath, Lu Cheng stopped hesitating and quickly approached the helicopter. The gunner on the helicopter also noticed Lu Cheng closing in. Without a word, he swung the machine gun around and aimed it directly at Lu Cheng. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted, and a torrential downpour of bullets rained down rapidly. These bullets seemed specially made, possessing incredible penetrative power, instantly turning the concrete ground into a pockmarked mess. Lu Cheng was well prepared. He shot out his web, connecting to a dead angle in the military camp, and propelled himself forward with its strength. What the hell? The machine gunners on the plane were left dumbfounded by Lu Cheng's maneuver. Seeing the target hiding in a spot hard to hit with the machine gun, they quickly urged the pilot to adjust to a better firing position. However, just as the plane turned its tail, Lu Cheng had already used the web's power to reach the roof of the military camp. Shit. The two gunners were caught off guard by Lu Cheng daring to show himself, momentarily stunned. But their reaction was quick. They were about to reposition their guns to shoot at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng wouldn't give them that chance. The silk in his hand had already shot out. Whoosh. Within moments, the web connected with the gunners. Let's go? Lu Cheng yanked hard, and the two gunners were sent crashing down from the cabin door. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Cheng drew his pistol and fired at the two gunners. However, his aim wasn't good enough. Even after firing 4 or 5 shots from over 20 meters away, it took him a while to end their lives. It seemed he still needed more practice. A man's aim was indeed important. Lu Cheng let out a slow breath. This was his first time killing someone with his own hands. However, perhaps due to the memories of a logistics reserve agent merging with his own, he didn't feel too bad about it. Lu Cheng looked up at the sky, watching the helicopter slowly ascend, about to escape. He wouldn't let them get away. He shot a web that connected directly to the aircraft's body. Using the power of the web, Lu Cheng soared into the air, climbed through the cabin door, and entered the plane. Goodbye. Lu Cheng raised his pistol, aimed at the pilot, and shot him in the head. Then he moved to the other side of the cabin door, shooting 2 webs at the propeller of another plane. Crack, crack. The plane's propeller got stuck in the web, making a deafening grinding noise. Zzz. Soon, sparks flew from the propeller as it stopped spinning and began to fall to the ground. At the same time, the plane Lu Cheng was on began to descend. He didn't stay on the plane any longer. He shot out a web that connected to a large tree outside the military camp and swung over. Boom. The plane crashed to the ground, exploding with 2 loud bangs. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. Lu Cheng didn't look back. After all, a real man never looks back at explosions. All right. Mainly, he had lost his balance when landing and had pulled something. It still ached a bit. What about Natasha? Lu Cheng glanced towards the military camp, where gunfire had been intense just moments ago. However, when the plane exploded, the gunfire suddenly ceased. Lu Cheng rubbed his groin and quickly moved through the web. Darting back into the military camp, he saw bodies sprawled across the ground in disarray. The Hydra members surrounding Black Widow had suffered heavy casualties, nearly half of them dead. Lu Cheng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Despite her leg injury, Black Widow was still fighting fiercely. She had truly mastered the art of fighting while on the brink of defeat. It was as if a group of bulls had come across a little heifer, utterly intimidated. Whoosh! Lu Cheng spotted 2 Hydra members not far away and instantly shot out his web, covering their faces. Seeing this, Black Widow quickly took her chance, poked her head out, and fired 2 shots, both hitting headshots. Before long, only a handful of Hydra members, including Brock, remained. Damn it, retreat. Brock realized the situation was turning against them and began spraying bullets with his submachine gun while urging the remaining members to fall back quickly. Lu Cheng didn't pursue them. Their escape was of no concern to him. He walked over to Black Widow and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Leaning against the wall, Black Widow exhaled deeply. "If you had come any later, I might not have held on much longer." She was clutching one arm, blood flowing steadily as if a bullet had grazed her. "I'm contacting headquarters now to send reinforcements," Lu Cheng said. Black Widow replied, "No need. I've already contacted Nick. He should be here with backup soon." Chapter 22. The village chief of the novice village. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng nodded. This matter indeed required Nick Fury to step in and mediate. After all, it concerned the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. If the Hydra infiltrators weren't dealt with thoroughly, the development of S.H.I.E.L.D. would face significant constraints, and it might even be halted altogether. It's worth noting that, while the authorities had granted S.H.I.E.L.D. considerable resources and powers, they didn't fully trust the organization. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a World Security Council to supervise and impose checks on S.H.I.E.L.D. Lu Cheng looked at Black Widow and said, "Natasha, this should be considered a major case, right?" Black Widow shot him a glance, her charm radiating as she replied, "I'm the one who was seriously injured, and you're still thinking about your own matters. It's really heartbreaking." Lu Cheng wrapped his arms around Black Widow. "I just want to become a new agent as soon as possible to help share your burdens." Black Widow pouted, "Smooth talker." Lu Cheng chuckled, "Your tongue is even smoother." He had certainly experienced that firsthand. Black Widow, too exhausted for a verbal spar, pressed her lips together and said, "Don't worry. This time you've really made a significant contribution. Nick might even promote you to a new agent directly." Hearing this from Black Widow, Lu Cheng relaxed. It seemed that even if Nick didn't promote him this time, Black Widow would seize the opportunity to advocate for him. His hard work day and night wasn't in vain. Lu Cheng looked at Black Widow and suggested, "Nick probably won't arrive anytime soon. Should we go down and interrogate this sitter about Hydra?" After thinking for a moment, Black Widow nodded. "Sure. I'm quite curious about what Hydra has been plotting while lying low in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long." The two opened the elevator again and descended to the basement. At that moment, Sitter sat nervously on the floor, realizing he was somewhat intelligent for not attempting to escape. Otherwise, he would likely have been shot down the moment he stepped outside. What? You've killed all the Hydra members, Sitter exclaimed, standing up in shock as he saw Lu Cheng supporting Black Widow. Lu Cheng shrugged. Not quite. A few of them managed to escape. Zola's harsh mechanical voice suddenly came through. No, that's impossible. With just the two of you, how could you have taken down so many elite members? Zola was furious. He had mobilized as many nearby Hydra members as possible, including 2 helicopters and over a dozen elite operatives. Yet, these individuals had been directly driven back by just 2 people. It was simply unbelievable. Zola felt as if his mental state was about to collapse. Lu Cheng's voice carried a hint of mockery. Dr. Zola, this batch of Hydra members must be the weakest you've ever trained. I didn't even have to exert myself, and they fell. Zola fell silent, as if he had crashed. Black Widow's expression returned to a cold demeanor as she looked at Sid, saying calmly, Agent Sid, I think you should explain the current situation to me, including the objectives of Hydra and its members. You should know that only the agency can protect your safety now. Sid appeared dejected and replied, I'll talk. But not with you. I want to speak directly to Director Nick. Only with his assurance can I feel safe divulging information about the organization. Lu Cheng couldn't help but scoff. This traitor certainly had a lot of demands. However, it was understandable if one didn't have a sharp mind. They wouldn't be able to work as an agent at all. Black Widow pressed her lips together but didn't push the matter further. Very well, Nick should be here soon. I hope you remember what you just said. After a pause, she glanced at the old computers around them and continued, Since you're unwilling to discuss your organization, can you at least explain what these old computers are doing here? Black Widow was quite concerned about this. After all, the fact that these computers seemed to possess human consciousness and could accurately identify her was rather astonishing. Sid looked at the computers and explained, after World War II ended, Dr. Zola was recruited into the agency through Howard Stark's Project Insight. Later, when Dr. Zola developed cancer, he was forced to use special technology to store his consciousness in these computers. Over the years, Hydra has secretly stored intelligence and data from the agency in these computers. You could say that before Dr. Zola, no one has any secrets. Suddenly, Zola's monitor lit up, and in a slightly mocking tone, it said, Sid, you fool. I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, even Nick Fury won't be able to guarantee your safety. The power I possess is beyond your imagination. Lu Cheng glared at Zola and coldly said, Can you be quiet for once, as a computer? Be careful, or I might just turn off your power. Zola immediately fell silent. No matter how advanced a programmer, everyone fears a power outage. Sid took Zola's threat seriously and said, Alexander Pierce can control a super soldier known as the Winter Soldier, who is comparable to Captain America. If he targets me, I'm done for. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. According to the storyline, the Winter Soldier would only appear after Captain America was unthawed. It shouldn't happen this early, right? However, with Hydra's plans being exposed early by Lu Cheng, it was possible that the storyline could change. It seemed he would need to stay vigilant during this time. Lu Cheng thought. After all, the Winter Soldier had taken down Captain America before, and Captain America could hold his own against most characters in the Marvel Universe. Roughly speaking, the Winter Soldier's strength was nearly equivalent to half of Thanos. Of course, joking aside, the Winter Soldier's power was indisputable. Given Lu Cheng's current strength, he might not necessarily be able to defeat them. Black Widow's plea for S-H-I-E-L-D seemed rather indifferent. She simply stated, You can discuss this with Nick. I'm sure he'll handle everything properly for you. After S-H-I-E-L-D's explanation, Black Widow's confusion had diminished significantly. However, a hint of worry still lingered in her mind. The fact that Hydra had managed to steal so much information from their agency indicated that their infiltration was even more serious than she had imagined. Nonetheless, she chose to remain silent and patiently waited in the basement for Nick's arrival. This was something Nick could worry about. She just needed to execute the tasks assigned to her. About half an hour later, Nick finally arrived, accompanied by a man and a woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful, dressed in tactical gear, and had a curvaceous figure, a real femme fatale. The man wore a sharp suit and had a composed demeanor. Lu Cheng immediately recognized the man beside Nick. It was none other than Phil Coulson, the next director of S-H-I-E-L-D. He was often referred to as the village chief of the newbie village, as he typically appeared at crucial moments in Marvel stories to interact with the protagonists and trigger plot developments, a quintessential sidekick. Both Nick and Coulson were significant figures in the Marvel Universe, and Lu Cheng saw an opportunity to potentially replicate their abilities. His eyes flickered with intrigue. Chapter 23. Ability 2, Seeking Collections and Recommendations. After a few days of understanding, Lu Cheng has generally figured out the characteristics of his abilities. The more important the plot character, the higher the chance of acquiring their abilities. For example, when it comes to characters like Black Widow and Spider-Man. Once he comes into contact with them, he can almost guarantee a 100 ability replication. However, for minor characters like Sid, the chances of acquiring their abilities drop significantly. Right now, Nick and Coulson are also considered important figures within the Marvel Universe. The likelihood of acquiring abilities from them is naturally much higher. Although these two don't possess the extraordinary powers of Black Widow or Spider-Man, as high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they certainly have their fair share of good skills. Nick, with a serious expression, turned to Black Widow and asked, "You mentioned on the phone that our agency has been infiltrated by Hydra. What exactly is going on?" It was clear that Nick took this matter very seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally brought along two trusted assistants. Black Widow glanced at Sid and replied, "Perhaps you should ask Agent Sid, who is a high-ranking member of Hydra." Nick looked at the bandage wounds on Black Widow and said, "This place isn't safe. I'll take you back to treat your injuries first, and we can discuss the other matters later." As he spoke, he turned to the somewhat anxious Sid and said sternly, "Sid, I trust you'll be happy to explain everything to me, right?" Sid quickly replied, "Yes, as long as the director can ensure my safety. I will disclose everything I know without any concealment." Nick's gaze remained calm and unyielding. Years of experience as an agent taught him one thing: never easily believe what anyone says. However, he had his own ways to make Sid reveal the truth. Lu Cheng naturally interjected, "The computers here also need to be protected, as they contain a lot of Hydra's secret data." Lu Cheng wasn't sure if Zola had formatted all the data on the hard drives. However, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. He said this purely to make himself familiar in front of the director, so that when Black Widow mentioned him later, Nick wouldn't forget his face. After all, it would be a waste of his handsome looks otherwise. Nick looked at Lu Cheng, his eyes flickering slightly. "Are you also an employee of the agency?" "Yes, Director. I joined the Logistics Reserve of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support last year. My name is Lu Cheng." Lu Cheng felt somewhat helpless. Their logistics reserve was indeed treated as cannon fodder. Even the big shots couldn't be bothered to remember their names. Nick showed a look of realization. "I remember there were 2 employees in the agency who participated in cracking the lizard mutation case in Queens the day before yesterday. One of them is you, right? As a reserve member, solving such a major case has certainly brought our agency a lot of prestige." Lu Cheng maintained a calm demeanor, neither proud nor anxious. "Director, I just did what I was supposed to do," he reported. Nick, however, was a seasoned strategist, cautious not to appear too ostentatious in front of Lu Cheng. Beside him, Black Widow chimed in. "Actually, it was Lu who provided the intel that led to the exposure of S.H.I.E.L.D., allowing us to find this Hydra secret base." Nick raised an eyebrow at Black Widow's words. How could a logistics reserve employee know such confidential information? It was indeed puzzling. Sensing Nick's skeptical gaze, Lu Cheng offered a brief explanation. "A friend of mine is in the intelligence business and happened to stumble upon S.H.I.E.L.D.'s activities, so he discreetly informed me." Nick chuckled, not probing further, and patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work. The organization will surely reward you." Lu Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. He knew these were just polite platitudes, meant to be taken lightly. However, the moment Nick's hand touched Lu Cheng's shoulder, a series of notifications popped up in front of him. Detected obtainable abilities: mastery of handguns, mastery of military auxiliary equipment, expertise in intelligence gathering, expertise in disguise, expertise in interrogation, mastery of driving, expertise in combat, language proficiency, an impressive array of abilities, rivaling even Black Widow's skills. It was no surprise that Nick was capable of being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He certainly had the chops. Lu Cheng had initially hoped to engage with Nick further, but Nick had taken the initiative. Without hesitation, Lu Cheng mentally commanded, "Extract." Soon, the icon began to spin and finally settled on one of the abilities. Mastery of driving. Lu Cheng felt a rush of information flooding into him, instantly equipping him with extensive knowledge of driving techniques, including cars, planes, tanks, and even flying aircraft carriers. He was now a pro. Lu Cheng couldn't help but smirk. This was clearly pushing him to get behind the wheel. He was quite pleased with this ability. While it didn't enhance his combat effectiveness, in this world, he would inevitably have to operate various vehicles. It might come in handy sooner or later. Lu Cheng turned to Nick and resolutely declared, "Yes, I will work hard. I hope to one day be as outstanding as you, Director." He looked at Nick with a show of excitement. Nick noticed Lu Cheng's admiration and nodded in satisfaction. Even powerful figures enjoy a bit of flattery. Nick then turned to Coulson and Maria, saying, "Phil, Maria, make sure to keep this base secure. I'll take Natasha and the others back." Coulson calmly nodded, Don't worry, we'll handle things here. Lu Cheng looked at Coulson, his eyes flickering slightly as he walked over and shook Coulson's hand. So you're Agent Coulson. I've heard about your exploits for quite some time. The moment Lu Cheng grasped Coulson's hand, his copying ability was activated once again. A series of densely packed abilities flashed before Lu Cheng's eyes. These abilities were quite similar to Nick's, as they were both agents with the potential for leadership, so it was understandable that their capabilities would overlap. Extracting. Lu Cheng activated his ability to extract once more. Soon, an icon flickered before finally settling on one particular skill: firearm proficiency. Lu Cheng felt a surge of information flooding into his mind, granting him extensive knowledge about various firearms. While he might not be able to take out an enemy with a headshot from 800 meters away, he could definitely manage a headshot within 100 meters. Now, I can say I'm a man skilled with a handgun. Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 24. Tony Stark is back. Please vote and save. Coulson was caught off guard when Lu Cheng suddenly flattered him, his expression momentarily awkward. However, being a seasoned agent, he quickly composed himself and replied calmly, I'm just gaining experience under the director's guidance. The director's achievements are the examples we strive to follow. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Lu Cheng finally understood why this guy was in line to become the next director of Scield. Not only was he highly capable, but he also knew how to flatter. Who else could possibly be chosen for the role? Of course, the director has always been my driving force in life. Lu Cheng said without missing a beat, his heart steady and his face impassive. Nick felt inexplicably pleased to be flattered by both of them, but as the director, he knew he couldn't show it. He cleared his throat and said, all right, let's not waste any more time. Focus on what you need to do. With that, he turned and headed outside the camp, with Lu Cheng supporting Natasha closely behind. As they passed by a beautiful female agent, Lu Cheng greeted her and took the opportunity to shake her hand. Unfortunately, this lovely agent did not activate Lu Cheng's abilities. This was understandable as a Marvel fan. Lu Cheng recognized her as a character who had appeared in both the Avengers and Captain America films. However, since he couldn't even recall her name, it was clear how infrequently she had been featured. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was merely a background character. With such minimal screen time, the chances of activating his abilities were significantly reduced. Before long, Lu Cheng and the others arrived outside the basement. There was a uniquely designed aircraft parked there. The entire fuselage had a streamlined shape, and the tail section featured 6 jet thrusters, resembling an alien fighter jet, filled with high-tech flair. Lu Cheng marveled at the impressive technology that Scield possessed. The group quickly boarded the aircraft. Nick took the pilot's seat, started up the plane, and the rear thrusters shot out flames as they sped towards Scield Triskelion headquarters. Within half an hour, Lu Cheng was back at the headquarters. Black Widow was also sent for treatment, while Sky naturally left alongside Nick. After this, there was no longer anything for a minor employee like Lu Cheng to participate in. However, it was easy to predict that Scield would soon be embroiled in significant turmoil. During this period, it would be wise for him to stay home and avoid getting caught up in any fallout. With some free time on his hands, Lu Cheng decided to visit Mike at the hospital. This guy could have been recuperating at home, but insisted on staying in the hospital, seemingly intent on starring in a live-action version of The Night Shift. After all, the medical bills were fully covered by Scield. Mike lay on the hospital bed, looking quite content. Lu, you should come to the hospital and really soak in the atmosphere. The nurses are gorgeous and have sweet voices. I absolutely love it here. Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly, if you like it so much, then stay a few more days. It's best if you avoid returning to the office for now. Mike looked puzzled and said, why? Did the agency find out about my dealings with the escort? Lu Cheng shook his head, somewhat speechless, and briefly recounted what had just happened. After listening to Lu Cheng's account, Mike appeared distraught and exclaimed, oh shit. I thought there were so many beautiful women in the agency. Why were they indifferent to me? Turns out those guys are all Hydra spies. Lu Cheng delivered a harsh blow. Big Shark, have you ever considered that the reason they ignore you might simply be because you're not attractive? Mike was taken aback. All right, it is what it is. We, the cannon fodder, should just sit back and watch the show without getting involved. Seeing that Mike seemed to have no intention of returning to the agency anytime soon, Lu Cheng decided not to linger and went back to his apartment. For a while, Lu Cheng had nothing much to do. He just lay at home, binge-watching shows and catching up on news from around the world. A few days later, a major upheaval indeed occurred within Scield. Nick acted decisively, arresting nearly a third of the agency's staff. Some arrests led to intense gunfights with other agents. Scield and Hydra both suffered heavy casualties. However, this method proved to be quite effective. Those Hydra members hiding in the shadows thought Nick had their information, and even those who hadn't been exposed quickly fled S-H-I-E-L-D, too scared to stick around. As the covert leader of Hydra, Alexander Pierce sensed trouble and had already made a hasty escape, disappearing without a trace. Without a leader, Hydra quickly fell apart. Within half a month, they were completely eradicated. The turmoil within S-H-I-E-L-D finally subsided. One must admit, Nick's way of handling things was quite ruthless. If it were anyone else, it could have turned into a complete mess. This incident also motivated Nick to officially change the long-winded name of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics to S-H-I-E-L-D, signaling a rebirth for the agency. During this time, another noteworthy event occurred. Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, finally returned safely after being kidnapped for a week. He made a significant announcement to the media. Stark Industries would shut down its multinational weapons manufacturing division. Many people thought Stark had lost his mind. An enterprise built on weapons suddenly deciding not to sell them was as absurd as a longtime adult film actress claiming to be a virgin. Stark's decision led to a substantial drop in Stark Industries stock, resulting in significant losses. However, Lu Cheng felt that this was precisely the crucial turning point for Stark's transformation into Iron Man. This move represented Stark's true evolution into a hero. No longer the selfish businessman he once was. Just as Lu Cheng was watching the news about Stark, his phone rang. He picked it up and was surprised to see that it was Black Widow calling. "Hello, your dedicated repairman is at your service," Lu Cheng said with a smile. During this time, Black Widow had been busy handling various matters for S-H-I-E-L-D, so they hadn't been in touch much. Lu Cheng found himself reminiscing about the taste of abalone. On the other end of the line, Black Widow spoke up. "Lu, come to the director's office at headquarters." Lu Cheng's eyes flickered slightly as he replied, "All right, I'll be right there." Before long, he drove to Triskelion headquarters and made his way to Nick's office on the top floor. The office was quite impressive, nearly 100 square meters, with large floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of S-H-I-E-L-D. At that moment, Nick and Black Widow were standing in front of a table, seemingly discussing something. When Nick saw Lu Cheng arrive, he skipped the small talk and directly said, "Lu, you're here. There's a mission I need you to take on." Lu Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped Nick called him in to promote him to a new agent. However, he didn't show much dissatisfaction and replied, "Yes. Please give me the assignment, Director." Nick continued, "You've probably heard about Stark's return, right? The agency wants to investigate the circumstances surrounding his kidnapping. But it seems Stark isn't being very cooperative. We just wrapped up the Hydra situation, and we're short on personnel. So I need you to assist Coulson with the investigation. If you can complete this task successfully, I will make an exception and promote you to a new agent." Chapter 25. A Greeting from the Winter Soldier. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng walked out of S-H-I-E-L-D with a calm demeanor. Naturally, he accepted the mission assigned by Nick. That bald-headed pervert probably wanted to see just how capable he really was. After all, during both the Lizard Man case and the Hydra incident, Nick hadn't been watching his every move. There was no guarantee that Lu Cheng hadn't cheated. Now, with Coulson monitoring him, they would be able to gauge Lu Cheng's true abilities, whether he was just muddling through or if he genuinely had talent. "It seems Coulson is my examiner," Lu Cheng thought, pursing his lips. "I never expected that after all this, I'd still have to deal with this rookie village chief." However, Lu Cheng wasn't overly worried. As a man who had read the script beforehand, he knew exactly how to handle the Iron Man case. Without further delay, he got into his car and headed straight for Stark Tower in downtown Manhattan. On the rooftop of S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury watched Lu Cheng leave and said calmly, "This little staff member seems to have quite a few secrets." Black Widow raised an eyebrow. "What are you scheming now?" Nick replied, "I remember this staff member has some superpowers, right?" Black Widow nodded. "That's true. We tested his serum before, but we didn't find anything abnormal. This means his mutation is unique and doesn't apply to others." Nick pursed his lips. "Do you remember when I mentioned the Avengers Initiative?" Black Widow looked at Nick with curiosity. Nick continued, "There are many forces in the universe, and sooner or later, they will set their sights on Earth. When that time comes, S-H-I-E-L-D alone won't be enough to protect the planet. We need to gather people with various special abilities. If this little staff member can pass Coulson's assessment, not only will I promote him to A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent, but I will also invite him to join the Avengers." Black Widow said, "But you mentioned he has quite a few secrets. Are you really willing to trust him?" Nick smiled. Who doesn't have secrets? As long as he means no harm to S-H-I-E-L-D, he can be employed, right? Black Widow nodded calmly. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have known just how much Hydra had infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D. It's a pity we didn't catch the mastermind, Alexander. Nick's eyes glinted coldly. Humph, that guy is never content with the status quo. He will show up eventually. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, a panicked voice came through. Director, we've been attacked by a masked assailant. Requesting backup. Nick raised an eyebrow, about to say something more, but then the sound of gunfire erupted on the other end of the line. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The gunfire continued for a while before finally stopping. Soon, on the other end of the phone, Alexander's indifferent voice echoed. Cut off one head, 2 more shall grow back. The Hydra can never be killed. Nick, this matter won't just end here. Anyone who disrupts my plans will be eliminated one by one. Nick gritted his teeth and replied, Alexander, you better hide well and not let me catch you. He had lost all hope for this long-time friend and only wished to put a bullet through him. Ha ha, I hope you live to see the day you catch me. Alexander laughed heartily. Nick said nothing more and hung up the phone. Black Widow turned to Nick and asked, what's wrong? Nick replied, the place where Sitter was being held was attacked by Alexander and his men. Sitter is probably dead by now. Black Widow frowned slightly. But there were over a dozen agents guarding him. How could they not stop Alexander? Nick continued. Remember what Sitter said about that super soldier under Alexander's control? Black Widow raised an eyebrow. You mean, the Winter Soldier? Nick sighed. Yes, Natasha. The task of capturing Alexander is now up to you. If we let this Winter Soldier run amok, it will be a disaster for everyone. 3 hours later, Lu Cheng arrived at Stark Tower. Looking at the magnificent and stylish skyscraper before him, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Indeed, seeing it in the movies and in real life felt completely different. The visual impact in films wasn't strong enough to give a direct impression, so it seemed just okay. But seeing it in person, Lu Cheng's mind was filled with specific phrases. Wow, it's huge. Wow, it's tall. Wow, it's high-tech. Lu Cheng took out his phone and called Coulson. Soon, Coulson, dressed in a sharp suit, walked out of Stark Tower. However, judging by his expression, it was clear he had been turned away. Lu Cheng spoke, Director. The chief sent me to assist you with this case. Coulson nodded. Yes, the chief informed me in advance. Your name is Lu Cheng, right? Let me briefly explain the situation. Coulson's expression was always serious, maintaining a professional demeanor. Even though he had met Lu Cheng once before, he didn't engage in much small talk. Okay, Lu Cheng nodded. Coulson continued. 20 days ago, Tony Stark was kidnapped by a group of robbers and has been missing since then. Just a week ago, to everyone's surprise, he returned unharmed. As a result, the Department of Defense, FBI, and CIA have all intervened to investigate and understand what happened. However, he has been rather vague and seems to be hiding something. I've given my business card to his secretary, but Haven T received much substantial information. Our task now is to quickly uncover the details of Stark's kidnapping and how he managed to escape. After listening to Coulson's account, Lu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. That's it. You spent all this time talking to me, and you haven't even seen the person in question? Coulson also felt that his efficiency was indeed a bit lacking. To avoid losing face in front of his junior, he offered a brief explanation. While our department has some unique functions, we still can't overstep our bounds. Stark won't see me, so I can't just force my way in to see him. Lu Cheng understood. After all, Tony Stark is a billionaire mogul worth thousands of billions. He's not someone you can just drop in on whenever you want. Moreover, Stark is currently in the spotlight and is even less likely to meet with others easily. After some thought, Lu Cheng spoke up. While that's true, dragging this out isn't a solution. Coulson looked at Lu Cheng. Do you have any good ideas? Before Lu Cheng arrived, Nick had instructed him to assess Lu Cheng's capabilities and work style during this time. It was a kind of alternative evaluation. Therefore, Coulson didn't mind if Lu Cheng showcased himself a bit more. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment and then said, since we can't force a meeting with Stark, let's have him come to us instead. Chapter 26. The Arrogant Tony Stark. Seeking collections and votes. What do you want to do? Coulson asked, looking at Lu Cheng with curiosity. He was also eager to know how this junior staff member planned to get the proud Stark to come meet them willingly. Lu Cheng smiled and replied, it's simple. As long as we present something that interests Stark, he'll naturally come to us. Coulson pondered for a moment before speaking up. Something that interests him? Are you talking about women? Lu, our department prohibits any form of quid pro quo. He coughed. Stark's reputation is already in jeopardy. What? Stark is already a womanizer? Oh, then it's fine. Lu Cheng continued. Stark's interests go beyond just women. I happen to know some information that should pique his interest. Director, don't you have his secretary's number? You could give her a call. Although Stark possesses an incredibly high IQ and exceptional weapon manufacturing skills, his ability to manage daily life is basically zero. His routine is mostly handled by his secretary, Pepper Potts, whenever there's something to do. Cough, cough. When there's nothing, he just tinkers with machines. The two have developed feelings for each other over time and seem to have even become a couple. To reach Stark, going through his secretary is the best approach. Coulson nodded. All right, after the call connects, you take over. He looked ready to coast through this task. Lu Cheng was not surprised by this at all. It was likely part of evaluating his abilities. No problem, he said confidently. No woman can resist my silver tongue. Besides, I do have information that Stark would find interesting. Coulson didn't say anything further and directly dialed Pepper's number, then handed the phone to Lu Cheng. The call connected quickly. A sweet female voice came through. Hello, Agent Coulson. The boss is quite busy lately and may not have time to meet you. Her tone was dismissive, giving Lu Cheng no chance to speak. Worried that Pepper might hang up, Lu Cheng decided to skip the pleasantries and said directly, Ms. Potts, hello. I'm Lu Cheng, a colleague of Agent Coulson. I have an important message to convey to Mr. Stark. Is it possible for him to take the call? After a brief silence on the other end, she replied, Hello, Agent Lu. What you have to say can be relayed to me, and I'll pass it on to the boss. Lu Cheng replied calmly, All right, please tell Mr. Stark that there may be under-the-table dealings happening within Stark Industries. We would be happy to help him address this issue. Pepper paused for a moment in surprise, and then responded, Okay. I will relay this to the boss as soon as possible. Lu Cheng nodded. We're currently at Stark Tower, and it's important that Mr. Stark meets with us today. Pepper spoke up. I'll pass your message to the boss, but I can't guarantee that he'll see you. The phone call ended quickly. Lu Cheng didn't mind. He handed the phone back to Coulson, who looked at him with curiosity. How did you know there are shady dealings at Stark Industries? Lu Cheng pursed his lips and replied, Think about it. Stark was kidnapped in the Middle East, and these KBFZ kidnappers didn't silence him or demand a ransom. What do you think they wanted? Coulson shook his head. I don't like guessing games. You probably can't figure it out. Lu Cheng thought to himself, rolling his eyes internally. He continued, The only thing Stark has that they want is his technology. What is it that only Stark can do? I remember that just before his kidnapping, Stark had demonstrated the newly developed Jericho missile to the military. Thanks to Lu Cheng's hint, Coulson quickly connected the dots, so these KBFZ must have the raw materials to produce the Jericho missile, and they want Stark to help them build missiles. Lu Cheng nodded. Those raw materials are only exported by Stark Industries. Since the KBFZ have the materials, there must be some shady dealings within Stark Industries. Plus, considering the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, the weapons in the hands of the KBFZ are a constant headache for the military, which indirectly proves this point. Listening to Lu Cheng's analysis, Coulson found it increasingly convincing. Without realizing it, his opinion of Lu Cheng improved significantly. This little employee is quite observant. He really pays attention to detail. It seems that this junior staff member can crack major cases for a reason, being able to analyze such crucial intelligence from so many scattered clues. Coulson maintained his serious demeanor, but a hint of appreciation shone in his eyes. So what should we do now? Lu Cheng shrugged. Let's wait for Stark's call. I'm sure he will reach out to us soon. Their roles had shifted. They were no longer agents trying to understand the kidnapping process, but rather individuals helping Stark resolve internal conflicts. Stark had no reason not to meet with them. After all, if the shady dealings weren't stopped, Stark Industries could collapse entirely. As soon as he finished speaking, Coulson's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered, Hello. On the other end, Stark's voice came through. Agent Coulson, please have your colleague, Lu, wait for me at my company. I'm sending a private jet to pick you up. Without further conversation, Stark hung up. Coulson said, It was Stark. He wants us to meet at his villa. Lu Cheng smirked slightly. Tony Stark really is quite arrogant. Even at a time like this, he still one T lowered his guard. An hour later, Lu Cheng and Coulson arrived at Stark's villa by private jet. Located by the seaside in Malibu, the villa, built on the edge of a cliff, spans several acres and has an oval shape, complete with a private pool, a golf course, and an underground garage. As they disembarked from the jet, a stunning woman with blonde hair, dressed in a sleek black outfit, approached them. Hello, gentlemen. Please follow me. The boss is waiting for you inside the villa. Lu Cheng recognized her as Pepper Potts, Stark's secretary. Unfortunately, despite her prominent role, she was just an ordinary person without any special skills to replicate. Following Pepper into the villa, they entered a space as large as half a football field, adorned with numerous valuable paintings and calligraphy. High-tech devices were visible everywhere, giving the place an upscale and luxurious feel. At the center of the villa's grand hall was a bar stocked with bottles of fine liquor. A man with a small mustache and a rather cocky demeanor approached them, holding a bottle of red wine. Gentlemen, would you like some wine? It's a 1982 Lafite. Honestly, the taste is average. However, given your salary levels, you probably don't get to drink such expensive wine often, so you might as well give it a try. With his sharp tongue, it was unmistakably Iron Man. Coulson declined immediately. No drinking during work hours. Tony shrugged and set the red wine aside. Well then, let's talk about what you mentioned over the phone. He turned his attention to Lu Cheng. So, what exactly is this under-the-table deal you were referring to? Chapter 27, The Enlightened Mouth. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng smiled without saying a word. Trying to extract information for free wasn't that simple. Tony sat cross-legged on the leather sofa. And seeing that Lu Cheng remained silent, he spoke up. Hey, I didn't call you over just to watch you perform a silent act. Or are you just here to tour a wealthy person's mansion? Coulson sat up straight and looked at Tony, saying, Mr. Stark, before we discuss this matter, could we ask you a few questions? Coulson wasn't completely inflexible. He understood that Lu Cheng's earlier comments were merely speculation, likely lacking substantial evidence. Therefore, they needed to gather the information they wanted before Tony caught on to the truth. Tony smirked. You guys aren't trying to concoct some excuse about under-the-table dealings just to pry information from me, are you? Lu Cheng chuckled, as S-H-I-E-L-D. Our intelligence agency knows quite a bit more than you, Mr. Stark. When you were kidnapped, you must have discovered quite a few of your company's weapons at the KBFC base. Don't you find it strange that these weapons ended up in their hands without your approval? Upon hearing this, Tony's brow furrowed slightly. He had indeed felt puzzled at the time. However, he hadn't thought much of it. After all, those KBFC operatives in the Middle East could have acquired second-hand weapons from other channels. But now it seemed the situation was not so simple. At that time, they had wanted him to manufacture Jericho missiles and had made it clear that the materials for production were readily available. However, the Jericho missile was newly developed, and he had only signed one order with the military before being kidnapped. These KBFC operatives couldn't have obtained second-hand raw materials. Thus, it was highly likely that the company was indeed involved in shady dealings, secretly selling weapons and materials to these KBFC operatives. Tony crossed his legs and pondered for a moment before speaking. The organization that kidnapped me seems to be called the Ten Rings. Their base is in a remote forest, and there were indeed many weapons I manufactured there. Coulson's eyes lit up, realizing that Tony was willing to share everything about his kidnapping experience. This was a significant breakthrough. After all, he had been working on this case for almost half a month with no leads. He never expected that this minor employee would get the proud Stark to disclose information related to his abduction. Coulson's opinion of Lu Cheng rose even further. Tony continued recounting the abduction process. After they kidnapped me, they wanted me and another scientist named Ethan to manufacture Jericho missiles. I pretended to comply with them. 5 minutes later, Tony shrugged and said, that's pretty much how it went down. Coulson asked, Mr. Stark, you mentioned that you took advantage of the Ten Rings members' unawareness and used discarded materials from missile production to create a formidable weapon for your escape. Could you elaborate on what kind of weapon it was that allowed an ordinary person like you to evade capture in the face of such heavy firepower? Tony shrugged. I'm not ready to disclose that weapon just yet. If the opportunity arises in the future, you'll see it. All right, I've said my piece. Now it's your turn. Coulson's serious expression was somewhat awkward. He was completely unaware of any under-the-table dealings. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Cheng, hoping he could provide a suitable excuse. Lu Cheng, unfazed and calm, replied, I've done some digging, and it seems your partner Obadiah has been doing quite a bit behind your back. You might want to check into his background. Of course, if you need any assistance, feel free to ask. We'd be happy to help. Tony raised an eyebrow. No way, he is a trustworthy partner. There is no way he would cross a line like selling weapons to KBFC. Lu Cheng responded, we're also investigating this matter discreetly, but we haven't yet gathered any solid evidence. Perhaps Mr. Stark could look into your company's recent shipping records. Tony immediately fell silent. Given his recent actions, he had lost management rights in the company, which meant he currently had no access to the shipping records. If Obadiah were indeed conducting shady deals behind his back, he wouldn't allow Tony to see the relevant documents. Tony stood up and said, all right, I understand. Thank you both for the information. It's very helpful. Lu Cheng also stood up and shook hands with Stark. Thank you for your cooperation as well. I hope we can work together smoothly moving forward. The moment Lu Cheng's hand touched Stark's, a series of messages popped up before his eyes. Discoverable abilities, weapon manufacturing proficiency, superintelligence, management proficiency, taunting proficiency, programming proficiency. Looking at the information prompts, Lu Cheng felt somewhat speechless. Seriously, taunting counts as an ability? What good is that other than attracting hatred? He wasn't a tank. He decided to extract it. Glancing at the skills displayed, he shook his head. For now, he didn't have much use for these abilities, as long as he didn't end up with taunting. The rest were more or less interchangeable. Soon, The icon spun and settled on one of the abilities. Weapon manufacturing proficiency in an instant. Various weapon construction processes became crystal clear in Lu Cheng's mind. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a genius in weapon manufacturing. Well, better than nothing, he thought. He didn't pay much attention to it. While this skill could allow him to create a complete Iron Man suit, to him, it was just a nice to have. He couldn't possibly create a set of iron armor right now. He would like to, but he simply doesn't have the financial means. After exhausting his abilities, Lu Cheng turned to Stark and said, "If there's nothing else, could you arrange for a private jet to take us back?" Nick had sent him here to investigate the circumstances surrounding Tony's kidnapping. Now that things were mostly clear, his mission was considered complete. Naturally, there was no need to stay any longer. Tony absent-mindedly nodded. After instructing Pepper to take Lu Cheng and his companion out of the villa, he returned to his underground workshop. Moments later, Pepper came back. While working on his iron suit, Tony said, "I need you to go to my office. Hack into the mainframe and retrieve all recent shipping data." As he spoke, he took a USB drive from a box and handed it to Pepper. "This is the unlocked chip. You'll need it to access the mainframe. If you can't find the information in the administrative files, they might have hidden it on a concealed drive, and you'll need to start looking from the lower numbered files." Tony realized that the only person he could truly rely on right now was his secretary. Moreover, as his secretary, Pepper had the right to come and go in his office as she pleased. Pepper looked at Tony with a furrowed brow and asked, "Boss, do you really believe what this agent said?" Tony replied, "The facts are right in front of me. I have no choice but to believe it." Pepper bit her lip and asked, "What are you going to do if you find the shipping data?" Tony said calmly, "Naturally, I will locate my weapons and then destroy them." Pepper frowned. "How are you going to destroy them?" Tony replied, "I have my methods. Just focus on helping me get the data." His iron suit had just been completed, and it was the perfect opportunity to test its power. Pepper sighed. "All right, I'll help you check it out at the office tomorrow." On the other side, Lu Cheng and Coulson took a private jet back to Manhattan. Lu Cheng spoke up, "Director Coulson, now that Tony has detailed the escape situation, does that mean my mission is complete?" Coulson felt a bit awkward. After all, he had been working on this case for nearly half a month with no progress, and now the logistics reserve had just arrived and made a significant breakthrough. It put him in a bit of a bind. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's say it's a preliminary completion. I'll report this to Director Nick. I know you want to be promoted to an agent, but the related paperwork will take about half a month to process. In the meantime, you can stay close to me and continue investigating the Stark case. There are still quite a few suspicious points." Lu Cheng subtly flattered him, "Yes. It's an honor to learn from such an excellent director. Lu, you have a talent for being an agent. I hope you won't waste your abilities," Coulson said. Satisfied with Lu Cheng's response, he patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder and said earnestly. Lu Cheng nodded and said, "Yes, I'll do my best." After chatting with Coulson for a while longer, he decided not to stay in Manhattan any longer and drove to a hospital in Washington. Today was the day Mike was being discharged. Lu Cheng had made a special trip back. Otherwise, he would have remained in Manhattan. After all, a 3-hour journey is quite a distance. Just as Lu Cheng was about to enter the hospital, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see that it was a call from Black Widow. Lu Cheng smiled and answered, "Natasha, have you missed me after just half a day? I have good news for you. The mission Nick assigned to me has been successfully completed, and soon we'll officially be colleagues, even close partners. We can fight side by side during the day and, cough cough, you know what I mean, at night." On the other end of the line, Black Widow fell silent for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. "Lu, I have bad news. I just received intel that the Winter Soldier, under Alexander's control, seems to have appeared in Washington. You need to be careful. He has already killed Sitwell, and both you and the director could be his next targets." Lu Cheng chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just a small fry. There's no way Alexander would send the Winter Soldier to kill me." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly froze. In the distance, a man with a mask and a mechanical arm was walking toward him. "What the hell am I cursed?" Lu Cheng's face turned ashen. Chapter 28. I can tell at a glance you're not human. Please support with collections and votes. The Winter Soldier, whose real name is James Barnes and goes by the nickname Bucky, was born during World War II and has a deep bond with Captain America. They grew up together like brothers. Later, Captain America underwent the Super Soldier Serum transformation, becoming a super soldier. The two fought side by side, becoming inseparable partners. Unfortunately, the Winter Soldier was tragically killed in action, only to be secretly revived and brainwashed by Soviet scientists, turning him into an emotionless assassin. Since the Cold War, he has been used by Hydra, secretly eliminating numerous officials, including Tony Stark's father. Lu Cheng never imagined he would encounter this terrifying assassin before completing his mission. He wasn't Captain America and couldn't hope to match him in a fair fight. After all, This guy had undergone special modifications and could no longer be considered a normal human. His physical attributes were on par with Captain America's. Even with Lu Cheng's web-slinging and fighting abilities, he might not stand a chance. Time to make a run for it. Without a second thought, Lu Cheng took advantage of the Winter Soldier's posing and jumped into his car. He slammed the gas pedal and rapidly sped away from the hospital. His destination was, of course, the Trident headquarters. He didn't believe the Winter Soldier would dare to chase him there. The Winter Soldier's gaze was icy as he calmly watched Lu Cheng's car drive off. Lu Cheng glanced in the rearview mirror, relieved to see the Winter Soldier not pursuing him. However, he hadn't driven far when two vans came barreling down the street from the opposite side, blocking his path. In the next moment, two gunmen emerged from the van rooftops, armed with machine guns, and began firing wildly at his car. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, the windows shattered, and the entire vehicle was riddled with bullets. Damn it! Lu Cheng's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately ducked down. He unfastened his seatbelt and kicked open the car door. In a flash, he flipped his hand, shooting out a web towards the building across the street, his body darting out like lightning. As he flew out, Lu Cheng instinctively pulled the trigger at the two men on the roof of the van. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out, and the bullets accurately struck the heads of the two gunmen. Thanks to his training with Coulson, Lu Cheng had become increasingly accurate with his handgun. Not wanting to engage further, he quickly found cover and hid. He saw that the two vans had let out a swarm of Hydra members, easily numbering over a dozen. Seeing this, Lu Cheng's face darkened. Damn it, never underestimate a van. You never know how many people will come out of it. However, what worried Lu Cheng the most wasn't these men, but the slowly approaching Winter Soldier. This guy was a ticking time bomb. Come on, I'm just a minor character. Does it really warrant such a huge response? Lu Cheng's expression was grim. He took a deep breath and turned his head to glance at the dozen or so Hydra members surrounding him. Right now, the top priority is to deal with these small fry before thinking about escaping. Otherwise, if he tries to flee using his web, he might get shot to pieces. He doesn't have the protagonist's cheat of dodging bullets. It seems the only option left is to fight desperately. Lu Cheng quickly loaded his gun and picked up a car door from the ground, hurling it with all his strength. Rat-a-tat-tat. The next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Seeing this, Lu Cheng wasted no time. He shot out his web and swiftly glided away. At the same time, he fired his handgun rapidly. Bang, 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 bang. In quick succession, 5 shots rang out, taking down 4 Hydra members with headshots and wounding one in the shoulder. Lu Cheng immediately ducked behind the car, twisting his body as a sharp pain shot through his back. Although the sliding shot had looked cool, it had also scraped his back raw. Indeed, showing off comes at a price. In the distance, Winter Soldier watched as Lu Cheng effortlessly dispatched 5 or 6 of his members, his eyes narrowing slightly. He picked up a specialized weapon and aimed it at Lu Cheng, pulling the trigger with force. Lu Cheng's pupils dilated, and he shot out his web, pulling himself away from the spot at high speed. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through every corner of the street, and a blinding fireball erupted. The car Lu Cheng had just used for cover was sent flying by the blast, rolling on the ground and sparking as it went. The Hydra members who were preparing to attack Lu Cheng quickly scrambled for cover. However, at that moment, bang, 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 a series of gunshots rang out. Without any cover, the Hydra members were all hit and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only 2 remained. The 2 men, seeing their comrades fall one after another, were taken aback and looked for cover. But the next moment, Lu Cheng's figure appeared right before them. No need to hide. I'm right here. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and the last 2 Hydra members collapsed in response. After finishing all of this, Lu Cheng exhaled, casting a playful glance at Winter Soldier as he approached. This guy has skills. If it weren't for the massive commotion caused by that explosion attracting the attention of his teammates, Lu Cheng wouldn't have been able to take out so many Hydra members so easily. He took a moment to mourn the fallen Hydra members. Winter Soldier was like that player in a game who loves to show off their skills, only to end up getting all their teammates killed. Winter Soldier looked at the bodies surrounding Lu Cheng, his expression showing little change. Since his modification, his emotions seemed to have dulled considerably. It was hard to gauge his feelings. Holding his submachine gun, Winter Soldier didn't say a word and kept firing at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng ducked into a corner, unable to show his face due to the suppressive fire. Soon, Winter Soldier's magazine was empty. Calmly, he reached into his pocket to grab a new magazine. Just then, a web shot out suddenly, aiming straight for Winter Soldier's face. The Winter Soldier's eyes flickered as he sidestepped the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Cheng descended from above, clutching a web-like strand, and launched a powerful kick at the Winter Soldier. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, the Winter Soldier raised his mechanical arm to block the blow. Clang! A deafening metallic sound echoed through the air. The Winter Soldier staggered back a few steps, his expression grave as he looked at Lu Cheng. Only then did he realize that the submachine gun in his hand had been snatched away by the web shot from Lu Cheng. Holding the submachine gun, Lu Cheng faced the imposing Winter Soldier. "Bucky, long time no see. I didn't expect you to turn out like this." The Winter Soldier frowned. Who is Bucky? As he spoke, he reached for the handgun strapped to his back, preparing to attack again. "Hey, I bet your bullets aren't as fast as mine." Lu Cheng pulled out his own handgun and fired a warning shot in front of the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier's expression remained cold and unyielding. Seemingly unfazed by Lu Cheng's threat, he swiftly drew his handgun, ready to shoot. Just then, a powerful force struck from behind him. Mike shouted as he executed a tackle, slamming the Winter Soldier to the ground. The Winter Soldier rolled to regain his footing, aiming to shoot, but Lu Cheng ensnared him in webbing, immobilizing him. Frowning, the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm made a noise as he tore through the webbing with brute strength. At that moment, a series of police sirens blared from down the street. Realizing he couldn't kill Lu Cheng, the Winter Soldier made a swift escape. Mike attempted to pursue, but was stopped by Lu Cheng. "Don't chase him. You're no match for this guy." Mike halted, glancing at the bodies strewn across the ground, and exclaimed, "Lu, it hasn't been long since we last met. Yet your shooting has become so precise. Who were these people, and why did they attack you?" Lu Cheng replied calmly, "Hydra remnants, likely seeking revenge. I personally led Black Widow to dismantle Alexander's plans. He probably hates me to the core. This guy, unable to kill Nick, comes to take it out on me. What a dog." Soon, police cars arrived at the scene one after another. After a brief debriefing and explaining the situation, Lu Cheng decided to leave. He thought it best to leave the aftermath to the professionals. After considering it, he called Nick to report the situation. Nick asked a few questions but didn't press further. Agents like them were accustomed to life and death. Such small-scale incidents were hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 29, Little Pepper's SOS. Please support with collections and votes. Let's go. Let's go? Time to hit the bar and find some hot girls to shake off the bad vibes. After wrapping up some business, Mike dragged Lu Cheng toward the bar. This guy had been cooped up for almost a month, and after daily temptations from nurse uniforms, he was itching for some fun. Today, he was determined to indulge himself. As for maintaining a good reputation, that was long gone from Mike's mind. In his words, "I may smoke, drink, and chase women, but I'm a good man. I'm just doing what every man does." When Lu Cheng and Mike arrived at the bar, they instantly caught a lot of attention. First off, Mike was incredibly muscular, hard not to notice. Secondly, Lu Cheng was quite handsome, fitting the type that many girls go for. Shortly after sitting down, a few attractive women approached Lu Cheng to strike up a conversation. One of the perks of Western culture is that women are generally more open. If they find someone appealing, they make the first move. However, Lu Cheng was interested. He had high standards for his companions. And ordinary girls simply didn't catch his eye. Besides, with his back injury, he wasn't in the mood for anything romantic. Mike sighed next to him. "Lu, I shouldn't have brought you here. You're stealing all my chances with the ladies." Lu Cheng took a sip of his drink and replied, "Big Shark, you need to realize that without me, you wouldn't even have the chance to talk to those girls." Mike retorted, "Don't kid yourself. I swear. These girls are chatting with me purely because of my genetic advantages." After saying this, he even deliberately puffed out his chest. Lu Cheng glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "True. After all, there aren't many people left who can last 3 seconds." Mike. He decided to ignore Lu Cheng and focused on finding his target. Tonight, he was somewhat lucky, managing to chat up 10 girls, and finally, one agreed to go back to his place. However, he had to pay her a tip. With a sigh, Mike took out some cash to take the girl away. Feeling uninterested, Lu Cheng separated from Mike and didn't linger, heading straight back to his apartment. After a long day, he felt a bit worn out. He freshened up and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lu Cheng went to Mike's place and had to wake him up. Mike was sleeping like a log. With bleary eyes, his skin color masked his dark circles. He grumpily said, "Lu, you jerk. Do you have any idea what time I got home last night?" Lu Cheng seriously replied, "Mike, your time management skills are lacking. After all, there are only 3 seconds. You need to use your time wisely." Mike snorted, "Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me why you're here so early." Lu Cheng responded, "Of course, I'm here to take you on an adventure." He was planning to drag Mike along to Manhattan to carry out Iron Man's mission. Of course, he only expected to have Mike come along for the ride, not that he could do much. He knew that a major battle was likely about to erupt in Manhattan. If they could handle that, it would be quite an accomplishment. Who knows, Mike might even get lucky and get promoted to a new agent status. Of course, the reason Lu Cheng sought out Mike was not only because he was reliable, but also because Coulson was just too boring. Everything he did and said was so serious. With Mike around, they could engage in some light banter to pass the time. When Mike heard Lu Cheng's words, his eyes lit up. Lu, have you stumbled upon some big case again? Lu Cheng replied, remember Tony Stark? I'm currently handling his case, and I've made some progress. If we can solve his case, the department might consider promoting you. Mike bit his lip. Are you saying the department has already promoted you? Lu Cheng chuckled, unless something unexpected happens in about 2 weeks. You'll have to start calling me Agent Lu. Mike couldn't sit still upon hearing this. Let us go. Let us hurry to Manhattan. Even though I can't stand that playboy, I can begrudgingly serve him for the sake of my agent status. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. How could something so serious sound like he was about to sell himself? The two didn't delay any further and drove straight to Manhattan. Soon, they met Coulson outside a hotel near Stark Tower. After Lu Cheng explained the situation, Coulson agreed to let Mike join the team. This rookie village chief, though very by the book, was relatively accommodating. As long as no major mistakes were made, he would turn a blind eye to minor issues. Coulson looked at Mike and Lu Cheng and outlined a few tasks. We have 2 objectives during this period. First, find evidence of Stark Industries' shady dealings. Second, try to engage with Stark to understand the details of his escape. He then turned to Lu Cheng and asked, do you have any good suggestions regarding these points? Having already earned Coulson's trust with his previous performance, Coulson was interested in Lu Cheng's input for the upcoming actions. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and replied, now that Stark has been kicked out by the board, he will likely need to go through his secretary to access the information on the shady dealings. So, in addition to contacting Stark, we also need to maintain constant communication with his secretary. Mike quickly chimed in, I'm great at communicating with women. I can handle this task. Lu Cheng shot Mike a glance. Are you sure you're not just good at haggling with women? Coulson nodded. All right, I'll assign this task to you and Lu Cheng. I'll give you the secretary's number shortly. Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. You two really are a pair, one bold enough to say anything and the other gullible enough to believe it. However, since the task was assigned, Lu Cheng didn't refuse. Worst case, he could just coast through it. After all, he only needed to wait for the promotion paperwork to come through in half a month to consider the task successfully completed. In the following days, Lu Cheng and Mike primarily shuttled back and forth between Stark Tower and the hotel. Lu Cheng had interacted with Pepper Potts a few times, but he hadn't received any useful information or leads from her. It was likely that Tony Stark had ordered her to keep the insider trading details under wraps. After all, selling weapons to KBFZ would severely damage Stark Industries' reputation, potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse of their stock prices. With Pepper deliberately withholding information, Lu Cheng was left with no choice but to clock in daily for his routine. Since it was a business trip on the company's dime, he might as well treat it like a vacation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, a significant event had occurred. A man-made Iron Man had appeared in the Middle East. This Iron Man was impervious to bullets and missiles, could fly, and even unleashed devastating energy pulses. Within just a few days, it had launched a destructive assault on KBFZ operations worldwide, annihilating their weapon stockpiles. Lu Cheng, watching the news, knew this was the work of Stark. It seemed that this guy had developed the iron suit and successfully obtained shipment information from within the company. Mike, looking at the news footage, remarked, damn, the world has really changed. First, we had a little spider, and now we have an Iron Man. If aliens show up one day, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Lu Cheng chuckled and thought, let's hope it doesn't come to that. This news was just a side note, and soon enough, he and Mike returned to their mundane routines. Another week flew by. At 8 in the evening, Lu Cheng checked the time and realized that the paperwork for his permanent position would likely come through tomorrow. To celebrate, he planned to take Mike out for a nice meal. However, just as they stepped out of the hotel, Lu Cheng's phone rang. He took it out and was surprised to see that it was Pepper calling. Hello, Miss Potts, is there something you need? He answered. On the other end of the line, Pepper's voice was clearly panicked, laced with a tremor. Agent Lu, help. Chapter 30, The Final Battle in Manhattan. Please vote for collection and recommendations. Lu Cheng furrowed his brows and asked, what's wrong? At the same time, he glanced at Mike. Mike understood immediately and quickly pulled out his phone to track Pepper's location. On the other end of the line, Pepper's voice was panicked. It's Obadiah? He has sent people to hunt me down. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow sharply. I should have arranged for a few colleagues to protect you. Where are they? With a hint of a sob in her voice, Pepper replied, they're dead. They've all been killed. Lu Cheng looked at Mike and urged him to hurry up. Then spoke into the phone. Miss Potts, stay calm. Where are you right now? I'm in a car, and Obadiah's men are chasing me, Pepper said. Just then, Mike interjected. Got it. They're on 23rd Street in Manhattan and moving fast. They're only 20 kilometers away from us. Lu Cheng nodded and said into the phone. Keep driving straight and don't stop. We'll be there soon. Pepper added, you should also send someone to check on the boss's villa. I called him. but no one answered. Please don't let anything happen to him. Lu Cheng couldn't help but smirk. Pepper was quite devoted, still thinking about Tony at a time like this. He reassured her, don't worry, both you and Tony will be fine. After hanging up, he and Mike made their way to the parking lot. They quickly got into the car and followed the navigation on Mike's phone toward Pepper's location. At the same time, Lu Cheng called Carlson, instructing him to check on Tony's villa. That guy Tony might be ambushed by Obadiah like in the movies. Damn it. Even knowing Obadiah was up to no good, how could he still fall for the trap? Tony, you really need to be more careful. Are you trying to sabotage my mission on purpose? Lu Cheng couldn't help but grumble internally. However, since Pepper had called for help, this matter needed to be resolved. Ignoring it could jeopardize his chances of becoming a full-fledged agent, which would be a real headache. They were already committed. He couldn't let it all go to waste now. Having mastered driving skills from Nick, Lu Cheng was quite adept behind the wheel. He navigated a sharp turn into a drainage ditch, drifting smoothly out of the parking lot. Mike directed him along the route provided by the navigation. Quickly closing in on Pepper's location, Lu Cheng barely eased off the accelerator, reaching speeds of 150 km/h. As the scenery outside rushed past, Mike's face went pale with fear. Hey Lu, this is insane. Are you trying to kill us? Lu Cheng was enjoying the thrill of speeding and replied, relax. I'm an experienced driver. I want crash. Experienced driver? You just got your license last year. Mike retorted, holding back his urge to complain, fearing that it might distract Lu Cheng and lead to disaster. The 2-meter-tall man looked surprisingly small and helpless in this situation. Fortunately, despite the high speed, the car remained incredibly stable. 10 minutes later, Lu Cheng saw a red Porsche driving towards him down the street. It was Pepper's car. On either side of the Porsche were 2 black Lincolns, seemingly trying to force it to stop and ready to take action. Without hesitation, Lu Cheng drove straight towards the Porsche. Mike understood the situation and pulled out his gun from his waistband. As they approached the Porsche, Lu Cheng rolled down the window and aimed at one of the Lincoln's tires, firing several shots. Bang bang. The tire exploded, and the screech of brakes filled the air. The Lincoln skidded uncontrollably, leaving a long tire mark on the ground. In an instant, Lu Cheng drifted the car and turned towards the other Lincoln. Again, 2 shots rang out. The tire of the second Lincoln was also shot out. The Lincoln lost control and spun forward for several meters before finally flipping over on the roadside. Lu, you bastard. Have you been secretly practicing without telling me? In just a month, how have you become so good with a handgun? Hitting the tires of a high-speed vehicle is already a difficult task, let alone doing it while driving. I've always been good with a handgun, Lu Cheng said nonchalantly. He looked at the 2 stopped Lincolns, drew his gun, and said, all right. No more talking. Each of us takes one. Be careful. Mike replied with a grin. Don't worry, they won to escape. The 2 of them got out of the car and approached the 2 stopped Lincolns. From one of the upright Lincolns, 3 men in black suits stepped out. Seeing Lu Cheng approaching, they tried to draw their guns and prepare to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, webs flew out, sticking them directly to the car, leaving them completely immobilized. The webs were as tough as iron. Ordinary people couldn't break free unless they possessed the immense strength of a lizard man. Meanwhile, Mike quickly dealt with the thugs from the overturned Lincolns, holding them at gunpoint and forcing them to squat on the side. After subduing Obadiah's henchmen, Lu Cheng turned to look aside. Not far away, Pepper had stopped the Porsche and hurriedly got out of the car. Seeing that Lu Cheng and Mike had subdued her pursuers, she let out a sigh of relief and gratefully looked at Lu Cheng. Agent Lu, thank you for your help. Lu Cheng replied casually, it's all part of the job. Pepper then asked, Agent Lu, what happened to my boss? Lu Cheng responded, I've already contacted my superiors. We'll have news soon. Can you tell me what exactly is going on? Why is Obadiah suddenly trying to kill you? Obadiah was Tony's partner, who appeared as the final villain in Iron Man, battling against Tony. But why was this guy now trying to kill Pepper? Logically speaking, Pepper should have obtained the shipping documents regarding the shady dealings of Stark Industries a long time ago. Why did Obadiah choose this moment to act? Pepper took a deep breath and explained, because he has been secretly contacting those KBFZ in the Middle East, plotting to harm Tony, which I inadvertently captured on camera. Lu Cheng looked at Pepper and said calmly, it's not just that. You must have gathered evidence of his shady dealings before, but you haven't made it public. So, he probably wants to take this opportunity to destroy that evidence. Pepper was a bit surprised and looked at Lu Cheng, wondering how this agent knew what he did. Seeing her expression, Lu Cheng realized he was mostly right. He feigned certainty and said, did you think we've just been running errands and doing nothing during this time? We've conducted thorough investigations. If you want to convict Obadiah, it's best to provide us with evidence of his shady dealings and his connections with the KBFZ in the Middle East. Pepper replied, I will give you the evidence. But I need to return to the villa first to check on my boss. I suspect Obadiah might be a threat to him. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Cheng's phone rang. It was Carlson calling. Lu Cheng quickly answered, and Carlson's voice came through. Lu, how's it going over there? Lu Cheng replied, everything is going smoothly. Miss Potts is safe. Carlson's voice carried a hint of approval. Well done. Now, you need to head to the Stark Industries experimental base immediately and prepare to arrest Obadiah. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's eyes flickered. Was this the moment they were preparing for a showdown in Manhattan, ready for an Iron Man battle? Chapter 31. Iron Man has a bold idea. Please vote and save. Okay, I got it. I'll be right there. Lu Cheng nodded, with the boss giving the order. There was no way to refuse. Once Lu Cheng hung up the phone, Pepper Potts anxiously asked, how's the boss? Is he all right? Lu Cheng reassured her, don't worry, mister. Stark is fine. He has already learned from Carlson that Stark is donning his Iron Man suit and heading to the Stark Industries lab to confront Obadiah. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, Pepper finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Cheng wasn't feeling quite as relieved. He knew that what was about to unfold could very well be a showdown between Iron Man and Ironmonger. As an ordinary person with some capabilities, getting involved in such a situation could be deadly if he got even slightly caught in the crossfire. After all, the Iron Man suit was a weapon that could fly and was equipped with missiles, pulse waves, and more, capable of annihilating an entire squad in an instant. In the Marvel Universe, many major villains instigate wars just to acquire the Iron Man suit. Because once someone can mass-produce Iron Man suits, they could potentially dominate the world. As a qualified villain, Obadiah wouldn't miss out on a weapon like the Iron Man suit. In Iron Man, he obtained the suit's design from the Ten Rings organization. With his funding, he created a massive Ironmonger suit. Unfortunately, he lacked the energy source to power it. The Iron Man suit is driven by an arc reactor, which is akin to a nuclear weapon. Ordinary people simply can't replicate it. Thus, to obtain the arc reactor, Obadiah plotted against Tony Stark and took the arc reactor from him, installing it in the Ironmonger suit. Thankfully, Tony had a spare reactor in his villa. Otherwise, there might not have been a story to follow. Lu Cheng felt a wave of frustration. He had clearly warned Tony to be cautious of Obadiah. So how did this guy still fall into a trap? If this were a palace intrigue drama, Obadiah would have been dead within 2 episodes. There was also one question lingering in Lu Cheng's mind. After Obadiah used a high-tech sonic device to control Tony, why didn't he just kill him? Instead, he only took the arc reactor, giving Tony a chance to turn the tables. It felt like this villain was deliberately letting him off the hook. Lu Cheng couldn't help but shake his head. It was a surefire win that ended up being a loss. This was a common flaw among villains. Lu Cheng could only chalk it up to plot necessity. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Mike and said, you keep Pepper safe. I'm going to check out the Stark lab. This level of battle isn't suitable for ordinary people to get involved in. Mike could also take this opportunity to have Pepper bring forth Obadiah's evidence of wrongdoing. This way, he could claim a significant achievement. Who knows? It might even lead to a promotion to agent. The two had enjoyed each other's company over the past few months, and this could be considered a small gift from Lu Cheng before his departure. All right, don't worry, I'll handle this, Mike said, understanding the situation. Without further delay, Lu Cheng immediately drove to the Stark Industries experimental base. As he sped along the road, half an hour later, Lu Cheng finally arrived at his destination. At that moment, a fierce battle involving Iron Man was already underway. The street ahead was in chaos, with flames erupting and crowds fleeing in panic. The sounds of screams and cries filled the air. In the center of the street, 2 Iron Men were facing off. One of them was, of course, Iron Man, clad in his flashy red armor. The other was a towering figure, half a body taller than Iron Man, known as the Ironmonger. Cars were parked between them, blaring their alarms incessantly. The Ironmonger exuded an intimidating presence, effortlessly grabbing a motorcycle and hurling it at Iron Man with incredible speed, creating shockwaves. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending flames shooting everywhere. Iron Man barely had time to raise his hands in defense before he was violently knocked away, crashing to the ground. The Ironmonger didn't stop his assault. His armored back opened up, revealing a small missile that he launched directly at Iron Man. Kaboom! The deafening roar echoed far and wide. The missile struck a school bus, igniting it in a massive fireball. Iron Man was also propelled into the air by the explosion's energy. However, as he fell, he activated his suit's thrusters, allowing him to hover mid-air. Not bad. You've upgraded your armor, but I've made some modifications too, he thought. The Ironmonger's feet also ignited with fierce flames, slowly lifting his massive frame off the ground. Seeing this, Iron Man shot upward, soaring towards the sky as if preparing to break through the atmosphere. The Ironmonger was undeterred and powered up to chase after him. The 2 Iron Men vanished into the night sky in the blink of an eye. TSK, so this is what they call cash power? Lu Cheng remarked as he stepped out of the car, watching the dazzling battle from a distance. This is like a little calf charging back into the pen with impressive swagger. Lu Cheng knew that Stark intended to exploit the freezing issue to disable the Ironmonger's engine, causing him to plummet from the sky. However, he also understood that this tactic wouldn't be enough to completely take down the tough Ironmonger. He estimated that Coulson was still on his way, leaving him to handle the situation on his own. After a moment's thought, Lu Cheng quickly walked into the Stark Industries experimental base. He vaguely recalled that in the original Iron Man movie, Iron Man couldn't defeat the Ironmonger on his own. It was only with Pepper Potts activating the massive arc reactor to overload it that Obadiah was ultimately defeated. However, since he had entrusted Pepper to Mike, it seemed he would have to play the role of the tool himself this time. Boom. As Lu Cheng just entered the experimental base, Iron Man descended from the sky, landing right in front of him. Hey, Agent Lu, thanks for saving Potts. Iron Man lifted his helmet, looking at Lu Cheng. Since he had already revealed his identity in front of Coulson, he decided not to hide it any longer. Just as Lu Cheng was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, Ironmonger landed directly behind Iron Man, raising his iron fist to smash down on him. Seeing this, Lu Cheng quickly shot out a web, hitting Ironmonger square in the face. Ironmonger paused for a moment, then tore the web off his face. Iron Man turned around to face Ironmonger and said, "Hey, you really are tough. That didn't even take you out." As he spoke, he raised his hand, unleashing an energy shockwave aimed at Ironmonger. Boom. The shockwave hit Ironmonger, who only staggered back a few steps. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed Iron Man with immense strength, almost crushing his suit. Iron Man struggled vigorously, but it was futile. However, soon enough, infrared lights lit up on his suit, coming into contact with Ironmonger. Sizzle. Ironmonger's body immediately ignited in flames, causing him to release Iron Man, seizing the opportunity. Iron Man quickly ducked into a corner. Soon, he discovered Lu Cheng hiding there as well. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Iron Man. Lu Cheng. After a moment of silence, Iron Man spoke up. "I've used infrared to disable its targeting system. However, my suit is running low on energy, and I can't fight him anymore." He paused for a moment before continuing. "So, I have a bold idea." Chapter 32. The plot glitched. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng looked at Tony and knew he was about to show off. However, as a qualified supporting character, he cooperated fully, saying, "Go ahead. I'm listening." Tony glanced at the rooftop and said, "In a moment, I'll lead Obadiah up to the roof. You take the opportunity to get to the main control room of the lab and open all the circuit valves. When the time comes, follow my command and press the control button for the subcircuits. Once you hit that button, one of the lab's large arc generators will overload, blowing the entire roof off. Obadiah's armored suit is powerful, but it has been modified for defense, so it won't withstand such a massive electrical shock." Lu Cheng nodded immediately. "Got it. I've visited your experimental base a few times in the past month. I'm familiar with the layout and electrical facilities here. I'll try to buy you some time. So hurry up. My energy won't last long," Iron Man said before rushing out without any hesitation. He climbed directly behind Ironmonger, which looked quite important. After scanning the area for a moment, Iron Man forcefully tore down the pipelines behind Ironmonger. Sparks flew everywhere. It seemed that Ironmonger's visual system was damaged, and the lights in its eyes dimmed. Its massive body shook violently, and it pulled its steel arms back, grabbing Iron Man and throwing him out with great force. Boom. Iron Man crashed into the warehouse's main door, smashing it to pieces. However, he quickly flew out and called out to Ironmonger, "Hey, you blind fool. Can't see me? I'm right here." With that, he took off into the air and flew toward the rooftop. Click, click, click. Ironmonger's helmet opened up, revealing Obadiah inside. He looked up at Iron Man's silhouette, his eyes filled with menace. "Tony, you can't escape." Flames shot out from beneath Ironmonger, propelling Obadiah up to the rooftop. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng watched as the two Iron Men left and wasted no time running toward the experimental base. Bang, bang, bang. He pulled out his handgun and blasted the door's security system to pieces before pushing the door open. Before long, he reached the main control room and opened all the circuit valves one by one. Then, he quickly moved to the control console in the central hall and activated all the sub-circuit buttons. After completing all of this, he waited for Tony's command to press the master switch. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed from the rooftop. It was clear that Iron Man was engaged in a fierce battle with Ironmonger. Moments later, bang, with a heavy thud, Iron Man crashed onto the transparent glass of the hall's roof. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down, shattering the roof's glass into pieces. Iron Man gripped the beam with both hands, his body suspended in midair, looking down at Lu Cheng. "All right, hit the switch." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Cheng pressed the switch. Zzz. Instantly, the massive arc reactor in the center of the hall unleashed a powerful current. These currents, amplified by the instruments, formed an enormous charge that shot up like a pillar of light. Zzz. The tremendous force sent Tony crashing to the ground. The ironmonger, standing on the edge of the roof, was also struck by the charge, electric arcs sparking from his body as he fell. The overwhelming charge shot into the sky, exploding like fireworks against the backdrop of the heavens. Boom! A brilliant white light lit up the sky, creating arcs of lightning that illuminated all of Manhattan. The intense charge also disrupted the electrical systems across Manhattan. Centered around the experimental base, dozens of streets experienced a near-total blackout. What a spectacular sight! Lu Cheng felt a rush of adrenaline. No wonder this arc reactor could power Iron Man's flight. The energy contained within was almost enough to power a city for a month. Talk about a small cow flying a helicopter. I hope Tony isn't dead, Lu Cheng thought, glancing up at the roof. After all, it was his turn to operate the situation. He couldn't guarantee Tony would come out of this unscathed. After a moment's thought, Lu Cheng shot out a web and flew up to the roof. Looking around, he spotted Tony lying on the ground, unconscious. Lu Cheng rushed over and checked Tony's breath, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was just knocked out. Just as Lu Cheng was about to carry Tony away, a sudden metallic tremor resonated behind him. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow, shooting out a web and swiftly moving with Tony in tow. Bang! A deafening crash echoed behind him. Turning to look, Lu Cheng saw the ironmonger slowly rising to his feet, having created a deep crater where he had just stood. Lu Cheng's expression darkened. What the hell? How is Obadiah still alive? According to the original script, he should have been electrocuted. Wasn't his operation similar to Pepper's? Why was there such a drastic difference in outcomes? Had the butterfly effect kicked in? Because the time and characters were different, did the consistent process lead to a different result? Feeling frustrated by this headache of a theory, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel speechless. Was this some kind of joke? All he wanted was to coast along and complete the mission quietly. The ironmonger lifted his helmet, revealing Obadiah, charred and battered from the electric shock. Obadiah looked at Lu Cheng with a wild expression. None of you are getting away today. You all will die here. If he hadn't noticed Lu Cheng's movements just now and activated the steel suit's defense mechanism in advance, he probably would have been electrocuted. He controlled the Iron Tyrant, raising its steel-like arm and launching a powerful strike. Boom! A missile shot out, directly demolishing the nearby wall. Obadiah frowned. Damn it, my targeting system is destroyed. But you won't be this lucky forever. He raised his steel arm and began bombarding Lu Cheng furiously. Lu Cheng released his webbing, pulling the sluggish Iron Man along as he swiftly dodged the missile attacks. This couldn't go on. Sooner or later, he would be hit by a missile. Hiding in a corner, Lu Cheng watched Obadiah's reckless bombardment and began to think deeply. With his visual system damaged, the only way to see clearly was to expose himself. But that could provide a chance to take him out. With this thought, Lu Cheng no longer hesitated and burst out. At the same time, he shot out webbing to propel himself forward quickly. When Obadiah saw Lu Cheng emerge, he quickly raised his hand and began firing in Lu Cheng's direction. Rat-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down. However, his aim was slightly off. Even without using infinite dodging, Lu Cheng couldn't be grazed by a single bullet. As a man, if you can't shoot straight, you might as well die. Lu Cheng swiftly closed the distance to Obadiah, calculated his angle, and used the webbing's force to leap into the air. He drew his pistol from his waist and fired several shots at Obadiah. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted, and blood splattered. Obadiah's heart and head were hit directly, killing him instantly. However, just before his death, the missile in his hand was unexpectedly launched. Boom, boom, boom. The missile shot out, wildly bombing the roof. Seeing this, Lu Cheng immediately released his webbing and flew with Tony to the opposite rooftop. Just as the two had barely left, the roof of the research facility exploded with a thunderous blast, sending flames soaring into the sky. Lu Cheng was knocked to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion and took several heavy breaths. He looked at the vast sea of fire across from him and shook his head, saying, I just wanted to ride coattails. But you forced me to show off my skills. Serves you right. 10 minutes later, Coulson finally arrived by helicopter. After a brief inquiry, he began to properly handle the scene. Stark was also taken to the hospital by Pepper. The battle had finally come to an end. Although Lu Cheng was slightly injured by the blast's aftermath, it wasn't a big deal. After a quick bandage, he returned to the hotel. He decided to leave the subsequent matters to Coulson. Mike was assigned by Coulson to protect Stark, so he probably wouldn't be back tonight. The two had originally planned to grab a meal together. However, after the battle, Lu Cheng lost his appetite. After hastily eating a bowl of instant noodles, he went straight to wash up and sleep. The next day, just after Lu Cheng got out of bed, he received a call from Nick Fury. Lu, congratulations. You have successfully passed the review. And from today onwards, you are a newly minted agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. As soon as the words left my lips, several lines of notifications flashed before Lu Cheng's eyes. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission. From now on, the host can return at any time. A mandatory return will occur in 7 days. Relevant rewards will be issued after the host return. Chapter 33. Return. Please support with collections and votes. Lu Cheng was initially taken aback, but soon a smile spread across his face. Finally, he could go back. All his hard work over the past month hadn't been in vain. However, Lu Cheng didn't choose to return immediately. He closed the notifications instead. After all, he could return any time within the next 7 days, so waiting a day or two wouldn't make a difference. On the other end of the line, Nick's voice came through again. Lu, there's something important I need to discuss with you, but let's wait until you're back. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. What could be so important that it had to wait for his return? He hoped it wasn't another situation where they wanted him to play the pawn again. Nevertheless, Lu Cheng didn't think too much about it. Since he was going back anyway, even if it meant going to assassinate the president, it didn't matter. After hanging up, it wasn't long before Coulson's call came in again. Lu, come to Stark Tower now. Mr. Stark has specifically requested to see you. All right, I'm on my way. Lu Cheng nodded. After freshening up and grabbing a quick breakfast, he drove over to Stark Tower. At that moment, a crowd of media gathered outside the building, making it nearly impossible to get in. However, only the media with permission were allowed to enter with their cameras. Among the security personnel, Lu Cheng spotted Mike, who was dressed in a suit. He stood at the entrance like a wall, blocking reporters who tried to rush in. Lu Cheng parked his car and walked over. When Mike saw him approaching, he leaned in and whispered, Lu, I've got good news. I got a call from the director today. My file has been sent up for review. I should be officially recognized as an agent soon. Lu Cheng smirked and patted Mike's solid arm. Hey, buddy, even though I'm already an agent, I'm still proud of you. Mike's expression turned serious for a moment. Buddy, thank you. Without you, I don't know how many years I would have to wait for a promotion. Lu Cheng smiled slightly. Mike had participated in the Lizard Man and Stark cases, and while he might have just been coasting along, it was enough to warrant a special promotion. Mike pushed a reporter trying to get him back and added quietly, once we finish up here, I'll treat you to a night out at the club. Lu Cheng chuckled. Now that's music to my ears. Not lingering any longer, Lu Cheng entered Stark Tower. Soon, he found Coulson outside a lounge. Coulson smiled at Lu Cheng, his expression filled with a hint of admiration. I guess I should start calling you Agent Lu now. You did an outstanding job on this mission. Lu Cheng smiled back. Thanks, Director. It's all thanks to your leadership. Coulson nodded and said, let us go. Stark is waiting for you inside. The two walked into the lounge together. At that moment, Stark was sitting in a chair while Pepper Potts was helping him with his makeup. He held a newspaper in his hand and criticized. These media folks really don't need to sleep. News about yesterday's events is out already. The name Iron Man sounds nice, but it's actually misleading since it's made of titanium alloy. Still, it rolls off the tongue well. Stark soon spotted Lu Cheng approaching and stood up, saying, Lu, it was a pleasure working with you yesterday. Even though this is your job, I still want to thank you. You saved both me and Potts, so I owe you one. It was rare for Stark to utter the words thank you. Lu Cheng smiled and replied, no need to be polite, consider it a favor for now. I hope you remember it when the time comes. Although Lu Cheng was about to return to the real world, it didn't mean he wouldn't come back in the future. Building a good relationship with Stark would certainly benefit him when he re-entered this world. Stark said casually, Lu, you need to realize you're dealing with a billionaire entrepreneur. My words aren't just thrown around. Lu Cheng replied, then I suppose I need to think this through. Meanwhile, Coulson timely handed Stark a few sheets of paper, saying, this is the speech. Just read what's on it. You spent the whole night on Avalon Island, and we've got all the evidence ready. 50 guests are available to provide testimonials for you. Stark looked at the speech and casually suggested, maybe we could change it to just me and Pepper on the island. He then turned to glance affectionately at Pepper. She responded with an exaggerated eye roll. Coulson said flatly, that's the fact, so make sure to read it as is. Stark frowned. Why is Obadiah not mentioned here? Coulson replied, that's easy. Just say he went on vacation. Small planes always have safety risks. After discussing a few more details, Stark finally exited the lounge and made his way to the hall. At that moment, the reporters from various media outlets went wild with their cameras as they saw Stark come out. He approached the podium and said, it's been a while since I've spoken like this, so I'll just read from the script. With that, he took out the speech and began to read monotonously. Some people suspect I may be related to the accident on the highway and the company roof. Lu Cheng stood below, quietly watching Stark speak. His delivery was dry, completely unlike Stark's usual charismatic self. Faced with the media's scrutiny, Stark appeared somewhat conflicted. He looked out at the press, his expression uneasy. Although many media outlets are calling me yesterday as Iron Man, clearly, I'm not cut out to be a hero. I have plenty of flaws and have made many mistakes. As Stark seemed to drift away from the script, a man in military uniform beside him quietly reminded, "Stick to the script." Stark nodded slightly. He looked at the script and began, actually, after a moment of silence. His expression turned resolute as he gazed at the assembled media. "I am Iron Man." This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. The media present gasped in surprise and surged towards Stark. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Below, Lu Cheng watched this iconic moment in cinematic history and couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. If Stark knew that he would later sacrifice himself for the peace of all humanity, would he still have made this decision today? The press conference finally concluded amidst the commotion. Due to Stark's impulsive decision, Coulson had to stay behind to handle the aftermath. Lu Cheng, on the other hand, drove back to Trident headquarters with Mike. "See you at the bar tonight, no matter what," Mike said, exhausted from a long day, and headed home for some rest. Still thinking about the evening's festivities, Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. However, instead of going home, he headed to Nick's office on the top floor. When Nick saw Lu Cheng arrive, he waved him over. "Have a seat." Lu Cheng sat down, waiting for Nick to speak. Nick didn't keep him in suspense and directly said, "Lu, first of all, congratulations on officially becoming an agent. Secondly, I want to discuss something with you, what I would call a plan for the future. I'm referring to the Avengers Initiative. I know you have superpowers, but you're not the only one in this world. There are many others with abilities hidden in various corners of the globe. I plan to gather them all together to form an Avengers team to protect Earth's safety. Of course, the primary responsibility of the team will be to combat crime. But there's an even more crucial mission, to defend against extraterrestrial threats." Nick elaborated on his plan, outlining it for Lu Cheng. "I'd like to invite you to be one of the first members of this alliance. Are you willing?" Lu Cheng was taken aback by Nick's words. "Wait, the Avengers, and I'm one of the first members? This plot is getting increasingly bizarre." However, since he was leaving this world anyway, Lu Cheng didn't mind and readily agreed. "It's my duty to help the director. I'm willing to be a part of the alliance." Joining the alliance had its perks. Once the Avengers grew in strength, he could start copying skills like a madman. The Hulk, Thor, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver. These would all be incredibly useful allies. "All right, the plan isn't going to be executed right away. I just wanted to give you a heads up to prepare you mentally," Nick said, nodding in satisfaction at Lu Cheng's response. Lu Cheng spent a little more time in Nick's office, chatting idly before heading back to his place. During this time, he also called Black Widow and learned that she was currently on a mission and might not return for a while, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. He even joked about having a farewell fling before leaving. That night, Lu Cheng and Mike partied at the bar until the early hours, and they ended up sleeping in until noon the next day. After freshening up a bit, Lu Cheng decided not to linger any longer and silently thought to himself, "Time to go back." In a flash of light and shadow, his figure vanished from the Marvel Universe. As the space shifted around him, Lu Cheng realized he hadn't returned to the real world, but instead found himself in a blue, ethereal realm. This space was composed of countless binary zeros and ones, exuding a sci-fi vibe. The moment Lu Cheng materialized, lines of prompts flashed before his eyes: calculating rating, host task rating, beginning to distribute task rewards, chapter 34, generous rewards, seeking collections and recommendations. Where am I? Lu Cheng gazed at the dreamlike, high-tech surroundings, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Although he had acquired the Black technology system, he didn't fully understand all its features. Some things had to be explored step by step. It wasn't like a blow-up doll that came with a manual. One just knew how to use it. Soon, a line of text appeared before Lu Cheng. "This is a transit station. The host can receive rewards here and view the next task world." Lu Cheng nodded slightly, then looked at the lines of information presented to him. What was the purpose of the task rating? The Black technology system displayed another message. Ratings are classified from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, D. The higher the rating, the more substantial the rewards. Though this system was somewhat mute, it was incredibly intelligent. Whatever Lu Cheng pondered about the Black technology system, he could quickly find an answer. Looking at the system's response, Lu Cheng's expression shifted to one of realization. His rating was A. It seemed he had performed well on this mission. After all, the system had instructed him to become a newly minted S-H-I-E-L-D agent within 3 months. And he had achieved that in just a month and a half. Not only that, but he had also become a member of the Avengers, which could be considered exceeding expectations. What would the reward be? Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The skills he replicated in the alternate worlds would disappear upon returning to reality, along with any related memories. For example, The gun handling skills he acquired in the Marvel Universe would be lost, and he would revert to being a novice with a gun. However, not everything vanished completely. At least some techniques remained. If Lu Cheng were to start handling a gun again, he would pick it up faster than other beginners. But rewards were entirely different. Once obtained, they could be used even in the real world. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Lu Cheng reached out and clicked. In an instant, countless lines made up of zeros and ones slowly flew out and merged into Lu Cheng's body. He finally received his rewards. Reward: technology related to Iron Man's suit. Bonus reward: Black Widow's combat skills. In the blink of an eye, Lu Cheng's mind was filled with related memories. To complement Black Widow's combat skills, even his body underwent slight modifications. His flexibility improved significantly, allowing him to perform various high-difficulty moves effortlessly in bed. However, the core technology of the Iron Man suit revolved around the arc reactor, which was still challenging to realize with the resources available in the real world. Nevertheless, he could use these technologies to create other things, such as mechanical prosthetics or exoskeleton armor. The Iron Man suit was too advanced, requiring not only super artificial intelligence but also a substantial investment in materials. It simply wasn't suitable for Lu Cheng to develop. Take your time. It will always come in handy. Lu Cheng didn't dwell on it too much. As long as there are skills, resources can be resolved slowly. Moreover, receiving 2 rewards at once is already quite generous. This might be the advantage of being rated A. If it were any lower, there might only be 1 reward. Who knows? Suddenly, Lu Cheng thought of another question and asked directly, "How do I return to the Marvel world?" The system quickly provided an answer. After experiencing 3 worlds, you will have the opportunity to obtain a world key, which allows you to return to any world you have previously visited. Lu Cheng continued to ask, "So, when I return to my original world, how is the time calculated?" The system replied, "Time will be calculated from the moment the host returns." Lu Cheng nodded slightly. That meant time wouldn't change for now. This was great news. He certainly didn't want to develop an overly friendly relationship with any girl from another world, only to return and find himself suddenly a father. Who knows if that child would even have the last name Wang. For the time being, Lu Cheng couldn't think of many more questions, so he simply said, "Show me the next world." Gaining information about the next world would also allow him to prepare in advance, such as learning related knowledge. Please wait a moment, generating world. Soon, in front of Lu Cheng, blue lines made of zeros and ones began to twist and form an image reminiscent of a movie screen. The scenes displayed were moments Lu Cheng had experienced in the Marvel world. Black Widow in pajamas, looking for Spider-Man, capturing the lizard, then destroying Hydra, battling Ironmonger, saving Iron Man, and so on. Each scene was crystal clear, like a blockbuster. I look pretty cool on the screen. I wonder how many fans I'd gain if this film were released. Lu Cheng felt a mix of excitement and embarrassment. If this film were to hit theaters, it would surely be a box office hit. Who wouldn't he want to see Scarlet in her natural state? At the very least, Durant would definitely want a collector's edition. However, thinking about it, that seemed impossible. There were many restricted scenes. For it to be released, it would have to go to the island nation. That place is known for turning even Ultraman into adult content. A few revealing moments are hardly worth mentioning. Just as the scenes from the Marvel world froze, various lines flickered to life on the right side of the screen, forming a massive poster. At the forefront of the poster was a robot clad in red armor. Soaring through the sky, a fully armed child sat on the robot's shoulder. Below the child stood 4 figures. 2 were lively girls. One standing on what looked like a wheeled device. Another had flowing hair and a tall, attractive figure. The remaining 2 included one dressed in a dinosaur costume and another wielding a weapon resembling a laser sword. Behind these characters loomed a gigantic city. The city was vibrant and bustling, filled with a sci-fi atmosphere. It has quite a cyberpunk vibe. Right in the center of the screen, 5 bold characters read, "Big Hero 6. So it's this world." A hint of amusement flickered in Lu Cheng's eyes. He had seen this movie before, and the robot Baymax had left a deep impression on him. In fact, it had sparked a huge Baymax craze back then. The entire Weibo was flooded with posts about this adorable robot. However, due to the passage of time, he couldn't quite recall the details of the film. All Lu Cheng knew was that it seemed to be an animated feature focused on technology. The main character was the child sitting on the robot's back. Lu Cheng asked, "Can you play the original film for me here?" This animation had appeared in his past life, and it was nowhere to be found in the real world. "Sure," the system replied coolly. Soon, the poster on the screen began to change, and the animation started to play. Chapter 35, The Ultimate Dream of a Man, Seeking Collections and Votes. On the screen, the animation began to play slowly. Lu Cheng started watching intently. The story unfolds in a super metropolis named Old Jing Mountain, set against a backdrop of East-West fusion. The people here are deeply passionate about technology. Robot competitions are everywhere. The protagonist is a child prodigy skilled in robotics. Like many protagonists, he is an orphan, with only an older brother and an aunt. This has led to his rebellious personality, as he believes that with his skills and knowledge, school is pointless. To change his perspective, his brother takes him to visit his laboratory. There, the protagonist broadens his horizons and aspires to attend the same university as his brother. To achieve this, he participates in a student technology exhibition, hoping to secure a spot for admission. At the technology exhibition, he shines with his outstanding robotics creation. However, just after the exhibition ends, a massive explosion occurs at the venue. His brother perishes in the fire, leaving behind only the medical service robot, Baymax, which he had created in his lifetime. Later, with an unintentional hint from Baymax, the protagonist discovers a larger conspiracy hidden behind the explosion. The story is quite straightforward. However, the cyberpunk style showcased within, combined with the ever-evolving technology and compelling character designs, adds considerable depth to the narrative. Before he knew it, Lu Cheng had finished watching. He didn't rush to exit. Instead, he replayed the video at a speed reminiscent of watching adult films. The main goal was to note down some important details and characters. After memorizing the story synopsis and key figures, he finally stopped watching. After pondering, he asked, "What is my mission in this world?" System: design a robot that is renowned throughout Old Jing Mountain. Lu Cheng was taken aback by the task presented by the system. This mission certainly posed some challenges. After all, Old Jing Mountain is a city centered around technology. In the film, even quantum teleportation devices have been invented. To design a robot that is celebrated throughout Old Jing Mountain, it must have some outstanding features. Before that, he would need to supplement his knowledge on robotics. He didn't want to be left in the dark later on. Lu Cheng pursed his lips. Strictly speaking, a steel battle suit can only be classified as armor and not as a robot. Even if it were, its functions of flight and strong pulse emission are not particularly innovative. Even if he managed to create it, it might not achieve fame in Old Jing Mountain. However, with a clear task at hand, he could make some preparations in the real world. After a moment of thought, Lu Cheng continued. Since I can't bring items from the task world out, can I bring items from the real world into it? System: host permissions are insufficient. Temporarily unable to do so. Lu Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. This meant that the system has the capability to bring items into the task world. But his permissions are not enough. Lu Cheng: what permissions are needed? System: insufficient host permissions, unable to understand relevant permissions for now. Lu Cheng: no nesting dolls allowed, you jerk. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and figured he needed to traverse a few more worlds to unlock the relevant permissions. It was just like games from the Goose Factory. Without spending money, you can't get stronger. Since he couldn't unlock the relevant features, Lu Cheng could only awkwardly say, "Let's head back." He had already received his rewards and finished reading the relevant information, so there was no need to stay here any longer. System: reminder: once you return to the real world, you can only enter this space again after completing the next task. Got it? Lu Cheng nodded. Returning, please wait. Soon, Lu Cheng felt the blue lines of zeros and ones in front of him gradually twisting and changing. In just a moment of days, he found himself back in Lin Sierra's villa, wrapped in a towel and standing in the hall. Lu Cheng glanced at the clock on the wall, which showed it was 10:08 a.m. This was almost exactly the same time he had entered the task world. It seemed that the time spent in the task world wouldn't affect the real world. Lu Cheng realized this was actually a benefit. In this way, he effectively had a double life. More importantly, he could have multiple wives at the same time without the risk of being caught cheating. Unknowingly, had I achieved the ultimate dream of a man? Lu Cheng couldn't help but smile. Just then, several lines of prompts suddenly popped up in front of him. Calculating tech points. Calculation complete. Current tech points: 1,000. Lu Cheng was slightly taken aback. What are tech points? The system quickly explained the function of tech points. 1. Tech points can be used to upgrade items. 2. Tech points can create materials that do not belong to this world based on materials from the real world. 3. Related functions pending unlock. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up at the prompt. So, as long as he utilized tech points, he could turn waste into treasure? For example, an unattractive PVC inflatable doll could be upgraded with tech points into a fully fledged realistic inflatable doll, or even evolve into a life-sized version. Is this a blessing for homebodies? Of course, upgrading isn't that simple. Sometimes it even represents a technological revolution. As for the second function, it was even more powerful. It could directly create materials that do not exist in the real world. If he wanted to create high-tech items in the future, like an armored suit, materials would be a significant challenge. After all, materials available in technological worlds might not exist in the real world. In that case, having high-tech technology would be pointless. This second function just happened to solve that problem. For instance, an ordinary piece of iron could potentially be upgraded with tech points to become vibranium. Of course, the rarer the material, the more tech points it would likely consume. The system wouldn't just hand him such great benefits without reason. The tech points have other functions, but my permissions are insufficient to unlock them. Lu Cheng quickly understood what the remaining information hints meant. It simply indicated that he needed to complete more tasks to unlock the relevant permissions. After thinking for a moment, Lu Cheng asked, "How can I obtain these tech points?" System, by launching related tech products in the real world. The higher the product's recognition, the more tech points you will earn. Lu Cheng suddenly realized. In other words, these tech points could only be earned in the real world. This was essentially pushing him to restart his entrepreneurial journey. After all, if he wanted tech products to spread quickly, entrepreneurship was the best way to go. Once these tech products reached every household, the tech points would likely soar rapidly. However, he was currently broke, and starting a business was far from easy. Lu Cheng frowned. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he murmured, "If I want to give the tech products a certain level of recognition, I don't necessarily have to rush into starting a business. I can first try my hand at my old profession." Chapter 36, I have been practicing for 2.5 years. When Lu Cheng refers to his old profession, he's talking about a career that isn't particularly common. As an online content creator. In this world, while technology may not be advanced, the internet has become widely accessible and is rapidly rising. Consequently, many self-media platforms have emerged. Currently, the most popular ones are Weibo, Douyin, Bilibili, and so on. These platforms have monthly active users, MU, in the hundreds of millions, and daily active users, DU, reaching tens of millions, making them representative self-media websites. However, Weibo leans more towards social networking and news, with relatively fewer videos. Most people log into Weibo just to check trending topics, celebrity gossip, and casually pass the time. Douyin, on the other hand, is a vertical platform that focuses on short videos, with each video lasting about 10 seconds. It's perfect for killing time in short bursts, like while using the restroom or during meals, which makes it extremely popular among office workers. Lastly, there's Bilibili, which started with anime and attracted many otaku with its unique bullet screen feature. Bilibili later expanded into various sections, such as the Kichiko area, gaming section, lifestyle area, and more. Its innovative content, combined with cutting-edge operations, has made it stand out in the video platform space. Among the three, Bilibili can be said to be the most vibrant. During his student days, Lu Cheng also tried to become a content creator. He primarily focused on programming-related content, mainly targeting C language. However, the knowledge in this area was quite dry, essentially ranging from beginner to advanced levels. As a result, very few people watched Lu Cheng's videos, with his most popular one barely hitting a few 100,000 views. Interestingly, that video wasn't even a dedicated tutorial on C language. It was an interactive minigame made using C language. After graduating, Lu Cheng joined the entrepreneurial wave and stopped uploading videos altogether. Nonetheless, he can still be considered a content creator with 2.5 years of practice. He understands the main processes involved. To gain visibility, self-media is an excellent method. Lu Cheng pondered that we are now in the information age. Once a video goes viral, it can easily break through into wider circles, significantly increasing product visibility. Moreover, creating self-media content isn't too difficult. All you need is a camera and to learn some editing software. During his university years, Lu Cheng specifically learned applications like Premiere Pro and Photoshop for video editing. Although he hasn't used them in years, he still knows the basic functions. And with a little practice, he could easily get back into it. Plus, videos can be published on multiple platforms, attracting traffic more quickly. With this in mind, Lu Cheng felt a surge of excitement. This seemed to be the fastest way he could think of to gain product visibility without investing too much. After all, he wasn't looking to make it a full-time job, so income wasn't that important to him. As for what video to shoot first, Lu Cheng already had a rough idea in his mind. "Hey, why did you come out without any clothes on?" At that moment, Lin Sierra also wheeled herself out. She was wearing a t-shirt with a cute bear print, her long black hair casually tied back, cascading down to her waist, looking a bit like a beautiful girl straight out of an anime. At this moment, Lin Sierra's fair cheeks were slightly flushed, and her peach blossom eyes were glaring at Lu Cheng. My clothes got wet, and I didn't bring any spare ones, so I had to wear a bathrobe for now." Lu Cheng cleared his throat. "Sierra, don't think too much about it. We used to take baths together when we were kids." Lin Sierra's ears turned red. "Pervert, who took a bath with you? Hurry up and dry your clothes and put them on." Lu Cheng shrugged. "All right, I'll also wash your little panties while I'm at it. If they're all piled together, they LL go bad. You're a cute girl. You can't be so messy." Lin Sierra gritted her teeth. "You don't need to wash them. I can do it myself." Saying that, she quickly wheeled herself into the bathroom and tossed her clothes into the washing machine. Lu Cheng chuckled and shook his head. It's not like I haven't seen your panties with the panda print on them. Lin Sierra was still just an 18-year-old girl. Her thoughts innocent. If it were Black Widow, she would have surely invited Lu Cheng to help wash her up as well. Lu Cheng didn't continue to tease Lin Sierra, and instead took out a hairdryer to start drying the clothes. Most of his clothes were still in the staff dormitory, and he had to go back to get them all in the afternoon. After all, quite a few of those clothes were picked out with Lin Sierra's help, and they held good memories for him. He didn't want to just throw them away. Half an hour later, Lu Cheng finished drying his clothes and got dressed. He looked towards the balcony where Lin Sierra was hanging clothes and asked, "Sierra, have you eaten yet? What do you want to eat? I can make it for you." Without turning her head, Lin Sierra replied, "I'll just have instant noodles." Lu Cheng immediately refused. "That won't do. You're still growing. Eating instant noodles isn't good for your development." He didn't want Lin Sierra to have a beautiful face but end up with a flat chest. Lu Cheng didn't mind for himself, but he didn't want the child to suffer later on. "I'll go buy ingredients. Today, I'll make your favorite sweet and sour ribs and boiled meat slices." Lu Cheng thought for a moment. Ever since he started his own business, it seemed like it had been a long time since he had eaten with Lin Sierra. No wonder her personality had become increasingly withdrawn. It seemed this time of being schemed against had its benefits. Otherwise, he and Sierra might have grown more distant. Compared to a publicly listed company, Lu Cheng naturally cared more about Lin Sierra. Without further delay, he grabbed a basket and headed out to buy groceries. Only then did Lin Sierra turn around, looking at Lu Cheng's departing figure. She couldn't help but bite her lip and let out a soft hum, her eyes shining with brightness. An hour later, after Lu Cheng returned with the groceries, he began preparing lunch in the kitchen. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted young goose. None of those. It was basically just some home-cooked dishes. In addition to the dishes Lin Sierra likes, Lu Cheng also specially added stir-fried pork with papaya and other home-cooked meals that are beneficial for her development. Although he hadn't cooked in a while, Lu Cheng still had a knack for some simple dishes. After tinkering in the kitchen for nearly an hour, he finally brought out one bowl after another. "Are you hungry? Come and taste my cooking and see if I've improved," he said as he served Lin Sierra a bowl of rice. Lin Sierra didn't say much and started eating the dishes. "How is it?" "It's okay, as long as it's not bad." Your standards are really low," Lin Sierra replied, adding a few pieces of sweet and sour ribs to her plate. The proud little girl. Lu Cheng looked at Lin Sierra and said, "Then how about I pursue you? That would raise my standards, right?" Lin Sierra's face turned red again. "You rogue, just eat and stop staring at me." Lu Cheng chuckled. "Sierra, after eating my food, can you do me a favor?" Lin Sierra looked up, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "What favor?" Chapter 37. Exoskeleton Armor. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng swallowed a mouthful of boiled meat slices, which melted in his mouth. The only way to describe it was as fresh and sweet, a term used specifically by food enthusiasts. It's said that using these two words when describing delicious food can double its appeal. Lu Cheng secretly praised his own culinary skills. There aren't many handsome men who can cook as well as he does. That little girl, Lin Sierra, even said it was just average. How arrogant of her. Lu Cheng looked at Lin Sierra and said, "I need your help to draw some attractive 3D designs for exoskeleton armor. In this world, while technology isn't particularly advanced, there are still some fantastical high-tech weapons. Exoskeleton armor is one of them. In a game called Wasteland, exoskeleton armor is showcased to great effect, featuring designs that are incredibly stylish and favored by the youth. Lu Cheng's first venture into black technology will be exoskeleton armor. Firstly, exoskeleton armor is widely recognized. Most young people are familiar with this black tech. Once it's produced, it's bound to create a sensation. Secondly, Lu Cheng possesses the technology to create Iron Man suits. With a few modifications, he can easily craft stunning exoskeleton armor without needing extensive processing. Lastly, the production cost isn't too high, requiring only easily obtainable raw materials like titanium alloy, nanomaterials, and textiles. Right now, the only issue is the blueprints and modeling, which is something Lin Sierra can help with. Lu Cheng had seen Lin Sierra's drawing skills. While she wasn't a master yet, she was certainly better than many graduates from prestigious art schools. Drawing a few mechanical exoskeleton designs should be a breeze for her. Once the designs are done, modeling will be much simpler. With her vibrant red lips, Lin Sierra looked at Lu Cheng and asked, "What do you need this for?" Lu Cheng shrugged. "Just looking to tinker with something in my spare time." After taking a bite of sweet and sour ribs, Lin Sierra pursed her lips and said, "I'm not sure what kind of exoskeleton armor you want." As a homebody, she was quite familiar with exoskeleton armor from Wasteland. In fact, she had even copied some designs before. Lu Cheng casually replied, "Just draw whatever you think looks good." He wanted Lin Sieter's 3D designs as a reference for modeling. First and foremost, it had to be stylish to attract attention. Practicality could come second. Lin Sieter didn't ask any more questions. I'll help you this time. But it'll take at least half a month to draw and model it. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up with surprise. You can model too? He had planned to do it himself, but now that Lin Sieter had self-taught herself, it would save him a lot of effort. Lin Sieter huffed proudly. Is that difficult? Lu Cheng chuckled. Of course not for you. You're an adorable and smart girl. Lin Sieter glanced at Lu Cheng with disdain and said, disgusting. Lu Cheng smiled faintly. He knew that deep down, Lin Sieter was actually quite happy. Ever since she lost her limbs, she had been extremely lacking in confidence and a sense of security. Now that he could get her to help with some tasks, it was also a way to help her rebuild her self-esteem. The designs and modeling had already been taken care of by Lin Sieter. Next up was purchasing materials. Suddenly, Lu Cheng realized a crucial issue. He was completely broke. While the materials for manufacturing the mechanical exoskeleton could be found on the market, they didn't come cheap. He estimated that it would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. To achieve better quality, it could even run up to 100,000. There was no way he could come up with that kind of money in a short time. Thinking of this, he turned to Lin Sieter and said, Ahem, Sieter. Do you have any money right now? At this moment, he had to rely on some soft power. No, wait, when it comes to creating black technology. How could that be considered soft power? Lin Sieter seemed to be prepared. She pulled out a platinum card from her pocket and said, There's 3 million in here. All from what you've given me over the years. I haven't used any of it. Lu Cheng was taken aback. He didn't expect Lin Sieter to have saved so much money over the years. He knew that he had been careful not to make her feel sensitive about money. And though he had given her money, it certainly hadn't reached 3 million. At least 1/5 of that was her own savings. Feeling this, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel touched. Rich girl, please take care of me. I'll be yours from now on. Lin Sieter's smooth, fair forehead twitched with annoyance. Get lost. Lu Cheng chuckled. Actually, you don't need to give so much. Keep some for yourself. Lin Sieter, expressionless, continued eating her meal. With my current situation, where else can I spend it? Money is just a number to me. As long as it's enough, that's fine. You really do have the demeanor of an old horse. Lu Cheng exhaled. Although Lin Sieter spoke lightly, he could still sense a deep-rooted insecurity in her words. Lu Cheng became serious and said, Sieter, trust me. Within 5 years, I will definitely help you regain your legs. According to the answers he had received from the Black Technology System, he had a maximum of 3 months to prepare before entering the next task world. After 3 months, if he had to enter the task world, he would be forced to do so. Within those 3 months, he could choose to enter the task world at any time. If all went well, 5 years would be enough for him to traverse through 30 or 40 task worlds. He didn't believe he wouldn't be able to find a piece of black technology that could heal Lin Sieter's legs. Lin Sieter fell silent, merely continuing to eat her meal. Lu Cheng looked at the platinum card in his hand, thought for a moment, and decided to put it away. 3 million didn't seem like much in his past, but now it was incredibly important to him. He wanted to make money, and naturally, he couldn't always be a content creator. He would eventually have to venture into entrepreneurship. This 3 million would be his starting capital. After lunch, Lin Sieter pushed her wheelchair back to her room. It seems that preparations are underway for Lu Cheng to create designs and models for the mechanical exoskeleton. Lu Cheng, not wanting to disturb anyone, tidied up the dishes and then took a taxi to the company's dormitory building to pick up some clothes. The dormitory is located near Lujiazui in the Pudong New area, a well-known and bustling financial center. However, this place is famous not just for its prosperity, but also for various sensational incidents. People like Mr. 91X, who profit immensely from selling videos, often invite top models here for shoots. After all, Lujiazui is close to the Bund, offering picturesque views. Pulling a girl to the window to showcase the river scenery creates a feeling of power and allure, enough to stir one's desires. But Lu Cheng, at this moment, had no interest in such things and made his way directly to his employee dormitory. As the former chairman, he naturally did not share accommodations with the staff, but had a luxurious private room instead. Just as Lu Cheng was about to open the door, a man in a suit approached him slowly. Dong Mingqing. Lu Cheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Chapter 38. Don't pretend to be impressive in front of me. Request for collections and recommendations. Dong Mingqing was a classmate of Lu Cheng during their time at university. He was the class monitor and the vice president of the student council. With his charm and eloquence, he quickly became a prominent figure on campus. In contrast, Lu Cheng, who was handsome, skilled in programming, and popular with girls, felt he had nothing else to show for himself. He seemed to be overshadowed by Dong Mingqing's brilliance. Although they were classmates, Lu Cheng and Dong Mingqing had little interaction during their university years. Lu Cheng was focused on studying programming to prepare for his entrepreneurial endeavors after graduation, while Dong Mingqing was busy managing student council affairs and helping out teachers. They were essentially from different worlds. That was until graduation day. Lu Cheng's mentor, who was also Lin Sierra's father, was involved in a car accident, resulting in Lin Sierra having to undergo an amputation. This incident hit Lu Cheng hard, and he fell into a deep depression for a month. Then, he received a phone call from Dong Mingqing, an invitation to start a business together. They spent an afternoon discussing it in a CAF, and Lu Cheng was impressed by Dong Mingqing's persuasive skills. He decided to partner with him, investing all his savings of 300,000 yuan into the venture, while Dong Mingqing contributed 200,000 yuan as startup capital. In the beginning, Dong Mingqing played a significant role in the company. Besides bringing in a few technical talents that Lu Cheng recruited, most of the employees were hired by Dong Mingqing through his connections. The company gradually grew and prospered, ultimately breaking into the market with Lu Cheng's developed instant translation software. The company attracted investors and, after several rounds of financing, finally went public. What Lu Cheng didn't expect was that 1 month after the IPO, he would be betrayed by Dong Mingqing. Under the pretext of discussing a plan, Dong Mingqing lured Lu Cheng to a foreign country, got him drunk, and set him up with local women to falsely accuse him of assault. He even secretly bribed the media to sensationalize the incident. Although Lu Cheng eventually cleared his name, his reputation was tarnished. In the end, Dong Mingqing presented a betting agreement that Lu Cheng had signed a year prior, successfully pushing him out of the company. It turned out that this guy had been plotting this for a year. A person capable of becoming the student council president surely had a dark side. Dong Mingqing approached Lu Cheng, dressed in a well-fitted suit with slick back hair, exuding the aura of a successful elite. He smiled as he said, "Lu Cheng, I never expected we would meet again like this." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Are we that familiar? He had no intention of engaging with this guy. Of course, a true gentleman wouldn't hold grudges forever. One day, he would settle the score. Dong Mingqing, undeterred by Lu Cheng's cold response, maintained his smile. We're classmates after all. No need to be like this. If you're struggling, the company is always welcome to have you back. Lu Cheng turned to Dong Mingqing and said, What are you pretending for? You can drive a luxury car and live in a mansion now. Do you think it's all because of your connections? Or your shamelessness? Go eat dirt. Lu Cheng had this personality, and since things had already fallen apart, there was no need to spare such a fool's feelings. After all, it was this fool who came looking for a fight. Dong Mingqing's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. Since starting his own business, he had always sailed smoothly. When had he ever been insulted like this? However, Lu Cheng's words struck a nerve. The reason he had become the successful elite he was today was indeed thanks to Lu Cheng's advanced technology. Without Lu Cheng's technical support, he wouldn't have been able to attract so much investment. Relying on his connections from school? If that were effective, everyone would be a billionaire. Capital always prioritizes profit over so-called friendships and face. Those were just embellishments. Dong Mingqing had heard countless whispers behind his back, saying he was merely riding on luck, clinging to Lu Cheng's coattails. In reality, he was just a decorative vase, easily replaceable. These words lingered in Dong Mingqing's mind like a devil's whisper, haunting him persistently. He refused to accept it. Why should he? He was the president of the student council, a figure of great attention and admiration. Why should he be overshadowed by someone who had always been under the radar? Would Lu Cheng have achieved his current success without his invitation? He needed to prove that what he could give to Lu Cheng, he could also take away. The final result was clear. He won. Now, Lu Cheng was nothing more than a completely defeated dog. Dong Mingqing sneered, Lu Cheng, don't get too cocky. Let me tell you, you're just a discarded dog. If you can still wag your tail, I don't mind throwing you a bone, or considering investing in your biotech venture to treat Lin Sierra's broken leg. He knew Lu Cheng's pain point all too well. The reason Lu Cheng started his business to make money was all for the sake of treating the girl named Lin Sierra, whom he kept in his villa. He said this on purpose to make Lu Cheng beg him. He knew that without his support, Lu Cheng's hopes of restarting his business and getting it listed were as good as dead. In fact, it might never succeed. The market environment had changed. The opportunity for software development had already passed. Lu Cheng walked over and patted Dong Mingqing on the shoulder. Crack! There was a sharp sound, and Dong Mingqing's shoulder dislocated instantly. Dong Mingqing screamed in agony, the immense pain contorting his face into a grimace. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he quickly backed away from Lu Cheng, completely losing his composure, and shouted, Lu Cheng, you bastard. I'm going to sue you for intentional injury. Lu Cheng's expression remained cold. You don't deserve to mention Sierra's name. And as for your dislocated shoulder, that's not my problem. Get lost. With the fighting skills of a black widow, dislocating a shoulder was child's play for him. Besides, there was no visible injury. so Dong Mingxing had no chance of suing, unless he could endure the excruciating pain and refrain from putting that arm back into place. Just wait for me. Dong Mingxing, fearing that Lu Cheng might harm him again, didn't dare to make any threats and ran away in defeat. Lu Cheng ignored him and went into the house, packing his clothes into a suitcase before leaving the dorm. From now on, he would have no further ties to this place. Lu Cheng felt a bit sentimental. After all, this was the place he had fought for over the past 4 years. But it was okay. Armed with the black technology system, everything could start anew. Soon, he would build a business empire 10 or even 100 times larger than Wuyuan technology. Lu Cheng quickly adjusted his mindset and took a taxi back to his villa. In the following days, he began purchasing materials online needed to create the exoskeleton armor. Some materials were quite special and could only be bought at physical stores, so he traveled to no less than 5 cities. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Every day, aside from cooking for Lin Xier, he was busy writing the programs to control the exoskeleton armor. This was relatively simple. He just needed to adapt the Jarvis AI program from the Iron Man suit and recompile it slightly. Now, all he had to do was wait for Lin Xier to finish building the model, and then they could officially start creating the exoskeleton armor. Chapter 39. The happiest thing for a programmer, seeking collections and recommendations. A few days later, in Lin Xier's bedroom. Move a little to the left, still not big enough. A bit higher. Yes, right there, you're hurting me. Cough, cough. Okay, take your time adjusting, no rush. At this moment, Lu Cheng was standing behind Lin Xier, retracting his hand from her shoulder and patiently guiding her on how to model according to his specifications. After more than half a month of effort, the 3D model of the exoskeleton armor was finally nearing completion. The exterior was white, with subtle hints of gilded accents on certain areas, like the chest and shoulder blades. The overall design was streamlined, giving it a very high-quality appearance. The entire exoskeleton armor was composed of 4 parts: the helmet, chest plate, mechanical limbs, and the drive unit linked to the back. Each section was connected by fine nanofibers, ensuring the joints had high sensitivity. At first glance, it resembled a smaller version of a Gundam. Lu Cheng looked at the modeling on the computer, nodding in satisfaction. This was quite close to his ideal vision of exoskeleton armor. Of course, modeling was one thing, but actually creating it was another matter. Lu Cheng could only strive to replicate the exoskeleton armor as closely as possible. Once Lin Xia finished coloring the armor, she finally spoke up. Are you planning to make exoskeleton armor? Over the past few days, she had seen the raw materials Lu Cheng purchased, which were mostly nanoalloys, composite fibers, carbon fiber, cushioning gel, aluminum alloys, and so on. Coupled with Lu Cheng asking her to model it, it was easy to figure out what he intended to do. Lu Cheng nodded. Yeah, just messing around to pass the time. Lin Xier pressed her lips together, not saying much more. Lu Cheng smiled. Once it's done, you can try it on. I guarantee it'll be very comfortable. Lin Xier's eyes lit up for a moment, but then she glanced at her legs and quickly dimmed again, coldly replying, not interested. Lu Cheng could tell exactly what Lin Xier was thinking and softly said, It's okay, it doesn't matter. Lin Xier continued to remain silent. Naturally, she wanted to try on the exoskeleton armor she had designed herself. However, she also knew how ridiculous it would be to wear it without legs. Seeing Lin Xier's forlorn expression, Lu Cheng felt a pang in his heart. However, he didn't approach her to comfort her. He had tried that before, but it backfired. Lin Xier was sensitive. If he tried to console her, it would only make her feel more awkward. When the exoskeleton armor was truly completed, she could try it on then. Lu Cheng had the design process for the Iron Man suit, and even without legs, he could establish a sensor system to easily control the exoskeleton armor. Xier, you've worked hard. Just wait and see my finished product. Lu Cheng smiled, printed out the model blueprints for each part, and quickly left. He was eager to get started. Lin Xier watched as Lu Cheng walked away, momentarily taken aback. She remembered that Lu Cheng had only shown such determination during the college entrance examinations years ago. What scheme was he up to now? Lin Xier tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She knew that the design of the exoskeleton armor was incredibly intricate, with specific requirements for the number of screws at the connection points. She couldn't believe that with Lu Cheng's skills, he could truly recreate the exoskeleton armor. In a workshop next to the villa, Lu Cheng had transformed the space into a small studio over the past few days. The setup was quite simple, consisting of a few tables and a small robotic arm. Although it was called a robot, it was essentially just a mechanical arm with basic intelligence. This robotic arm was a tool to assist in the creation of the exoskeleton armor, resembling the one from Iron Man. After all, the code had been copied from there. For a programmer, the greatest joy, aside from running code successfully without debugging, is copying ready-made code. Of course, as a top-tier programmer, Lu Cheng originally looked down on such practices. However, in order to complete the exoskeleton armor quickly and with precision, he had no choice but to adapt this code. After all, he was already well versed in the underlying logic. On the table were various instruments, saws, motors, electrical panels, and other tools, all necessary for the task. Additionally, some basic parts had already been polished and were just waiting to be assembled. Let's get started. Lu Cheng set up a camera and began filming. Before preparing to make the video, he had actually researched some tricks to make the video more popular. First and foremost, content is king. Lu Cheng had already established that his videos would focus on DIY black technology. This was a niche with relatively little content online. If he produced high-quality videos, they would likely attract attention and receive more promotional resources from the platform. In this day and age, even the finest wine fears a deep alley. To make a video go viral quickly, website recommendations are essential. Secondly, it helps build fan loyalty. As long as he continuously presented new and exciting black technology, fans would naturally become enthusiastic supporters and promote his content voluntarily. This would create a positive feedback loop. Aside from content, there were also some additional tips. For instance, labeling oneself. Many popular content creators have their own tags. For example, when you mention keywords like Rolex, Africa, or monotony, people easily think of certain figures. Similarly, mentioning the notorious Zhang Xin immediately brings to mind a well-known law professor. Other tags like wealthy and awesome and son of death are also personal labels for creators. Lu Cheng thought about what his own label could be. It was simple: black technology. He possessed black technology skills that no one else in this world had. As long as he repeatedly mentioned this in his videos, it would be easy to share and facilitate secondary dissemination. In addition to labeling, a unique language style can also attract a significant number of fans. Of course, whether a video ultimately goes viral still depends on whether the content is interesting and innovative. Lu Cheng tidied up his clothes and hair, then put on a mask and began recording the video. The mask served two purposes. First, to maintain an air of mystery, and second, to prevent any debris from flying onto him while he worked on the exoskeleton armor. Lu Cheng glanced at the camera and started his introduction. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Hall of Cutting-Edge Technology. Today, I'm excited to present the making of the mechanical limbs for the exoskeleton armor. The introduction was brief and to the point. After all, a long and tedious intro can easily drive away impatient viewers. By diving straight into the main content, he effectively avoided making the material dull and unengaging. This was a lesson Lu Cheng learned from previous experiences of failure. He clipped Lin Sierra's blueprints and held them up in midair, then referenced the three-dimensional diagrams to begin the related production. Chapter 40, Starting from Scratch Series. Seeking collections and recommendations. 3 days later, the mechanical limbs of the exoskeleton armor were finally completed. Lu Cheng controlled the robotic arms to try them on, making adjustments and modifications to areas that weren't quite right. After a full afternoon of tweaking, he finally achieved a relatively satisfactory final product. Lu Cheng didn't rush to create the next parts. Instead, he started importing and editing the footage he had recorded. The editing process was quite tedious, and several times he found himself dozing off while cutting. He vowed that in the future, he would definitely hire someone specifically to handle the editing for him. He began by writing the relevant code for the editing. Of course, to avoid monotony, he briefly touched on the coding process and moved on quickly. Next, he focused on the production process of the mechanical limbs. This part was filmed over 3.5 days. Naturally, Lu Cheng couldn't include everything, so he selected some key segments. He also sped up the playback to about 2.5 times the normal speed. After all, most viewers who clicked to watch were not experts, and a tedious process would likely drive them away. A little exposure to the process, followed by a quick showcase of the finished product, would suffice. After about a day's worth of editing, the video was finally complete. In addition to the cuts, he added subtitles and listed some details in text. Lu Cheng believed that if he was going to do it, he might as well strive for perfection. The entire video clocked in at exactly 8 minutes, neither too long nor too short. In today's fast-paced society, video lengths are getting shorter, with platforms like Douyin featuring clips that are typically only 10 to 20 seconds long. However, Lu Cheng's high-tech video was packed with so much information that compressing it to 8 minutes was already the limit. Next came the video upload. Lu Cheng decided to primarily use Bilibili as his platform. First, this platform has a broader inclusivity, allowing for better promotion of his work. Second, Bilibili has a significantly higher daily active user count, with a user base that surpasses other video sites by an order of magnitude. Finally, it has the largest number of young users, making it easier for his video to gain recognition. Lu Cheng quickly logged onto the platform and re-registered for an account. After some thought, he chose a simple and easy-to-understand name, Master of Black Technology. Then he navigated to the submission section and uploaded his completed video. The title was straightforward: Creating Exoskeleton Armor from Scratch, Episode 1. Lu Cheng planned to make the video a series starting from zero, which would help increase user engagement. This was also why he only uploaded the video featuring the mechanical limbs. Although the visual impact of the limbs alone was already stunning, the real eye-catching moment would come when the entire exoskeleton armor was completed and the drive system was activated. The video was uploaded successfully in no time. Now, all he had to do was patiently wait for the review process. Lu Cheng didn't limit his submissions to just Bilibili. Other video platforms, such as Youku, Tencent Video, Douyin, and even the foreign YouTube, also have submissions. The self-media industry thrives on its diversity, which is one of the biggest advantages it offers. This is also a reason why Lu Cheng chose self-media for promotion. After completing all of this, Lu Cheng decided not to pay attention anymore, as he wanted to delve into knowledge about robotics to prepare for entering the world of Big Hero 6. As for whether his videos would go viral, Lu Cheng was unsure. That was just a matter of luck. At Bilibili headquarters, Lin Wei showed up at the office with dark circles under his eyes. As a member of the review department, he had to review 3,000 to 4,000 videos daily. Most of these were lifestyle vlogs, and after seeing so many, they could really make one feel nauseous. To meet his daily quota, he watched each video at 3 times the speed. If there were no issues, he would approve it. Whether the content was interesting or not was no longer a concern for him. Another monotonous day. Lin Wei stretched and got into the groove of work. He clicked on a video in the back end, and it was the same as usual. Of course, there were some oddities. There was even one video that showed half an hour of someone just eating in silence. Yes, that's right, no words, just sitting there eating. Another video featured someone shaving off all their hair and then counting the strands. How bored could these people be? Lin Wei sighed, quickly skimmed through them, and approved them. As long as there was no inappropriate content, these boring videos could easily pass the review. In fact, some videos could even unexpectedly go viral, which was quite astonishing. An hour later, Lin Wei rubbed his eyes and was about to get up for a cup of coffee to perk himself up before continuing the review. After watching so many cringeworthy videos, he felt like his eyes were about to go blind. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly spotted a video that piqued his interest. At least, the title caught his attention: Building Exoskeleton Armor from Scratch. As a seasoned fan of post-apocalyptic games, he was well aware of the various exoskeleton armors featured in them. In fact, he had even bought some models. However, he had rarely seen real-life exoskeleton armor. Some DIY enthusiasts had attempted to create these, but they usually fell short of replicating the authentic look from the games. Was this just a gimmick, or something more? Lin Wei suddenly felt curious. Noticing the video wasn't too long, he decided to sit down and click on it. In the video, a young man wearing a mask was demonstrating the process of making exoskeleton armor. Lin Wei immediately noticed the dense lines of code on the computer screen. Well, this looks pretty serious. Although Lin Wei didn't understand coding, he could sense the complexity. He knew that to control an exoskeleton, a program had to be embedded within, and the code was the key to its operation. This proves that the exoskeleton armor created by the young man is not just an empty shell. This time, he chose not to fast forward but patiently watched instead. The video was also incredibly well made, without any sense of dragging things out. Soon, the camera shifted to a spacious workshop. Lin Wei saw the young man, with the help of a smart robotic arm, working on the limb components of the mechanical exoskeleton. Before he knew it, Lin Wei became captivated by the young man's fluid movements. In the video, the young man quickly fabricated the limb components with impressive speed. Finally, he looked into the camera and said, "First of all, the reason this exoskeleton armor is called cutting-edge technology is that it is more than just a model. Next, I will demonstrate its specific functions." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei couldn't help but feel excited. After waiting so long, this was the moment he had been anticipating. Chapter 41, Get It Done For Me. Please like and vote. In the video, Lu Cheng is wearing a mask and standing in the workshop. He then turns to the auxiliary robot beside him and says, "Help me put on the mechanical limbs." As soon as he finishes speaking, the auxiliary robot moves its metallic arm, picks up the mechanical limbs from the table, and expertly attaches them to Lu Cheng's limbs. It even screws them in automatically. Lin Wei, watching Lu Cheng's actions in the video, can't help but express his surprise. Wow, voice control? I didn't know it could do that. The details make all the difference, and Lin Wei is eager to see the demonstration of the exoskeleton armor. In the video, after Lu Cheng is equipped with the mechanical limbs, he raises his arms and walks around the workshop, the metallic sound echoing pleasantly. Looking at the camera, Lu Cheng says, "The exoskeleton armor is made of special nanofibers, so wearing it is not as constricting as a metal shell. In fact, it feels very comfortable, like being submerged in water." Now let me demonstrate the specific functions of these mechanical limbs. First, let's talk about the power system at the soles of the feet, which has 3 modes. The first is gliding mode, the second is bounce mode, and the third is adhesion mode. It's pretty straightforward and easy to understand. While speaking, Lu Cheng takes out a remote control that looks like a car key and holds it up to the camera. Since the power unit on my back isn't ready yet, I can only use this remote to control it for now. Let's start with the gliding mode. Lu Cheng presses the button for gliding on the remote. Soon, a row of rollers rises from the bottom, and he starts gliding around the workshop. After demonstrating for a while, he comes to a stop. The rollers are powered by the system below, so he doesn't have to exert any effort. Standing firm, Lu Cheng smiles and says, "This is just an appetizer." Next, I'll demonstrate the other 2 modes. First is the bounce mode. Once switched to this mode, the base will generate bounce power, allowing the wearer to adjust the height of the jump according to their needs. Currently, I have set 3 levels, 1 meter, 2 meters, and 3 meters. Let me test the 2-meter setting. Lu Cheng presses the button on the remote, and suddenly, he is propelled into the air, nearly touching the ceiling. Then he lands smoothly. After completing this move, he adds, "Don't worry about falling when you land. The base is equipped with a cushioning device that minimizes the impact." Alright. Now for the final mode, adhesion mode. Without hesitation, Lu Cheng switches to the last mode. In this mode, the power state at the base will increase the adhesive strength according to the wearer's body tilt. For example, if I lean backward, the adhesion will strengthen. He continues explaining. Lu Cheng leaned back, but didn't he fall. Instead, he seemed to hover in midair like Keanu Reeves dodging bullets in The Matrix. Straightening up, Lu Cheng smiled and said, "Smart people have probably already figured out the main advantage of this attachment mode." He walked over to the wall and continued, "That's right. It's wall climbing." He lifted his foot and stepped directly onto the wall. Remarkably, he began walking on the wall as if it were level ground. Hanging upside down from the ceiling, Lu Cheng looked at the camera and said, "How about that? You don't necessarily need lightness skills for parkour. Technology can solve it too." Lin Wei watched Lu Cheng's demonstration in the video, suddenly wide awake. "Wow, this is incredible. This is the kind of craftsmanship I've been looking for." Seeing the sleek exoskeleton mechanical limbs in the video, Lin Wei felt that the exoskeleton armor he had seen before was utterly inferior. His excitement caught the attention of the auditors nearby. "Hey, Wei Ge, what's going on? You look so pumped up. I guess you stumbled upon some crazy talent video again." "Hey, I heard there's a new AI face-swapping technology that can put celebrities' faces onto adult film stars. Wow, that's some next-level stuff. You look so worn out, with dark circles under your eyes, and you're still watching that kind of video?" Ignoring his colleague's teasing, Lin Wei called out, "I found a potential viral video. Come check it out." A seed video is one that auditors believe might break 1 million views. Skeptical but curious, the group gathered around, knowing that Lin Wei usually skimmed through videos quickly without caring about their quality. Today, his recommendation sparked their interest. Soon, a crowd formed as they began watching Lu Cheng's video. Lu Cheng addressed the camera, having just demonstrated the leg functions. Let us now showcase the arm capabilities. The arm function is quite simple, with 2 modes, attack mode and defense mode. First, in attack mode, Lu Cheng clenched his fist and pressed a button on the back of his hand. With a series of clicks, the armor on his arm rapidly transformed. In an instant, a gleaming sword appeared. The sword emitted a glow, making Lu Cheng look like a swordsman from a sci-fi epic. With a gentle swing, he effortlessly sliced through a steel wire. After the demonstration, Lu Cheng continued, "Next, we have the defense mode." Pressing the button again, the armor changed once more, morphing into a stunning metal shield. He retracted the shield and said, "Besides being able to change forms, this palm is also equipped with a power assist system, allowing my grip strength to reach around 500 kilograms instantly." Lu Cheng picked up a piece of metal scrap from the table and squeezed it hard. With a crunch, the scrap was quickly crushed into a perfect sphere. Lu Cheng tossed a spherical object onto the table and said with a smile, "This exoskeleton armor is only partially complete. Once I finish the power system, I'll be able to showcase its full capabilities. If you want to see more, make sure to follow me. See you next time." Without any further introduction, the video quickly came to an end. Lin Wei and the other auditors watching were captivated by the incredible visuals in the video, unable to swallow their amazement. "Wow, is this really handmade? This has to be some kind of black technology. This is insane. Are we sure this isn't stolen from a sci-fi movie? How is this even possible? It's mind-blowing. Send me the video. I want to watch it again." "Me too. Give me one of those." The auditors who had only seen part of the video eagerly urged Lin Wei to send it over. After Lin Wei approved the video, he casually shared the link in the company group chat. 10 minutes later, the content department manager sent a message in the group. "I haven't seen such high-quality video in a long time. colleagues in the operations department. You might want to try featuring this video on the homepage and see how it performs. Chapter 42. The Birth of a Sensation. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng was still unaware of the huge stir his video had caused at the headquarters of Bilibili. After staying up late to perfect his content, he uploaded the video and collapsed into bed, fast asleep. It wasn't until the next morning that he rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up. Habitually, he reached for his phone to check the time. It was already 9 in the morning. I wonder if my video has passed the review, Lu Cheng thought as he leaned back against his bed and opened the Bilibili website. The next moment, he was completely stunned. What is going on? Lu Cheng stared at the number of followers in his account, hardly believing his eyes. 200,000. He double-checked, and indeed, his follower count had increased by 200,000. Every time he refreshed the page, the number of followers went up by 30 or 40. Had the video he uploaded yesterday gone viral this quickly? Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. He had only posted one video, and such a massive increase in followers must surely be a result of the traffic generated by that video. Soon, he found his video in the Creation Center. When he looked at the view count, he was stunned once again. 1 million views, and it was still climbing at a rapid pace. This was insane. The video had only been approved last night at 7, and considering he had been asleep for most of the time, it had only been a little over 10 hours. 1 million views in just over 10 hours was indeed terrifying. It was approaching the level of content creators with millions of followers. This far exceeded Lu Cheng's expectations. He had initially thought that if he could reach 500,000 or 600,000 views, it would be impressive. He never anticipated that the view count would double so quickly. Moreover, this 1 million views was far from the end. Once it fully fermented and spread, it could very well reach 4 or 5 million. The most shocking part was the conversion rate. 1 million clicks had resulted in an increase of 200,000 followers. This meant that for every 5 people who clicked on the video, 1 person followed him. This was almost unbelievable. For ordinary videos, a conversion rate of 10 to 1, or even 20 to 1, indicates that the content has great potential to go viral. After all, there are still many people who just want to consume content without any commitment. Simply clicking on a video is already a win. Expecting them to also leave likes and comments? Haha, maybe next time. It's like reading a novel. Just being able to read it is good enough, let alone expecting votes of appreciation. Clearly, choosing Bilibili as his primary platform was the right decision. Seeing the rising follower count reassured Lu Cheng that he had made the right choice. The success of any venture often hinges not on how hard you work, but on the direction of your initial choices. It's akin to asking a bald man to sell hair growth products or assigning programming tasks to someone with poor logic skills. No matter how hard they try, they might still fail. As a famous saying goes, success is 99 perspiration and 1 inspiration, but often that 1 of inspiration is more critical than the 99 of effort. Curious about the feedback on his video, Lu Cheng wondered what people were saying. He also wanted to draw some inspiration from it, or at least see what shortcomings the video might have. Soon, Lu Cheng clicked to play the video. The opening was filled with comments like homepage notification, congratulations on making it to the homepage, and other related bullet comments. Lu Cheng was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening. It seemed that Bilibili regularly featured high-quality or interesting videos on its homepage. His video had probably made it to the homepage, which explained the sudden surge in exposure. Not bad for a discerning audience. Lu Cheng smiled slightly. This was one of the reasons he chose Bilibili as his primary platform. It's more inclusive. Skipping over the barrage of similar comments, discussions about the video content soon emerged. Wow, this is some serious stuff. I think I see an extremely complex algorithm. This seems to be an algorithm related to conduction, definitely advanced. As for programming, I can do it too. PHP echo hello, world. PHP is trash. Java is the best language in the world. C language remains silent. Don't we see programmers deserve a name? Lu Cheng shook his head at these comments. In the programming world, there exists a hierarchy of disdain where no one concedes to the other. When they gather, it usually leads to intense arguments. Lu Cheng found this amusing. After years in the industry, they were all in the same boat, so no one should look down on anyone else. Fortunately, the discussion about coding didn't last long and soon shifted to scenes of creating mechanical limbs. At this point, the comments became much more normal. Watching Lu Cheng's fluid operations, the screen was filled with 666, a Chinese internet slang for awesome. When they saw Lu Cheng operating the robot and putting on the dazzling mechanical limbs, the comments flooded in even more. Wow, this robot is so intelligent, I want one. My home AI struggles just to play a song. It's practically a dummy AI. This is really impressive. How is such a robot made? Are you all just focused on the robot? I'm totally captivated by this dazzling mechanical armor. It feels like something out of Wasteland. So futuristic and exciting. I think it looks way better than the armor in Wasteland. The exoskeleton armor there is too bulky. In the video, Lu Cheng was also speaking to the camera and demonstrating related functions. At this time, the comments were relentless, almost covering the entire screen. Unfortunately, lacking formal education, he could only express his admiration with a simple wow. The content creator is amazing. He can even scale walls. My goodness. The transformation of the armor on his arms is so cool. It's black technology. How did he do it? I really want a set. What should I do? This is the true romance of man. The way the uploader wields his sword is so cool. He clearly has martial arts skills. Why doesn't he show his face? Looking at his eyebrows and eyes, he seems like a handsome guy. Swoon face. Master of black technology, Mom loves you. Followed, can't wait for the next episode. Waiting eagerly for the complete exoskeleton armor to take shape, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure from the comments flooding in. He exhaled lightly as he scrolled through the barrage of messages. Then he paused to glance at the most liked comments. The first one asked what skills were necessary to create armor of that caliber. Lu Cheng replied directly, no special skills needed, just use hacks. He also addressed other questions, such as the estimated cost of materials and a breakdown of how the armor works. However, even if he shared the entire process, it would still be incredibly difficult for others to replicate. For instance, the code copied from the steel suit and the hardware modifications wouldn't align with his expertise. A small oversight could lead to the armor failing to function. As Lu Cheng exited Bilibili, he took another look at his follower count. It had reached a staggering 230,000. In just half an hour, he gained an additional 30,000 followers. It was like a cow returning home, absolutely impressive. He then checked the performance on other platforms. Although it didn't reach the phenomenal levels of Bilibili, there were signs of growing popularity. Across all platforms, he had amassed over 500,000 followers. With such a large following and view count, he couldn't help but wonder how many tech points he had earned. Curious about this, he thought to himself. How many tech points do I have now? System, 6,100 points. That's so few. Lu Cheng frowned. He calculated that the total views for the video had exceeded 6 million. Considering repeat views, it was around 5 million. That meant he earned 1 tech point for every 1,000 people who learned about it. Of course, there would be some discrepancies, but it shouldn't be far off. However, given how valuable these tech points are, it made sense that they would be harder to come by. Lu Cheng quickly came to terms with it. His gaze shifted back to his phone. I wonder how many tech points it takes to upgrade my phone to the highest level. Chapter 43, The Second Crossing, Seeking Collections and Recommendations. Lu Cheng fiddled with his phone, lost in thought for a moment. He directly asked, how many tech points do I need to upgrade this phone to the next generation? System, 100 points. Lu Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. In this era, smartphones had only just begun to emerge a few years ago, and various hardware facilities were still relatively underdeveloped. Therefore, the cost in tech points for an upgrade to the next generation was relatively low. After the upgrade, will the data on my phone be retained? Lu Cheng inquired. System, the upgrade only affects the hardware. It will not affect data storage. Then let's proceed with the upgrade. Lu Cheng nodded. He was also curious to see how significant the impact of these tech points would be through the phone upgrade. System, after the upgrade, the tech points will be completely consumed. Please choose wisely whether to proceed with the upgrade. Lu Cheng replied, yes, stop delaying and get on with it. System, preparing for upgrade, please wait. As soon as the words fell, blue lines appeared in Lu Cheng's vision, visible only to him. These lines, like the space of a transfer station, were formed by countless zeros and ones. They surrounded Lu Cheng's phone, radiating a gentle spectrum of colors. Before long, the system's prompt emerged. Upgrade successful. Lu Cheng's eyes brightened as he looked at his phone. The exterior seemed unchanged, but upon entering the interface, the operation was indeed much smoother. Clearly, the hardware inside the phone had been upgraded. After some thought, he asked, how many tech points would it take to upgrade to the next generation again? System, 200 points. Lu Cheng quickly discerned a pattern. The tech points required for each upgrade were based on the first generation, with the cost increasing geometrically thereafter. System, that's roughly correct. Lu Cheng inquired, how many tech points would it take to elevate my current phone to the highest generation? System, 3,200 points. But I do not recommend this. Even if the phone is upgraded to the highest generation, due to the inherent technological limitations of this world, the phone's functionalities will only showcase a portion, such as 3D projection, and cannot achieve major functions like interstellar communication. Lu Cheng replied, I was just asking, not planning to upgrade. He hadn't expected that a simple question would elicit so much from the usually reticent system. Curiosity piqued, Lu Cheng asked, what purpose do tech points serve for you? The system responded with a cryptic statement. Tech points derive from human belief. Belief triggers technological explosions. And my role is to guide human civilization back to glory. Lu Cheng retorted, "Speak plainly." "System, I am not human." Lu Cheng. He attempted to communicate several more times, receiving similar responses each time. It seemed that the system had set specific protocols regarding tech points and other matters, and Lu Cheng currently lacked the authority to explore further. Lu Cheng didn't dwell on it too much. After all he needed to know was how to use the system. In the end, no one really cares what an inflatable doll is made of. They just want to use it. As for the underlying principles, he could explore them slowly later on. However, even so, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit odd. This black technology system was a treasure left behind by the combined efforts of the deities of the previous universe civilization, and its effects could actually influence the real world, which was truly astounding. He couldn't help but wonder why such a civilization would ultimately be extinguished. But questions like where do I come from, and where am I going, were beyond Lu Cheng's current wisdom to answer. He decided not to think too deeply about it. Before long, he returned to the workshop and used his technology points to upgrade individual materials for the exoskeleton armor. Upgrading individual materials required fewer technology points compared to upgrading a finished product like a smartphone. However, the number of technology points needed for each material upgrade varied. For example, upgrading titanium required 20 more technology points than upgrading iron. In other words, the amount of technology points needed depended on the scarcity of the material. Lu Cheng initially wanted to use iron as the base material to create vibranium from Marvel, but the required technology points were too high, 1,000 points for just a piece the size of a palm. So, while I currently have 6,000 technology points, it seems like a lot. But it's still far from enough to meet my needs, Lu Cheng pondered. He knew he would often need to borrow technology points for product or material upgrades in the future. The required technology points could feel like an endless pit, never fully satisfied. It seemed that when promoting black technology products through social media, he should also consider entrepreneurship, tackling both aspects to maximize his technology points. Lu Cheng didn't want to face the embarrassing situation of running out of points, with none left, not even a drop looming over him. However, he only had a vague idea of what type of tech company he wanted to start, and he hadn't yet figured out what the first product would be. The exoskeleton armor was definitely out of the question due to its high cost and limited audience. He decided it would be better to visit the world of Big Hero 6 first, and then make a decision. Perhaps inspiration would strike then. Not wanting to think too much longer, Lu Cheng returned to the villa. He saw Lin Sierra still sketching in the bedroom and called out, "Sierra, what do you want to eat? Otherwise, I can whip something up for you." Lu Cheng remembered that Lin Sierra liked oil-splashed noodles. "Anything's fine," Lin Sierra replied softly, her voice like a gentle morning breeze brushing against Lu Cheng's cheek. He cherished his current life, appreciating it all the more. Although Lin Sierra rarely spoke and didn't usually ask him to do anything, whenever he had the time, he still enjoyed making her various delicious dishes. After having breakfast together, as Lu Cheng worked on his exoskeleton armor, he began to delve into books about robotics. With a solid foundation in the subject, he was able to read through these materials quite quickly. He also noticed that most books on robotics were primarily introductory and lacked in-depth, specialized content. In less than 5 days, Lu Cheng had absorbed nearly all the relevant literature. In fact, he felt that with the knowledge he gained from the Iron Man suit in Marvel, he could even write a book on robot development himself. After spending nearly a month in this world, it was time for his second crossover. Lu Cheng returned to his bedroom and quietly thought to himself, "Let's go to the world of Big Hero 6. System. Beep. Searching for relevant worlds. Search successful. Crossover countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Lu Cheng felt himself enveloped by a dazzling ocean of zeros and ones. When he regained his senses, the surrounding environment had completely transformed. He was still in a bedroom, but this time, a stunningly beautiful girl stood beside him. She took off her coat, revealing her alluring and graceful figure. Chapter 44. Nothing but money. Seeking collections and recommendations. Wait. Lu Cheng looked at the woman beside him and blurted out a quick sentence in English. As soon as he spoke, a flood of memories surged into his mind. After a while, he finally snapped back to reality. Interesting. I've turned into Fred, the rich kid who loves to wear dinosaur costumes. Lu Cheng smirked. In the film, Fred is a member of the Big Hero 6 team. He helped the main characters foil the ultimate scheme of the villain. However, Fred himself doesn't have much to offer. Apart from being wealthy, he basically has nothing else. He is also the only one without any special abilities. It's worth mentioning that his father appeared in the post-credit scene and seems to be a superhero. The voice actor for his father is none other than Stan Lee, the father of Marvel. But that makes sense, as this movie, Big Hero 6, was produced by Disney, which happens to own Marvel. It's completely normal for these two works to have a crossover. Hey, what's wrong? The graceful woman beside him paused her movements and looked at Lu Cheng with confusion. He turned to look at her, and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw her face. Natalie Portman. The woman in front of him looked exactly like a Hollywood star he had seen before. Perhaps her name isn't as well known as Scarlett Johansson, who plays Black Widow, but she is undeniably stunning. In fact, she might even be slightly more attractive than Scarlett. Natalie Portman was a child star, having played the little girl in Elon, The Professional. The dialogue between the girl and the hitman Elon in the attic has become a classic line in film history. Interestingly, she also has ties to Marvel. In Thor, she played the role of Thor's girlfriend. The blonde, blue-eyed woman looked at Fred with confusion and asked, "Who are you calling?" Lu Cheng finally came back to his senses and quickly recalled the relevant memories about her. Soon, the memories surfaced. The woman in front of him is named Dr. Jane Foster, a physics professor at Geek University. She was specifically invited to the house to tutor Fred by his father. The reason Jane was taking off her clothes was to reenact a scene from a Risku film, but because it was pouring rain outside, soaking her outerwear. It seems that although this is an animated film, once I entered it, the animated characters feel as real as actual people to me, Lu Cheng analyzed in his mind. This is actually quite understandable. In his usual space, he exists in 3 dimensions. Animation, on the other hand, appears to him as a series of 2-dimensional images connected together. Therefore, seeing the characters inside creates a sense of unreality. Once he enters the 2-dimensional space, that feeling of unreality gradually dissipates. Lu Cheng looked at his tutor and cleared his throat, saying, "This is a character from a comic. Teacher, your hairstyle looks very much like hers." At that moment, Lynn's long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and beneath her coat, she wore a form-fitting pink bodysuit that accentuated her deep neckline. The bodysuit was slightly damp, allowing glimpses of the black lace lingerie underneath. Droplets of water clung to the tips of her hair, giving her a youthful and vibrant appearance. Lynn smiled and asked, "So, do you think this comic character is beautiful?" Lu Cheng nodded. "Of course, she is my goddess." Upon hearing Lu Cheng's compliment, Lynn didn't show any signs of shyness. Instead, she flashed a sweet smile. "Well, I'm honored, but it's class time now. Can we save these thoughts for after class?" Lu Cheng chuckled and nodded. "Sure, you're the teacher. It's your call." Lynn shot Lu Cheng a surprised glance. She remembered that this student of hers often got caught up in pointless antics, lost in his own little world. She hadn't expected him to suddenly behave differently today. Lu Cheng sat down at his desk and picked up the physics textbook resting on it. He had no choice. The original owner of this body was a total slacker, ranking even lower than a typical underachiever. In his memories, he couldn't even distinguish the basic concepts of kinetic and potential energy, let alone high school physics. Fortunately, this physics book was somewhat similar to what he knew, so he could barely make sense of it. Wait a minute, Lu Cheng thought. Why do I need to understand this physics book? It won't help me complete my mission. He almost forgot his task while immersing himself in the character of Fred. After all, he was supposed to design a robot that would gain fame in Old Jing Mountain. In this world, technology was highly advanced, and robots were all the rage globally. Gaining public recognition for the robot he designed was no easy feat while looking at the physics book in his hands. Lu Cheng was actually plotting his next steps. First, he needed to solidify the concept for the robot. Only then could he gather the necessary materials and technologies to start production. He already had a clear idea for the robot he wanted to create. From his existing memories, there was a particular robot that perfectly matched his requirements. Once completed, it would certainly cause a sensation. That robot was none other than Transformers. This design was not only cool, but also highly mobile. Even in this world, where technology flourished and robots were everywhere, it would stand out as unique. However, creating this robot was going to be challenging. Lu Cheng pondered silently. Currently, he faced 3 major issues. The first was funding, which was the easiest to resolve. As a wealthy second-generation heir with nothing but money, he just needed to ask his family for support. Conservatively estimating, the materials would cost around 4 to 5 million to upwards of 10 million. The second challenge was the technology. In Transformers, these robots have self-awareness, which is essential for transformation. To design a transformer, Lu Cheng would need to create artificial intelligence capable of controlling the robot's transformation. Artificial intelligence is just the starting point. There are many details to consider, such as how to achieve transformation in machines without compromising overall performance. Thirdly, there's the energy issue. Ordinary energy sources won't be sufficient to power such a massive machine. We must seek new energy solutions to ensure the transformers operate smoothly. Thinking about it this way, it seems like I'm not prepared at all. Lu Cheng rubbed his chin and thought, well, it doesn't matter. I can't do this alone. So I need to find some helpers. The system's task only mentions that I need to design a robot that will be popular in Old Jing Mountain. But it doesn't say I can enlist help. Perhaps doing so might lower my final score. But no matter what, completing the task is what matters. Scores can be compensated for in other areas. Given this, I need to bring the main characters on board. Lu Cheng quickly set his sights on his target. In the film, the protagonist is a little genius who can easily design various robot models. The protagonist's older brother also has a strong talent for artificial intelligence. That beloved Baymax character was designed by the protagonist's brother. With this in mind, Lu Cheng turned to Lin and said, "Teacher Lin, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Chapter 45, The Bet. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lin was still organizing her clothes when she heard Lu Cheng's inquiry and couldn't help but speak up. "Is there something you don't understand?" She stood slightly bent behind Lu Cheng, her gaze directed at his books. He straightened up a bit and replied, "It's not a matter of understanding the material. I want to know if there's a way to become a student at Geek University." Lu Cheng knew that the members of the Super Ability Marine Corps, where the protagonist was, all attended Geek University, including the protagonist's older brother. Therefore, he wanted to make the most direct connection with these individuals. And entering Geek University was the best choice. Moreover, Geek University was the best university in Old Jing Mountain, filled with talent that could potentially aid him in his mission. Currently, it was not the admission season for Geek University, and he needed to find alternative routes to gain entry. Coincidentally, Lin was teaching at Geek University, so she might have a solution. Lin was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "Do you have a friend planning to apply to Geek University?" Lu Cheng rolled his eyes inwardly and replied, "No, I want to apply myself." Lin bit her lip, trying to suppress a laugh. "You cough? Maybe you should focus on mastering your middle school knowledge before considering this." She was well aware of Fred's academic background. When she had been explaining gravity and mentioned Newton and the apple, Fred had chimed in with, "I wonder if Newton finished that apple." It was enough to nearly make her lose her composure. With a student like that, if he could get into Geek University, she might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Teaching physics would be pointless. Lu Cheng turned to look at Lin and smiled. "Teacher, I'm serious." Lin gazed at him, slightly taken aback. The boy before her, though smiling, had a very sincere look in his eyes. It was clear he wasn't joking. Lin straightened up, accentuating her graceful figure, and said earnestly, "Fred, there are indeed special admission slots at Geek University that aren't bound by the regular admission season. But that might not be suitable for you. If you want to get into Geek University, just study hard, and when the admission season comes, well, you still have a chance." The last part of her sentence lacked conviction. She had to admit that even if Fred tried his hardest, he would probably only be able to get into an average university. Aiming for a top-tier university like Geek was still a long way off. Lu Cheng ignored Lin's doubts and continued to ask, "What does it take to get a special admission?" Seeing Lu Cheng's persistent demeanor, Lin sighed, "All right. I don't mind telling you. There are 2 ways to qualify for special admission. First, you need to publish an academic paper in SCI and have it included. Second, you need to invent a product that impresses the professors at Geek University and receive a recommendation. However, the prerequisite is that the recommending professor must hold a doctorate or higher in their field." After a brief pause, Lin continued, "The first approach is basically not worth considering because it's too specialized. Even a PhD in a specific field might not get their papers accepted. As for the second approach, you know how discerning PhDs can be. Ordinary products just one T catch their attention." Her words clearly suggested that she was trying to dissuade Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng looked at Lin and asked, "Teacher Lin, do you have a suitable mentor to recommend?" Lin bit her lip and replied, "If you're really willing to try, I can introduce you to Professor Robert Callahan. He is a professor in the electronics field, has a great temperament, and enjoys discovering talented individuals. If you truly have the capability, he might recommend you for admission." Robert Callahan. Lu Cheng mulled over the name in his mind. Soon, he remembered. This guy was the main antagonist in the film. In the movie, he intentionally caused a massive explosion at the exhibition to obtain the protagonist's miniature robot, which ultimately led to the death of the protagonist's brother. Of course, his actions were somewhat understandable. He wanted to seize the miniature robot to control it for revenge against those who harmed his daughter, setting aside his vengeful motives. He was indeed a decent mentor. Otherwise, the protagonist's brother wouldn't have risked his life to save him from the flames. Lu Cheng nodded. "All right. Once I finish developing the product, I hope Teacher Lin can help me get in touch with this professor." Lin expected Lu Cheng to hesitate at the harsh conditions, but she didn't anticipate him to agree so readily. She shook her head. "You should really focus on mastering this middle school physics book first." Lu Cheng looked at Lin, who was exceptionally beautiful, and said, "Teacher Lin, you seem to lack confidence in me." Lin smiled slightly, but didn't respond. "How about this? Let's make a bet." Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. Lin tilted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering. "What kind of bet?" Lu Cheng proposed. "Let us bet on whether I can successfully become a student at Geek University. If I lose, I promise to memorize this physics book within a week. If you lose, you'll have dinner with me and give me a kiss for encouragement. How about that?" He pointed to his cheek. He had already noticed in the mirror that, although he had taken on Fred's identity, he still had his own body. With such a handsome face, it would be a crime not to flirt with a goddess. Lin was taken aback, but didn't he seem angry about Lu Cheng's bold bet? Instead, she appeared a bit curious. Fred, why do I feel like you're a completely different person today? How should I put it? You seem a lot more confident than before. Lu Cheng smiled. Isn't that a good thing? Lin pressed her lips together. All right, if you really become a student at Geek University, even without this bet, I would celebrate with you. Lu Cheng nodded. Sure, give me half a month, and I will create my product to show the professor. Lin was a bit surprised. Half a month? Are you sure you're not just trying to skip class by making this bet with me? She thought that creating a product that would satisfy the professor in just half a month might not even yield a prototype. Lu Cheng shrugged. Teacher Lin, please believe me. I'm not that bored. If you're worried, you can tell my father about my decision. He will agree. He knew that his father in this world was quite hands-off. Hiring Lin to tutor him wasn't really about expecting him to buckle down and study. It was more about keeping him from idling around. Now that he mentioned the idea of getting into Geek University in half a month, his easygoing father would surely agree. As for what kind of product would impress Professor Callahan, Lu Cheng already had an answer in mind. Chapter 46, A Day Without Ruin, Feeling Unwell. Please support with collections and votes. Lu Cheng's invention for Callahan is certainly not a transformer. After all, that's still just a concept. Who knows how long it would take to actually design it? What he has in mind is the arc reactor technology from Iron Man. This device, which powers the Iron Man suit, would undoubtedly catch Callahan's attention once developed. It's important to note that in this world, energy primarily comes from wind turbines floating high in the sky. The film even gave these wind turbines a close-up shot. If Lu Cheng were to propose this concept, it would undoubtedly change the landscape of the old Jingshan power system. As a professor of electrical engineering, Callahan naturally understands the significance of this invention. Coincidentally, the system rewards include technologies related to the Iron Man suit, including methods for creating an arc reactor. There is no need to create a high-power arc reactor. A rudimentary model will suffice. After all, Iron Man was able to construct a small reactor in a cave in just 7 days. Today, Lu Cheng can certainly build a simple arc reactor in half a month. The remaining task is merely to find and purchase materials. Lu Cheng thought to himself that if this reactor could be made, it might also solve his problem of energy for the Transformers. Lin watched Lu Cheng's serious expression, feeling somewhat puzzled. She couldn't understand how a student who barely grasped middle school physics could have the confidence to invent a product that would satisfy Professor Callahan in just half a month. Suddenly, her eyebrows raised as if she thought of something, and she said, Fred, I need to remind you that even if you really come up with a product, you'll definitely have to explain it later, including the principles behind it. At the very least, you need to pass my scrutiny before I can recommend you to Professor Callahan. Lu Cheng naturally understood Lin's concern. She was probably worried that he might hire outside help to invent something and then pass it off as his own. It wasn't too surprising she had this thought. After all, the original owner of this body was indeed a complete academic failure. Don't worry, I will personally explain everything to you when the time comes. Lu Cheng nodded. Lin then nodded in agreement. All right, I'll come back in half a month. I hope your invention will surprise me by then. Seeing that Lu Cheng seemed disinterested in studying, she decided to skip the rest of today's tutoring session. She picked up her coat and swayed her alluring figure as she left. This was exciting. If only there could be a passionate scene. Lu Cheng pursed his lips. Whether or not he went to bed with her didn't matter. He mainly wanted to improve his performance skills. Not thinking too much about it, Lu Cheng stood up and walked out of the bedroom. The building resembled an ancient castle, filled with Gothic style. In front of the bedroom was a long corridor, with the floor made of top-quality North American maple wood. This type of flooring is quite durable and is commonly used in NBA courts. On both sides of the corridor, expensive watercolor paintings hang on the walls. Passing through the corridor leads to a spacious hall. This hall is indeed large enough to fit a small airplane. In the center of the hall stands a staircase made of birch wood, leading to the upper levels of the villa. At that moment, a tall Mediterranean middle-aged man in a tailcoat approached with an impassive expression and said, Young Master Fred, I heard from Ms. Lin that you plan to apply to Geek University? Lu Cheng looked at the Mediterranean man before him, and relevant information flooded his mind. Heathcliff, the butler of this mansion, who has worked here for 30 years. He has practically watched Fred grow up step by step. He even made a few brief appearances in the film. However, Lu Cheng felt that this butler was not an ordinary person. In the film, he showed no surprise when faced with the protagonist's various high-tech inventions, appearing quite calm. This was not the demeanor of a typical butler. Moreover, it seemed that his adoptive father in this world was a superhero. Heathcliff, as the butler, must be aware of this. Perhaps he was secretly helping his adoptive father manage various matters. Lu Cheng nodded. That's right. I believe Geek University is a very creative institution that suits my identity perfectly. Heathcliff looked at Lu Cheng, still maintaining a poker face. The master is very pleased to hear about your decision and has asked me to stay close to you for the next half-month, hoping to assist you in any way I can. He must be here to keep an eye on me. Lu Cheng smirked. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he smiled. Actually, there is something I need your help with. Right now? He was struggling to find a channel to purchase the raw materials needed to make an arc reactor. After all, some of the materials required heavy metals like palladium and various military-grade components. Acquiring them would indeed take some effort. If Heathcliff's identity was truly exceptional, he should be able to handle these materials. Heathcliff slightly bowed. What does the young master need me to do? Just a moment. Lu Cheng took out his phone and quickly began typing. 10 minutes later, he handed the phone to Heathcliff. Help me purchase the materials listed here. The relevant proportions and quantities have already been outlined. If there is anything you can acquire, let me know in time. I can try to make substitutions. Heathcliff looked at the list without changing his expression. Many of the materials here seem to be for military use. May I ask what the young master needs them for? Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly. Of course, it's for an invention. Heathcliff was skeptical. Lu Cheng patted the butler on the shoulder. Don't worry, my friend. Do you really think I can't wait to squander money all day? I have my own plans. I need these materials within 7 days. Otherwise, I'll have to look for someone else. The moment Lu Cheng touched Heathcliff, a series of ability information popped up before him. Discoverable abilities, military support equipment proficiency, computer proficiency, stealth and disguise mastery, language proficiency, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance mastery. Lu Cheng was slightly taken aback. Judging by these abilities, it was clear that Heathcliff was no ordinary person. Extract. Soon, the icons began to spin and finally settled on one ability. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance mastery. As soon as he acquired this ability, it was as if he had activated in eagle eye mode. Everything around him became exceptionally clear. This ability was quite impressive. Lu Cheng tightened his lips. With this keen insight, he would be able to create even more perfect transformers in the future. Heathcliff pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, I will prepare the materials you need within 5 days. Chapter 47. A shocking invention in the scientific community. Seeking collections and recommendations. 5 days later, the old butler Heathcliff returned with all the items from the materials list provided by Lu Cheng. However, there were a few materials that couldn't be found in this world. Fortunately, Lu Cheng had sifted through a vast number of books and found alternative materials containing isotopes. During this time, Lu Cheng was hardly idle. He transformed one of the rooms in the villa into a temporary laboratory, setting up the system network and acquiring the necessary hardware for his project. Once he received the materials, Lu Cheng couldn't wait to get started. The old butler, worried about potential mishaps, stayed close by his side. Throughout the process of constructing the reactor, Lu Cheng discovered that the old butler had a solid grasp of physics and chemistry. To expedite the completion of the arc generator, Lu Cheng decided to bring him on as an assistant. After all, if there is a tool at hand, why not use it? Young master, did you assemble all of this yourself? The old butler asked, astonished as he surveyed the hardware and network around them. In his mind, the young master had always seemed like an aimless rich kid, filled with unrealistic fantasies. But looking at the professional setup of the system network and hardware layout, it was clear that this was not something an amateur could create. Lu Cheng shrugged. What else would you expect? I wouldn't dare entrust such a complex task to outsiders. Now, come on, lend me a hand. Despite his confusion, the old butler complied with Lu Cheng's request. As they worked together, he realized that his young master indeed possessed real skills. Each operation, even the setting of fundamental constants, was conducted in a remarkably standardized and reasonable manner. Yet, he still had some doubts. Having watched Lu Cheng grow up, he never noticed that his young master had such talents. It seemed that although Lu Cheng often indulged in fanciful thoughts, he had actually mastered the knowledge, merely choosing not to showcase it in daily life. Geniuses often have such quirks, the old butler mused. He decided to quietly take note of this revelation and report it to the master later. The master would surely be very pleased to hear it. Unaware of the old butler's thoughts, Lu Cheng immersed himself completely in the creation of the arc reactor. Soon enough, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the laboratory, Lu Cheng assembled the final electronic module. As he watched the green light illuminate, he let out a sigh of relief. On the table lay a palm-sized circular device, surrounded by square modules the size of thumbs. In the center was a mesh-like structure resembling steel wire, connecting various wires through the outer modules. The entire circular device emitted a faint white glow. Young master, is this your invention? The old butler asked, looking at the palm-sized arc reactor with confusion. Although he had participated in the entire process, he still didn't quite understand what Lu Cheng had created or its purpose. Lu Cheng nodded. Exactly. The old butler furrowed his brows. It doesn't seem to have anything particularly special about it. Can this really be recognized by a professor from Geek University? Lu Cheng held the arc reactor and smiled. Trust me, he will recognize it. After all, this is the world's only cold fusion reactor. The energy it generates is enough to power an entire community for a month. The old butler looked somewhat incredulous. So, this is essentially a small power plant. If that's the case, it would be a groundbreaking invention. He knew that the cost of producing such a device wasn't too high and it wouldn't cause any reflective pollution. With minimal reaction materials, it could generate a tremendous amount of electricity. If it were truly put into production, it would revolutionize the power industry. The old butler said with satisfaction, "Young master, you really are a genius. Your father would be proud of you." Lu Cheng smiled slightly, non-committal. "I'm not a genius. I'm just a technician moving ideas around." At noon, after lunch, Lin arrived at Lu Cheng's villa as promised. She wore a white t-shirt on top and a pair of denim overalls on the bottom, her hair styled in a bun, making her look youthful and vibrant. Lu Cheng knew that Lin was only 24, not much older than him, yet she was already teaching at Geek University, which was quite impressive. As soon as Lin arrived at the villa, she couldn't wait to speak. "Fred, today is the day we agreed upon. Is your product ready? If you need more time, I can give you another week. But that's the maximum. I can't extend it further." Lu Cheng smiled and replied, "No need, the product is ready. Teacher Lin, please follow me." Soon, he led Lin to the laboratory and pointed to the shiny arc reactor on the table, saying, "Here it is, this little thing." Lin stepped closer, looked at the arc reactor, initially puzzled, but then her eyes lit up with disbelief. "This is a nuclear fusion reactor?" Lu Cheng clarified. "To be precise, it's a cold fusion reactor that generates energy using the principles of atomic fusion and certain chemical reactions." Lin still couldn't believe it. That's impossible. Cold fusion only exists in theory. It has never been realized. Lu Cheng chuckled. "Exactly because of that, I have the confidence to show this invention to Professor Callahan. I believe he will be interested." Lin stared at the reactor in a daze and exclaimed, "Interested? That's an understatement." She turned around, her starry eyes fixed on Lu Cheng, a bit excited. "Fred, did you really invent this? A person who can't even grasp middle school physics can create a nuclear fusion reactor? And not just any reactor, but a cold fusion reactor that has eluded the scientific community. This isn't just technology, it's magic." Lu Cheng smiled and said, "I can explain the principles of this thing to you. Or if you have the time, you can participate in the whole process, and I'll make one for you myself." Lin looked at Lu Cheng and replied, "No need, just answer a few questions for me." Then, Lin asked a few questions related to physics and chemistry, neither too deep nor too shallow. These were all basic concepts necessary for constructing a nuclear reactor. If one didn't understand them, it would be impossible to make it. Lu Cheng, of course, answered fluently. After hearing his responses, Lin bit her lip, looking at him with a complex expression, as if she were meeting him for the first time. "You must have been secretly studying behind my back." She was completely taken aback. The student she had thought of as a slacker had suddenly transformed into a genius capable of shaking the scientific community. Lu Cheng explained, "Teacher Lin, sometimes you can't judge a person based on appearances. You need to dig deeper to understand my strengths and weaknesses. It's not that I don't know those physics concepts. I just can't be bothered to apply them." Lin pursed her lips. "It seems I need to congratulate you in advance for receiving an invitation from Geek University." The fact that Lu Cheng could answer her questions so easily made her somewhat believe that he really could create this arc reactor. A genius capable of independently developing cold fusion would be welcomed at any school. Lu Cheng smiled. "So, shall we go meet Professor Callahan now?" Lin replied. "Professor Callahan went to London for academic research last week and probably won't be back until tomorrow." Lu Cheng shrugged. "Okay, there's no rush then." Lin thought for a moment and said to Lu Cheng, "I suggest you apply for a patent on this product. Once it hits the market, you could even become a millionaire overnight." Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly, "I'll think about it later. After all, I'm not really interested in money. In this world." He was already from a wealthy family, so he had plenty of money. There was no need for him to struggle to start a company and make a profit like in the real world. "All right, suit yourself. Just wait for my call tomorrow, and you can come directly to Geek University," Lin said, glancing at Lu Cheng before turning and leaving the villa. Chapter 48. The First Encounter with Hiroshi Hamada. Please vote for collections and recommendations. The next day, after receiving a call from Lin, Lu Cheng drove straight to Geek University. To keep a low profile, he chose to drive a Ferrari F8, a car usually reserved for grocery shopping. Compared to some wealthy individuals, this was hardly anything special. On the way, Lu Cheng was captivated by the stunning scenery of the city. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with various airships that floated above, trailing thick cables. Trains wove through the city like a winding dragon. This city blended the ancient charm of the East with the grandeur of the West, creating a unique aesthetic. Robots were everywhere, seemingly integrated into the daily lives of the citizens. Following the navigation on his car, Lu Cheng arrived at Geek University after about half an hour. The first thing that caught his eye was the university's entrance, a blend of Eastern and Western architectural styles. The entrance featured two towering stone pillars, reminiscent of a Western cathedral, connected in the middle by an ancient Eastern-style gate. Peering through the gate, he saw a variety of architectural styles, buildings resembling the bird's nest, Gothic castles, and traditional courtyards. This world seemed to be a harmonious fusion of classical and modern styles, radiating an unusual beauty. At that moment, students were bustling in and out of the university, brimming with youthful energy. When they spotted the Ferrari parked at the entrance, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. Although many students drove to school, it was rare to see someone with such an expensive car. Lu Cheng parked the car and stepped out. Wearing sunglasses and a casual t-shirt, he attracted attention with his handsome appearance. Even without a water bottle on the roof, several girls approached him to chat. Just then, Lin approached, dressed in a more formal suit and walking gracefully on her long legs. Lu Cheng quickly waved the girls away and greeted Lin. "Hi, Teacher Lin. You look stunning today." Lin ignored his compliment and frowned as she glanced at the Ferrari behind him. "Are you here to show off your wealth or to study?" Lu Cheng shrugged. "I didn't intend to, but this is the cheapest car my family has." Lin rolled her eyes at him and said flatly, "Bring your invention and follow me." As they walked into Geek University together, Lu Cheng could distinctly feel the cultural atmosphere inside. Even the couples in the small grove were filled with a sense of scientific exploration. After navigating around a large playground, Lu Cheng arrived in front of a building resembling a bird's nest. Entering the bird's nest building and making his way to the third floor, Lu Cheng quickly met a middle-aged man in a gray sweater with slightly graying hair. The man exuded an air of calmness, and his eyes sparkled with wisdom. "Fred, this is Professor Callahan," Lin introduced him. Callahan looked at Lu Cheng with a warm smile in his eyes. "So you're Fred. I heard about your invention over the phone. Very cool." Lu Cheng chuckled and replied, "Hello, Professor Callahan. It was just a spur-of-the-moment thing for me. I didn't expect it to actually work." Callahan shook his head. "Don't be modest. Every scientific endeavor is built on hundreds, if not thousands, of failures. At least your cold fusion device has certainly caught my attention." He then glanced at the arc reactor in Lu Cheng's hand and asked, "Can I take a look at it?" "Of course." Lu Cheng handed over the arc generator. Callahan placed it on the lab table and began to observe it patiently. After a moment, he exclaimed, pressing deuterium and hydrogen into the palladium core to fuse them, then breaking it down with heavy water to create a low-temperature nuclear fusion reaction, and finally using high-energy impacts to produce high-speed charged particles, resulting in immense energy. "What a brilliant approach. How much energy does this device produce per second?" Lu Cheng responded. "If I calculated correctly, about 1,000 joules per second." Callahan nodded. "That's even better than I expected. If this can be applied to robotics, it would be a huge breakthrough for the field." He continued, "This groundbreaking invention could revolutionize not only robotics, but also various industries." He looked up at Lu Cheng and said, "Young man, you've made a remarkable invention. May I ask you a few questions?" Lu Cheng nodded lightly. "Please go ahead." Callahan, like an eager student, inquired about the various principles behind the arc generator. Being well-versed in the process, Lu Cheng answered effortlessly. After a while, Callahan extended his hand toward Lu Cheng. "Welcome to Geek University. However, my primary research focus is on robotics. If you're interested, I can become your mentor." He added, "Robotics encompasses various disciplines, including physics, chemistry, and electronics, all of which can be main areas of study." Lu Cheng shook Callahan's hand. "Of course, it would be an honor to be your student." He was primarily looking to join Geek University to find assistance in completing his tasks and didn't care much about which major he would pursue. Plus, Callahan was an expert in robotics, having invented the magnetic servo mechanism and formulated Callahan's theorem in robotics. If he encountered any issues while creating transformers, he could consult him. Callahan nodded. "The admission notice will take about 7 days to complete all the processes, but during this time, you can attend classes at Geek University whenever you like. I'll have Professor Foster send you the relevant courses." "All right." Lu Cheng nodded, exchanged contact information with Callahan, and then left the lab, stepping out of the bird's nest. Lu Cheng looked at Lin beside him and smiled. "Don't forget our bet. I'll pick you up for dinner tonight. Oh, and don't forget my kiss." He pointed to his cheek deliberately. Lin's face flushed for a rare moment, and she put on a serious expression, saying, "You dare to joke with a teacher? Be careful, or you might lose your admission." Lu Cheng replied, "But, teacher, you promised me this in advance. Are you trying to back out?" Lin thought for a moment before responding, "All right, I'll wait for you at the school gate at 7:30. I have classes, so you can explore the campus on your own. I won't keep you company." With that, she walked away briskly. Lu Cheng strolled around Geek University for a bit, taking in the sights before heading back to his car. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Cheng tidied himself up a little and drove straight to Geek University. The night scene of Old Jing Mountain appeared even more enchanting and vibrant. Neon lights flickered everywhere, showcasing a unique charm. On the buildings, massive electronic billboards displayed various digital beauties promoting all kinds of advertisements. The cyberpunk style was even more pronounced. However, as Lu Cheng drove past a small alley, he suddenly paused and pulled over. A young boy was running towards him, frantically holding a remote control in one hand and a doll made of magnets in the other. Is that the protagonist, Hitoshi Hamada? Lu Cheng's eyes flickered with recognition. Chapter 49, Wing Chun, Lu Cheng. Seeking collections and recommendations. Once the animation begins, the characters are no longer two-dimensional but become real, tangible beings. Therefore, the appearance of the characters in the animation changes, at least somewhat, in Lu Cheng's eyes. However, if one looks closely, some distinctions can still be made. The boy in front of him looks to be around 13 or 14 years old, with tousled hair and a prominent nose that gives him a somewhat youthful charm. He is wearing a gray jacket over a red crewneck t-shirt, dressed like a typical nerd. Lu Cheng recognizes him as the protagonist, not because of his appearance, but because of the small robot he is holding. This little robot has a very simple design. It features a round ball and cylindrical magnets about the thickness of a thumb, sculpted into a cylindrical shape. There are 3 round balls stacked together, forming the robot's head and body. The cylindrical magnets number 6, making up the robot's limbs and the antennae on its head. It looks rather comical. Lu Cheng remembers that in the film, the protagonist relied on this robot to dominate various legitimate and illicit robot competitions. Since he has stumbled upon him, he might as well go say hi. Lu Cheng decisively gets out of the car and strides toward the boy who is running toward him. It is only then that he notices 3 or 4 rough-looking delinquents following closely behind the boy. These delinquents, wielding sticks, are aggressively chasing after him. However, the boy remains calm, tossing the small robot into the air. He then pulls out a remote control and commands the robot, Magnetic God, block them. The little robot lands smoothly and, as the small ball on its head spins, its previously cute smile transforms into a fierce expression. The robot's limbs start moving rapidly, allowing it to dash like lightning toward the delinquents. Bang, bang, bang. The delinquents are tripped one after another by the little robot, followed by a chorus of curses. "You little brat, I'm going to get you. I'll make you see stars. Hey, don't hit my face." The boy makes a face at one of the delinquents who has been tripped and prepares to retrieve the robot. However, the next moment, bang. The boy suddenly feels as if he has crashed into a wall, causing him to stumble backward and land on the ground with a thud. "Sorry, are you okay?" Lu Cheng extends a hand toward the boy sitting on the ground. The instant he collides with the boy, a line of information prompts pops up before his eyes. Abilities detected: expert in programming, expert in modeling, expert in handicrafts, exceptional memory, exceptional intelligence, exceptional creativity. Such a plethora of abilities confirms that this must indeed be the protagonist. Lu Cheng thinks to himself and decides to extract one. In no time, the icons spin rapidly, finally settling on one of the abilities. Exceptional memory. In the next moment, a powerful biological force acted upon Lu Cheng's mind. He felt as if his brain was being reprocessed, and everything he saw could almost instantly be imprinted in his memory, making it hard to forget. Wow, this is photographic memory. No wonder he could become a prodigy at such a young age. A hint of surprise appeared in Lu Cheng's eyes. It felt as if his brain had been modified, with various pieces of knowledge neatly categorized and stored in different areas, like a series of bookshelves. Oh no, my magnetic god. Hironobu Bintian quickly got up from the ground and immediately pressed the remote control. However, the remote was now lit with a red dot, clearly indicating that the earlier collision had broken it. "Hiki, you little brat, let's see where you run to now." At that moment, a few small-time thugs appeared, quickly running over with Hironobu's robot. Seeing these tough-looking thugs, Hironobu instinctively took a few steps back. "Looks like you're in trouble. Do you need help?" Lu Cheng glanced at Hironobu. He had intentionally allowed Hironobu to bump into him, not only to befriend the protagonist, but also to see if he could replicate any abilities. As for the thugs chasing the protagonist, Lu Cheng didn't think much of them. With his current combat skills, he could easily handle them even if there were twice as many. Hironobu instinctively moved closer to Lu Cheng, sighing. "These guys are not easy to deal with. I should just return the money I won to them." Lu Cheng smiled and addressed the thugs. "Guys, can you do me a favor and let this go?" The leader of the thugs replied, "Who are you? Why should we listen to you?" Lu Cheng calmly stated. Wing Chun. Lu Cheng. The thugs exchanged glances. Never heard of you. If you don't want to die, get lost. Lu Cheng walked toward the group of thugs with an air of confidence. No worries. You'll soon know who I am. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of fighting sounds erupted. Hironobu was so frightened that he shut his eyes tight. Soon, a calm voice came through. All right, it's done. Hironobu opened his eyes to see the thugs on the ground, bruised and battered. Wow, Hironobu exclaimed, excitedly looking at Lu Cheng. Is this Chinese martial arts? Lu Cheng chuckled, sort of. Here, take your robot back. Hironobu reached out to accept it, looking at Lu Cheng. Hello, I'm Hironobu Bintian. Nice to meet you. Lu Cheng replied casually. I'm Lu Cheng. Your robot is impressive. I'm currently working on a new type of robot myself. Would you be interested in exchanging contact information to discuss it sometime? Of course, Hironobu said excitedly. After they exchanged contact details, Lu Cheng didn't linger. He got into his car and drove straight to Geek University. He didn't want to miss his first date with Lin. Half an hour later, Lu Cheng arrived at Geek University. In the distance, he spotted Lin standing at the entrance of Geek University. Today, she was wearing a striking red dress, sparkling like a star in the night. Her hair flowed down, slightly curled at the ends, exuding an air of intellect. It seemed that in preparation for their meeting, Lin, who usually wore little makeup, had applied a light touch today, her bright red lips tempting enough to make one want to take a bite. However, at this moment, a young man was chatting incessantly with Lin beside her. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow at the sight and parked his limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom right in front of the young man. He slowly got out of the car, ignoring the young man, and turned to Lin, who was elegantly dressed, saying, I've reserved a table at a high-end restaurant. Let us go. Seeing Lu Cheng approach, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fred, you arrived just in time. She gestured toward the young man beside her, expressing a hint of apology. This is my colleague. He wanted to discuss your new invention with you. The young man scoffed. Who are you to get my endorsement? The novice author chimed in. I'm just a ticket seeker. Please give me some votes. Narrator. Votes. Votes. I'm begging for votes. Muttering. Chapter 50. $6 for spicy hot pot. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng glanced at the man before him and asked, What do you want to discuss? The man was dressed in a smart shirt with slick back hair, looking refined and elegant. He didn't resemble a university professor at all. Instead, he looked like a business elite. After a moment of recognition, Lu Cheng realized that this was someone he despised. The guy's demeanor and gaze were strikingly similar to Dong Mingqing's, exuding a shrewd, calculating aura. The man looked at Lu Cheng and smiled warmly. Hello, Fred. I'm Jiang Chao, a physics lecturer. After a brief pause, he continued. However, I'm not here in my capacity as a teacher, but rather as the chief technical consultant of Cly Technology. His tone was confident, as if he had no doubt that Lu Cheng had heard of his company. In fact, his company was quite well known, one of the few publicly traded tech firms in Old Jing Mountain, valued at several hundred billion. The company primarily focused on military, transportation, and chemical material development. In the film, it was this company's research on quantum teleportation technology that led to a disastrous experiment, trapping Callahan's daughter in quantum space. This prompted Callahan to fake his own death, steal the protagonist's miniaturized robots, mass-produce them, and launch an attack on Cly Technology to avenge his daughter. Lu Cheng hadn't expected that this company would be interested in his arc reactor. However, it made sense. As a tech company involved in the transportation sector, magnetism and electricity were likely within their scope of business. Jiang Chao looked at Lu Cheng and said, Fred, I wonder if you'd be interested in further developing your research. I believe it could bring revolutionary advancements to industries worldwide. Lu Cheng shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested. Jiang Chao, why are you not following the usual approach? Shouldn't you first ask how we could further develop it? Jiang Chao frowned slightly and replied, Fred, don't be too quick to refuse. Perhaps we could find a place to discuss this properly. Whether it's funding or technology, our company can provide it. There is nothing we can't accomplish if you can imagine it. Lu Cheng looked at Jiang Chao and smiled. Teacher Jiang, do you know what truly hinders technological advancement? It's not ignorance, but arrogance. Jiang Chao raised an eyebrow. Fred, I'm here representing my company with genuine intentions. You should understand that without substantial funding, it's challenging to make progress with your technology. Lu Cheng shrugged. Well, let us talk about it when I actually need funding. For now, this conversation is over. I'm going to have dinner with Teacher Lin, and I hope you won't disturb my enjoyment any further. Saying that, he turned to Lin, who was standing nearby, and said, Let us get in the car. Lin glanced at Jiang Chao, but didn't say anything more. She gracefully slid into Lu Cheng's car. Lu Cheng ignored Jiang Chao's dark expression and drove away. The reason he declined to cooperate with Cly Technology was due to his concerns about Callahan. The CEO of Cly Technology had recklessly opened a portal despite the risks, which resulted in Callahan's daughter becoming trapped in quantum space. This led to a bitter feud between Callahan and the CEO of Cly. Such a deep-seated grudge was practically impossible to resolve. If he were to sell the arc reactor technology to Cly Technology, it would undoubtedly provoke Callahan's resentment. Callahan was now his mentor, and with the upcoming Transformers project, he would likely need Callahan's assistance. Thus, Lu Cheng decisively rejected Cly Technology's overtures. He wasn't in need of money and had no reason to pursue an unpleasant deal. After Lu Cheng left, Jiang Chao sighed and dialed a number. "Hello, boss." The negotiation failed. On the other end of the line, a cold voice responded. "What was the reason?" Jiang Chao replied. "Fred seems to have some animosity towards our company." He didn't even want to talk. Why would he have animosity towards the company? I heard he was introduced to Geek University by Professor Callahan. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice spoke again. "Jiang, you should know that our Meru project failed because the power system output was too low, causing slight disturbances in the magnetic control field, which affected the stability of quantum space. Therefore, for the sake of the company's future and to fulfill the General's grand plan, we must obtain this technology at all costs. Jiang, your mother has always relied on the company as funding for her treatment. I hope you can take this matter seriously. Use any means necessary to secure that technology." Jiang Chao broke out in a cold sweat. I understand." In the car, Lin sat in the passenger seat and glanced at Lu Cheng. "Who was driving? Fred, you're not mad at me, are you?" Lu Cheng looked at Lin and replied casually. "Mad at you for what?" Lin bit her lip. "For mentioning your invention. I didn't mean to. While chatting with Teacher Jiang today, we happened to talk about nuclear fusion, and I just brought it up. I didn't expect him to take it so seriously and insist on me introducing you, so I brought him along." Lu Cheng said, "It's nothing. This technology will be made public eventually anyway." Lin thought for a moment. "Since you rejected Cly Technology's acquisition today, they might try something underhanded. So we need to be careful about confidentiality to prevent your research from being stolen. Or, I could help you apply for a patent. That way, they won't be able to plagiarize your technology." Lu Cheng shrugged. "All right, then I'll trouble you, Teacher Lin." He had previously been reluctant to apply for a patent because he wasn't short on money. Secondly, once a patent is applied for, the technology must be fully disclosed. Of course, after it is made public, any company that wants to use this technology will have to pay a licensing fee. Additionally, the patent holder has the right to decide whether to allow that company to use the technology. Given that Krell Corporation has set its sights on my technology, it's crucial to secure the patent as soon as possible to prevent them from stealing my work and applying for the patent first. Lin nodded. "I'll start preparing the necessary materials tomorrow, but once we apply for the patent, it will probably take at least 2 months to be granted." After that, the two of them tacitly decided not to discuss the matter further and instead chatted about other trivial things. Soon, Lu Cheng arrived at a high-end restaurant. This place was considered the best restaurant in Old Jing Mountain, and it was a Chinese restaurant, which suited Lu Cheng's taste. Lin looked at the upscale restaurant and felt a bit out of place. "Can we go somewhere else? Eating in a place like this feels a bit awkward." Lu Cheng was indifferent. "Sure, you lead the way." He didn't care about where they ate, but rather what they would do afterward. Lin blinked her beautiful eyes. "Okay. Follow me. It's not far from here." Before long, under Lin's guidance, Lu Cheng found himself in a spicy hot pot restaurant. "So, you brought me here for a $6 hot pot?" Lu Cheng pouted. "Isn't this role reversed?" Lin frowned. "Fred, the dishes here are really delicious. Don't look down on street food." Lu Cheng shrugged, indifferent. "You eat what you want. I'll just enjoy your company." They entered the restaurant, and Lin expertly ordered a variety of dishes. Then, she ordered a few bottles of wine to celebrate Lu Cheng's acceptance into Geek University. After finishing the hot pot and drinks, Lin's cheeks were as rosy as an apple. Lu Cheng looked at the tipsy Lin and shook his head slightly. "If you can't hold your liquor, you shouldn't drink. Or are you just giving me a chance?" Chapter 51, What Opportunity? Lin leaned against Lu Cheng, her long eyelashes fluttering. Lu Cheng shook his head, confirming that Lin was indeed drunk. "If I were that guy from the Treasure Island, you'd be in big trouble." He wrapped his arms around Lin, inhaling the sweet scent wafting from her hair. There was no helping it. The Lin in front of him reminded Lu Cheng of a movie Natalie had starred in. Black Swan. Her soft figure and slightly flushed cheeks were simply irresistible. "Damn it." Lu Cheng exhaled, struggling to suppress the desires stirring within him. Although he, like most men in the world, had little resistance to beauty, he also had his own principles. He wouldn't take advantage of Lin in her current state. This was some plot from a Risco film. However, he did quite enjoy watching that kind of movie. "I'm so thirsty," Lin murmured, leaning against Lu Cheng with her vibrant red lips. Lu Cheng shook his head and asked the bartender for a bottle of water. The bartender, with a teasing smile, said, Young man, I have Durex for sale here. Want to buy a set? Lu Cheng, are you sure you're running a legitimate business? He replied, shaking his head. Thanks, but no. The bartender chuckled. With such a kawaii girl, you really should make things happen sooner rather than later. Too lazy to respond. Lu Cheng gave Lin a sip of water and helped her into the car. After starting the engine, he turned to Lin and asked, where do you live? I'll take you home. Lin pouted, shook her head, and with her drunken eyes gazed at Lu Cheng. Turn your head away, and I'll tell you. Lu Cheng shrugged and reluctantly turned his head to the side. The next moment, a soft pair of lips pressed against his cheek. All right, a bet's a bet. Let us not talk about the wager again. Lin's gentle voice came through. Lu Cheng turned his face, only to find Lin had already tilted her head and fallen asleep. It didn't count as a kiss if she was drunk. Lu Cheng chuckled, fastened Lin's seatbelt, and drove straight home. He didn't feel comfortable leaving Lin at the hotel, so he brought her back to his place instead. After all, his home was spacious enough. Just him and his butler, Heathcliff, living there, with plenty of rooms available. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Cheng carried Lin into the hall and ran into his butler coming out. Young master, what are you doing? This is illegal, Heathcliff exclaimed. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes at him. What are you talking about? She asked drunk. Just find her a room to rest. Heathcliff then opened a guest room on the first floor for Lin to sleep in. Lu Cheng laid Lin on the bed, covered her with a blanket, turned on the air conditioning, and then turned to leave. Although it was a pity not to go all the way this time. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There was no rush. The next day, Lu Cheng woke up early, planning to go to the next room to wake Lin. However, he discovered that the room was already empty. Heathcliff walked over with his usual poker face. Young master, there's no need to look for her. Miss Lin left half an hour ago. Lu Cheng touched his nose and asked, did she say anything? Heathcliff tilted his head slightly. Miss Lin was in a hurry to leave and mentioned that she doesn't remember anything from yesterday. If she said anything foolish, she asked you not to take it to heart. Lu Cheng didn't ask further. He brushed his teeth and washed up before driving to Geek University. This morning, he had just received a call from Callahan, asking him to come to school. Although he didn't know what it was about, it must be important. After all, someone as busy as Callahan wouldn't call him for no reason. Upon arriving at the university, Lu Cheng wasted no time. He parked his car in the lot beneath the Bird's Nest building and headed to Callahan's office. At that moment, Callahan was discussing the structure of robots with a student. Zhang, if you want your medical care robot to scan more thoroughly, I suggest using a hyperspectral lens. This will enable the robot to have wide-angle zoom capabilities. However, you also need to consider the robot's compatibility and stability, as integrating so much medical knowledge can easily cause conflicts in the program. Alternatively, you could create an integrated chip, which would make it easier to manage and update old knowledge. The young man nodded in agreement. Yes, I was thinking along those lines. Thank you, Professor. Callahan smiled. However, your lithium battery has too low a capacity, which will lead to short battery life, making it less suitable for the robot's care functions. If the arc generator could be improved a bit more, it could be put into official use, which might help your robot. Arc generator? The young man looked somewhat puzzled. Callahan expressed a sense of nostalgia. It's an arc generator invented by a young person that could potentially allow your robot to operate for 100 years without needing a battery replacement. Hearing this, Zhang's mouth dropped open in surprise. Suddenly, Callahan turned around and spotted Lu Cheng standing outside the door, ready to knock. Oh, speak of the devil. Fred, come on in. Lu Cheng walked over, smiling. Hello, Professor. I hope I'm not interrupting your conversation. Callahan replied, not at all. We were just talking about you. He gestured to the young man beside him and said, let me introduce you. This is also one of my students, Hitomi Zhang. The young man immediately extended his hand enthusiastically and looked at Lu Cheng. Hello, I just heard the professor mention your invention. It's simply incredible. Lu Cheng humbly shook Hitomi's hand. It's nothing, just a casual effort. Unfortunately, it hasn't activated any related capabilities. Only then did Callahan turn to Lu Cheng and get to the main point. Fred, the reason I called you here is to help you finalize a topic. A topic? Lu Cheng was slightly taken aback. Callahan explained, here's the thing. For every student in the program, the first task upon enrollment is to confirm their chosen topic, which will be their primary focus moving forward. This could be robotics, physics, chemistry, electronics, and so on. This way, I can arrange the relevant courses for you. Without giving it much thought, Lu Cheng replied, then I'll go with robotics. He wanted to create the perfect transformer. So it made sense to learn some specialized knowledge in robotics. Now, with the extraordinary memory he had copied from Hiroshi Hamada, along with his own foundational knowledge, he should be able to learn quickly. Hamada, who had just heard Lu Cheng's words, felt a surge of excitement. Really? That's the same as my topic. We can help each other out in the future. Callahan said seriously, robotics doesn't have as many courses as other fields, but the difficulty is undoubtedly the highest. To complete your topic, you must create a robot that satisfies me and is beneficial to society. Have you thought about what you want to make? Lu Cheng nodded and said, yeah, I've already got an idea. During the past few days of working on the arc reactor, he had developed a preliminary concept for the Transformers. Chapter 52, Initial Concepts for Transformers. Seeking collections and recommendations, Callahan showed a hint of surprise at Lu Cheng's words. It seems you are well prepared. Tell me, what kind of robot are you planning to create? Lu Cheng knew that robots come in many varieties, such as industrial robots, agricultural robots, household robots, service robots, military robots, and so on. For instance, the Baymax invented by Hamada is a type of service robot. As Lu Cheng thought carefully, he pondered what type his Transformers would be. Well, perhaps they could be classified as household robots. Although the combat capabilities of Transformers are off the charts, their primary role in the human world is still that of vehicles. So, calling them household robots isn't entirely incorrect. Callahan wasn't surprised. For a newcomer in the field of robotics, creating household robots is the least challenging. For example, dishwashing robots, floor cleaning robots, etc. As long as the relevant programs are set up correctly, they can operate in a fixed process, requiring minimal interaction with humans. Interaction is one of the biggest challenges for robots. It requires establishing a vast database and programming various types of questions. Some advanced robots even need a self-learning program. Otherwise, robots can easily become rigid and inflexible, turning from intelligent robots into ones lacking intelligence. To accomplish all this, a combination of software and hardware is necessary. One must understand mechanical technology as well as programming and information technology. Additionally, there is the issue of precise movement. Allowing a robot to autonomously avoid obstacles is already a significant challenge. Most household robots do not need to consider these issues, making them ideal for beginners. What type of household robot do you plan to create? Callahan asked. Probably a car that can transform. Lu Cheng coughed lightly. Callahan, do you really consider that a household robot? Hamada's eyes lit up at Lu Cheng's idea, transforming cars? That's a cool concept. If you could make a car fly, it might even help solve traffic congestion problems. Lu Cheng smiled and said, I haven't fully thought it through yet. But your idea is great. I might consider incorporating it into my Transformers. Hamada asked curiously, Transformers? Is that the name of your robot? Lu Cheng nodded. That's right. Hamada scratched his head. I've also come up with a name for my robot, Baymax. However, it's still in the experimental stage, so it might take some time to develop. Lu Cheng chuckled. I believe once Baymax is released, it will definitely become the best healthcare robot in the world. Hamada's eyes brightened. Thank you for your encouragement. Callahan then spoke up. Fred, your idea is very creative, but creating this robot will be quite challenging. This involves complex issues related to mechanics, physics, energy, programming, and more, which are not suitable for a beginner like you to attempt. Perhaps you should start by tackling simpler topics. He was concerned that Lu Cheng's chosen topic was too difficult, and that after working hard for a long time, he might still fail, which would undermine Lu Cheng's confidence. After all, the motivation that drives a person to learn, aside from interest, is a sense of achievement. It's like intimacy. If one does not experience the satisfaction of conquering their partner for a long time, their interest may eventually wane. Callahan had seen too many examples of people aiming too high and falling short. Therefore, he didn't want Lu Cheng to repeat that mistake. Lu Cheng spoke up. Professor, haven't you always advocated for pushing the limits of robotics? Our goal is to create the future. How can we back down from a topic without even trying? Callahan paused for a moment, then smiled appreciatively. Fred, it's wonderful that you think this way. Perhaps this is one of the reasons you might succeed in researching cold fusion. I sincerely hope you can achieve that. However, due to the immense difficulty of this topic, I must set a deadline for you. Before the deadline, you need to design a complete production process and even a rough model of a transformer. Otherwise, this topic will be terminated. Lu Cheng nodded. Okay, when is the deadline? Callahan thought for a moment and replied, let's set it for the Student Technology Fair in 3 months. Sounds good. Lu Cheng agreed immediately. He was somewhat familiar with the Student Technology Fair. It was an exhibition aimed at geeky university students, where they could showcase the technologies they had developed. Many business tycoons would attend. Lu Cheng also saw this as an opportunity to gauge whether Transformers would be welcomed in the market. However, he remembered that there had been an explosion at this very technology fair, leading to the tragic death of Yamamoto. Perhaps he could change Yamamoto's fate when the time came. Callahan looked at Lu Cheng and said, if you have any questions during this time, feel free to ask me. I will. Lu Cheng nodded. He already had a preliminary idea for the Transformer and was just waiting for his skills to mature a bit before starting the actual production. The first issue to tackle was the transformation aspect. Once that problem was solved, the rest would be much easier. To achieve perfect transformation, the choice of materials was crucial. In this world, there was no Cybertronian alloy, so he would have to substitute it with other materials. Given the current circumstances, he needed materials that were high strength, high hardness, and lightweight. To have these properties, he would need alloys. Metals made from aluminum, magnesium, and carbon composites would likely meet Lu Cheng's needs. He knew that airplanes and F1 cars were made primarily from these three metals. Next, there needs to be a reasonable way to transform. This way, people sitting in the car won't be thrown out by the transformed vehicle. Therefore, assistance from artificial intelligence for calculations will be necessary. Finally, there's the issue of propulsion. This is also the most complex part, involving energy conversion, component configuration, and so on. Research in this area should wait until the knowledge of robotics is more mature. Callahan nodded. Well, you can now follow Asian to the lab for a visit, choose a workspace you're happy with, and continue your research from there. I have other matters to attend to, so I want to keep you too. Batian turned to Lu Cheng. Fred. There are some colleagues in the lab working on research too. Let me take you over. The two bid farewell to Callahan and headed downstairs. Soon, they arrived at a lab located on the far left side of the second floor. It resembled a warehouse, about the size of a basketball court, filled with various instruments. People of all shapes and sizes were diligently focused on their own research. Excuse me. Just as Lu Cheng was exploring, a figure on a bicycle zoomed past him. The cyclists took off their helmet, revealing a strikingly attractive woman. Chapter 53, A Small Trial, Improving Big White. Seeking collections and votes, the lady with colorful hair, chewing bubblegum, tilted her head to look at Lu Cheng. Zhang, who is this? Bing Tianjing smiled at the lady and replied, this is a new student brought in by the professor, named Fred. Lu Cheng greeted her, hello. He knew that this lady was a member of the Big Hero 6 in the film, known as the Glorious Girl. Of course, that was just a nickname given to her by Fred in the movie. He was not sure what her real name was. Hi, welcome to the Callahan lab. The Glorious Girl said, blowing a bubble as a form of greeting. She didn't engage in much conversation with Lu Cheng and turned back to work on her bicycle. This was no ordinary bicycle. Its tires were equipped with electromagnetic suspension. With zero resistance, it allowed for incredibly fast riding. Zhang added, the Glorious Girl has a special focus on electromagnetics. If you ever need materials related to electromagnetism, feel free to consult her. Lu Cheng nodded. This indeed provided him with some ideas. Perhaps, in the future, the connecting parts of the transformers could utilize electromagnetic materials. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about wear and tear during transformation. Zhang then introduced Lu Cheng to a tall black guy with dreadlocks, saying, this is Damon, also known as Wasabi, who specializes in laser research. Lu Cheng recognized him as Wasabi, another member of the Big Hero 6. He was robust and had a steady, down-to-earth demeanor. Wasabi looked at Lu Cheng and cheerfully said, Fred, let me show you a magic trick. With that, he picked up an apple from the side and tossed it towards two tube-like devices. Whoosh! In an instant, the apple was sliced into thin pieces. Wasabi then proudly pressed a button, and immediately, the space between the two tubes filled with tightly packed laser plasma. This required some magnetic confinement technology to achieve. And if genuinely researched, this laser plasma could generate enormous energy. Bing Tianjing smiled at Wasabi and said, stop showing off. The person in front of you has personally created cold nuclear fusion. In terms of energy, your laser-induced plasma doesn't even compare. Wasabi's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my god, handmade nuclear fusion. We definitely need to sit down and have a good discussion about this when we get the chance. Sure. I'm also quite interested in laser-induced plasma, Lu Cheng nodded. The energy drive for the transformers might indeed benefit from laser-induced plasma. Bing Tianjing then took Lu Cheng to meet a girl in a pink jacket wearing glasses, saying, this is Honey Amanda, who has extensive knowledge in chemistry. The girl shyly waved at Lu Cheng. Hi, Fred. Nice to meet you. Hello. Lu Cheng replied with a gentlemanly smile. This girl must be Honey Lemon, who is also a member of the Big Hero 6 team. She appears pure and shy on the outside, but inside, she is passionate and fiery. Tadashi began, Go-Go Wasabi, and Honey are all good friends of mine and members of the support group I established. Fred, I'll add you to the group later. So if you ever need anything, feel free to ask there. Tadashi was enthusiastic and patiently introduced new friends to Hiro. Hiro felt quite fond of him. It was truly a shame that such a talented and warm-hearted young man was lost in the explosion. Perhaps he could find a way to save him in the future. Before long, they arrived at a private laboratory. Inside, there were various books and computer equipment. The most eye-catching feature was a plump, over-a-meter-tall robot, entirely white, with a cute and naive appearance. Through its white exterior, one could vaguely see the mechanical skeleton inside. This must be Baymax. Hiro thought as he looked at the robot before him. Tadashi shrugged and said, well, it's still a work in progress. The compatibility between the software and mechanics hasn't been great, which leads to various malfunctions. Hiro looked at the unfinished Baymax and asked, if you don't mind, could I take a look at the code? After entering this world, he had studied the mainstream programming languages here, which were mostly C, C, and VC, with only minor differences in some aspects. Given Hiro's programming skills, understanding it wouldn't be too difficult. The program that Tadashi developed for Baymax was among the top tier of robotics. Being able to see the underlying source code would also help Hiro in designing the artificial intelligence for the Transformers later on. Tadashi nodded and said generously, of course. While this code is somewhat private, it's not exactly a secret. Just having the code isn't enough to create a complete robot. Soon, he opened his computer and quickly pulled up the code, which was written in BASIC and C. Hiro nodded and began to browse through Tadashi's programming code at a rapid pace, almost as if he were watching a movie. Thanks to the extraordinary memory he copied from Hiro's brother, the code was practically imprinted in his mind. In just half an hour, Hiro had finished going through Tadashi's hundreds of thousands of lines of code. Tadashi's code was well organized, and the necessary comments were quite detailed, making it easy to navigate. Looking at the computer, Hiro said, Tadashi, I have a better structural algorithm for Baymax's drive program. Perhaps you could give it a try. Tadashi quickly leaned in, surprised. Where? He was astonished that in just half an hour, Hiro had gone through the code he had spent nearly a year writing and even found flaws in it. It was simply mind-blowing. Lu Cheng flipped the code to the driver page and replaced it with his own algorithm. After running it, everything worked perfectly. With a smile, Lu Cheng said, why don't you import the code and give it a try? Hinata nodded, replaced the driver for Baymax, and then started it up. At that moment, Baymax's eyes blinked, scanning towards Hinata. A soft and adorable voice emanated from Baymax. Hello, I am Baymax, your personal health assistant. Hearing this voice, Hinata jumped up in excitement and looked at Lu Cheng, saying, amazing, Fred. You're a genius. In just a few hundred lines of code, you've solved a problem that has been bothering me for a month. Lu Cheng chuckled, I just made a few optimizations. Hinata's code structure was already quite good, but clearly, he lacked Lu Cheng's expertise in algorithms. Lu Cheng quickly identified the deficiencies in the driver algorithm, which is why he made those adjustments. Hinata was still buzzing with excitement. As long as we optimize the code further and match the hardware and software, Baymax will be ready for launch. He turned to Lu Cheng and said earnestly, Fred, you played a part in Baymax's success. At this point, he truly respected Lu Cheng's abilities. After all, he was the man who could handle nuclear fusion reactors. Lu Cheng smiled and, seeing that Hinata was focused on perfecting Baymax, decided not to interrupt any further. He chose a spot in his own office area and left the lab. Just as he stepped outside, he saw Lin coming toward him. Chapter 54. Danger. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng waved at Lin and smiled. Hey, teacher Lin, did you sleep well last night? Lin was wearing a white shirt today, with a lace collar that gave her a slightly sexy vibe. She paired it with black fitted trousers that showcased her long, slender legs perfectly, making her look even more graceful and attractive. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Lin walked over immediately, biting her silver teeth, and whispered, don't bring up what happened yesterday. She was filled with regret. After drinking a couple of glasses of wine yesterday, she became a bit tipsy. Vaguely, she remembered doing something she shouldn't have. This morning, when she found herself waking up in Lu Cheng's home, her heart was filled with embarrassment. Although she was 24 years old, she had never been in a relationship, let alone spent the night at a boy's house, especially since this boy was her student. If word got out, it would be social suicide. So, she hurriedly left without even saying goodbye to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng looked a bit innocent and shrugged. What's wrong? We just had a few drinks and did some special activities. It's not a big deal, so why can't I mention it? Lin's cheeks flushed for the rare occasion. What activities? Don't say nonsense. Lu Cheng chuckled. You were as tipsy as a lazy little kitten yesterday. I carried you back to the room. Doesn't that count as an activity? Lin appeared somewhat annoyed. Stop talking about it, or I'll really get mad. Despite her anger, she still looked cute, lacking any intimidating effect. This must be a downside of being so attractive. Lu Cheng decided not to tease her further and said, who told you to leave without saying a word this morning? Lin defended herself. I was in a hurry for class. Lu Cheng shrugged. I don't care. We only completed half of our bet. When are you going to fulfill the other half? Lin frowned slightly. What other half? Lu Cheng pointed to his cheek. You still haven't kissed me. Lin scrunched her nose. You're talking nonsense. I clearly remember kissing you in the car yesterday. As soon as she said this, Lin regretted it. Didn't that mean she was acknowledging she was somewhat aware of what happened yesterday? It would have been better to pretend she didn't know anything. Lu Cheng leaned in closer, smiling. Oh, so you did it on purpose yesterday. but getting drunk and kissing doesn't count. Lin, feeling defiant, said, It was my mouth that kissed you, so it definitely counts. Seeing Lin getting flustered and angry, Lu Cheng decided to stop teasing her and said, Fine. You win this round. I know you owe me. Now, what do you want from me? Lin huffed. Can't I just be looking for someone else? Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly. First of all, this is the lab for students taking robotics classes. It's quite strange for a physics teacher like you to just show up here without reason. After you arrived here, you haven't even glanced at the lab, which proves you're looking for someone who isn't in the lab. All things considered, you're probably here to find me. Lin rolled her eyes playfully and said, Do you think you're a secret agent, analyzing other people's behavior? Lu Cheng chuckled. Well, I actually was a secret agent. But that was in my previous life, and I haven't quite kicked that habit yet. I keep thinking about analyzing others' actions. Seeing Lu Cheng's confident gaze, Lin sighed and stopped arguing. All right, I did come to find you. Remember what I mentioned about the patent yesterday? I think we should start working on it soon. Lu Cheng asked curiously what happened. Lin replied, Today, teacher Jiang Chao came to see me again. He wants to take a look at your art generator and asked me to help get in touch with you. Lu Cheng frowned. Is he still not giving up? I didn't expect Cly Technologies to be so persistent about his cold fusion technology. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Once the cold fusion technology is perfected and put into use, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the energy sector. It could even impact various industries, bringing along substantial profits. After the incident with Cly Technologies' quantum portal, which resulted in millions of investments going down the drain, they urgently need this new technology to turn things around. Who knows what tricks these capitalists might resort to for this new technology? With that thought, Lu Cheng looked at Lin and asked, What do you need me to do? Lin considered for a moment and said, There are quite a few materials needed, but I can't prepare most of them. You just need to write the design process and the instruction manual. Lu Cheng nodded. Thanks for your help, Lin. Once it's done, I'll treat you to some spicy hot pot for $6. Lin shot him a glare, not saying anything more, and turned on her heels, swaying her alluring figure as she left. After Lin left, Lu Cheng drove back to his luxurious villa. He had already set up all the systems needed for designing the cold fusion process. Next, it was time to focus on what he needed to do, which was programming. He planned to design an AI that could assist with transformation and drive functions first. He had gathered a lot of inspiration from his time with Hitoshi, and he believed it wouldn't take long to get the program ready. He aimed to create a version 1.0 of a transformer for the Tech Expo in 3 months. It didn't need to have too many features. It just needed to be flashy and functional enough. During this period, Lu Cheng was busy shuttling between the villa and school. He was learning about various aspects of robotics while also starting to work on the framework for the transformers. As for materials, his butler's financial prowess took care of that. Of course, the team members from Big Hero 6 also helped out a lot, including the main character, Hiro Hamada. The little guy was especially excited to see Lu Cheng again. He insisted that Lu Cheng teach him a set of Chinese martial arts so that he could scan and record the movements to input into his robot. In exchange, he helped Lu Cheng solve a transformation issue, enabling Lu Cheng's transformer to achieve nearly lossless transformation. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed, and only a few days remained before the tech exhibition. Just as Lu Cheng arrived at the underground garage to test the basic performance of his Transformer 1.0, he received a call from Lin. Fred, the materials for the patent are almost complete. Do you have time to come by the school? Remember to bring your manual and design process. Once we finalize the documents, we can head to the patent office together. Lu Cheng nodded. Okay, just wait for me. I'll be there soon, he said, striding towards Transformer 1.0. Meanwhile, at Geek University, Jiang Chao watched Lin in the classroom, his gaze dark and complicated. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Hey, boss, it seems Fred is going to apply for a patent for the arc generator. What should we do next? On the other end, a sinister voice responded, Jiang, I'm very disappointed in you. After more than 2 months, you have made no progress. Jiang Chao sighed helplessly, boss. I can't help it. While I've secretly obtained the model of the arc generator, without the manual and design process, I can't fully replicate it. The voice on the other end coldly replied, I don't want to hear excuses. I need results. We cannot let them successfully apply for the patent. Otherwise, the company will be completely at a disadvantage. I will send someone to stop Fred, and as for Lin, you handle that. No matter what method you use. I want that technology today. I won't repeat myself. Do you understand? Jiang Chao broke out in a cold sweat. I understand. I will make sure to get this done and give the boss a satisfactory explanation. The call ended, leaving Jiang Chao standing alone outside the classroom. He glanced at Lin, who was still busy, seemingly having made a decision as he walked toward her. Chapter 55. The Transformers make their debut. Seeking collections and recommendations in Old Jing Mountain. There stood a standalone villa with an underground garage. Lu Cheng sat inside a sleek, silver-white car, its body adorned with subtle golden accents. The car's system projected a cute, three-dimensional Autobot. "Hello, I am Optimus Prime, your Autobot assistant," it announced. Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This was the result of his hard work over the past few months. Transformers 1.0. Although it only featured some basic functions like transformation and movement, it was enough to catch people's attention. Currently, the Transformers had two modes, manual and automatic. In automatic mode, all you had to do was input your destination, and everything would be handled by the AI known as Optimus Prime. While this mode was convenient, it was rather rigid. The system would follow the navigation route to the specified location, and to change the route, you had to stop and reset it. Additionally, in automatic mode, the vehicle could only maintain a constant speed. It couldn't accelerate or decelerate, as that would interfere with the AI's ability to judge obstacles and could lead to accidents. This was definitely an area for improvement in future upgrades. Manual mode, on the other hand, allowed for self-driving, including control of the transformed Transformer. The AI would only serve as an assistant. In this mode, the operation was much more flexible, allowing Lu Cheng to control the Transformer's speed and direction and perform complex maneuvers like jumps and lifts. Deciding to test the car's performance, Lu Cheng activated the Transformer. The next moment, Optimus Prime's voice came through. Cruise mode activated, transformation mode initiated, onboard systems functioning normally, navigation updated, surrounding road conditions scanned and found to be good. Ready for departure. As it spoke, a visual display projected a 360-degree view of everything within a 5-meter radius into the car. Even without stepping outside, Lu Cheng could monitor his surroundings. He pressed the accelerator, and the car slowly started, quickly making a round in the spacious underground garage. The drive was smooth. The onboard systems were functioning well, and the internal hardware was operating perfectly. Lu Cheng stopped the car and pulled up the internal images to check the condition of various components. After all, this car had been specially modified. The tires were from a Rolls-Royce, but had been equipped with unique shock-absorbing and anti-skid devices. The body was dismantled from a Ferrari, yet it was even more refined. Measuring approximately 2,485 millimeters in length, 1,543 millimeters in width, and 1,224 millimeters in height. However, the internal components had undergone significant changes, with most being sourced from luxury cars at home for direct use. As a result, 6 or 7 luxury cars had fallen victim to Lu Cheng's modifications. He didn't mind this at all. After all, he was a rich second-generation heir. If he didn't indulge, how could he call himself one? Being frugal would only waste his parents' hard-earned talents. In addition to parts disassembled from luxury cars, there are also specialized components purchased for F1 racing, as well as materials synthesized through special processing of aluminum, magnesium, and carbon. To prepare for this, Lu Cheng even took a week to study automotive and related knowledge. As for the driving energy, it utilizes a self-developed arc reactor as the main power source, with laser-induced plasma serving as a backup. Optimus Prime, transform. After confirming the vehicle's condition, Lu Cheng directly controlled the Autobot to transform. Clank, clank, clank. A large steel foot appeared where the car's tires were, lifting the vehicle. At the same time, every part of the car quickly changed position, and the modules hidden beneath the car's body reassembled through electromagnetic reactions. In less than 3 seconds, the car successfully transformed into a robot over 3 meters tall, glowing white with a hint of gold. Lu Cheng remained inside the Transformer, but had shifted from a seated to a standing position, now in transformation mode. The virtual projection of Optimus Prime gradually morphed into the form of a standing Transformer. Simultaneously, the surrounding control interface changed accordingly. A beam of light projected onto Lu Cheng, scanning various parts of his body. The system confirmed that the user's bodily functions were normal, allowing him to begin controlling the Transformer. Optimus Prime's voice resonated. The next moment, a set of sensory devices made of special materials appeared before Lu Cheng. This device resembled a small suit of armor and quickly fitted onto him. With the sensory device, Lu Cheng could easily control the external Transformer. He clenched his fist, and the Transformer mirrored his action. Then, as Lu Cheng stepped on the fixed foot pedals, the Transformer began to walk. Awesome. Now this is what a man's romance looks like. Excitement sparkled in Lu Cheng's eyes. He had failed over 50 times, but finally managed to complete the Transformer 1.0 prototype just in time for the Tech Expo. If Kalen saw this Transformer, he would surely be astonished. Next, Lu Cheng planned to consider developing more features for the Transformer, such as flying, diving, and so on, aiming to encompass all modes of transportation. The multi-control mode for the Transformer also needed improvement. Currently, it could only be operated by one person. If there were multiple passengers inside, They could only sit back and enjoy the ride without being able to initiate the transformation sequence. Let us go. I'm going to give Lin a surprise. Lu Cheng chuckled. He was eager to see the expression on Lin's face when she gasped in amazement. Lu Cheng reverted the transformer back to car mode, stepped on the gas, and zoomed out of the underground garage. The scenery flew by as the buildings rushed backward in his view. However, just as Lu Cheng passed through a necessary street, a truck suddenly blocked the road ahead, cutting off his path. Lu Cheng furrowed his brows and glanced at the car's onboard system. He noticed that another truck had appeared behind him, blocking the street. 2 trucks, one in front and one behind, had completely trapped him. Soon, more than a dozen figures wearing sunglasses and black clothes, wielding baseball bats, approached his car from all directions. What is going on? Is this some kind of scene from a high school action movie? Lu Cheng frowned. It was clear that these people were after him. However, he hadn't provoked any trouble with these delinquents lately. He had been busy running between the school and his villa, focusing on his research on Transformers. Wait a minute. How did they know I would be at school today? I only spoke to Lin before coming here. These guys must be after the art generator. People from Cly Technology. In an instant, Lu Cheng connected the dots. Perhaps Lin's phone had been tapped, and Cly Technology knew they were going to apply for a patent today. That's why they turned hostile, planning to forcibly seize his research results. Bang, bang, bang. A few of the black-clad individuals reached the front of Lu Cheng's car, raising their bats and striking the windows with force. Kid, get out of the car. No more talking, just smash the window and drag him out. Fuck, these windows are bulletproof. There's no way to break them. Lu Cheng looked at the circle of black-clad figures surrounding his car and raised an eyebrow. I was just looking for a chance to test the power of the Transformers. Since you're here to deliver trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 56. He gave too much. Bonus for donations. Ding ding ding. A group of men in black surrounded Lu Cheng's car, swinging baseball bats and relentlessly smashing away. However, the glass was specially designed bulletproof glass. Even an RPG couldn't break it, let alone ordinary bats. Lu Cheng could lie back and let them go at it, and they would have no way to harm him. This is the importance of knowledge. Lu Cheng shook his head as he watched the men outside struggling to break through. The men in black soon realized that continuing like this was futile, so they all stopped and stepped back, pretending to watch the show. Just as Lu Cheng was puzzled, the trucks in front and behind suddenly roared to life, charging straight at him. Damn, they're trying to take my life. Lu Cheng's expression changed slightly at this sight. However, he remained calm as ever. This Transformer 1.0, while not as flashy or cool as Bruce Wayne's Batmobile, was nearly equal in practicality and sturdiness. The outer coating was made of a special memory fiber that could withstand external impacts. The internal components were connected via electromagnetic suspension, making it resistant to shocks. Boom, boom. 2 loud crashes echoed as the trucks slammed into the front of the Transformer, mercilessly ramming its rear. The projection of Optimus Prime inside the vehicle even slightly distorted. Detecting external impact. Should we activate the defense mechanism? Optimus Prime asked. Lu Cheng shook his head. No need. He had already sensed that these 2 trucks weren't trying to take his life. If they were, the force of the impact would have been much greater. They were trying to use the collisions to force him out of the vehicle. Boom. The 2 trucks backed up a bit and then charged at the Transformer again. The force was just right. Even a regular car would only be dented and have its airbags deployed without causing any life-threatening injuries. Clearly, these were 2 seasoned drivers. The truck drivers, seeing the Transformer still unscathed after the collisions, were puzzled. If it were an ordinary car, it would have been crumpled by now. This vehicle is something else. Let's shift up a gear and give it another go. The truck driver quickly pulled out his communication device to contact the other truck. Received. Soon, both trucks backed up even further and prepared to charge at the Transformer once more. You're really pushing it. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow and calmly said, Transform. Optimus Prime. As soon as he finished speaking, the Transformer began to rise, its components changing at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant robot over 3 meters tall. What the hell is this? The drivers of the 2 trucks were completely stunned by the scene before them and instinctively slammed on the brakes. The onlooking men in black were also taken aback, their sunglasses slipping down as they instinctively stepped back in fear. Someone fell hard on their backside. Mortals, accept God's judgment. The Transformers emitted an overly dramatic electronic sound. Then, under Lu Cheng's control, it suddenly smashed forward towards the truck. Bang! A loud crash echoed. The truck was instantly crumpled by the steel hand of the Transformer. The arm of the Transformer was made of a special alloy and equipped with a driving mechanism capable of lifting around 6 tons of weight. With one punch, it could easily deliver a force of at least 4 to 5 tons. Truly, if that punch landed, you could be dead. The truck driver, terrified, curled up under the seat, holding his head. Lu Cheng maneuvered the transformer's iron hand to shove the obstructing truck to the side of the road. Then, he lifted his leg and delivered a fierce kick. Bang! The truck that had just been smashed rolled over and landed on the roadside, sparking wildly. Wow, run! The men in black, sensing the danger, fled in a frenzy. Lu Cheng didn't pursue them, but transformed the transformer back into its car form. He took out his phone, ready to call Lin. Since Cryo Technologies dared to act so boldly against him, they were likely to target Lin as well. However, just as he pulled out his phone, Lin's call came in. Lu Cheng answered and said, "Teacher Lin, I was ambushed at the school gate by people suspected to be from Cryo Technologies. Be careful and stay at school until I get there." There was a moment of silence on the other end before a hoarse voice replied, "It's me." Lu Cheng's head filled with question marks. "Who are you?" A series of neurotic laughs came from the other end. "Hee, Fred, we've met before at the school gate. Have you forgotten?" Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. Jiang Chao? He remembered that a few months ago he had indeed met Jiang Chao. This guy was the chief technology officer of Cryo Technologies. At that time, he was trying to convince Lu Cheng to sell his cold fusion technology, but was rejected. They hadn't seen each other since. How did this guy get Lin's phone number? A sense of unease washed over Lu Cheng. Jiang Chao's hoarse voice came again. "Surprisingly, our genius still remembers my name." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. "What have you done to Lin?" "Let her answer the phone." "Jiang Chao, she's fine, at least for now." Lu Cheng's voice turned cold. "You've kidnapped her?" "Teacher Jiang, do you even know what you're doing?" Jiang Chao's voice became somewhat hysterical. "Fred, you once told me that it's not ignorance that hinders technological development, but arrogance. I wholeheartedly agree. Now, I'm sending that same sentiment back to you. It's your arrogance that has prevented the effective development of cold fusion technology. Your actions will be nailed to the pillar of shame in the world of science. I am now rectifying your mistakes. I'll send you a location shortly, and you have 20 minutes to get here. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to Teacher Lin." Lu Cheng's voice was calm. "Okay, I'll bring the operation instructions and design process for cold fusion. However, if you dare to harm Teacher Lin, you'll never get your hands on this technology." Jiang Chao's hoarse voice came through. "Don't worry, Teacher Lin and I are colleagues. I don't want to hurt her unless absolutely necessary." The call was abruptly hung up. Soon, Lu Cheng received a location on his phone, just under 10 kilometers from Geek University. He quickly transformed his car into a vehicle and sped towards the designated spot. 15 minutes later, Lu Cheng arrived at an abandoned factory. The location indicated that the destination was right here. He got out of the car and walked into the factory. Before long, he found Jiang Chao in front of a house overgrown with weeds, along with Teacher Lin, who was tied up and struggling. When Jiang Chao saw Lu Cheng approaching, his weary face flickered slightly. Lu Cheng glanced at Lin and, seeing that she was unharmed, felt a bit more at ease. Then, he turned to Jiang Chao and said lightly, "Teacher Jiang, it's just a piece of technology. Why take it this far?" Jiang Chao's expression darkened slightly, revealing a hint of complexity. "I initially wanted to refuse to do this, but the offer was just too tempting. There's no turning back now." His complicated emotions quickly faded, and he squinted at Lu Cheng. "Did you bring what I asked for?" Chapter 57, Technology Beyond the Times. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng looked at the haggard Jiang Chao and said, "Teacher Jiang, you are a scholar after all. Why push yourself to such a desperate situation? Is it really worth it?" Jiang Chao squinted at Lu Cheng and let out a self-deprecating smile. "You're a rich second generation, so of course you wouldn't understand what it feels like to be driven to the edge by money. I don't expect you to understand. Right now, all you need to do is give me the materials." Lu Cheng's gaze was calm as he raised the design process and instructions in his hand. "You hand over Teacher Lin to me, and I can give you this." With a hoarse voice, Jiang Chao pointed to a stone platform 30 meters away and said, "Place the materials there, then return to your current position." Lu Cheng frowned but followed Jiang Chao's instructions and placed the materials on the stone platform. He then stepped back. Seeing this, Jiang Chao hurried to the stone platform to check the design process and instructions for the arc generator. As a PhD in physics, he could easily discern the authenticity of such specialized materials at a glance. Lu Cheng glanced at Jiang Chao, but didn't stop him. Instead, he walked over to Lin. "Teacher Lin, are you okay?" Lu Cheng untied the ropes around her and removed the cotton ball from her mouth. Cough, cough. Lin coughed lightly and shook her head. "I'm fine." Not far away, Jiang Chao was reading the instructions while commenting, "It's just temporarily fine. Did you see the collar in her hand? It can generate a high voltage of 500 volts instantly, and the remote control is in my hand." He raised a remote device. "I advise you to stay put and not move. Once I confirm the documents are fine, I will let you go." Lu Cheng frowned. No wonder this guy was so indifferent to his actions earlier. It turned out he had already prepared a backup plan, truly living up to his cunning appearance. Lu Cheng looked at Jiang Chao and said lightly, "The arc generator is far less important to me than Teacher Lin. Since I'm giving it to you, I assure you it's authentic." Since he was already giving it away, Lu Cheng didn't mind saying a few words to build rapport. He knew that Jiang Chao's goal was just the arc generator and that he wouldn't really want to kill Lin. If he did, it would be a completely different matter. Right now, because of the kidnapping charge, he might only have to serve 10 years. But if he pressed that button, it would be a death sentence. Meanwhile, Lin couldn't help but show a touched expression upon hearing Lu Cheng's words. Jiang Chao ignored Lu Cheng, his gaze fixed on the documents, quickly flipping through the pages while taking photos. It took a full 20 minutes before he sighed in relief and sent all the files from his phone. Then he stood up and looked at Lu Cheng. "Fred, I have to say, you're truly a genius. With such a brilliant idea for cold fusion, if given time, you'll definitely become a supernova in the scientific community. I'm truly envious." He then turned to Lin, saying apologetically, "Teacher Lin, I'm sorry. I had to resort to such despicable means to acquire this technology. I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness." Lin frowned slightly and replied, "Teacher Jiang, you are unworthy of being a teacher, let alone a researcher." Jiang Chao, unfazed by Lin's rebuke, pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. In the next moment, the collar in Lin's hand clicked open and fell to the ground. Jiang Chao then spoke, "You're right. Stealing others' hard work is a great shame for me as well. I will reflect on my actions in prison. So you can call the police now." He seemed entirely prepared for imprisonment, displaying an air of calmness. He had no regrets, especially since he had already exchanged cold fusion technology for a whopping 30 million, a sum sufficient for his mother's upcoming treatment. Lu Cheng looked at Jiang Chao, about to speak, when his brow suddenly furrowed. "Watch out." Just as the words left his mouth, a beam of laser light shot through Jiang Chao's chest. Jiang Chao stared blankly at the gaping hole in front of him, momentarily stunned. Then, an excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to collapse to the ground. A large pool of blood quickly formed beneath him. Behind Jiang Chao, a disc-shaped drone hovered in the air, spewing forth intense flames from its underside. It was this drone that had fired the laser, killing Jiang Chao instantly. "Run!" Lu Cheng shouted, grabbing Lin and pulling her towards the exit. If they were hit by that thing, it could mean instant death. The earlier laser was even more powerful than an RPG. In this era, there are actually technological products capable of emitting laser beams. In the sky, the drone adjusted its position, quickly locking onto Lu Cheng and Lin. In the next moment, the drone aimed its camera, preparing to fire at them. Boom. Just then, a loud crash echoed as a transformer burst through the wall, appearing behind the drone. Its massive form leaped high, raising its palm like a giant steel plate to strike at the drone. Bang! However, when the transformer's hand was just a few feet away from the drone, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible energy shield. The shield shimmered, forming a protective barrier made of a matrix of light. The transformer's attack wasn't entirely ineffective. It at least disrupted the drone's targeting, causing the laser to miss and hit the house next to Lu Cheng instead. In an instant, the house was reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Damn, that's brutal. Lu Cheng swallowed hard. If that had hit him, he would have turned to dust in an instant. Fortunately, his transformer could be controlled remotely. Just before entering the factory, he had confirmed the location of Jiang Chao and secretly controlled the transformer, preparing for a surprise attack from another direction. Unexpectedly, instead of finding Jiang Chao, he stumbled upon this thing. The drone in midair was caught off guard by the Transformer-S attack and immediately retaliated. Beams of laser shot out, striking the transformer. Bang! Bang! Fiery sparks erupted from its steel body, causing it to stagger back a few steps. Several steel components in its arms snapped off. Seeing this, Lu Cheng didn't dare let the transformer face the drone head-on and quickly transformed it back into car mode, bringing it right in front of him. "Get in." Lu Cheng pulled Lin into the car and slammed the gas pedal, speeding out of the factory. The drone quickly pursued them from behind, firing lasers. Lu Cheng, being somewhat of an experienced driver, skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel to evade the onslaught. The ground behind him was pockmarked with craters from the lasers. After a while, seeing Lu Cheng heading toward the city, the drone ceased its pursuit and vanished into the sky at incredible speed. Sitting in the car, Lu Cheng finally sighed in relief as he watched the drone leave. What the hell? Laser beams, super strong defensive shields. How could such advanced technology suddenly appear out of nowhere? A huge question mark loomed in Lu Cheng's mind. Chapter 58. Living Together. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng was certain that this world had none of those flashy things. In his previous research on designing transformers, he had delved into the history of robots in this world. If such powerful robots existed, they would have long been utilized in the military and recorded in history, rather than being something that couldn't even be found online. However, The current situation was that these robots had indeed appeared, and they had almost turned him into dust. Cray Technologies. Lu Cheng frowned. At that time, Jiang Chao was taking pictures of the materials for his arc generator, clearly sending them to Cray Technologies. Afterward, Cray Technologies had sent a drone to silence him. But if Cray Technologies had already acquired the technology, why would they still need to eliminate witnesses? Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. He found it hard to comprehend. The arc generator was merely a scientific product. Perhaps it could indeed impact the power market in the future, but given the scale of Cray Technologies, there was no need to go to such extremes over a single product, especially to the point of murder. There had to be some hidden truth that he was unaware of. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Could it be related to this cutting-edge technology? Jiang Chao, as the chief technology officer of Cray Technologies, had likely been involved in the development of this technology. Therefore, to prevent its exposure, Cray Technologies might have wanted to eliminate Jiang Chao. He and Lin were just collateral damage. This could also explain why Jiang Chao, as the CTO, was coerced into taking actions like kidnapping. Perhaps from the very beginning, the higher-ups at Cray Technologies had viewed Jiang Chao as a disposable pawn. If that were the case, then his arc generator was undoubtedly of great significance to them, which is why they were willing to go to such lengths, even risking lives. Lu Cheng felt he was on the verge of grasping a crucial point. However, the most critical question still remained unanswered. Where did this groundbreaking technology come from? The light shields and super laser beams could clearly not be produced with the resources of this world. Jiang is dead. What should we do now? Lin was so frightened that she seemed lost, looking at Lu Cheng for guidance. Lu Cheng shrugged and said, "What else can we do? We have to report it to the police. A life has been lost, and trying to cover it up is obviously impossible. The police will eventually trace it back to us. By then, it will be hard to defend ourselves." Just moments ago, Lu Cheng had recorded everything, from Jiang Chao's kidnapping of Lin, the demand for documents, to the moment he was shot by the drone, all captured clearly and in high definition. These recordings could be submitted to the police to clear their suspicions. However, to be safe, Lu Cheng decided to call the butler before contacting the police and briefly explain the situation. He has confirmed that the butler's identity is extraordinary. Having him handle this matter is definitely more considerate than dealing with it himself. After listening to Lu Cheng's account, the butler remained calm and simply said, "Young master, just wait for me. I will take care of everything." Reliable. Half an hour later, the butler arrived by car, accompanied by an officer in a three-stripe police uniform. The butler looked at Lu Cheng and said, "Young master, this is the police chief from the Old Jing Mountain Geek District. Please take us to that factory now." "All right." Lu Cheng nodded. Soon, the group drove to the factory where Jiang Chao had died. Jiang Chao's body lay cold on the ground. This guy paid the price for his actions, and it was quite a hefty one. The police chief skillfully inspected the scene and took a brief statement from Lu Cheng, ultimately transferring the video Lu Cheng recorded onto a USB drive. "Thank you for your cooperation. We'll handle this case from here," the chief said to Lu Cheng. The butler's connections were indeed strong. The chief remained extremely respectful throughout the process, and Lu Cheng didn't even need to accompany them to the police station for questioning. Having money really does allow one to do as they please. Lu Cheng couldn't help but sigh. He thought of his seemingly superhero-like father, who was probably off saving the world somewhere in a corner of the globe. Perhaps it was this connection that afforded him such convenience. Unfortunately, Lu Cheng had tried to contact his father before but was always unable to get through. When he asked the butler, he was told that his father was on an island vacation. There was no signal on that island. A flimsy excuse, yet it was unassailable. After leaving the matter in the hands of the butler and the police chief, Lu Cheng took Lin back to Geek University. At this moment, Lin had calmed down after the earlier shock. She bit her lip and looked at Lu Cheng. "Fred, thank you for coming to save me. Does this mean I should repay you with my life?" Lu Cheng smiled and replied, "It's nothing. You got caught up in this because of me." Lin thought for a moment and said, "What about the patent? We need to apply as soon as possible. Teacher Jiang must have already sent your technical materials to Clytech. With their technical resources, they could easily replicate your technology as long as they have the design process and manual." Lu Cheng nodded. "Yeah, I'll prepare another set of materials later." He had recorded the entire process of Jiang Chao stealing his data, and as long as he submitted this evidence, Clytech's patent application would most likely be deemed invalid. Moreover, Lu Cheng didn't believe Clytech would actually apply for a patent. Perhaps they were only interested in seizing the technology itself. To them, the patent might not even matter. Of course, Lu Cheng wouldn't let this matter rest easily. In the coming days, he needed to keep a close watch on Cray Technology to see what their true intentions were. Then, he would find a way to outsmart Cray Technology. After all, it was just a game of cunning, right? Who was afraid of whom? Lu Cheng thought for a moment and turned to Lin, saying, "Teacher Lin, this case is still unsolved. to prevent any unexpected events. You should stay at my place for a while. My house is quite spacious. If anything were to happen to you, I would blame myself endlessly. Lin hesitated a bit. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? There was indeed a part of her that was tempted. What happened today had genuinely frightened her, and she was afraid of encountering more trouble. After all, she was living alone in a rented apartment. However, out of modesty, she found it difficult to agree outright. There's nothing wrong with it. Let's make this decision happily. I'll help you move your things later. Lu Cheng quickly dispelled Lin's concerns. If you don't move in with me, how am I supposed to enjoy abalone? Ahem, how can I ensure your safety? That night, Lin moved into Lu Cheng's luxurious villa, and the two officially began their cohabitation. In Old Jing Mountain, at the Cray Technology Building, Alistair Cray, the chairman of Cray Technology, stood in front of a lavish floor-to-ceiling window, holding documents about an arc generator. He spoke into the phone. General, the technology has been confirmed, and there are no issues. The MOAP project can be prepared for a restart at any time. On the other end of the line, a cold voice responded, Cray, if this fails again, I will be very disappointed. Alistair quickly reassured him, rest assured, General. The previous failure was due to issues with the quality of the electricity. With this arc generator, we can completely resolve the power issue. This time, we will definitely create a stable channel to access the resources inside at any time. The voice on the other end remained serious and stern. You have 3 months to establish the channel. By then, the entire world will be at our feet. Alistair smiled. At your service. Chapter 59. Calm analysis and a bit of reflection. Seeking collections and recommendations. Nighttime. Inside the villa, Lu Cheng sat cross-legged on the sofa, while Heathcliff stood straight in front of him with a poker face. Lu Cheng spoke up. How's everything going on your end? Heathcliff replied calmly. Sheriff Elrin has gathered his team for a preliminary investigation at the scene, and he has conducted a systematic analysis of the video recorded by the young master. It has been confirmed that the drone is an innovative version we have never seen before. Tomorrow, Elrin will personally visit Clyde Technology for further investigation and evidence collection. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, I hope he doesn't do that. Heathcliff's eyes flickered slightly. What are your thoughts, young master? Lu Cheng shrugged. After a calm analysis, I believe this matter should be investigated discreetly to avoid alarming the snake. Since Clyde Technology dares to openly send a drone to carry out an attack, they must have made thorough preparations. If we investigate directly, it will be difficult to gain any insights and may instead raise their suspicions. Heathcliff inquired, so what does the young master think is the best course of action? Lu Cheng replied indifferently, there's no need to do anything. We just need to wait patiently. Wait? Heathcliff showed a look of confusion. Lu Cheng explained. Since they are so eager to acquire my arc generator technology, they will definitely put it to use soon. To expand the capacity of the arc generator, they will need to build a large factory or laboratory to control various parameters. Once they have that large factory or laboratory established, it will be the right time for us to conduct our investigation discreetly. Heathcliff's eyes showed a hint of relief. The young master has grown up. He is no longer that daydreaming, naive boy from before. This analysis is even more detailed and thoughtful than he had considered. Heathcliff nodded. I will contact Sheriff Elrin and make the necessary arrangements. Additionally, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, the police department will send 2 plainclothes officers every day to ensure the young master's safety around the clock. They are currently outside the villa. They've even sent bodyguards. It seems the old housekeeper has more influence than I thought. Lu Cheng didn't refuse. Having a few helpers is always good. In case of an emergency, he wouldn't be left without support. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Lu Cheng made his way down the long corridor. Just as he was about to return to his bedroom, he saw Lin stepping out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Her hair was damp and dripping with water. Her cheeks flushed from the steam. Her fair shoulders were exposed, revealing her delicate collarbone. At that moment, Lin was tilting her head and drying her hair with a towel, looking even more alluring. This is the perk of living together. Lu Cheng smiled and looked at Lin, saying, Teacher Lin, is there anything else you need me to bring over? Lin shook her head and said, No need. I think I have everything I need. Have the police found any results yet? Lu Cheng asked. Lin shook her head. It's too soon for that. They've only found a few clues. During this time, an officer will be secretly protecting us. Just stay here and wait for the case to be resolved. Lin thought for a moment and said, I feel a bit bad about staying here for so long. How about I pay you rent by the day? Lu Cheng chuckled. You've already done me a huge favor by helping me apply for the patent. Charging you rent would be unreasonable. Just make yourself at home and don't worry about it. If you really feel bad, you can treat me to some spicy hot pot for $6. Lin recalled her embarrassing drunken antics from before and blushed. No way. You're not getting that. She shot Lu Cheng a playful glare and swayed back to her room. Oomph. Next time I'll make sure to get you some sausages. Lu Cheng smirked and turned to head down to the underground garage. Today, His transformer had sustained serious damage in a collision with a drone and needed repairs. Otherwise, it wouldn't be ready for the Tech Expo in just over 10 days. For the next little while, Lu Cheng focused on fixing the transformer while also enhancing its performance. He also drove Lin to and from work every day. As they spent more time together, their feelings for each other gradually deepened. Of course, Lu Cheng wasn't rushing things. He dedicated most of his energy to the transformer. Preparing for the Tech Expo. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, everything had been peaceful, and Lu Cheng hadn't faced any attacks. However, he did receive some news from Heathcliff. Cray Technology had restarted the Mute Sparrow project, and the base was built on a previously abandoned small island. As Lu Cheng had suspected, they had constructed a large power plant on the island as well. Restarting the Mute Sparrow project? Are they trying to steal my arc generator for that purpose? Lu Cheng frowned. But upon further reflection, it didn't quite add up. If it were just about the Mute Sparrow project, there would be no need to kill Jiang Chao to silence him. Lu Cheng had a nagging feeling that this was still related to the cutting-edge drone technology. What is the connection between stealing the arc generator, restarting the Mute Sparrow project, and the advanced drones? Lu Cheng pondered. He believed that if he could figure this out, he would understand Cray Technology's true intentions. It seemed he needed to have a serious talk with Professor Callahan. After all, Callahan had previously been involved with the Mute Sparrow project and understood its background. A casual comment might just clear up Lu Cheng's lingering doubts. Fred, the Tech Expo is about to start. Aren't you getting ready? Came Lin's voice from outside the bedroom. Lu Cheng stepped out to see Lin dressed to the nines. She wore a bright orange jacket paired with a rare floral miniskirt, showcasing her long, straight legs. Let us go? Lu Cheng drove his transformer directly towards Geek University. Half an hour later, he arrived at the exhibition hall of the technology fair. The place was bustling with crowds, showcasing all kinds of luxury cars. As one of the top universities in Old Jing Mountain, this exhibition naturally attracted the attention of many major companies, all eager to scout for talent. Go ahead. I'll join you shortly, Lu Cheng said as he parked the car and looked at Lin. Due to the unique nature of the transformer, they had to use a special entrance instead of the main door. Fortunately, Lu Cheng had already contacted the staff here, so he could drive straight in. They could reveal the transformer during the showcase later. Okay, hurry up. Lin nodded and stepped into the exhibition hall. Lu Cheng then made a detour and drove to the backstage area, where staff members were bustling about. One attractive young woman spotted Lu Cheng and quickly approached him. Hey, Fred, you finally made it. I've arranged a special entrance for you. Just use this passage. And you can drive your car right into the exhibition hall to showcase your robot. Honestly, I'm a bit curious. How's a car going to transform into a robot? I hope you won't disappoint me, she said with a smile. Lu Cheng rolled down his window and replied, Thanks. I hope you won't be scared when you see it. The car becomes quite large after transforming. There's nothing too big that I haven't seen, Lena laughed. Lu Cheng felt something was off, but didn't dwell on it. He parked the car in the passageway that Lena had arranged. At the end of the passage was a door that led directly to the exhibition hall. As soon as he got out of the car, Lu Cheng spotted a familiar figure in the backstage area. It was Callahan. He seemed to be the coordinator and planner for this exhibition, managing various tasks. After a moment's thought, Lu Cheng approached Callahan and greeted him. Hello, Professor. Seeing Lu Cheng, Callahan's face brightened with a warm smile. Today is the deadline we agreed upon. Is your robot ready? Callahan had never inquired about Lu Cheng's design progress. He would only offer guidance when Lu Cheng asked. So he was unaware of Lu Cheng's current status. Of course, you'll see the final product shortly. Lu Cheng replied with a smile. After a pause, he continued, but before that, I'd like to ask you something about Clay Technologies. Upon hearing Clay Technologies, Callahan's expression instantly darkened. Chapter 60, I understand. Please support with collections and votes. What do you want to ask? Callahan looked at Lu Cheng with a dark expression. The name Cray Technologies was a perpetual source of pain for him. It was this company that had caused him to lose his beloved daughter forever. Ever since that day, he had been plagued by nightmares almost every night, regretting why he hadn't spent more time with her. Why had he agreed to let her participate in such a dangerous experiment? He could have stopped it. Lu Cheng could also see the anguish in Callahan's eyes, and he couldn't help but clear his throat. He felt as if he were rubbing salt into someone else's wounds, which made him feel guilty. However, that feeling quickly faded. After all, he knew that Callahan's daughter was actually not dead but trapped in quantum space. As long as the passage was reopened, she could still be rescued. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. I want to ask, why did the Sparrow project at Cray Technologies fail? Callahan's brow shot up, his voice taking on a darker tone. It was naturally due to Alistair's incompetence. He knew that the magnetic control field was in disarray. Yet for the sake of his own company's interests, he insisted on proceeding with the experiment, which ultimately led to the accident. Lu Cheng knew that Alistair was the chairman of Cray Technologies. From his portrayal in the footage, he seemed to be a typical businessman, arrogant, selfish, and with a unique vision. Now it appeared he could also be described as ruthless and unscrupulous. He would go to any lengths to achieve his goals, even if it meant committing murder. Lu Cheng looked at Callahan and continued, logically, this teleportation technology should have been quite mature by now. After all, there had been successful tests before Cray Technologies dared to showcase it to the military. Why did the experiment ultimately end in an accident? Callahan clenched his fists. Because of power quality. Power quality? Lu Cheng was puzzled. Callahan let out a breath. Actually, they had invited me to provide technical adjustments for their experiment, as I was in charge of electromagnetic issues. However, to maintain the operation of the passage perfectly, the power quality had to remain constant, which is quite difficult to control. Whether using wind power, the electrical grid, or nuclear power, there would always be voltage deviations, ultimately altering the power quality and causing chaos in the magnetic control field. I thought of several solutions, like creating a large voltage stabilizer to adjust the voltage deviations, but there were always mistakes. However, that bastard Alistair, in his rush to meet deadlines, disregarded the risks and forcibly conducted human teleportation. After more than a dozen consecutive tests without issues, he invited military personnel for inspection, hoping to launch the project as soon as possible. I never expected that it was during that very time that the project failed. At this point, he turned to Lu Cheng, his tone filled with frustration. If we had your cold fusion reactor technology back then, the issue of power quality could have been perfectly resolved, and that accident wouldn't have happened. Upon hearing Callahan's words, Lu Cheng felt as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind. I get it now. So that is how it is. Crytek's attempt to seize his arc generator was all about getting the MOC project back on track. His arc generator perfectly addressed the shortcomings of the space portal. Now, only one question remained. Where did this groundbreaking technology come from? Lu Cheng's mind raced like a tiny electric motor, piecing together the chaotic threads of thought. The MOC project, Jiang Chao, the arc generator, the era-defying technology. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I know. It's all about the energy. He quickly connected the recent events. First, everything stemmed from his arc generator. Crytek dispatched Jiang Chao to negotiate with him to restart the MOC project, but he refused. During this time, Jiang Chao repeatedly attempted to steal the principles behind the arc generator, but unfortunately, he failed. In desperation, he resorted to kidnapping Lin, threatening Lu Cheng to hand over the technical data, which he then forwarded to Crytek. That's when the drone appeared and eliminated Jiang Chao. Herein lies the problem. If the goal was simply to restart the MOC project, there wouldn't have been a need to silence Jiang Chao. There must be some hidden secret behind all this. This secret pertains to the origins of that era-defying drone technology. Thus, to prevent the secret from leaking, Jiang Chao had to die. Given Crytek's behavior, one could imagine that the origins of this drone were likely connected to the MOC project. After all, the drone structure itself isn't particularly sophisticated. Its destructive power comes from the special energy it contains. Yes, energy is the key. This type of energy couldn't possibly be extracted from this world. So where did Crytek get it? The truth is singular, the quantum space. The only place Crytek could harvest such immense energy is from within the quantum space of the quantum portal. Therefore, their MOC project was merely a facade. The true objective was to extract the powerful energy inside. If my assumptions are correct, everything happening now starts to make sense. Lu Cheng squinted slightly. They wanted to extract energy, which meant they had to seize Lu Cheng's arc generator. And to ensure this secret remained hidden, they had Jiang Chao eliminated. After all, if Jiang Chao were captured, it would be hard to guarantee he wouldn't reveal the secret. Wow, the implications are chilling. What exactly does Crytek intend to do by secretly mining such powerful energy while hiding it from the authorities? Lu Cheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Callahan watched as Lu Cheng stood there, lost in thought, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Fred, are you all right?" It was only then that Lu Cheng snapped back to reality and shook his head. "I'm fine." Callahan looked at him and inquired, "What made you suddenly ask about Cray Technologies?" Lu Cheng's eyes flickered, and he said, "Professor, I have two pieces of news for you, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first?" Callahan paused for a moment. "Just go ahead and tell me whichever you prefer." Lu Cheng shrugged. "All right. Then I'll start with the bad news. The bad news is that the technology for my arc generator may have been stolen by Cray Technologies." He continued, "As for Jiang Chao's death, the police haven't disclosed the truth, only stating it was an accidental death. So, you might not know what really happened recently." "What? Those bastards actually dared to resort to such underhanded tactics?" Callahan exclaimed, his eyes wide with anger. Lu Cheng reassured him, "Professor, there's no need to worry. I have evidence that Cray Technology stole my data, and I've already applied for a patent." They will soon pay the price. After a brief pause, he added, now, for the good news. Your daughter might still be alive. Chapter 61, Changing Destiny. Bonus for donations. What did you say? Callahan trembled at Lu Cheng's words. Lu Cheng patiently explained, Professor, don't get too excited. I'm just suggesting it's a possibility. Think about it. When your daughter entered the transmission portal, there was an accident that forcibly closed the portal. No one can be sure that your daughter is truly dead. According to string theory, quantum space and reality are entirely different worlds. Perhaps your daughter is trapped in quantum space and isn't really dead. Callahan's mood calmed down, a hint of contemplation crossing his face. There is indeed the possibility, but the MOPE project has been halted, and reopening quantum space is simply not feasible. Lu Cheng smiled and said, I was just about to tell you this. Just a few days ago, Clay Technologies has relaunched the MOPE project. The location is the same abandoned island as before. This information had not been publicly announced by Clay Technologies. If it weren't for Lu Cheng having the butler keep a close watch on Clay Technologies' movements, he might not have learned of it in time. Callahan's eyes widened in shock. That Alistair guy really is relentless. I'm going to confront him right now. With that, Callahan made his way to the exhibition hall, where Alistair was participating in the Tech Expo. Lu Cheng quickly called out to him, Professor, wait. If you go to confront Alistair directly, he might not let you participate in the new MOPE project. Callahan furrowed his brow. Then what do you suggest? I'm desperate to save my daughter and hadn't considered this issue. He had already had a falling out with Alistair, and it was possible that Alistair wouldn't allow him to be involved in the new MOPE project. After a moment of thought, Lu Cheng said, if you trust me, leave this matter to me. I will speak directly with the chairman of Clay Technologies later. Callahan looked at his student. Although he wasn't sure what cards Lu Cheng had up his sleeve, he nodded and said, all right, Fred, I'll leave this to you. Ever since his daughter had gone missing, he had felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Now that he saw a glimmer of hope in finding her, he was determined not to give up, no matter how slim the chances. I'll do my best, Lu Cheng replied with a smile. Although Callahan was the big boss in the film, all the bad things he had done were in pursuit of revenge for his daughter. Now that Lu Cheng had shared this news, he had effectively prevented a tragedy from occurring, indirectly changing the fate of everyone involved. Furthermore, even if Callahan weren't his mentor, Lu Cheng would still help him. The most direct way to understand Clay Technologies' intentions was to rescue Callahan's daughter. Since she had personally entered quantum space, she might also have been involved in Clay Technologies' clandestine plans. Rescuing her could also confirm whether his thoughts were correct. Hey, you're heading to the Tech Expo, right? It's about time you showcased your robot too. I can't wait to see what you've accomplished over the past few months, Callahan said, giving Lu Cheng a pat on the shoulder. Lu Cheng nodded, not lingering too long, and made his way to the exhibition hall. The place was indeed filled with an impressive array of robots. There were airships that could fly using wind power and bicycles that generated oxygen for breathing underwater. Each robot was accompanied by a large display screen, adding to the high-tech atmosphere. Lu Cheng also spotted the main characters, including Hiroshi Hamada, who were pushing trash bins into the venue. Hey, you guys made it, Lu Cheng greeted as he approached them. After spending several months together, he had become quite familiar with Hiroshi and the others. Fred, where's your robot? I haven't seen it. The ever-curious Jinx blew a bubble with her gum and looked at Lu Cheng with interest. Yeah, didn't you promise us a surprise? Hee. It's not still in the works, is it? Honey Lemon giggled, covering her mouth. Impossible. Fred is the guy who can handle fusion. A simple robot is definitely not going to stump him. Mustard defended Lu Cheng from the sidelines. These friends had helped him design various transformer parts, but they had yet to see the actual transformer. Lu Cheng smiled. You'll see it soon. He then turned to Hiroshi Hamada beside him. Hey, Hiroshi. It's almost your turn to present, right? Hiroshi swallowed nervously. Yeah, coming up soon. Tadashi patted Hiroshi on the shoulder and said, come on. Don't let me down this time. The usually lively Hiroshi fell quiet, and Tadashi quickly noticed something was off. What's wrong? Hiroshi glanced anxiously at Tadashi. I really want to get into your school. Tadashi leaned closer. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Lu Cheng chimed in. Hiroshi, don't worry. As a student specially recruited by Professor Callahan, I can assure you that he will definitely like your robot. He knew that Hiroshi, just like in the story, was participating in the Tech Expo in hopes of earning a recommendation for admission from Professor Callahan for his invention. Hearing Lu Cheng's words reignited a spark of courage in Hiroshi. Thanks for the encouragement, Fred. Just then, the announcement rang out. Next up, Hiroshi Hamada. Honey Lemon quickly pulled out her camera. Let us take a group photo. Everyone gathered together for a quick snapshot. With that, Hiroshi nervously stepped onto his stage. Lu Cheng knew it was time for Hiroshi to shine. His miniature robots could be controlled by his thoughts. Thousands of tiny robots could come together and combine into anything he could imagine. Just imagine the possibilities. You can transform robots into various anime girls and have them strike different poses. As long as your imagination is bold enough, there are endless possibilities. It's truly a dream come true for otaku and the lazy, isn't it? Hiroshi Hamada showcased his unique talents on stage. Initially shy, he didn't attract much attention. However, when he gathered thousands of miniature robots together, he captivated most of the audience's gaze. Everyone watched in curiosity as Hiroshi controlled the tiny robots, making them perform incredible feats. Looking down at the nearly full audience, Hiroshi smiled and said, "These miniature robots can do anything you want. The only limit is your imagination." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Hiroshi then bowed and stepped off the stage. Callahan stood below, watching the talented young man with satisfaction. All the members of the Big Hero 6 rushed over to cheer for Hiroshi. "Well done, little Hiroshi. Your invention is truly astonishing. I'm proud of you." At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit with a center part walked over and looked at Hiroshi, saying, "Yes, a marvelous invention. With further development, your technology will be revolutionary." Hiroshi recognized the man and exclaimed, "You're Alistair Clay." Alistair replied, "May I see your miniature robots?" Hiroshi quickly took a robot from his pocket, which was as thin as a rice stalk and a few inches long, and handed it over. Alistair admired it and said, "Fantastic. I hope you'll sell your robots to Clay Technologies." Seeing this, Lu Cheng chuckled and said, "I never expected Mr. Alistair would be interested not only in my nuclear fusion work, but also in robots." Alistair then turned to Lu Cheng and said, "You must be Fred. I've heard my employees mention you." Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Alistair, I wonder if you're still getting used to my arc generator?" Alistair smiled warmly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Cheng smiled back, "That's all right. You just need to know that this technology is still missing a crucial component. Without my help, you can only produce small arc generators, and you won't be able to create large ones. I wonder if this will affect your new project." Upon hearing this, Alistair's smile suddenly froze. Chapter 62, Eye-Popping Revelations. Seeking collections and recommendations, Alistair's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. "Fred, perhaps we can sit down and talk sometime. I'm actually quite interested in your research," he suggested. Lu Cheng smiled and replied, "Maybe another day. You can first verify if what I said is true, and then come back to discuss it." Lu Cheng was indeed not lying about the arc generator. Given the profession of programmers, he always liked to leave a backdoor in whatever he created. This backdoor was a hidden program that would only be triggered by specific input commands. The purpose of this was twofold. First, to prevent his achievements from being stolen. And second, because many clients could be quite unscrupulous, often delaying final payments after receiving the finished product. Having a backdoor could serve as leverage to ensure they paid up. When Lu Cheng submitted the technical report, he intentionally left out a certain step, making the technology appear flawless. It could indeed create a small arc generator. However, when it came to making a large arc generator, the absence of that crucial step would lead to problems with the chemical reactions, resulting in a failed experiment. Although Jiang Chao was a professor in the physics department, he had only a brief time to observe and was unfamiliar with cold fusion. So he naturally couldn't identify the flaw. Lu Cheng could use this backdoor program as leverage to participate in the new MOPE project, and perhaps even see if he could rescue Callahan's daughter. Alistair squinted slightly. "All right, let's stay in touch." He then turned to Hiroshi Hamada, saying calmly, "Little genius. Have you made a decision?" Hiroshi was still deep in thought. At that moment, Callahan walked over slowly and said, "Hiroshi, your robot will indeed spark a technological revolution. You can continue developing them or sell them to a greedy opportunist." Alistair glanced at Callahan and sighed. "Robert, I know how you view me, but this is none of your business." Callahan ignored Alistair and looked at Hiroshi. "Everything is up to you, Hiroshi, but you should know that Mr. Clay likes to take shortcuts and often overlooks science to achieve his goals. Clay Technologies won't utilize your robots wisely, nor will they with anything else." Alistair frowned. "Robert, you can't judge Clay Technologies' merit based on your subjective opinions. Over the years, we at Clay Technologies have invented countless products that benefit society. This little genius's robot will, of course, be put to good use." He then turned to Hiroshi. "What do you think, little genius? As long as you agree, I can offer you unimaginable rewards." At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Hiroshi Hamada. After giving it some thought, he finally made up his mind. "Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Clay, but I will not sell." Alistair raised an eyebrow, saying, "Perhaps I overestimated your intelligence. If that's the case, then let's leave it at that." Without lingering any longer, he glanced at Callahan and slowly walked away with his secretary. After Alistair left, Callahan pulled out a letter of recommendation for admission and handed it to Hiroshi Hamada, saying, "I hope to see you in class." Upon seeing the letter, Hiroshi's face lit up with excitement. The others joined in with cheers. Congratulations, Hiroshi. Awesome, just like my nephew. We are proud of you. Hiroshi grinned sheepishly. It was at this moment that Callahan turned to Lu Cheng and said, "It's your turn to shine, isn't it?" Just as he finished speaking, a bright female voice echoed through the venue. "Next up, please welcome Fred." Lu Cheng then looked at the crowd and smiled. "Watch my performance." The others cheered him on. "Go, Fred. You're the best. Don't feel too much pressure. After all, surpassing Hiroshi's robot is quite a challenge." "Hee, Fred. I can't wait for your show." Lu Cheng didn't say much more and headed straight to the backstage. Soon, he encountered Lin, who raised her little fist at him. "Go for it. Your robot is definitely going to be the brightest star of the night." Lu Cheng smiled back. "As long as I'm a star in your eyes, that's enough for me." Though a bit cheesy, such sweet talk can be quite effective in certain situations. Hearing this, Lin's cheeks flushed slightly. She pouted and said, "Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you." Lu Cheng didn't linger any longer and walked directly to the backstage. Staff member Lena rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh my God, Fred, you finally made it. Hurry up on stage. I can't wait to see your gigantic robot." Lu Cheng smiled and then boarded the Transformer. After activating Optimus Prime, he drove it into the exhibition hall. The earlier performance by Hiroshi had left the audience in awe, creating a small climax in the exhibition hall. However, this also had its drawbacks. Ordinary robots would likely struggle to capture the audience's attention. Nevertheless, when they saw a car drive into the exhibition hall, curiosity arose among them. What is going on? Can cars also be showcased as robots now? Oh my God, I should bring my Wuling Hongguang. It can definitely drift faster than this car. Is this a custom-built car? It looks a bit pricey. This is a tech exhibition. What does it mean to showcase a custom-built car? We want to see cutting-edge technology like that little kid-s. Amidst the various doubts and questions, more and more spectators gathered at Lu Cheng's booth. Of course, most were there just for the spectacle. Lu Cheng stepped out of the vehicle and addressed the audience below. "Everyone, you might be curious why I brought a car here. Don't doubt it. This is indeed a robot. I call it Optimus Prime. Now, let me slowly show you what it can do." Lu Cheng has experience as a content creator and knows how to engage the audience's mindset. His calm and steady tone gradually draws everyone into his rhythm. Holding a remote control, Lu Cheng begins. First of all, this vehicle is equipped with an advanced intelligence system that easily enables autonomous driving mode. He presses a button on the remote, and instantly, the car's lights turn on, moving back and forth on the stage. The audience watches as the car drives itself and can't help but scoff. Is that it? Autonomous cars have been around for ages, nothing special. I thought there was something extraordinary, but it's just this basic feature. What a waste of such a great design. Lu Cheng pays no mind to the murmurs of dissatisfaction. After a brief pause, he continues, "Of course, this is just the basic function of Optimus Prime. The reason I call it Optimus Prime is that it has one main feature: transformation." With that, Lu Cheng dives into the robot. He slowly announces, "Transform." Optimus Prime. With a series of mechanical sounds, the car rapidly reconfigures at an unbelievable angle. In an instant, it transforms into a towering mech over 3 meters tall. Its design is stunning, exuding a sense of advanced technology. The spotlight shines on the robot, making it the most eye-catching attraction in the entire exhibition hall. The audience, initially taken aback by the jaw-dropping spectacle, soon erupts into gasps of amazement. In the next moment, thunderous applause fills the tech exhibition hall. Chapter 63. That night. You didn't reject me. Seeking collections and votes. Wow, this is amazing. My goodness, what kind of black technology is this? Oh my God, a transforming car. I'm almost in tears. From excitement, the audience at the venue gasped in awe as they witnessed the Transformers in their transforming state. Some were so startled they fell to the ground. The visual impact was definitely more thrilling than watching adult films in person. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking car could suddenly transform into a towering robot over 3 meters tall? This dramatic twist caught everyone off guard. The atmosphere in the venue, which had just calmed down, reached a new peak, one even more intense than the excitement stirred up by Hiroshi Hinda just moments before. While Hinda's miniature robots were impressive, the visual stimulation and emotional resonance they evoked were minimal. In contrast, Lu Cheng's technology that allowed cars to transform stirred the hearts of everyone present. After all, cars are common possessions. Almost every household has one. It made the audience wonder if their own cars could be transformed into such cool robots after modifications. Standing off to the side, Callahan watched the Transformers with a look of astonishment. Although he was already aware of Lu Cheng's concept, seeing the finished product in front of him was still shocking. His student had managed to create a working prototype in just over 3 months. He had only expected Lu Cheng to submit a feasibility report or perhaps show a basic model. It's worth noting that the complexities involved in the Transformers were even more challenging than those of Hinda's miniature robots. Hinda's robots relied on brilliant creativity, connecting directly with brainwaves, while Lu Cheng's Transformers showcased the principles of robotics in full force, aligning perfectly with Callahan's definition of a robot. Although the robot didn't appear perfect at this stage, achieving this level of sophistication in just 3 months was truly remarkable. Nearby, Alistair's expression darkened as he watched Lu Cheng's Transformers. He remembered how, just a few months ago, his subordinates had been taught a lesson by this incredible robot. Let's go? After discovering the vulnerabilities of the arc generator, Alistair lost interest in the tech expo and left with his secretary. On the exhibition stage, Lu Cheng sat inside the Transformer. Addressing the audience through the robot speakers, the Transformers currently have 2 forms, car mode and robot mode. In the future, we will expand into more forms, capable of traversing land, sea, and air. Furthermore, the Transformers can lift loads of up to 10 tons, assist humans in large-scale operations, and can even be utilized as military weapons. After Lu Cheng finished speaking, he stepped out of the Transformer and pointed at it, exclaiming, "The romance of a man, Transformers. Clap, clap, clap." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by waves of screams and cheers. In that moment, Lu Cheng and the Transformer became the center of attention for everyone present. Who can resist the allure of mechas? In the past, everyone had controlled robots in competitions using remote controls. But now, with the arrival of Transformers, anyone could potentially pilot their own robot and face off against enemies head-on, experiencing the thrill of combat firsthand. Now that's true romance for men. Wow, I really want one. I wonder how much this Transformer costs. Someone exclaimed. Yeah, if it's too expensive, it might be hard to afford. Looking at the components of this vehicle, they seem to come from various luxury cars. It must cost at least 4 or 5 million. Another voice chimed in. What can a poor guy do with robots? Isn't a flat character more appealing? Hearing the discussions below, Lu Cheng smiled and said, the external parts of the Transformer were indeed assembled from different vehicles. However, the materials for transformation aren't too expensive. If we were to mass produce it, one could be made for around 500,000. Of course, Lu Cheng was referring to the lowest price, equivalent to a lower spec Transformer. Its capabilities would certainly not match the strength of his model, but it could still perform transformation and other operations. After all, the key to transformation lies mainly in energy and artificial intelligence, along with some internal electromagnetic components. Lu Cheng had already resolved these core technologies. At just 500,000, that really is quite affordable. Wow, when will production start? I'll definitely be the first to buy one. Get me one too. With Lu Cheng's pricing, the excitement in the crowd surged again. Lu Cheng chuckled, said nothing more, and directly piloted the Transformer off the stage. At the very least, from the on-site reaction, it was clear that once the Transformer truly hit the market, it would definitely gain fame throughout the entire Old Jing Mountain. Whether the mission could be accomplished was merely a matter of promotion. Backstage, many of the spectators who had just watched the show followed him, including several company owners. They all expressed great interest in the Transformer and were willing to invest in mass production. Lu Cheng didn't completely refuse. He took down some company contact numbers, thinking they might come in handy for future promotions. At that moment, Hinata and his group also approached. It was their first time seeing Lu Cheng's Transformer, and they were equally astonished by the robot. No wonder he asked the man who can manually create nuclear fusion. I'm absolutely in love with this robot. If possible, can I take it for a spin later? Mustard waved his arms excitedly. Lu Cheng smiled and said, when the opportunity arises, I'll personally make one for you. He politely declined, as he didn't have the habit of letting personal vehicles be used for public purposes. The cool girl blew a bubble with her gum and remarked, it does look pretty impressive. Honey Lemon said, hee, if we could add some chemical reagents, the strength of this Transformer could really reach new heights. Bintian Zheng chimed in. Fred, I never expected that the idea from 3 months ago would come to fruition so quickly. Congratulations. Lu Cheng turned to the group. The fact that we were able to create the Transformer so quickly is thanks to everyone's brainstorming and support. I really appreciate all of you. Callahan smiled and looked at Lu Cheng with pride. Fred, you are a genius in physics and robotics. I hope you continue to pursue this topic. Lu Cheng replied. Thank you, but I still have a lot to learn. Half an hour later, the tech exhibition concluded successfully. Since Lu Cheng had explained his daughter's situation to Callahan in advance, there was no fire incident this time, completely altering the plot's course. After a brief celebration with Bintian Zhang and the others, they all went their separate ways. However, Lu Cheng didn't head home. Instead, he took Lin for a walk by the lake at Geek University. The shimmering waters stretched their shadows long. Fred, congratulations, your speech was fantastic, Lin said. Her cheeks flushed from a bit of wine. Lu Cheng smiled, looking at Lin beside him. I owe it all to your encouragement. As they gazed at each other, their bodies slowly leaned closer. Finally, Lu Cheng leaned down and kissed her. It all felt like a natural progression, a culmination of the feelings that had been building between them. Under the moonlight, their relationship deepened. The night was enchanting, making even the kiss feel magical. To savor this wonderful moment, Lu Cheng drove Lin back to his villa. That night, Lu Cheng fell asleep in Lin's bedroom, enveloped in the warmth of their newfound intimacy. It was a night of passion, lasting until dawn. Chapter 64. Wife Lin, seeking collections and recommendations. The next day, Lu Cheng woke up from bed. He glanced at Lin, who was still sound asleep beside him, and let out a soft sigh. After a night of tossing and turning, it was likely that Lin would find it hard to get up early today. Lu Cheng, having improved his physical condition, felt full of energy. He initially thought about doing some morning exercises, but seeing Lin's tired state, he decided not to disturb her. Lu Cheng pressed his lips together and gently kissed Lin's cheek before pulling back the covers, getting dressed, and getting out of bed. After freshening up, he made his way to the underground garage. He had transformed this space into a temporary testing ground for modifying transformers. The basic functions of the transformers had been perfected, but there was still room for improvement. When the time came to promote them, it would surely yield great results. The technology exhibition yesterday proved that his choice was correct. In this world dominated by robots, people's enthusiasm for large robots was no less intense than that of otaku for their anime waifus. These robots, which could solve transportation issues while being flashy and cool, would undoubtedly become famous throughout the old Jingshan area once launched. Lu Cheng thought about incorporating propulsion devices at the bottom of the transformers, using an arc reactor for fuel. This would grant the transformers flight capabilities. He quietly worked on modifying the transformers according to his vision. As noon approached, Lu Cheng finally made his way to the villa's hall. Lin was up as well. She wore a pink t-shirt and an apron, her wifely charm radiating. Fred, school is off today, and I'm planning to make some Chinese dishes. I learned them online. So I'll need your feedback later, Lin said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she looked at Fred. She hadn't expected to share a bed with her student last night. However, she didn't feel too shy about it. After all, the culture in this world was relatively open, and many people had lost their virginity at 17 or 18. Now at 24, she was much later than others. Moreover, Lu Cheng was so outstanding. Lu Cheng looked at Lin, whose delicate features and long, beautiful legs caught his eye, and said, as long as it's made by you, it's bound to be delicious. After a pause, he added, but if you're tired, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Lin had just tasted the fruits of her labor and was still willing to get up to cook lunch for him. It seemed that foreign girls had a clear advantage in physical stamina in this regard compared to their local counterparts. As long as they didn't get as carried away as yesterday, it would be fine. Lin bit her lip. Lu Cheng smiled and said, of course. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's not just about this moment. After the two of them had breakfast together, they each went about their own business. Lin was a very opinionated and independent woman. She was like other young girls who would always cling to someone to go shopping or run errands. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Lu Cheng had been primarily focused on optimizing the functions of the transformers and developing new features. At the same time, he also borrowed a miniature robot from Hiroshi Hamada to conduct a secondary transformation on the transformers. I must say, this robot is truly remarkable. It can establish preliminary connections with the neurons in the brain. Many tasks that are difficult to operate can be accomplished using this miniature robot. On another front, Hamada's invention, the Baymax, has successfully come to fruition. Lu Cheng helped him connect with several businesses that were preparing to collaborate for mass production. Hamada was naturally very grateful for this, as his dream was to see Baymax enter households and become the best medical robot in Old Jing Mountain. On the weekend, after Lu Cheng and Lin completed their usual morning routine, they headed to the underground garage. The transformation of the transformers was nearly complete, and it was time for the final testing phase. Just as he was about to enter the transformers, a phone call came in. Lu Cheng glanced at the screen, answered the call, and smiled, saying, it seems Mr. Clay's project isn't progressing smoothly. The call was from Alistair Clay, the chairman of Clay Technologies. Alistair's voice sounded somewhat grim. Fred, perhaps we should discuss this over coffee. Lu Cheng shook his head. No need. I have just one condition. After a moment of silence, Alistair replied, go ahead. Lu Cheng said, I need to participate in your new Sparrow project alongside Professor Callahan. Alistair responded, that's no problem. I can make you the head of the new power plant, and you can set your price. Lu Cheng clarified, I think you misunderstood. What I mean is, I need a spot to enter the quantum space. Alistair seemed puzzled. Is this something Callahan asked you to do? What exactly does he want? Lu Cheng chuckled, Mr. Clay, you should remember the accident back then. My teacher and I believe his daughter may not have died but is trapped in the quantum space. Therefore, we need a spot to go in and rescue her. Alistair responded skeptically. Alive? How is that possible? Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Nothing is impossible. The quantum space is different from ours. The explosion at that time might not have affected her. And the capsule contained hibernation drugs that could put people into a temporary state of suspended animation in case of danger. The teacher's daughter might not be dead. If you don't agree to this, then we may have nothing more to discuss. After a moment of silence, Alistair finally said, All right, I agree. However, before that, you must sign the relevant agreements to prevent any unforeseen incidents that could hold my company liable. Lu Cheng nodded. Then, I look forward to our collaboration. I'll come by Clay Technologies with the professor shortly. After hanging up, Lu Cheng greeted the butler and instructed him to notify the police to keep an eye on the small island where the Sparrow project was being developed. After all, who knows what might happen once he and the professor arrive? Of course, this was just a precautionary measure. Lu Cheng believed that Alistair wasn't bold enough to take action directly on the island. After making all the necessary preparations, he wasted no time and drove straight to Callahan's house. Once he explained the situation, Callahan quickly got dressed, eager to accompany Lu Cheng to the island to rescue his daughter. During this time, he had been tormented by worry. He had almost asked Lu Cheng every day about the situation with Cray Technologies. Now that Lu Cheng had managed to negotiate a plan, Callahan was understandably anxious to go. Seeing Callahan, who was so different from his usual composed self, Lu Cheng spoke up. Professor, if we really can rescue your daughter this time, I hope you can help me with something in return. Chapter 65. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Seeking collections and votes. What is the rush? Callahan looked at Lu Cheng with confusion. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before expressing his thoughts. Callahan frowned. That can't be possible, right? Lu Cheng shrugged. Better to be safe than sorry. We need to prepare early. After thinking it over, Callahan nodded. If we can really save Abigail this time, I'll follow through. Only then did Lu Cheng feel relieved and nodded. All right, then, let us go, teacher. Before long, Lu Cheng and Callahan arrived at Crytek and met Alistair, who was sitting in the office. Callahan, already having a strained relationship with Alistair, had no intention of chatting and merely stood silently to the side. Alistair looked at Lu Cheng and didn't he bother with pleasantries. I've arranged for the helicopter. Let us head out now. Both parties had their own agendas, and neither of them addressed it directly. An hour later, Lu Cheng and the others arrived by helicopter at a small island outside Old Jing Mountain. The island was not very large, only about 40 square kilometers. However, at that moment, the island was filled with factories and signal towers. Transport trucks were bustling back and forth, transporting various supplies with great fervor. The helicopter landed in front of a base, and Lu Cheng and the others got off one by one. Alistair pointed to a large factory next to the base and said, This is the experimental base for the arc reactor. Fred, you need to make it work successfully for me to initiate the Moth project. After talking with Lu Cheng, Alistair immediately gathered experts to prepare for the construction of a large nuclear reactor. However, each time they failed at the last moment. Thus, Alistair reluctantly decided to let Lu Cheng come in for the adjustments. Callahan sneered from the side. Humph, you really are that selfish little man. I really don't know how your company managed to go public. Unfazed, Alistair replied. Business is inherently unpredictable. There is no need for me to explain such things to a robotic professor like you. Lu Cheng interjected. Mr. Crytek is indeed a competent businessman. I believe we will have a pleasant cooperation. Now, please take me to the experimental base. Alistair said nothing further, showed his access card, and directly led Lu Cheng into the base. Upon entering, they were greeted by a large arc-shaped device, which was structurally similar to Stark Industries' large arc generator. However, this arc device was dim and clearly not functioning properly. After navigating through the hall, they quickly arrived at the main control room. At that moment, a group of researchers and lab coats were gathered around various equipment, pointing and discussing. Their expressions revealed a mix of confusion, bewilderment, and frustration. As they stood before this groundbreaking cold fusion technology, they were repeatedly met with failure. The feeling of discomfort was akin to being caught with one's pants down at a club during a raid. Alistair looked at the researchers and clapped his hands, pointing to Lu Cheng beside him. Everyone, stop what you're doing and show him your experimental reports. He will solve the problems you're facing. The group of researchers turned their gaze to Lu Cheng, their eyes filled with skepticism. Mr. Clay, may I ask what this gentleman does? He seems a bit young. One researcher inquired. I've been in the power industry for 30 years, and I've never encountered such complex issues. How could a young man possibly solve them? These researchers were skilled in their fields, and most had a sense of pride. How could they admit to being outdone by someone who looked no older than 17 or 18? Alistair frowned at the group of researchers. I don't want to repeat myself. Hand over the experimental reports to him and cooperate with him. Otherwise, you'll be removed from this project immediately. His decisiveness left no room for rebuttal. Reluctantly, the researchers handed their reports to Lu Cheng. He glanced through them without delving too deeply. The changes they had made were minor and inconsequential. One researcher couldn't help but ask, "How long will you need with this report, sir?" "We're quite busy." Lu Cheng smiled. "It might take a bit of time. About 5 hours should be enough to solve your issues, and it could go even faster if you cooperate with me." The researchers were stunned. 5 hours. We've spent more than half a month on this, and we're nearly pulling our hair out. You're telling me it can be solved in just 5 hours? Young man, don't be too cocky. This is absurd. Do you understand physics? Do you understand nuclear fusion? In 5 hours, you won't even finish reading these reports, let alone solve our problems. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Alistair, but you might have brought in a fraud. Ignoring their mockery, Lu Cheng focused on the instruments, quickly adjusting various parameters. He then moved to the laboratories of different factories to alter the chemical ratios for cold nuclear fusion. The researchers watched him scurrying around the labs, internally scoffing and preparing to witness his failure. Before long, 5 hours had passed. Lu Cheng returned to the main control room and said to everyone, "All right. Let us turn on all the switches and see what happens." "Is that it?" The researchers looked at Lu Cheng with doubtful expressions. However, under Alistair's authority, they returned to their stations and began recalibrating. A quarter of an hour later, the adjustments were complete and the switches were activated one by one. With a click, the circuits came to life. In the next moment, in the center of the laboratory hall, the large arc reactor suddenly lit up. Countless currents surged within it, dancing like a myriad of tiny sprites. Did it work? Oh my God, this is a masterpiece of divinity. Ha ha ha, we've created the greatest invention in the world. A group of researchers looked at the images displayed on the screen, erupting in excited cheers. However, they quickly realized something and turned to look at Lu Cheng with complex expressions. 5 hours. He had solved a problem that had troubled them for more than half a month. If it weren't for this young man, this issue could have persisted for an even longer time. The boy before them could no longer be described as a genius. He was nothing short of a modern-day Einstein. Lu Cheng paid no attention to the astonished faces of the researchers. After doing this kind of thing so many times, one becomes desensitized to it. He turned to Alistair and said, "Mr. Clay, the issue is resolved. When can you finish your part?" Alistair smiled and replied, "Within 3 days. It should be done. After all, the other challenges had already been addressed earlier. Now that you've resolved the flaws of the arc generator, it's just a matter of minutes to bring it online. Then we will await good news." Lu Cheng nodded. 3 days later, Alistair notified Lu Cheng and Callahan to come to the island to participate in the Marrow project. Perhaps he was worried that Lu Cheng would secretly hold back, so he didn't dare to go back on his word. Soon, under Alistair's guidance, Lu Cheng and Callahan arrived at a closed-off space. It was vast, about the size of half a football field, and divided into 2 levels. At both ends of the upper level, there were installations resembling railway tracks. At the end of the tracks was a circular space portal. The entrance of the portal shimmered with flowing blue light, radiating a dreamlike aura. "Is this the entrance to the quantum space?" Lu Cheng squinted slightly. He took out a special sensing device from his pocket and aimed it directly at the quantum space. The next moment, an electronic voice emitted from the sensing device. "Life signs detected. Do you wish to initiate a rescue?" Chapter 66, Rescue and Emergencies. Please support with collections and recommendations. Indeed, she is inside. Hearing the electronic voice, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel a slight sigh of relief. To explore signs of life in the quantum space, he had specially asked Hiroshi Handa to create this super sensor. It can detect the physiological characteristics of humans across an entire city. Quite a game changer. In the film, Baymax relied on this sensor to locate Callahan's daughter, who was unconscious in the quantum space. Lu Cheng initially thought that since they were opening the quantum space portal at a different location this time, they might not be able to track down Callahan's daughter. To his surprise, things were going much smoother than he had anticipated. It seems that this quantum space is quite extraordinary. No matter where the portal is opened, the entry point remains unchanged. Lu Cheng pondered the underlying principle. For humans, this quantum space is considered a lower dimensional space, essentially a flat plane. The technology behind the quantum portal involves first determining 2 anchor points, and then folding the plane so that the 2 anchor points coincide, allowing for long-distance transmission. This is similar to the space-jumping technology seen in interstellar travel. Therefore, as long as the anchor points are the same, the physical location in reality does not affect the entry point to the quantum space. Not dwelling on this issue any longer, Lu Cheng turned to Callahan and said, "Professor, the sensor has detected vital signs. The target is female. It should be your daughter." Upon hearing this, Callahan immediately became excited. "Really? Abigail is alive. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. His aged eyes were clouded, and he couldn't help but tremble with emotion. Lu Cheng squeezed Callahan's hand to calm his nerves. Yes, but the rescue plan is crucial. No one knows exactly what the situation is like in the quantum space. According to the principles of transmission, if beings from other dimensions enter the quantum space without following a specific route, distance becomes irrelevant. In other words, there is no concept of distance in the quantum space. Something that appears close to you might actually be hundreds of thousands of miles away. Conversely, something that seems far away could be just a step away. However, one thing is certain, Callahan's daughter is definitely within the range of a single city. Otherwise, the sensor would not have detected her. Callahan looked at Lu Cheng and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" Although he was a professor of robotics, he was still completely in the dark when it came to rescue operations. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and replied, "First, we need to ensure our safety so that we don't get lost once we enter and end up putting ourselves in danger. Therefore, we need a safe flying device. Secondly, the flying device must ensure that it has sufficient fuel and can use various types of fuel to avoid any particular fuel being ineffective in the quantum space. Finally, well, there's no finality. As long as we find Abigail, we can just head back the way we came. It's quite simple." Alistair looked at Lu Cheng and said, "The flying device, Fred, you must have thought of it long ago. It's the transformer you just brought over, right? However, I remember that this robot didn't have a flying function during the previous Tech Expo." Lu Cheng replied, "Over the past month and a half, I've upgraded the transformer again and added a flying mode. It can run on gasoline, electricity, plasma, and various other fuels." Alistair clapped his hands. "Fred, you're a genius. Have you considered coming to work at my company after graduation? I can make you a vice president, and you can set your own salary." I have to say, Alistair really does have the potential of a successful businessman. At least he has thick skin. With the situation being what it is, he can still throw out an olive branch without batting an eye. Lu Cheng shrugged. "Sorry, I'm only interested in being the chairman." Alistair twitched his mouth, but fell silent. Callahan turned to Lu Cheng and said, "Fred, Abigail is my daughter. Let me control your transformer instead." Lu Cheng waved his hand. "It's fine. I also want to see the quantum space, this different world. Besides, you're not familiar with controlling the transformer. If something goes wrong, it would be too late for regrets." Callahan hesitated. When it comes to the life and death of his daughter, he had to be cautious. Lu Cheng waved his hand again. "All right, sir, don't overthink it. It's fine. If we delay any longer, your daughter's position might change. And if it goes beyond the sensor's detection range, it will be even more troublesome. In fact, this rescue posed little risk. In the film, the protagonist, Hiroshi Hamada, could even run and breathe inside. It was simply amazing. Even if Lu Cheng didn't have the protagonist's halo, staying inside the transformer should pose no unexpected dangers. Okay. Callahan eventually nodded in agreement, looking seriously at Lu Cheng. "Fred, I'm counting on you." "I will." Lu Cheng nodded in response. Before long, he brought the transformer over and transformed it into robot mode. Under the gaze of everyone, the transformer's feet emitted flames and instantly soared into the air, rushing into the teleportation tunnel. As Lu Cheng sat inside the transformer, he felt a burst of white light, and the surrounding space underwent a dramatic change. What he saw was dreamlike, as if a colorful cloud had gathered together, radiating waves of light. It resembled a flowing starry sky, which was truly breathtaking. Lu Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. This quantum space reminded him of Van Gogh's famous painting Starry Night, with its wildly chaotic lines creating a vast and profound scene. Not focusing on the surroundings anymore, Lu Cheng began to control the transformer to scan for Abigail. Moments later, Optimus Prime emitted a mechanical voice. "Life signs detected. Unable to determine effective range to target. Should we proceed with the rescue?" In this context, the concept of distance was irrelevant, so the transformers could only pinpoint the approximate location without assessing the effective distance. "Proceed to the target location," ordered Lu Cheng decisively. In the next moment, flames erupted from the feet of the transformer as it soared toward the target. Along the way, numerous debris floated in the air, fragments of buildings, shards of glass, clumps of mud, metal scraps, and wooden planks, likely remnants from the previous explosion. However, these obstacles posed no challenge for the transformers. About 10 minutes later, an open area ahead suddenly revealed a solitary short pod. The exterior of the pod was covered in dust, obscuring the view of what lay inside. "Found it." Lu Cheng's eyes lit up as he quickly maneuvered the transformer closer. However, in the next instant, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 67, Terrorist Attack. Seeking collections and recommendations, bang. Just as Lu Cheng was controlling the transformer to approach the pod where Abigail was located, the transformer suddenly shook violently. Immediately, the intelligence system, Optimus Prime, issued a warning. Warning, the hull has encountered an unidentified object. The exterior has been damaged. The power system is affected. Switching to fuel mode. Immediate return is advised. Lu Cheng furrowed his brows. He glanced at the imaging system and noticed that several parts of the exterior were damaged, exposing the metal framework inside. Some of the drive mechanisms were even sparking. It was clear that the damage was significant. He quickly switched to manual control and adjusted the internal structure of the transformer, managing to stabilize the violently shaking machine. What on earth was happening? Lu Cheng rapidly scanned the external environment, but found nothing abnormal. It was simply baffling. The transformer was equipped with an automatic obstacle avoidance feature, making it difficult to collide with floating debris. Furthermore, judging by the extent and distribution of the damage, it didn't seem like it had been hit by debris. Otherwise, the damaged areas wouldn't be so irregularly spaced, resembling the effects of being splashed with acid. Yet, the transformer had indeed been struck without Lu Cheng's knowledge. Could this be related to the mysterious energy from the previous drone? Lu Cheng pondered. This mysterious energy might be scattered throughout the quantum space. Perhaps he had inadvertently triggered it, causing the damage. Rubbing his temples, Lu Cheng decided not to dwell on the issue any longer. This was not the time for such thoughts. Who knew if there would be further unidentified attacks? He directly inquired, "How long can the fuel last?" Optimus Prime replied, "About 20 minutes. Lu Cheng sighed in relief. That's enough. He had only taken 10 minutes to reach this point from the entrance. Pushing a pod back, even if it consumed a bit more energy, should still hold for around 20 minutes. Without further delay, Lu Cheng immediately maneuvered the transformer to the side of the pod, wiping off the dust from the pod's exterior. He saw a beautiful woman quietly lying inside, seemingly in a state of sleep. This must be Abigail. Confirming the target, Lu Cheng moved to the back of the pod, activated the propulsion device, and began pushing the pod towards the entrance. Fortunately, in this space, Newton's law of universal gravitation seemed not to apply, making the pod feel light and easy to push without expending too much effort. However, after switching to fuel mode, the transformer's operational time was noticeably shortened, and the recent impact seemed to have caused issues with the automatic navigation. Lu Cheng had no choice but to activate the super sensors to scan for vital signs at the entrance and roughly determine the direction. 15 minutes later, as the fuel gauge approached empty, Lu Cheng finally saw the white light glowing at the entrance. Finally, a look of joy spread across Lu Cheng's face as he hurriedly pushed the shuttle towards the entrance. However, just as he was getting close, a surge of intense energy struck again, crashing into Lu Cheng's transformer. Bang! Feeling the violent shaking of the body, internal components began to fall apart. Lu Cheng immediately shouted, "Switch to full power propulsion mode." Boom! The rear of the transformer erupted with a blast of super flames, instantly charging into the white light. At the quantum space entrance, Callahan tightly clasped his hands together, anxiously and expectantly watching the entrance. He didn't even realize that sweat was accumulating in his palms. It has to be all right, Callahan prayed in his heart. Alistair, on the other hand, remained unusually calm, gazing at the entrance with slightly flickering eyes, lost in thought. Just then, an urgent broadcast echoed through the transmission space. Warning! Warning! Energy overload detected in quantum space. All personnel, please evacuate the area immediately. Repeat, energy overload detected in quantum space. All personnel, please evacuate the area immediately. Upon hearing this, disappointment and sorrow filled Callahan's eyes. No, Fred will definitely save Abigail. Alistair's expression changed slightly upon hearing the broadcast, and he immediately instructed the researchers to pull Callahan away. However, just as everyone reached the door, whoosh, a shuttle flew out from the quantum space and crashed to the ground. Wait. Alistair was the first to notice something was off and quickly stopped. Through the glass of the shuttle, he vaguely saw a girl lying quietly inside. They really saved her. A look of surprise appeared in Alistair's eyes. Callahan rushed to the side of the shuttle, looking at his daughter inside, calling out, "Abigail, my daughter, wake up." Alistair walked over to Callahan's side and spoke calmly. "She has been forced into a state of suspended animation, but since the shuttle is intact, she should be fine." Callahan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked around, raising an eyebrow. Where's Fred? Why didn't he come out with her? The others also showed confusion and looked towards the entrance of the quantum space. The energy there was extremely unstable and was on the brink of collapse. Impact detected at the entrance anchor point. Should we close the entrance? The broadcast sounded again. Callahan furrowed his brow sharply. No, Fred hasn't come out yet. Alistair's expression remained calm. Since he hasn't come out, he may have encountered an accident. I can't let the entire project collapse again for just one person. He spoke into his earpiece. Close the entrance. Soon, the broadcast sounded again. Confirmation received. The entrance is about to close. No sooner had the words left the speaker than a figure tumbled out from the entrance. With a thud, the figure fell, and the quantum portal entrance was completely sealed. Phew, that was close. Lu Cheng sat on the ground, exhaling slightly. Fortunately, at the last moment, he abandoned all cushioning mechanisms and activated full power propulsion, managing to eject the capsule just in time. He then activated the internal ejection system, launching himself out of the transformer. With the force of the ejection, he barely reached the entrance. Unfortunately, the transformer was completely destroyed. But that was fine. He had successfully obtained the inheritance chip from the transformer, and it wouldn't take long to build another one. Fred, I'm so glad you're okay. Callahan rushed over. He looked at Lu Cheng with gratitude and said, "Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter." Little did Callahan know that a student he casually took on could help him in such a significant way, rescuing him from a nightmare. "You're welcome," Lu Cheng replied as he slowly got to his feet. Alistair walked over, looking at Lu Cheng with a smile and said, "Fred, you've accomplished another great feat." His tone was warm, as if he had already forgotten his earlier intent to kill Lu Cheng. "Humph, hypocrite," Callahan scoffed. From there, things became much simpler. Abigail woke up from the capsule, and the father-daughter reunion was naturally filled with emotion. For health reasons, Abigail was airlifted to the city hospital for a thorough examination. By the time Lu Cheng returned to the villa, it was already evening. Just as he was about to enjoy a moment of intimacy with Lynn, he received alarming news from the butler, Heathcliff. The city hospital where Abigail was located had been attacked by a group of heavily armed terrorists. Chapter 68. Cheap Dad is back. Seeking collections and votes. Inside the villa, Heathcliff stood straight, relaying the news he had just received to Lu Cheng. Half an hour ago, 5 armed thugs had infiltrated the city hospital, targeting Abigail's ward. Fortunately, Abigail had been discreetly relocated earlier, preventing the thugs from succeeding. A gunfight erupted between the police and the criminals in the hospital, resulting in the deaths of 3 of the thugs. However, 2 of them were equipped with heavy weaponry. Mirroring the attack pattern of the previous drone, using laser attacks that led to the deaths of 2 police officers. In the end, these 2 thugs were cornered on 10th Street in the city and, with no way out, detonated grenades, taking their own lives. Listening to Heathcliff's account, Lu Cheng exhaled. These guys are really out of their minds. Heathcliff's eyes flickered slightly as he asked, "Young master, how did you know Abigail would be targeted for assassination?" He was aware that the reason the thugs were ambushed by the police was entirely due to Lu Cheng's warning. The police had first brought Abigail to the city hospital and then secretly relocated her. They had set up an ambush in the hospital ward, waiting for the assassins to show up. Unexpectedly, their stakeout was successful. Unfortunately, the police underestimated the firepower of the assassins, resulting in casualties. Lu Cheng, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, said, "Thinking about it seriously, it becomes clear. Just like the previous incident with Jiang Chao, Abigail might also be involved in the secret plans of Krite Technology. To prevent the plan from leaking, Krite Technology's only option is to eliminate her. While on the island, Krite Technology couldn't take action. If they did, it would cause quite a stir and even impact their Silent Sparrow project, something Alistair wouldn't want to see. Once Abigail left the island, she would no longer be their concern. They could then send people to discreetly deal with Abigail, without anyone being the wiser. However, Alistair could never have imagined that Lu Cheng had already anticipated this move. Heathcliff's poker face rarely showed any change, but now there was a hint of acknowledgement. Young master has thought this through well. Lu Cheng stood up and said casually, "Let us go meet Miss Abigail. She might be the only one who can expose the secrets of Krite Technology." He greeted Lynn, informing her that he was heading out and that she should go to bed early without waiting for him. Then, he and the butler headed to the location where Abigail was secretly hiding. Half an hour later, they arrived at a high-end residential community. In Building B, Room 504. They met Callahan and his daughter, who were taking refuge there. Surrounding them were police officers keeping a watchful eye. Upon entering the room, Callahan, seeing Lu Cheng, looked visibly shaken and said, "Fred, thank goodness you warned me in advance. Otherwise, Abigail would have been in real danger." It was clear that he had also learned about the attack on the city hospital from the police. The group of thugs was clearly after Abigail. Lu Cheng nodded and said, "Professor, have you managed to ask the questions I requested earlier?" Callahan glanced at Abigail, who was standing nearby, and sighed. "Let's let her speak for herself." After a moment of silence, Abigail finally spoke. "I did indeed secretly participate in a hidden project at Krite Technologies." Even after being rescued, she had refused to divulge the truth when questioned by Callahan. This was because Alistair was not only her boss, but also her lover. Women in love can be blind. For him, she was willing to take risks. However, her heart shattered when she saw the assassin appear. Alistair, in order to keep the plan from leaking, was willing to silence her without any regard for their past. It was only at that moment that Abigail fully grasped the reality of her situation. Given that, she would no longer foolishly keep secrets for Alistair. Lu Cheng nodded and looked at Abigail. Your hidden project must be about extracting some kind of special energy, right? Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Abigail showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. I heard that you also predicted Alistair's actions, which is why you had me secretly relocate. I must say, you are very clever. The hidden project at Cray Technologies involves entering quantum space to extract dark energy fragments. Dark energy fragments? Lu Cheng asked, somewhat puzzled. Abigail took a diamond-shaped crystalline object from her pocket and handed it to him. It's this kind of fragment. This is a small piece I secretly collected earlier. As Lu Cheng took the fragment, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He could clearly see that the fragment contained a flowing substance reminiscent of a galaxy. This special substance was like a dormant volcano. Once activated, it would unleash destructive power. Incredible! Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Abigail continued, initially. This project was indeed meant for transmission, but during one of the experiments, the project team accidentally discovered the existence of these fragments. After numerous adjustments and explorations, we confirmed that quantum space is filled with dark energy. This dark energy is a special type of energy that drives the movement of the universe. Quantum space is essentially a mini-universe where dark energy is densely distributed. Once the density reaches a certain level, it generates these crystalline dark energy fragments. After extensive calculations and trials, we finally developed a method to detect dark energy fragments and successfully extracted some. Then, a high-ranking military official approached us, demanding that we keep this matter confidential and sign a non-disclosure agreement to continue the secret extraction of these dark energy fragments. That's roughly the situation. Lu Cheng frowned. So it even involves the military. If that's the case, things could get a bit complicated. Callahan said angrily, Humph. Does the military think they can just kill at will? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Cheng replied, I remember that this project is under the command of General Li Quandao from the military. Could it be that he is deliberately concealing this secret plan from his superiors and carrying it out in secret? It's quite possible. After all, if the authorities were aware of the existence of such fragments, they would probably exploit them directly without the need for secrecy. It would be like operating underground. Callahan interjected. Regardless of whether he concealed it from his superiors, this matter must be reported to the authorities. Lu Cheng turned to the butler beside him and asked, What do you think is the best way to handle this now? Given that the sheriff seems to give this guy a bit of face, it's clear he has some connections with the authorities. Since the military is now involved, it's better to leave it to him to handle. We can just follow along and take it easy. Heathcliff remained expressionless. Rest assured, sir, I will take care of everything. Once again, this was a reliable statement. He is a competent tool. Lu Cheng didn't say much more, exchanged a few more words with Callahan, and then left with Heathcliff. In the following days, Lu Cheng entrusted this matter to Heathcliff while he focused on wooing Lin and reassembling his transformers. He also pondered how to make the transformers renowned throughout Old Jingshan at the fastest speed to complete this mission. Thus, a week passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, Lu Cheng woke up early. As he walked into the hall, he encountered a middle-aged man dressed in a purple suit with graying temples. Dad? Lu Cheng looked at the man in surprise. Chapter 69, The Transformers Army. Seeking collections and recommendations, Dad? Lu Cheng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, slightly taken aback. The man's features were unmistakable, dressed in flamboyant purple and wearing sunglasses, exuding an unmistakable flamboyance. This was his cheap dad in this world. After being in this world for so long, it was his first time meeting this seemingly superhero-like father. What was his dad's name again? Oh, Mario. Just like that plumber from a certain game. Son. Mario looked at Lu Cheng with a warm smile in his eyes. Lu Cheng, gazing at this middle-aged man, felt a mix of emotions. Having been an orphan for so many years, it was his first time being called a son by someone. But there was nothing he could do. After all, this was the identity the system had assigned him. He had enjoyed the conveniences brought by his money ability. So he had no choice but to play the part of a son. Dad, why did you suddenly come back? Lu Cheng asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. According to his memories, this cheap dad of his was hardly ever home, busier than even to you. Even when he did come back, it was usually just a brief visit before he left again. Now, his dad returning so suddenly clearly indicated there was something important to address. Mario looked at Lu Cheng, a proud smile on his face. I came back to see you. His Keith has already told me about you. You're doing great, just like my son should. That sounded a bit like an insult. Lu Cheng forced a laugh. Thanks to your great upbringing, Dad. Just then, Lin walked out of the bedroom in her pajamas. She had a slim figure, her long legs exposed, looking quite alluring. Recently, his Keith had been busy with cases and rarely stayed at the villa. So Lin had dressed a bit more casually. However, upon seeing Mario, she was momentarily startled and hurried back to her room. when she came out again. She was in a clean and tidy outfit. Looking at Mario, she spoke shyly, "Mr. Mario, you're back." Although she had known this day would come, it arrived so suddenly that it caught her a bit off guard. Mario smiled at Lin. "Miss Lin, you've done an excellent job. Ever since you started tutoring my son, he seems to have transformed into a different person. Truly, the power of love is remarkable." He was well aware of Lin and Lu Cheng's relationship, but he held no objections. Lin was indeed an outstanding girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her to help Lu Cheng with his studies. He was happy to see them together. However, the shift in Lin's role from tutor to daughter-in-law felt somewhat surreal to him. Lin bit her lip, shyly glancing at Lu Cheng. Fred was always excellent. He just hadn't shown it before. "Mr. Mario, please continue your conversation. I'll go prepare breakfast for you." Lin was quite considerate, embodying the demeanor of a newlywed. Mario watched Lin busily at work and said with a hint of admiration, "She's a good girl. She reminds me of what your mother looked like when she was young." Lu Cheng smiled and replied, "Of course, I chose her. Lin is like an uncut gem. With careful sculpting, she can be shaped into anything you desire." After a pause, Lu Cheng continued, "All right, Dad, why don't you just tell me the real reason for your visit? It can't just be to see me, right?" Mario chuckled. "It seems, just as Heathcliff said, you've indeed grown up. But before we get to the serious matters, can I take a look at that robot you invented?" Lu Cheng was taken aback. "You mean the Transformer?" Mario nodded. "That's right. Well, I've just finished the preliminary version, and it's in the underground garage." Lu Cheng quickly took Mario to the garage and showed him the specific uses of the Transformer. The revamped Transformer could even emit plasma beams to cut through objects. Now, only the underwater functionality needed to be resolved. Mario looked at the Transformer with satisfaction and nodded. A magnificent robot. If it's deployed on a large scale, it could even change the landscape of future warfare. Lu Cheng looked at Mario, puzzled. "You didn't come back just to see this Transformer, did you?" After a moment of thought, Mario replied, "Heathcliff has already informed me about the situation with Cray Technologies. We've decided to take action against that island soon, so we need you to produce a batch of Transformers to assist us. After all, there might be powerful weapons driven by dark energy fragments there, and if fighter jets get too close, they could easily be destroyed. Having the Transformers on our side would minimize casualties." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Have you already gathered evidence against Cray Technologies?" Mario nodded. "Yes. We currently have enough evidence. Key figures like Li Quandao from the military and Alistair, the chairman of Cray Technologies, will be arrested and interrogated for crimes against humanity. They might stage a temporary counterattack, so we'll need your Transformers." Lu Cheng was somewhat astonished. Within just a week, they'd already gathered evidence. It seemed that his father's abilities were even stronger than he had imagined. Curiosity got the better of Lu Cheng. "By the way, Dad, what exactly do you do that even the military needs to cooperate with you?" Mario smiled mysteriously. "I can't disclose my exact position, but let's just say it's a bit above the CIA's level." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Was he that just a variant of SHIELD? However, upon reflection, it made sense. Big Hero 6 and Marvel were essentially brother franchises, both under Disney. It wasn't surprising to find similar organizations. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and said, "All right, how many Transformers do you need on your end?" Mario replied, "About 20 should be enough. Any more might draw unwanted attention. During this time, the military will provide you with the necessary materials and resources right away." Lu Cheng nodded. "No problem. With that, we can wrap everything up in about a month. Now that the code and core technology are sorted, the only things left are adding the underwater capabilities and mass assembly. Building 20 in a month will be a piece of cake." Lu Cheng was already eager to see the spectacular scene of an army of Transformers engaged in battle. It would be truly magnificent. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he asked, "Dad, can I participate in this operation? I built the Transformers, so if any issues arise, I can help resolve them immediately." Mario raised an eyebrow. "It might be a bit dangerous. You can come, but you'll need to stay in the rear and not act on your own." Lu Cheng smiled and replied, "Of course." In his mind, he was already devising a plan to make the Transformers renowned throughout the entire Old Jing Mountain at lightning speed. Chapter 70, Brave the Deadly Island. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng's plan was quite simple. What kind of sensation would it create if the scenes of the Transformers' army battling against the Cly technology were broadcasted? This should be the most straightforward and crude form of promotion in history, right? Lu Cheng even thought of a catchy slogan, "Transformers, the robots that crush the little island." Is there any better way to promote than through real combat? The thrill of having a swarm of Transformers make their appearance is no less exciting than a group of virtual teachers materializing in front of a nerd, dressed in bikinis and bowing to greet him. Mario looked at Lu Cheng and said, "Fred, can I offer some suggestions?" Lu Cheng nodded. "Of course." Mario continued, Since these transformers are going into battle this time, I suggest you add a few combat devices to them. For example, you could equip them with an RPG launch port or mount several gun barrels on their hands for shooting. Lu Cheng shrugged. That's easy. It just means adding a few more control buttons. Mario smiled. All right, you've got your work cut out for you. Someone will come to connect with you shortly. Just tell him what materials you need. I have other things to attend to, so I'll be off. Lu Cheng was taken aback. You're leaving just like that? Aren't you staying for breakfast? Mario sighed. This operation is of great importance. I need to make proper arrangements. Once it's over, we can eat together. Apologize to Lin for me. With that, Mario hurriedly left the underground garage. So, I'm just a tool for him, Lu Cheng pouted. Before long, a Mediterranean young man dressed in casual clothes and with a tall stature arrived at the villa. He was the officer that Mario had called in to coordinate with Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng naturally didn't hold back and quickly listed all the materials he needed to the officer. These materials would cost at least 70 to 80 million combined. However, the officer seemed very generous. Without asking any questions, he immediately arranged for them. Days later, the materials were swiftly delivered. To ensure the mission was executed perfectly, Lu Cheng didn't dare to slack off and diligently worked on developing the new transformers. Before he knew it, a month had passed. Lu Cheng looked at the 20 transformers lined up neatly in the underground garage and nodded in satisfaction. After a month of intense work, he finally managed to mass-produce the latest model of transformers. For this, Lu Cheng even specially invited the Hitomi brothers to help. With Hiroshi Hitomi's miniature robots, the efficiency increased by more than tenfold. It must be said, if these robots were truly launched into the market, they could indeed spark a technological revolution. Soon, the military transported this batch of transformers to the military base. Lu Cheng also met his cheap old man there, who was accompanied by a group of tall soldiers, clearly selected to pilot the transformers. Mario looked at Lu Cheng and said, Fred, why don't you teach these people how to use the transformers? Sure. Lu Cheng nodded and replied, please everyone, get inside the vehicle and start it up. The artificial intelligence is already installed. I will use the AI to teach everyone how to operate it correctly. Yes. The soldiers saluted and boarded the transformers one after another. Lu Cheng then utilized the intelligent system Optimus Prime to begin explaining how to use the transformers to the soldiers. An hour later, these soldiers were already able to drive the transformers quite well. After all, the transformers were highly intelligent, with only a few functions requiring manual operation. Once the soldiers were trained to use the transformers effectively, Mario did not take immediate action but instead began strategizing. Lu Cheng, who was clueless about military tactics, could only wait patiently. 3 days later, the final operation was confirmed. It was set for tomorrow night at 10:30 p.m. Under the cover of darkness, they would land on the small island. Lu Cheng then learned that the military had previously attempted to capture a person named Li Quandao, but he had managed to escape due to his caution. Now, it seemed that Li Quandao was hiding on the small island, plotting something. The military took this operation very seriously, even deploying over a dozen submarines around the island. The entire island had been completely sealed off. Lu Cheng wasn't particularly interested in battle strategies or tactics. As far as he was concerned, he just needed to record the combat scenes and broadcast them live online. Moreover, he had encrypted the IP address for the video release, so even if the authorities wanted to trace it, they wouldn't be able to find out who had posted it. Before long, the next evening arrived. Lu Cheng followed the main force as they advanced towards the small island. The transformers had also activated their diving mode, moving at incredible speed. These transformers were merely the vanguard, paving the way for the subsequent combat units. The military had dispatched an entire company of firepower for this encirclement operation. Lu Cheng, however, was asked by Mario to stay inside the submarine and be a quiet pretty boy. He didn't mind this at all. After all, the transformers had some special programs installed that allowed for shared visual feeds, so even if he didn't go up personally, he could still record all the footage. Soon, the soldiers controlling the transformers split into 4 groups and landed on the island from various directions. Once the transformers landed, some soldiers in special combat gear followed the path cleared by the transformers to disembark. Everyone moved in perfect unison, swiftly making their way towards the base on the island. However, half an hour later, an unexpected incident occurred. The transformers that had landed on the eastern side of the island accidentally triggered a landmine buried around the base, causing a commotion. Subsequently, they were attacked by a group of armed militants equipped with heavy weapons. A fierce conflict erupted between the two sides. The group of armed militants wielded laser guns, firing beams of white light furiously at the transformers. These laser beams were incredibly powerful, each shot creating deep craters in the ground, akin to an RPG explosion. The soldiers controlling the transformers were elite among elites. Faced with the sudden attack, they didn't panic but quickly dodged and launched a counterattack. Machine guns were deployed from the arms of the Transformers, sweeping fire towards the hidden sentries ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames erupted as the sentries were swiftly eliminated under the firepower of the Transformers. However, just as the sentries were cleared, drones suddenly soared into the air from the base ahead, flying towards the Transformers at breakneck speed. These were the very drones that had attacked Lu Cheng earlier. The scene was finally escalating. Lu Cheng shrugged his slightly stiff shoulders and gazed at the screen that popped up before him. Chapter 71. The focus of the entire city. Seeking collections and votes. Inside the island, Mario was skillfully operating a transformer, directing the actions on the battlefield. Attention all teams. These drones are equipped with dark energy weapons. Be careful to dodge and avoid getting hit directly. All Transformers, break through and head to the base at maximum speed. Find Alistair and take control of those drones. The rest of you, seek cover and do not engage unless instructed. Mario issued commands methodically while maneuvering the Transformer closer to the base. The other Transformers, upon receiving the orders, sprang into action immediately. They did not attack the drones but instead dodged at high speed. Mario had previously reviewed the drone's capabilities and knew they could temporarily deploy a Matrix-style defense shield to protect themselves from damage. Forcing an attack on the drones would waste time and result in unnecessary casualties. The best strategy was, of course, to enter the base and seize control of the drones. In the air, the drones activated their night vision systems, rapidly searching for targets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of laser light rained down, striking at the high-speed moving Transformers. The intense light illuminated the dark night sky. However, the Transformers had been upgraded. Their materials and various capabilities had significantly improved, and they now had flight mode, making them several times faster than before. Even if hit, they could withstand it for a while and wouldn't be immediately shot down. The soldiers piloting the Transformers were also well-trained, constantly shifting their forms to evade the laser attacks. Simultaneously, they fired flares into the air to disrupt the drone's line of sight. 10 minutes later, the 10 Transformers led by Mario arrived at the entrance of the base. Break the door. A small missile launched from Mario's shoulder and hurtled towards the large door ahead. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as the door was blasted into pieces. This design was incorporated by Lu Cheng, combining elements from Iron Man's suit. Each shoulder was equipped with several missile launchers. However, just as the Transformers were about to charge into the base, soldiers clad in mechanical exoskeletons suddenly rushed out. They wielded cannon-like weapons, firing at the Transformers. Boom. A blazing white beam erupted from the cannon, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliant light. Dodge. Mario sensed the danger and shouted out instantly. Yet, several Transformers were still hit. The areas struck were obliterated, exposing their metallic skeletons. Activate combat mode and break through. In the next moment, each Transformer wielded 2 plasma blades and charged toward the soldiers in mechanical exoskeletons. Bang! The plasma cutter swung down fiercely, but as it approached the mechanical exoskeleton, it was once again blocked by a protective shield. This shield, however, was not invincible. After being struck several times in succession, it shattered. A series of sparks erupted from the heart of the mechanical exoskeleton, clearly indicating that was the power source. Once the shield was destroyed, it caused a temporary short circuit at the power supply. In an instant, the Transformers and the mechanical exoskeleton soldiers engaged in a fierce battle. Lasers rained down, continuously firing. In a flash, the entrance of the base was left riddled with holes, as large chunks of debris fell and dust filled the air. After an intense showdown, Mario's team managed to eliminate all the blocking mechanical exoskeleton soldiers, albeit at the cost of 1 Transformer. Without further delay, Mario pressed on with his team of Transformers, diving deeper into the base. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Cheng watched the fierce battles erupting in various locations, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. It felt like he was witnessing an interstellar war. The spectacle was even more astonishing than he had imagined. It would be a shame not to share such an incredible scene. Lu Cheng quickly manipulated the screen in front of him, hacking into various online platforms to release the videos he had recorded. There was no way to publish such videos through normal channels, so he had to resort to some hacking techniques. To accomplish this, he enlisted the help of the Hitachi brothers. With the 3 of them working together, they quickly wrote a decryption program that allowed them to temporarily log into major platforms and directly upload the videos. Moreover, the uploaded videos were encrypted to ensure they would appear on the homepage immediately, with no way to delete them. This was Lu Cheng's fastest way to complete the mission, to live-stream the operation across the entire city. Since even the military needed to deploy Transformers for combat operations, these robots would undoubtedly gain immense fame throughout Old Jing Mountain. Before long, Lu Cheng uploaded all the footage he had just recorded onto various platforms, with the visuals updating in real time, much like a live broadcast. Although it was nighttime, there were still plenty of night owls online. So the video's spread was even faster than Lu Cheng had anticipated. In just a matter of minutes, the view count on the videos across platforms exceeded 1 million, causing a massive sensation. Oh my god, is this a sci-fi movie? What kind of car can transform into a robot and unleash plasma blades and missiles? I think I saw this robot at the Geek University Tech Expo. It was invented by someone named Fred, called Transformers. Someone tell me this isn't a movie. I think I just spotted the military. What are those drones? They can shoot laser beams and have energy shields. This can't be real, can it? The mechanical exoskeletons battling Transformers is simply incredible. I know that little island. It seems to be contracted by clay technology. How could it suddenly be sanctioned by the military? It's true, I caught a glimpse of it from my drone, and there is definitely a fierce battle erupting on the island, with fighter jets circling around. Meanwhile, major platforms have also noticed this video that appeared out of nowhere. The programmers attempted to delete it, only to discover that it had been encrypted, locking them out of their own databases. Although they could use other methods to remove it, that would still take at least half an hour. However, the heads of these platforms didn't demand the video be deleted. Instead, they instructed the PR department to promote it vigorously. They quickly realized the massive traffic this video was bringing to their platforms. Deleting it now would be foolish. They decided it was better to wait for the authorities to intervene before taking any action. The media's response was incredibly swift as well. They immediately began to share and report on the video. In fact, the footage even appeared on projections on various buildings throughout Old Jing Mountain. In an instant, the Transformers' first military operation became the talk of the town. Chapter 72, The Unsolvable Giant Mech. Please subscribe and vote. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The video released by Lu Cheng quickly sparked heated discussions online. In fact, many buildings in the urban area of Old Jing Mountain projected images of Transformers battling on the island to attract foot traffic. Not only that, a plethora of news media outlets caught wind of the event and dispatched helicopters or speedboats to the small island contracted by clay technology, eager to gather first-hand information. This was a rare spectacle in over a decade, enough to make the front page. Moreover, the suspected emergence of extraterrestrial technology further piqued the public's curiosity to an extreme level. If they could live-stream the event, it would undoubtedly draw massive viewership. However, these news reporters soon faced disappointment. The entire island was completely sealed off, and before they could even get close, they were surrounded and driven away by a group of fighter jets. They could only capture some blurry images from a distance, compared to the suddenly trending video online. These visuals were utterly insignificant, essentially AV quality. Even if they were released, no one would likely bother to watch them. Nevertheless, the journalists did not give up. They obediently remained on their speedboats outside the caution line, hoping to interview the relevant personnel as soon as the battle concluded. Inside the submarine, Lu Cheng watched the online buzz and nodded in satisfaction. Once this video spread, it was not just a matter of Transformers gaining fame in Old Jing Mountain. It could very well become a nationwide sensation. What is going on? It's been 20 minutes, and they still haven't resolved it? Lu Cheng frowned as he observed the footage transmitted back from the Transformers. In the video, a group of Transformers charged into the base after taking down soldiers equipped with mechanical exoskeletons. However, after searching the entire facility, they found no trace of Alistair or Li Quandao, aside from some research personnel. Of course, it wasn't a total loss. At the very least, all the devices controlling those drones had been confiscated. Mario, piloting the Transformer, directly issued commands through the internal communication device. Everyone, conduct a thorough search of the island. Li Quandao must be hiding in some secret corner of the island. No matter what, we need to find him. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately began their search. They were equipped with night vision goggles, sensors, and other devices capable of detecting living beings within hundreds of meters. After arranging for the personnel in the base to be controlled and taken away, Mario joined the search effort. 10 minutes later, on the eastern side of the island, a line of soldiers was diligently exploring. Suddenly, one soldier paused, stepped on the ground, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Report, there is something underground. The others gathered around upon hearing this. The squad leader asked, what is the matter? The soldier replied, it's hollow here. Using the directional sensor, I discovered that the signal seems to be blocked. The leader's eyes flickered as he immediately swept away the leaves on the ground. The next moment, the crowd soon discovered a perfectly fitted stone slab, pressed firmly against the ground. This was an underground passage. The captain's eyes lit up, and he was about to take out his communicator to contact Mario for assistance. However, just then, a rumbling sound erupted. The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Suddenly, cracks resembling giant serpents appeared, tearing through the surface. The captain was taken aback and shouted, fall back. All team members immediately distanced themselves from the floor, quickly retreating to safety. Just as they had moved several dozen meters away, a thunderous explosion rocked the area, and the ground shattered dramatically. In the next instant, a massive mech, standing around 5 to 6 meters tall, shot up from below. This giant mech was pitch black, with a streamlined body that glinted ominously, resembling a fierce tiger breaking free from its cage. What on earth is that? Retreat quickly and contact Deputy Director Mario. The soldiers were startled by the sudden emergence of the giant mech and hurriedly sought cover while contacting Mario at the first opportunity. Mario soon received the incoming report and immediately called for other Transformers to rush to the designated location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Transformers from all directions surrounded the giant mech, sealing it off completely. The giant mech showed no intention of retreating. It turned to face the surrounding Transformers and emitted a mechanical voice. Do you really think you can stop me with these scraps of metal? Mario, controlling his Transformer, responded, You must be Li Quandao. I advise you to surrender now. You might still have a chance to survive. Li Quandao, piloting the giant mech, replied coldly, Mario, I have already seized control of the resources of an entire world. It is because of your incompetence that my plans have been exposed. I will make you understand just how terrifying the power obtained from a world's resources can be. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright white light illuminated his chest, and the entire mech seemed to glow. Fall back. Activate attack mode. Mario sensed something was off and immediately issued the command. In an instant, plasma blade lights ignited from the arms of all the Transformers. The cannon ports on their shoulders all aimed at the giant mech controlled by Li Quandao. Fire missiles. Mario commanded, targeting the giant mech and launching missiles. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, dozens of missiles shot through the air like shooting stars towards the giant mech. However, when the missiles were just a few feet away from the giant mech, it suddenly emitted a fierce wave of energy, forming a circular energy shield that completely blocked the missiles. All the missiles exploded upon contact with the energy shield, creating a whirlwind of energy, yet they inflicted not a scratch on the giant mech. The giant mech emitted a mocking voice. Every drive component of my mech is equipped with dark energy fragments. With the level of your attacks, you think you can break my energy shield? You're dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a cannon appeared in his palm, aiming at one of the Transformers. Boom. In the next moment, a blazing laser beam shot out, trailing a fiery tail. The laser was incredibly fast, striking the Transformer directly and instantly obliterating it, sending it crashing to the ground. You bugs, I'll crush each of you one by one. Li Quandao raised his hand and crazily fired laser beams at the surrounding Transformers. The energy of these laser beams was immense. Even if the Transformers' materials had been enhanced, a direct hit would render them completely incapacitated. Thus, faced with Li Quandao's attacks, they could only flee in a panic. The situation in the arena seemed to have flipped in an instant. Inside the submarine, Lu Cheng watched the returning footage, his brow furrowing slightly. A giant mech with an energy shield for defense and laser beams for attack was indeed unbeatable. If this dragged on, those Transformers would turn into a pile of scrap metal. The energy shield and dark energy fragments were interconnected. To break the energy shield, one would have to deplete the energy within the dark energy fragments. However, Li Quandao's giant mech was surely equipped with a large number of dark energy fragments. Prepared to fight to the death, it was likely that a whole night of battle wouldn't be enough to drain their energy. This was simply cheating. How could anyone compete with that? Lu Cheng quickly began to devise a strategy. Suddenly, he looked at the giant mech that was rampaging with renewed focus, his eyes lighting up slightly. It seems there might still be a way to take down this giant mech directly. Perhaps I should give it a try. Chapter 73. The Great Battle Comes to an End. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng's mind was racing. Dealing with such a massive mech required more than just ordinary tactics. Sometimes, one had to resort to extremes. With this thought in mind, he quickly left the cabin and headed towards the cockpit. Inside the cockpit, the commander was watching the giant mech wreaking havoc on the small island, his face grim. If it continued its assault, the casualties would be devastating. The worst part was that no one seemed to have any effective means to counter this colossal machine. It was like a mech Tyrannosaurus Rex. No matter how powerful the robots were, they had to retreat. They couldn't let Li Quandao escape the island. If he went berserk, he could inflict catastrophic damage on Old Jing Mountain. The commander's expression was serious as he looked at the officers beside him. Do you have any good ideas? The officers exchanged glances, but one finally suggested, what if we let Deputy Director Mario leave the island first, then launch intercontinental missiles to breach the energy shield of the giant mech? After that, Mario could lead the Transformers in a capture operation. The commander snorted. No way. Although intercontinental missiles have an explosive yield 10 times that of small missiles, they take time to launch, and that would be enough for the giant mech to reach Old Jing Mountain. Besides, did you see the energy shield it just displayed? Even a barrage of small missiles couldn't inflict a scratch. How many intercontinental missiles would we need to break through its energy shield? Shaking his head, the commander added. The variables are just too great. We must take small-scale actions to keep this giant mech contained on the island. The group of officers couldn't help but scoff internally. At this point, controlling it was a long shot. Even ensuring that the Transformers could escape the giant mech's pursuit was questionable. The atmosphere in the cockpit grew tense and silent. Just then, a soldier rushed in and reported, "Sir, Mr. Fred says he has an idea to deal with the giant mech." Fred? The commander paused for a moment, then quickly recalled that this was likely Mario's son. He was the one who developed the Transformers and had been brought along as a precaution against unforeseen incidents. Suddenly, the commander's eyes lit up. "What did you say? He has a way to deal with the giant mech?" The soldier nodded. "Mr. Fred said he has a plan, and he's right outside." The commander urged. "Bring him in quickly." Before long, Lu Cheng entered the cockpit, guided by the soldier. The commander wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Fred, tell us quickly, what's your solution to eliminate this damn giant mech?" Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before speaking up. "I just observed that this giant mech cannot activate its defense shield when launching an attack, so I have a bold idea." He shared his plan in detail with the commander. Upon hearing it, the commander's eyes brightened slightly. This is indeed a good strategy with great potential. But how do you plan to control this giant mech? Lu Cheng smiled. "I happen to have some tricks up my sleeve that can temporarily take control of the giant mech. Sir, why not let me give it a try?" "You?" The commander hesitated. After all, putting such a heavy responsibility on a student was quite a risky move. Moreover, if something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Mario. But was there a better option at this point? "Don't worry, sir. As long as everything goes according to my plan, the risks won't be too great." After a moment of contemplation, the commander made up his mind. "All right, I'll relay the orders to Mario and the others. Be ready to move out at any time." Lu Cheng nodded and returned to the ship's cabin, taking his seat inside his transformer. 3 minutes later, Lu Cheng received the order to land on the island. He didn't waste any time and drove Optimus Prime straight onto the small island. At this moment, the entire island had become the focal point of attention for the Old Jing Mountain mission. Lu Cheng's landing was naturally recorded and broadcasted across various media outlets. "Look, another Transformer is landing on the island. What is the point? That giant mech is like a god descending. The Transformers are no match for it." Indeed, it was a monster. No matter how strong the Transformers were, they would only be able to dodge. The citizens of Old Jing Mountain watched the footage, discussing amongst themselves, completely unaware that if the giant mech broke free, it would bring them devastating consequences. Of course, Lu Cheng was oblivious to all of this. At that moment, he was piloting Optimus Prime, flying swiftly toward the center of the battlefield. The island was already in ruins. Trees lay toppled, and there were numerous large holes blasted into the ground by laser beams. In just a few minutes, several Transformers had been destroyed. At this rate, it wouldn't take 20 minutes before the entire squad of Transformers was wiped out. "Little bugs, do you only know how to hide?" Li Quandao controlled the giant mech, relentlessly pursuing the Transformers. Laser beams shot out continuously from its palm cannons. Mario could only dodge as much as possible, avoiding direct confrontation. Meanwhile, several Transformers surrounded the giant mech, trying their best to keep it from breaking free. "Everyone, everything is ready. Let's lure it towards the base." Lu Cheng opened a communication window to relay the message. "Fred, be careful. This guy's firepower is no joke," Mario warned. "I'll be careful," Lu Cheng replied. Lu Cheng didn't delay and arrived at the base ahead of schedule. At the same time, he activated the quantum teleportation portal within the base. This was the solution he had come up with. Since there was no way to directly defeat this giant mech, he would simply banish it into the quantum space and then close the portal, letting it perish on its own. As he watched the azure space light up, Lu Cheng's expression turned serious. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Upon receiving Lu Cheng's message, Mario and the others quickly redirected the giant mech towards the base. A quarter of an hour later, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The door to the laboratory where Lu Cheng was located was violently smashed open. Immediately, Mario piloted the Transformer into the lab, followed closely by the giant mech, which rampaged through the facility as if it intended to demolish the entire base. "I brought it here, but how do we get it into the quantum space?" Mario asked. To send the giant mech into the quantum space, they had to first gain control over it. But how to control it? Lu Cheng took a deep breath and said, "You distract it, and I'll handle the rest." Bang, bang, bang. The giant mech burst into the laboratory and glared at Mario. "Mario, you really are like a dog, so good at running away. Stop struggling." As long as I control this machine, your armed forces won't stand a chance against me. As he spoke, he raised his arm again and fired beams of laser at Mario. The entire laboratory shook violently, with countless metal fragments raining down. Lu Cheng stood on the second floor, watching the fierce battle below with narrowed eyes. After waiting for a moment, he activated Optimus Prime. Seizing the opportunity while the giant mech was attacking, he maneuvered behind it and launched a surprise attack. Boom! Optimus Prime's feet ignited with a blazing light, powering up to the max as it wrapped around the giant mech's waist. Then, Optimus Prime charged through the metal track, heading straight for the entrance of the quantum portal. Li Kuan-Ao quickly realized Lu Cheng's intention and sneered, "You think you can send me into the quantum space? Dream on." As he saw the entrance within reach, he raised his palm, and a fierce laser erupted, striking the transformer and shattering half of its steel body. The giant mech broke free from the control of the transformer, raising its hand to unleash a fatal blow at Lu Cheng. However, in the next moment, it found itself completely immobilized. Countless miniaturized robots formed a massive hand that bound the giant mech tightly. Seeing this, Lu Cheng activated the thrusters on the feet of the transformer, launching it toward the giant mech. Then, with a powerful punch, he struck the giant mech directly. Boom! The giant mech flew out of control, quickly plunging into quantum space. "Shut down the portal!" Lu Cheng shouted angrily. The staff members who had been waiting in the control room immediately followed the command and closed the portal. As the deep blue space gradually faded away, everything returned to calm. Chapter 74, Return and Reward. Seeking collections and recommendations. Who? Lu Cheng looked at the now closed entrance and let out a heavy sigh. Damn it, that was close. If he hadn't prepared in advance by borrowing the miniature robot from Hiroshi Handa and producing a batch of them, whether he could successfully deal with this guy today was truly uncertain. Even if he could resolve it, it would likely come at a painful cost. It certainly wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. Crack, crack, crack. Lu Cheng operated the heavily damaged transformer and jumped out from within. Just then, Mario flew over, transforming the transformer into car mode and quickly stepping out. "Fred, are you okay?" Mario looked at Lu Cheng, his face filled with concern. Just moments ago, he genuinely thought Lu Cheng was going to go down in a blaze of glory with that giant mech, and it had made him sweat profusely. "I'm fine, just a little scraped up," Lu Cheng smiled. Only then did Mario relax, patting Lu Cheng on the shoulder. "I never expected you to have such a trick up your sleeve. I'm proud of you, my son." The two quickly left the base. Mario began to organize personnel to handle the aftermath. As for Lu Cheng, after receiving commendation from the commander, he boarded a helicopter to head home. Meanwhile, this battle was being broadcast live to all the citizens of Old Jing Mountain, sparking a nationwide celebration. On the streets, citizens watched the projected final results and cheered loudly. "Oh my God, this is even more thrilling than watching a blockbuster. What did I just see tonight? Transformers, laser cannons, energy shields, quantum portals. Can someone tell me if the times have changed? Justice will prevail over evil. I love Transformers. When will Transformers be mass-produced? I want one. The romance of man. Smashing the Little Island's robots. Transformers are majestic." In no time, discussions about Transformers soared to the top of trending topics. Major media outlets also began extensive coverage of the event. Of course, there were some media outlets that expressed skepticism about the incident, arguing that the authorities should provide a reasonable explanation to the public regarding the origins of these seemingly alien technologies. However, this was clearly not something Lu Cheng needed to worry about. As the star of the event, he had already returned to his villa under military escort. As soon as he got home, the villa door was suddenly pushed open. Lin rushed out, her eyes a bit red. When she saw Lu Cheng safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she walked up to Lu Cheng and playfully punched his chest. "You idiot. Why would you do something so dangerous without telling me in advance?" Lu Cheng raised his hands in a shrug. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Honestly, I just wanted to take it easy and stream the battle scenes of the Transformers online. Unfortunately, it ended up this way. In order to better promote Transformers, Lu Cheng had no choice but to take up arms. Lin rarely threw a little tantrum. "I don't care. It's all your fault. Do you know how scared I was when I saw that mech hit you?" Lu Cheng picked Lin up in his arms, caressing her soft, delicate body. "All right. It's all my fault. I'll make it up to you now." Lin's cheeks instantly turned crimson. "What are you doing?" "Heathcliff is still inside." Lu Cheng chuckled. "Don't worry about that poker face. He'll pretend he didn't see anything." Carrying Lin, he walked through the hall and kicked open the bedroom door. They took a shower together first, then cuddled under the dim light. Lin's skills were improving day by day, her long, fair legs wrapped around Lu Cheng, intoxicating him to the core. After a night filled with harmonious moments, dawn broke. Lu Cheng got up early and prepared an exquisite breakfast. After having breakfast with Lin, Lu Cheng received a call from Masaru Hashida, inviting him to meet at his Aunt Cass's CAF. With nothing else to do, Lu Cheng naturally drove over. Half an hour later, Lu Cheng arrived at the CAF and saw that all the members of the superpowered Marine Corps were gathered there, except for Masaru Hashida. "Hey, Fred, over here." Masaru waved eagerly. Lu Cheng walked over, smiling. "Hi, everyone is here." Masaru looked at Lu Cheng excitedly and said, "Hey, Fred. I watched your performance last night from start to finish. It was incredible. If only my miniature robot could have a few more minutes in the spotlight." Lu Cheng coughed lightly, thinking to himself, if your robot gets more spotlight, what about the Transformers? I'm the main character here. Wasabi Wujang spoke up. "No wonder you're the man who can handcraft a nuclear reactor. From now on, you're my idol." Sister Yuxing chewed on her bubble gum and said, "If it were me, I could definitely do better." Honey Lemon rested her chin on her hands, curious. "Fred, tell us what happened yesterday. What was going on?" Lu Cheng shrugged and recounted the events of the previous day. Masaru was taken aback. "Oh, so it was that dangerous yesterday. Where did Alistair escape to in the end?" Lu Cheng shook his head, indicating he didn't know. After taking care of the giant mech, he had gone home, not participating in the subsequent manhunt. However, Alistair was now trapped, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught. Lu Cheng then looked at Masaru and asked, "So, Masaru, you called me over for something?" Masaru scratched his head. "I mainly wanted to thank you." "Thank me?" Lu Cheng was puzzled. Masaru hurriedly added, "It's about my brother's robot, Baymax. A company has already agreed to mass produce it, and negotiations are currently underway. Congratulations." Lu Cheng smiled. Baymax is indeed a remarkable robot, and if it hits the market, it will surely be a huge success. Thank you, Fred. Without your introduction to the company, it would have taken ages for Baymax to come to life, said Tadashi Hamada. Just as Hiro was about to speak, a notification popped up in front of him. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task, effective immediately. The host can return at any time. A forced return will occur in 3 days. Rewards related to this will be issued upon the host's return." Hiro was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile spread across his face. Could it be that he could finally go home? It seemed that the video from yesterday had indeed made quite an impact, allowing the Transformers to gain fame across all of old Tokyo Mountain in just one day. Hiro didn't rush to return. Instead, he had lunch with his friends from Big Hero 6. After that, he spent 3 more days with Honey Lemon, savoring this final bit of tenderness. After all, it was uncertain when he would be able to come back again. During this time, he tried to call his estranged father a few times, but he remained unreachable. Hiro had no choice but to let it go. That evening, after working out with Honey Lemon, Hiro decided it was time to return. In an instant, he vanished from the world of Big Hero 6. Chapter 75, A New World Doraemon. Seeking collections and recommendation votes, a flash of light flickered, and Lu Cheng appeared in a blue transit station made up of zeros and ones. Although it wasn't his first time here, he was still captivated by the dreamlike technological hues surrounding him. Calculating rating, host task rating. A. Distributing task rewards soon. A series of prompts popped up in front of Lu Cheng. After a moment, a blue dialog box appeared. Rewards distribution complete. Please click to receive. Drawing from his previous experience, Lu Cheng didn't hesitate this time and quickly reached out to click. In an instant, countless lines made of zeros and ones slowly flew out and fused into Lu Cheng's body. He soon received his well-deserved rewards. Reward: 3D printer technology. Bonus reward: Hiroshi Hamada's extraordinary memory. In the next moment, vast segments of memory flooded into Lu Cheng's mind. These memories included introductions and usage methods related to 3D printing technology. Essentially, a 3D printer can be found in the real world as well, based on digital models. It uses powdered metals or plastics and other adhesive materials to construct objects layer by layer. In simple terms, as long as a three-dimensional model is well designed, it can be printed out completely using special materials. This technology is widely used in fields such as jewelry, industrial design, construction, automotive, and aerospace. However, this alone wouldn't qualify as black technology. The 3D printing technology Lu Cheng obtained was much more advanced. Traditional 3D printers have significant drawbacks and limitations. For example, they can only print with specific materials and are often incredibly slow. If the modeling is even slightly complex, they might not be able to process it at all. Lu Cheng's 3D printer, on the other hand, is different. It can accommodate a variety of materials. Once the model is created and the relevant positions and proportions of the materials are set, the 3D printer can automatically print out a perfect finished product without any manual intervention. This would greatly save development time. If a factory had one of these printers, its production capacity could easily multiply by 10 or more. Compared to ordinary 3D printers, This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking technology. Lu Cheng was extremely satisfied with this reward. At the very least, it would definitely come in handy when he starts his company in the future. The bonus reward was also fantastic. He could remember everything after just one glance. Lu Cheng had experienced the astonishing effects of this extraordinary memory. Without this ability, he wouldn't have been able to research and create transformers so smoothly. Now that he could permanently acquire this ability, it was quite a boon. As for the materials needed to make the 3D printer, they weren't as hard to find as those for the steel battle suit. He could produce them directly. Lu Cheng was already eager to get started. However, he didn't leave the transit station just yet. Instead, he asked, "What is the next task world?" The system quickly responded, "Please wait, generating the world." In an instant, countless lines made up of zeros and ones twisted and combined in front of Lu Cheng, forming a series of screen images depicting his experiences in the world of Big Hero 6. From meeting Rin, to developing the arc reactor, enrolling in Geek University, and creating Transformers, to having a feud with Krieger Tech, mass-producing Transformers, battling giant mechs on an island. Finally, the scene froze on Lu Cheng as he sent a giant mech into quantum space. The next moment, on the left side of the screen, the lines twisted again, forming a poster. The poster depicted a group of elementary school students exploring another world. Upon seeing one of the characters, Lu Cheng immediately recognized which world it was from. This character had classic blue skin, resembled a feline creature, had a short stature, wore a golden bell around its neck, and had a large pocket on its belly. It was Doraemon. Lu Cheng recognized this character at a glance. There was no way he couldn't. This was a classic animated series that accompanied a generation's childhood. In the center of the poster, there was a large title, Nobita's Creation Diary. This seemed to be a theatrical version of Doraemon. Lu Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. The Doraemon series is structured as a collection of episodic stories, with each episode being a standalone narrative. The overall storyline is not continuous, allowing viewers to watch any episode without pressure. There are many such animated series, like Tom and Jerry, Chibi Maruko-chan, and Crayon Shin-chan. The theatrical version is based on the original characters but features a separate story, akin to a side story in a novel. Lu Cheng had seen the theatrical version Nobita's Creation Diary before, though he didn't remember much about it. He only knew that, in this plot, Nobita seemed to become a god who created humanity. "Play the animation," Lu Cheng said directly. He felt somewhat relaxed. After all, Doraemon could be considered a slice-of-life series. Unlike Marvel or Big Hero 6, which are filled with danger and conspiracy, as long as he followed that magical blue cat, things should go smoothly. Soon, the poster on the screen began to change, and the animation started playing. The content of the animation was quite simple, primarily telling the story of Nobita needing to complete a summer homework assignment on a free research topic. Unfortunately, given Nobita's consistently low IQ, he would definitely struggle to accomplish it. As his friends found their research topics, Nobita, feeling overwhelmed, turned to the multifunctional robot Doraemon for help. With no other choice, Doraemon lent Nobita a Genesis device from the future, which could simulate the birth of a real universe. Nobita could use this device to study the history of biological evolution. With Doraemon's assistance, Nobita created a universe and played the role of a god. To better observe the various life forms, Nobita and Doraemon entered the universe he had created. During the research process, an unexpected event led to the birth of a new insect humanoid race. Over millions of years, the insect people evolved and discovered an underground world, quietly developing their civilization and achieving remarkable technological advancements. However, the increasing destruction caused by humans and their exploration of coal resources posed a significant threat to the insect people. In order to reclaim the surface world and restore greenery to the earth, the insect people decided to launch a counteroffensive. Fortunately, with the help of Doraemon, this conflict was eventually resolved satisfactorily. Now, Lu Cheng possesses an extraordinary memory and can recall all the details and content of adult films after watching them just once. He thought for a moment and asked, "So, what is my mission this time?" Chapter 76, Chengxi Technology. Seeking collections and recommendation votes. What is my task this time? Lu Cheng asked directly. After a moment, the system responded, "Help the Xiong achieve a dream." Lu Cheng. So I have to play the babysitter. He couldn't help but think of a certain talent show, where a singer, known for avoiding the spotlight, asked the contestants below, "What is your dream?" However, given that De Xiong is just an elementary school student, his dreams should be relatively simple, right? Perhaps scoring full marks on a test? Or maybe marrying Shizuka. Of course, considering that this world is from Doraemon's Creation Diary, it's likely that his dreams are related to this world. Although Doraemon is a slice-of-life show, it features quite a bit of black technology. If he could obtain even one or two items, it would have significant research value. It's important to remember that Doraemon is a robot from the future. The kinds of technologies that are difficult to achieve in reality can be produced with a simple gesture from Doraemon. For example, the bamboo copter that allows one to fly when worn on the head, the anywhere door that can take you anywhere you want to go, memory bread, time accelerators, shrinking guns, and so on. This goes beyond just black technology. Some of it even touches on the laws of the universe. Of course, such a slice of life show often overlooks logic and scientific accuracy. The system will definitely make appropriate adjustments. At the very least, the rewards provided will not be too outrageous. They are likely to be black technologies that can be created in the real world. Returning now, after understanding the task, Lu Cheng chose to return immediately without lingering. In the next moment, as the light and shadows shifted, he found himself in the bedroom of his villa. Looking at the familiar yet strange environment, Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. After getting used to the luxurious villa from Big Hero 6, returning to this smaller villa was indeed a bit of an adjustment. Once he settled his emotions, Lu Cheng began to think about his plans moving forward. This was a habit he had cultivated over many years. Before embarking on any task, he would always consider everything thoroughly. Previously, he would pull out his phone and draft a complete plan checklist. Now, however, that wasn't necessary. With his enhanced memory, his sharp mind could function as a high-speed, efficient storage computer, eliminating the need for note-taking. First and foremost, he needed to manage his social media accounts well to establish a consistent channel for earning technology points. After all, technology points have countless uses. If he wanted to produce various black technologies in the real world, he would inevitably need to use technology points. For instance, the latest 3D printing technology he acquired requires a material known as methylphenyl tin, which doesn't exist in the real world. He must use technology points to evolve an item into methylphenyl tin. Secondly, he planned to start a company to produce black technology. Starting a company would not only generate income, but also provide enough technology points. He didn't want to find himself with a technology that could heal Lin Sierra's legs, but without the funds to develop it. That would truly be a reason to cry. Thirdly, studying relevant knowledge in physics, biology, and history might come in handy when entering the world of Doraemon. In Nobita's Genesis diary, the time span is quite large, often reaching tens of millions of years. Having some understanding of paleontology is certainly beneficial. Of course, these can only serve as references. If all else fails, he can always rely on the blue cat for support. The blue cat loves dorayaki, so he can just use that to win it over when the time comes. Lu Cheng began categorizing the priorities of his plans. This way, he could better and more reasonably allocate his time, avoiding situations where he feels lost on both ends. First and foremost, the immediate priority is to establish a company. He currently has 3 million from Lin Sierra, which is more than enough to set up a small processing factory. Of course, the factory doesn't necessarily need to be located in the heart of the city, as that area is incredibly expensive. However, those are considerations for later. Right now, the urgent task is to determine a viable product. Otherwise, opening a company would be pointless. Lu Cheng pondered. In fact, he had been contemplating this issue even before entering Big Hero 6. Now, after experiencing the world of robotics, he had a rough idea to develop an intelligent prosthetic limb. Current prosthetics, while they can meet some daily needs of disabled individuals, still have significant drawbacks. For instance, they can be uncomfortable to wear, unattractive in appearance, and often don't fit perfectly with the amputated limb, making movement and grasping difficult. This is also why Lin Sierra, despite having prosthetics, rarely wears them and prefers to use a wheelchair. Simply put, they lack the sensation of the original limb. After all, human limbs need to constantly receive external information during movement and relay that feedback to the central nervous system. With today's artificial intelligence, it's impossible to replicate that sensation. Consequently, controlling a prosthetic limb becomes a challenge, as the user cannot execute corresponding movements. Now that Lu Cheng has mastered various robotic technologies from Big Hero 6, achieving this goal doesn't seem too difficult. The system will only erase the relevant information about skills he copied from that world, not the knowledge he learned through his own efforts. This can be considered a benefit of crossing into another world. Moreover, with the technology of 3D printing, not only can the precision of the prosthetics be ensured, but costs can also be saved. Lu Cheng's thoughts began to flow. Prosthetics are relatively small-scale products, and their production costs shouldn't be too high. The main challenge lies in developing the intelligent system, which Lu Cheng has already figured out. With the product idea in place, the next step is to come up with a company name. Lu Cheng reflected. A company name is essentially its identity. A good name can greatly enhance a company's image. However, Lu Cheng struggled with naming and currently had no inspiration. He thought for a moment, stepped out of the room, and glanced at Lin Sierra, who was painting in the bedroom. He directly asked, "Sierra, I'm planning to start a small company focusing on tech products. What do you think I should name it?" Lin Sierra, wearing a spaghetti-strap dress. Paused slightly at Lu Cheng's words, then continued painting. How would I know? You could look up a fortune-telling website and see what it says. Humph. I might as well ask the magic conch. Lu Cheng scoffed, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, Sierra, what do you think about calling it Qingxi Technology? It's a pun. The name includes both our names, Lu Cheng and Lin Sierra, and it sounds like morning light. Qingxi Technology, as the name suggests, aims to be a ray of dawn in the tech world. Sooner or later, this dawn will grow stronger, illuminating the entire world and even the stars and seas. All right. It's settled then. I'll go register the new company soon. Lu Cheng left with a hint of excitement. In the bedroom, Lin Sierra looked at the screen displaying her painting of the stars and seas, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 77, Gu Qingzhu. Seeking collections and recommendations. The name is set, but starting a company is quite cumbersome, and I'll need to find someone to help. Lu Cheng frowned. The procedures required for opening a business are enough to give anyone a headache. Besides the business license, there is also the need for a professional qualification certificate and more. Additionally, since prosthetic production involves both industrial and individual aspects, various registrations may be necessary. Then there's the issue of location, which also requires the expertise of professionals. Previously, when Lu Cheng launched a company, all these matters were handled by Dong Mingqing. He only needed to establish the company framework and focus on product development. Now, starting from scratch means everything has to be done all over again. Even if I need to find someone, I must choose trustworthy individuals to avoid running into ungrateful people again, Lu Cheng pondered. After some thought, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before it was answered. A lazy yet slightly sultry voice came through on the other end. Hello, boss, you finally remembered to call me. There was a hint of playful reproach in her tone. Lu Cheng cleared his throat. What are you up to right now? What else could I be doing? Sleeping. Still sleeping at this hour? Don't you have work? Hee hee, I'm a freelancer now. Lu Cheng was silent for a moment before saying, Are you free to meet up? Let us chat. Soon, he could hear footsteps on the other end. I'm free. Where shall we meet? Lu Cheng thought for a moment. Let us just find a CAF near your place. I'll head over to your neighborhood first. The voice on the other end sounded excited. Oh, boss, you're being so considerate. All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Lu Cheng glanced at Lin Sierra, who was still drawing in the bedroom, and said, Sierra, I'm stepping out for a bit. If I'm not back by noon, you can order takeout yourself. Lin Sierra turned to look at Lu Cheng, then quickly turned back to her drawing. I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. Look at how grown-up she thinks she is. Still claiming she can look after herself, Lu Cheng quietly scoffed. However, he understood that Lin Sierra didn't want him to worry, which is why she acted so nonchalant. Of course, Lin Sierra wasn't a child anymore. And Lu Cheng couldn't always be by her side. Once his company was truly established, he would probably be even busier. Once the smart prosthetics were ready, he would have Xia try them on. Then, he could bring her directly into the company, allowing her to interact more with others and preventing her from becoming a true homebody. Lu Cheng thought to himself. He didn't linger any longer. Lu Cheng left the community, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the HP district. 40 minutes later, he arrived at a residential complex. The landscaping here was well done, making it look clean and tidy. In the HP area, it could be considered a mid-range community. Lu Cheng made a phone call to let her know he had arrived and patiently waited. 10 minutes later, a girl dressed in a red, form-fitting skirt, carrying a small blue bag on one shoulder and sporting long, wavy brown hair, walked out of the community. She wore high heels that accentuated her fair legs and feet. Upon spotting Lu Cheng waiting at the entrance, she waved her hand and jogged over. Her graceful figure and swaying hips moved like a water snake, exuding youthful energy and vitality. Hey, boss, you weren't waiting too long, were you? She said with a giggle as she reached Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng looked at her and shrugged. Not at all, just 10 minutes. But I have to say, I don't remember you dressing like this when you were working at the company. It's only been a few months since we last met. And you look like a completely different person. The girl in front of him was Gu Qingzhu, the financial director of his previous company. At 25, she graduated from the Central University of Finance and Economics and was exceptionally talented. Before the company went public, she had joined Lu Cheng in starting the business, being one of the few employees personally recruited by him. After Lu Cheng was framed by Dong Mingqing, she also left the company. Though not because she was fired, she resigned voluntarily. At that time, Lu Cheng was feeling disheartened, so he had lost touch with his colleagues. However, she had called him several times, but he had rejected her calls. Now, as Lu Cheng took the initiative to find her, there was a hint of awkwardness. Still, thinking about how the company lacked a well-rounded assistant, he mustered the courage to approach her. Gu Qingzhu, however, didn't seem upset about his previous rejections. Instead, she looked at him with a smile and asked, So, Have I gotten uglier or prettier? Both are pretty, Lu Cheng replied with a chuckle. Previously, Gu Qingzhu had dressed in a professional manner, which made her appear very composed. Now, she exuded the charm of a nightclub queen, seductive yet not over the top. Gu Qingzhu laughed. Boss, your compliments seem to have gotten sweeter. I guess you have something to ask me. Lu Cheng waved his hand. All right, I'm currently unemployed. So just call me Lu Cheng. Gu Qingzhu pressed her lips together. Not yet, but soon enough. Are you here to talk about starting a new company? This woman Lu Cheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He hadn't even said anything, yet she had already guessed most of it. Gu Qingzhu was indeed a very clever girl. Okay, let us find a place to chat, Lu Cheng said, shrugging. Gu Qingzhu smiled and said, I know a nice CAF nearby. Let me take you there. As they walked and talked, Gu Qingzhu's outstanding appearance and striking looks caught the attention of passers-by, who couldn't help but glance over multiple times. Lu Cheng shook his head. Being your boyfriend must be exhausting. Just standing next to you means facing hostile looks from all directions. Gu Qingzhu let out a faint hum. Her tone laced with a hint of resentment as she said, I've been working at the company for so long, and you've never even glanced at me. Lu Cheng fell silent. Back then, he was so busy with the startup, coupled with Lin Xiao's situation, that he had no time for romance. Any needs he had were met in bars, using money and charm, and he never really considered pursuing anyone close to him. Moreover, Gu Qingzhu was a decent girl, unlike those from clubs who could come and go as they pleased. Once he made a move, it would mean a constant back and forth. Seeing Lu Cheng silent, Gu Qingzhu decisively changed the subject. How's Xier doing lately? She naturally knew Lin Xier and was aware that Lu Cheng started the company for her. Lu Cheng nodded. She's doing okay, a bit more cheerful. Gu Qingzhu tilted her head to look at Lu Cheng. Boss, I'm not trying to criticize you, but she is a bit introverted. You need to communicate with her more often and not just forget everything once work starts. Lu Cheng chuckled. I really need to reflect on that. As they chatted, they quickly arrived at a CAF. This CAF was located at the corner of the street, with a quaint atmosphere and various little cats that guests could pet. They chose a seat by the window. Gu Qingzhu then turned to Lu Cheng, revealing a charming smile. So, tell me, boss, what exactly do you want from me? Chapter 78. Willing to be deceived, seeking collections and recommendations, Gu Qingzhu rested one hand on the table. Looking at Lu Cheng with curiosity, Lu Cheng didn't hide anything and directly said, It's exactly as you think. I'm planning to start a new company and would like to ask for your help. Gu Qingzhu smiled, clearly not surprised. Boss, what type of company are you thinking of? Lu Cheng replied, It will likely focus on smart products. The current smart products, like some artificial intelligence, are almost like artificial idiots. They mainly just follow preset dialogues from their databases. They lack true intelligence and don't have autonomous learning abilities like Xiaobai. The market in our country for this is still quite blank, with huge potential. If developed well, it could become a leading industry. Once we accumulate enough capital, we can explore other applications as well. After all, the current internet giant Tencent started with a chat tool. Once it grew, it gradually expanded into various fields, including gaming and finance. Lu Cheng's goal now is to find a suitable entry point. In business, it's essential to establish a solid foundation first. Gu Qingzhu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. That seems like quite a leap. Before, Weiyuan Technology focused on the software market, and now you're suddenly diving into physical products. It's like abandoning everything you built before. Lu Cheng confidently replied, It is indeed a big leap, but I believe I can make it work. The artificial intelligence technology one have now far exceeds what is available in this era. Plus, with the aid of 3D printing, as long as the products meet quality standards, entering the market will be quite easy. Gu Qingzhu smiled slightly. Boss, it seems you've completely recovered from your previous setbacks, but I still want to know what kind of smart products you're planning to create. Lu Cheng said, We will start with smart prosthetics. If we can successfully penetrate the market, we will likely roll out smart robots and other products afterward. Smart prosthetics? Gu Qingzhu tilted her head. Is this for your sister? Xia? Lu Cheng replied, Not entirely. I've recently researched the market and found that there aren't many standout companies in this area, making it relatively easy to succeed. A prosthetic that is comfortable, adjustable in size, width, and length, and can provide feedback to the user will surely be a blessing for many people with disabilities. With the right promotion, it could easily become a bestseller. Gu Qingzhu asked, So, boss, have you selected a location for the factory? Lu Cheng shrugged. To be honest, aside from having decided on the company name and the product we'll develop, I haven't prepared anything else yet. Gu Qingzhu fell silent for a moment and then huffed. Boss, it seems like you want me to be your tool. Just then, their coffee arrived. Lu Cheng leisurely took a sip and shook his head. Wrong. It's a partnership. As you know, my last entrepreneurial venture failed because my partner was unreliable. This time, I hope to choose a dependable partner. Gu Zhu has a background in finance and should be very familiar with the processes involved in registering the company and so on. This could save Lu Cheng a lot of trouble in the early stages. Even after the company is established, she can ensure everything is in order financially. Moreover, both of them are familiar with each other and have a foundation of trust. She is currently the most suitable partner for Lu Cheng. When Gu Zhu heard Lu Cheng's words, her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. All right, I agree. You can leave all the business licenses and factory location issues to me. You just need to focus on getting the product right. However, I have one condition. Lu Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Go ahead. Gu Zhu took a sip of coffee and said, since we're partners, I naturally want to invest and hold shares. How much are you planning to invest initially? Lu Cheng thought for a moment, about 2 million. He currently has 3 million in funds from Lincier. However, he is unsure whether the smart prosthetics can actually penetrate the market, so he doesn't dare to risk investing at all. He needs to leave himself a backup plan. 2 million would be enough to test the waters. Gu Zhu nodded. Then I'll invest 1 million. This is all I have. Lu Cheng shook his head. I'm planning to set up a limited liability company, not a joint stock company, so you don't need to provide that much funding. The reason Lu Cheng is doing this is to fulfill one critical requirement, a veto power. Initially, he suffered a loss in this regard, which allowed Dong Mingcheng to take advantage of him. If he had had veto power back then, he wouldn't have been kicked out of the board. According to the company law, decisions made by a joint stock company's board must be approved by a majority of the board members. This structure does not have a veto option. Lu Cheng wants to keep firm control of the company, making this right crucial. Gu Zhu clearly understood Lu Cheng's point. That's fine. I'm not interested in being the boss. Just consider it my subscribed capital. That's what makes me a partner, right? If you don't agree, then I want to help you with anything. Lu Cheng felt a bit helpless. Honestly, while I'm confident in my product, a product's success depends on multiple factors. If you invest that much money and the product fails, I won't be able to compensate you. Gu Zhu pouted. Who said I want you to compensate me? If it fails, I'll just consider it a bad investment. Besides, I believe in you. As long as the product quality is good, it will definitely sell well. Lu Cheng shrugged. All right, I'll do my best to help you earn back 100-fold or 1,000-fold on your investment. He didn't want to let down this woman who was willing to lend a helping hand. Moreover, he has the technology. Even if this product doesn't take off, he can always research the next one. Gu Zhu's big, beautiful eyes curved up in delight. Wow, does that mean I'll become a rich lady? Lu Cheng chuckled. Yeah. And then you can have your pick of all the fresh faces in the entertainment industry. Gu Zhu's cheeks flushed. Who would want to pick anyone? After teasing each other for a while, they continued discussing company matters, such as site selection, recruitment, and paperwork. By the time they wrapped up, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Noticing it was getting late, Lu Cheng stood up and said, I need to head back to make dinner for Sheer. Let's call it a day for now. If you need anything, just reach out to me. I'm available 24/7. Gu Zhu huffed. So I can't contact you unless there's something urgent? Lu Cheng smiled. Of course you can. After Lu Cheng left, the CAF's female owner approached. She seemed quite familiar with Gu Zhu and teased. Zhu, is this the boss of your previous company? It seems like aside from being handsome, he can't compare to Dong Mingcheng in any other way. Plus, I just heard him mention something about smart prosthetics. That's just nonsense. Where can you find prosthetics that are both effective and affordable? My brother has issues with his legs, and if such prosthetics existed, I'd be the first to buy them. Don't let him fool you. Gu Zhu was unfazed. Well, then it's settled. Once the boss has the finished product, I'll bring you a pair. The female owner shook her head. Oh, you'll be the one crying if you get fooled. Gu Zhu giggled. Then I'd be happy to cry. Meanwhile, after buying groceries at the market, Lu Cheng returned to the villa early. He glanced at Lin Xier, who was still drawing in her bedroom, and asked, Sheesh, what did you have for lunch? Lin Xier replied, a few pieces of bread. Lu Cheng frowned. That won't do. You'll end up starving the baby. Lin Xier turned to him, her stunning face looking at him. What did you say? Lu Cheng cleared his throat. Ahem. I mean, I'll make you a big dinner tonight. Since it was still early, Lu Cheng didn't start cooking right away. Instead, he went to the garage to finish working on the remaining exoskeleton armor. Before getting to work, he logged on to Bilibili to check his follower count. As soon as he opened the dashboard, he was taken aback. Chapter 79. On 3D printing the Dream Girls, seeking collections and recommendations. In the background of Bilibili, private messages were coming in nonstop. Most were fans urging for updates, along with some tech enthusiasts inquiring about the technical processes. There were also invitations from various platforms hoping for collaboration, including a few well-known brands. Since Lu Cheng had disclosed his contact information on the platform, they could only reach out through private messages. It seemed that a viral video had an impact even greater than he had imagined. Lu Cheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He glanced at his follower count. In just half a day, his followers had increased by another 100,000, reaching a total of 300,000. The view count had also hit 1.5 million. As for the tech points, they had risen by another 1,000, totaling 7,000 points. However, Lu Cheng knew that the video had gained exposure and recommendations a few days ago, which was why there had been a short-lived explosive growth. He anticipated that as the hype died down in a few days, the view count and follower increase would gradually stabilize. After responding to some private messages, Lu Cheng returned to work on the exoskeleton armor. Previously, he had only made the mechanical limbs and hadn't yet completed the helmet, chest armor, and the drive system on the back. With the knowledge he gained from Big Hero 6, he could finally enhance these unfinished parts. At the same time, Lu Cheng also went online to purchase some materials needed for the 3D printer, except for the special ink phenol tin that needed to be upgraded with tech points. The other materials could be found in this world or replaced with similar items. After 2 busy days, Lu Cheng finally completed the chest armor for the mechanical exoskeleton. When worn with the mechanical limbs, it looked even more stylish and impressive, giving off a futuristic warrior vibe. However, Lu Cheng decided against releasing a video immediately. He planned to finish all the equipment first, and then publish everything at once for a more impactful demonstration. 10 days passed in this manner, and Lu Cheng finally completed the entire set of exoskeleton armor. Simultaneously, he had gathered all the necessary materials for the 3D printer. Following the blueprints in his mind, Lu Cheng began assembling the 3D printer with a flurry of activity. He constructed the frame, set the programs, and polished the materials. It took him a full day to finally produce the finished product. The device was 3 meters wide and 5 meters tall. Its appearance was somewhat similar to an ordinary printer, but it was significantly more complex. At the top was the material input, where once the materials were fed in, the system would internally sort and categorize them into different areas. Then, after importing the pre-modeled 3D design and setting the relevant proportions, the printing could commence. The finished products would emerge slowly from a special outlet made of nanomaterials at the bottom. If the modeled height or width exceeded the capacity of the 3D printer, it would print layer by layer according to the design, leaving the rest to be assembled manually. Of course, the dimensions of the 3D printer can be adjusted as needed. Since Lu Cheng only needs to print prosthetic limbs for now, there's no need to make the 3D printer too large. He decided to test its capabilities. Lu Cheng imported the designed 3D model of the inflatable doll resembling Teacher Tianhai into the 3D printer. Then, he loaded the necessary materials into the input slot and pressed the start button. With a rhythmic thud, the 3D printer quickly lit up and began printing. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a ding, the inflatable doll slowly emerged from the output. Lu Cheng opened the finished product compartment and carefully examined the doll he had just taken out. It was perfect, almost indistinguishable from a real person. Lu Cheng couldn't help but marvel at the impressive output of the 3D printer, which perfectly replicated every detail of Teacher Tianhai. Every proportion was remarkably accurate, closely matching the model. Once this product hits the market, it will undoubtedly be a dream come true for many fans. Those two-dimensional waifus can now almost perfectly manifest in the real world, no longer confined to fantasy. Ahem. But this is something that Xier shouldn't see. Lu Cheng coughed lightly. He quickly put the inflatable doll back into the material input slot and pressed the factory reset button. Soon, the doll was fed back into the 3D printer. Moments later, it was transformed back into raw materials. Of course, the material content had decreased. It was impossible to use all the materials during the doll's production. Some excess materials were sent to the waste compartment of the 3D printer. Compared to exoskeleton armor, this truly is black technology. Lu Cheng mused to himself. If this 3D printing technology were made public, it would revolutionize the manufacturing and processing industries. Not only can it perfectly replicate model blueprints, but the production time is also remarkably short. 10 days had passed, and it was time to release the second video in the Starting from Scratch series. Lu Cheng set up the 3D printer in the garage and began working on the exoskeleton armor production and editing. After 10 days of fermentation, the video's popularity gradually declined, ultimately reaching over 3 million views. His follower count increased to 500,000. Gaining 500,000 followers from a single video is a phenomenal achievement. After all, some content creators toil for 1 or 2 years without reaching that level of followers. Lu Cheng checked the view counts on other platforms. Although they weren't as high as on Bilibili, they still had a respectable number of views. Combined across all platforms, the total views were nearing 10 million. His technology points also increased by 3,000. However, since Lu Cheng had spent 2,000 technology points on the 3D printer, he was left with only 7,000 points. They really don't last long. He needed to earn some more technology points quickly. Once his company officially launched, just one 3D printer would definitely not be enough. Lu Cheng didn't waste any more time and dove back into the production and editing of the exoskeleton armor video. One day later, the second video in the Starting from Zero series has officially been released. The title is Full Version of Exoskeleton Armor Beyond Starting from Zero. It was just published less than 10 minutes ago, and the view count quickly surpassed 10,000. The barrage of comments began flooding in. He's here. He's finally brought the cutting-edge tech. Wow, this time it's the full version. Truly a dedicated content creator. The hacker is back. What kind of hacks will he pull this time? Lu Cheng looked at the screen filled with comments about hacks and was momentarily confused, but then he realized what was happening. Previously, someone had asked what skills were needed to create the exoskeleton armor, and he had replied, no special skills needed, just hack away. Little did he know. His response had turned into a meme. I must say, the internet's ability to find humor in anything is quite impressive. However, despite the jokes, many viewers, after having their fun, turned their attention back to the video. When they saw the new features of the exoskeleton armor, they were once again left in awe. Chapter 80, the scientific version of the Great Dragon. Bonus update for recommended votes. In the video, Lu Cheng still wore a mask, capturing every step of the process of creating the exoskeleton armor. The production process had become more streamlined. From previous feedback, it was clear that most viewers were not concerned about the process, they only cared about the results. Therefore, Lu Cheng simplified the steps even further. At the moment the exoskeleton armor was fully formed, it emitted a faint blue glow under the drive mechanism, creating a dreamlike effect. Each metal piece moved flexibly, radiating a high-tech aura. In an instant, the comments section exploded with excitement. Is this the power of tech? I'm in love. Wow, this is so incredibly stunning. My goodness, it looks even more realistic than the exoskeleton armor in Wasteland. Mom asks why I'm watching this video on my knees. The content creator is amazing. Voice cracking. I finally understand why the uploader is called the Master of Black Technology. What else could it be if not black technology? This series is called Starting from Zero. Could the uploader be developing more black tech in the future? Facing the camera, Lu Cheng spoke calmly. I previously demonstrated the basic functions of the mechanical limbs, but at that time, the exoskeleton armor was not fully developed. So the demonstration was somewhat limited. Now, the entire exoskeleton armor is complete, and I'm going to show you all its functions. Let us go. After a brief transition, Lu Cheng appeared in an open area. Viewers might be curious why he chose to demonstrate the armor's functions outdoors, but they would soon find out. Lu Cheng smiled and quickly set up the scene. He placed a folding table in the open space, which held several bottles of soda, and even hung a few balloons. Then, he brought over a large stone, about half his height, and set it aside. Once everything was ready, Lu Cheng looked at the camera and said, "All right. The setup is complete. Since there aren't many people around, I'm going to demonstrate for you now. Otherwise, it could cause quite a stir." The location Lu Cheng chose was relatively remote, and he filmed early in the morning around 5 o'clock, when there were hardly any pedestrians. After donning the exoskeleton armor, he continued, I previously showed you the basic functions, but without the drive mechanism and the core program in the chest plate. Some actions had to be done via remote control. Now that the exoskeleton armor is fully assembled, these cumbersome processes are unnecessary. Once I put on the helmet, I can control everything with voice commands. Moreover, the helmet would project visuals that automatically analyze the surrounding environment and could lock onto an object to analyze its composition. Just as he finished speaking, a small screen popped up in the upper right corner of the video, showing Lu Cheng's perspective after putting on the helmet. Above, one can see the surrounding environment clearly, along with a series of components that make up the data analysis environment. This includes weather, humidity, wind direction, visibility, chance of rain, UV intensity, and more. At the same time, the names of visible objects are also listed. Lu Cheng continued, as long as you lock your gaze on an object for more than 2 seconds, the exoskeleton armor will automatically analyze its composition. For example, right now I'm focusing on a balloon. 2 seconds later, the composition of the balloon was displayed in a data format. Seeing this function, the comments exploded once again. Wow, I can see Sci-Fi coming to life. Can I wear a helmet to solve math problems automatically? This is amazing. It feels like some sort of black technology from a movie. Uchiha Run 2, will call you the strongest. Everyone was captivated by this advanced technology. Focusing intently on the upcoming video, Lu Cheng, wearing the exoskeleton armor, spoke calmly. I previously demonstrated the functions of the mechanical limbs, so I won't repeat that. However, with the drive system, some basic functions have indeed been upgraded. For instance, the elasticity mode of the legs. As he spoke, Lu Cheng gently bent his legs and jumped, propelling himself upward. Strangely, he didn't land immediately but hovered in midair. He calmly explained, after installing the drive system on the back, it can briefly power the device under my feet, creating downward air pressure that allows the body to hover for a short time. However, this exoskeleton armor can only stay airborne for 1 minute. It can achieve continuous flight like Iron Man's suit, or even travel into outer space. After all, in the real world, I haven't been able to develop energy on the level of an arc reactor. Otherwise, I would become the next man to rival the gods with a mortal body. Even so, this still sent the comments into a frenzy again. 666. First it was walking on walls, now it's hovering in midair. Changwei, how can you say you don't know martial arts? This is science. We must believe in science. I now believe that this uploader is indeed overpowered. Lu Cheng controlled the exoskeleton to slowly land and said, the other functions in the legs have also been enhanced accordingly, which I will demonstrate later. Now, let me show you some new features. The first one, I call it telekinetic retrieval. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Cheng raised his hand and aimed at a bottle of soda in front of him. With a whoosh, an invisible thread shot out, directly grabbing the soda bottle. Lu Cheng then added, this telekinetic retrieval should avoid glass bottles, as it's easy to break them. Upon hearing this, the comments became envious. It sounds like I could actually use it. It seems the uploader is also a bit of a couch potato, coming up with such a labor-saving method. Soon, Lu Cheng put down his happy drink and continued. The second function is what I call the air cannon. As he spoke, he extended his metallic hand and aimed at a balloon in front of him. A dark hole appeared at the palm of his hand. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the balloon burst instantly. Lu Cheng then aimed at a rock beside a folding table. Boom. With a tremendous crash, a hole the size of a bowl was blasted into the rock. Lu Cheng explained, this utilizes the principle of pneumatic dynamics. By compressing air and then releasing it, we can create a powerful impact at a designated distance. The audience responded with a flurry of comments. The second Minister of Justice on Bilibili was born. This is the scientific version of a devastating force. One strike, and you might just be done for. Soon, comments of envy flooded in, like 666. The content creator is amazing. Give me one of those, filling the video with a lively atmosphere. Wearing his exoskeleton armor, Lu Cheng continued his demonstration. The exoskeleton armor is essentially assistive equipment that helps humans do things they can't do on their own, like lifting heavy objects. As he spoke, Lu Cheng walked over to his car and lifted it high into the air, then gently set it back down. In the next moment, the comments went wild again. Well, a car must weigh at least 2 tons, and he lifted it so effortlessly? This feature is incredibly convenient. With this exoskeleton armor, there's no need to worry about parallel parking anymore. Just lift it right in. People were curious about how the content creator's mind works. This is just too impressive. Haven't you noticed he always wears a mask? Maybe he doesn't want to be recognized. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that he's an alien. After demonstrating the new features, Lu Cheng showcased the enhanced functions again. For example, the sword that extends from his arm now had circulating electricity, making the whole blade look even more stylish. This video performed even better than Lu Cheng had anticipated. Within just an hour of posting, it surpassed 1 million views. His follower count increased by a staggering 100,000, and it wouldn't be long before he hit 1 million followers. His technology points also increased to over 600. Lu Cheng was very satisfied with this, as it proved that his previous ideas were correct. The Starting from Zero series was indeed increasing his fan engagement. After logging out of Bilibili, he was about to dive into some biology books to prepare for entering the world of Doraemon when his phone rang. It was Gu Qingzhu calling. Hello, Qingzhu, Lu Cheng said. On the other end, Gu Qingzhu's soft voice came through. Boss, we've found a location for the company's factory, but we've run into a bit of trouble. Chapter 81, Wang Jinlin's Troubles. Please support with collections and votes. After hearing this, Lu Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. What trouble? Gu Qingzhu's voice came through. It's hard to explain over the phone. Boss, where are you now? Lu Cheng replied. I'm at Shio's villa. In the past few days, Gu Qingzhu had already helped Lu Cheng register the company, so she naturally knew that he was now living with Lin Xier. Gu Qingzhu chuckled. I'm nearby, so I'll come over directly and check in on Sister Xier as well. Boss, you wouldn't mind my visit, would you? Lu Cheng said. Of course I'm welcoming, but I am currently staying under someone else's roof, so I should ask Xier for her opinion first. Gu Qingzhu responded. No need, I just spoke with Sister Xier. Lu Cheng thought, Xiao didn't even give me a heads up. However, this also showed that Gu Qingzhu was quite considerate in her approach. She not only took care of Xier's feelings, but also didn't put him in a difficult position. All right then, I'll wait for you at the villa. Just call me when you arrive, Lu Cheng replied. Half an hour later, Lu Cheng went outside the community to pick up Gu Qingzhu. She was carrying some items, seemingly art supplies. Why bring gifts when you just come over? Lu Cheng smiled. Gu Qingzhu was dressed in a strap dress, showcasing her long, fair legs. Appearing graceful and elegant, she huffed in response. It's been a while since I last saw Sister Sheer. Am I not allowed to bring a little gift? Lu Cheng shrugged and said, Of course, but you should first tell me what kind of trouble you're in. Gu Qingzhu thought for a moment and said, Boss, do you know Wang Jinlin? Lu Cheng chuckled. The real estate tycoon, the billionaire with a goal of 1 billion. Who doesn't know him? Of course I know him. But it's a pity our previous dealings weren't in the same field. So we've never met. I did have a brief encounter with his son, Wang Xikong, once. At that time, Wang Xikong wanted to create a live streaming platform and intended to commission our company to develop the software. Unfortunately, the terms weren't agreed upon. So it fell through. Gu Qingzhu continued. I found a great place, located in the Chonglin Industrial Park in the XH district, which is under Wang Jinlin's umbrella. The industrial park has a decent location. It's just a 10-minute bike ride to the subway station and a 15-minute subway ride to the city center. Moreover, it focuses on light industry with a good environment. There's a factory space available, around 800 square meters, with a rent of 4,000 a month. There is also a 300 square meter office area, fully equipped with desks and chairs, totaling to 4,000 a month. However, we need to pay a 6-month deposit, which is 24,000. Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This place is indeed good. He had initially expected the monthly rent to be around 30,000. So this price was already quite cheap. Moreover, the location isn't too far out in the suburbs, and the transportation is quite convenient. It will make shipping much easier. Gu Qingzhu sighed. Yes, this is the best place I could find so far. However, the person in charge of the rental said that their group is undergoing structural adjustments, and the factories within the industrial park are temporarily not available for lease. Isn't that frustrating? Lu Cheng frowned slightly. It was clear that Gu Qingzhu had put a lot of effort into finding a suitable factory site, just when she thought she had found a good place. It turned out she couldn't rent it. That was indeed infuriating. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the villa. Not wanting to continue on that topic, Lu Cheng led Gu Qingzhu inside. Lin Sierra, knowing Gu Qingzhu was coming, unusually chose not to stay in her bedroom, but sat in the living room instead. Xia, it's been a few months since we last met, and you've become even more beautiful, Gu Qingzhu said, looking at Lin Sierra with a big sisterly demeanor. Hello, Gu Jia, Lin Sierra replied, biting her lip, still appearing a bit shy. She had always disliked talking to strangers. However, Gu Qingzhu was beautiful and spoke well, which wasn't he the type of person Lin Sierra disliked. Gu Qingzhu smiled. I heard you mention before that your paintbrushes had issues, so I bought you a new set along with a drawing tablet. I hope you find it useful. Lin Sierra took them, pressed her lips together, and said, Thank you. I'll give them a try. Gu Jia, you and Lu Cheng can chat first. Sure, I'll come find you later, Gu Qingzhu said with a bright smile. Lin Sierra nodded and then wheeled herself back to her bedroom. Once Lin Sierra was back in her room, Gu Qingzhu sighed. Hey, boss. I finally understand why you're so eager to help Sierra with her legs. A beauty of this caliber makes even me envious. Lu Cheng shook his head, choosing not to continue that topic. Instead, he asked, Have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Gu Qingzhu adjusted her skirt and sat down on the sofa, saying, Since we're discussing work, plain water or coffee is fine. Lu Cheng walked over to the water dispenser, poured her a glass of water, and continued their previous conversation. Isn't there any other option? This is such a great factory site, perfect for a startup. It's a bit disheartening not to pursue it. Gu Qingzhu rubbed her wavy hair, letting out a sigh. There are options, but they're pretty much non-existent. Lu Cheng chuckled. When did you start speaking in riddles? Gu Qingzhu sighed again. It's not a riddle. I'm just stating the facts. After a pause, she continued. Recently, Wang Jinlin's Wanda Group wants to venture into the jewelry industry, so they organized a gala and invited many renowned international jewelers to attend. Wang Jinlin aims to showcase an exquisite piece of jewelry at the event to gain fame and establish a certain level of international status. This piece of jewelry is called the Deep Blue Heart. I saw pictures of it online, and it truly looks stunning, like a blue star drifting through the cosmos. Unfortunately, it seems that during the design process of the Deep Blue Heart, they encountered some difficulties. The craftsmanship required for the Deep Blue Heart is incredibly complex, and despite hiring numerous artisans, Wanda Group has been unable to perfectly replicate the sample. With the banquet date approaching, Wanda Group has now publicly announced a nationwide recruitment for anyone who can recreate it. Rumor has it that whoever can perfectly replicate the Deep Blue Heart will receive a reward of 1 million. I was thinking that if I could help Wanda Group solve this issue and secure the rental rights for the factory, it would surely be a piece of cake. However, up until now, artisans from various fields have attempted to design the Deep Blue Heart, but unfortunately, no one has succeeded. That's why I say this approach is almost pointless. When Lu Cheng heard Gu Qingzhu's words, his eyes flickered slightly. There must be a 3D model of the deep blue heart, right? Gu Qingzhu replied, of course. With such a complex structure, there must be a 3D model. Lu Cheng nodded. Then that makes things easier. Qingzhu, let's head to the industrial park shortly. Chapter 82, trending on social media. Seeking collections and votes, Gu Qingzhu was slightly taken aback by Lu Cheng's words. Boss, what do you mean? Lu Cheng chuckled. What else could it mean? Naturally, I can create the deep blue heart. Gu Qingzhu pouted. Don't tease me. So many master craftsmen and sculptors can't replicate the deep blue heart. What can you possibly do? Lu Cheng shrugged and didn't elaborate further. We'll head over after lunch. The sooner we settle this, the sooner the company can open. He had a 3D printer, and as long as he had the 3D modeling blueprints, he wouldn't need to lift a finger to replicate the deep blue heart. No matter how skilled the craftsmen were, could they match the precision of a machine? The operational efficiency and accuracy of machines were beyond human reach. Moreover, his 3D printer wasn't just any ordinary machine. It was cutting-edge technology. Once he set the proportions for each angle, carving out the deep blue heart would be a matter of minutes. Gu Qingzhu's lips parted slightly, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Boss, you really have a solution? Her charming demeanor, combined with an expectant look, made it hard for anyone to resist showing off. However, Lu Cheng managed to hold back. He replied calmly, of course. I just recently developed a 3D printer that will come in handy. It was no big deal to share about the 3D printer with Gu Qingzhu, since it was bound to be revealed sooner or later. A 3D printer? Gu Qingzhu looked puzzled. In the country, 3D printing technology was still in its infancy. Not to mention, a machine that could perfectly print samples just by inputting raw materials was truly cutting-edge tech. Lu Cheng explained a bit more. It's a machine where you put in the material, upload the 3D modeling file, and it can print the finished product. It's not really anything extraordinary. Gu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. That's not extraordinary. This is practically black technology. Once this machine is developed and produced, why even bother with smart prosthetics? You could supply it directly to major manufacturers and take the company public. Gu Qingzhu looked at Lu Cheng, somewhat confused. Boss, since you have this technology, why not sell this 3D printer directly? It should be easier to break into the market than smart prosthetics, right? I wish I could. Lu Cheng felt a bit helpless. Unfortunately, the 3D printer required materials that didn't exist in this world, making mass production impossible. After all, one 3D printer consumed 2,000 tech points. With the tech points he currently had, he could at most produce 4 more. It seemed that the field of materials science in this world was just beginning. If he ever had the chance to cross over into a more advanced world, he could systematically learn more about these subjects. Lu Cheng thought to himself. Knowledge is priceless. Although the rules of each world are different, leading to variations in foundational knowledge, there are always commonalities. Perhaps the knowledge gained can be applied to the real world, leading to a rapid advancement in foundational sciences. If that's the case, he might not have to spend technology points on upgrading materials in the future. Of course, this is contingent on not having too tight a deadline for tasks, allowing him time to learn. If the tasks are like those in the first world, with time constraints, he wouldn't have the opportunity to study. After all, even with his extraordinary memory, truly delving into foundational disciplines would take a year or 2 at least. Lu Cheng's thoughts returned to the present as he shook his head and said, this kind of device can't be mass-produced for now. It can only be self-sufficient. Gu Qingzhu sighed. That's such a pity. Lu Cheng smiled. There's nothing to regret. Once my smart prosthetics hit the market, they'll sell like hotcakes. Gu Qingzhu giggled. It seems the boss is quite confident. I can't wait for the product to be launched. By the way, boss, where's your 3D printer? Can you take me to see it? Gu Qingzhu was naturally curious about this innovative product, much like a girl who can't resist touching a trophy. Lu Cheng led Gu Qingzhu straight to the garage. When she saw the 3D printer, she couldn't help but exclaim, it's so big. Can it print anything? Lu Cheng chuckled. Of course, but only if there's a 3D model and the right materials. Gu Qingzhu reached out to touch the 3D printer and asked, can we print something to test it out? Lu Cheng replied, what do you want to print? Gu Qingzhu grinned. How about a Hermes bag? Lu Cheng was taken aback. You're dreaming. High-end bags like that don't have publicly available 3D blueprints, and the materials aren't just any materials. Even if we printed it, it would be nothing but a knockoff. He casually found a complex diamond design online and then picked up a piece of granite, tossing it into the material feed. 5 minutes later, with a bit of shaking, the granite emerged perfectly polished and matched the diamond design exactly. Gu Qingzhu picked up the finished product and examined it closely, exclaiming, wow, it's really identical. Boss, your machine is amazing. Lu Cheng smiled. Now you believe it, right? Gu Qingzhu nodded eagerly, raising her little fist. Yes, yes. Boss is awesome. Lu Cheng shrugged. All right, let's finish our meal and then head to the industrial park to discuss things. Back at the villa, after Gu Qingzhu dealt with her tasks, her mood brightened. She went to Lin Sierra's room to chat. At first, Lin Sierra was a bit shy, but soon they were laughing and talking comfortably. Lu Cheng, seeing this, smiled as well. It's excellent that Lin Sierra can make more friends. Left to his own devices, Lu Cheng busied himself with his own tasks while the two girls enjoyed their time together. He was holding a book titled On the Origin of Species and another called A Brief History of Japan, patiently reading. These books might prove useful for him as he entered the world of Doraemon. With his extraordinary memory, Lu Cheng's reading speed was exceptionally fast, reaching a level akin to quantum speed reading. As noon approached, Lu Cheng personally went to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch for the two beautiful girls. After they finished eating, he informed Lin Sierra and then accompanied Gu Qizhu to the Changlin Industrial Park. Gu Qizhu had already scheduled a meeting with the person in charge there for 2 o'clock. 40 minutes later, Lu Cheng and Gu Qizhu arrived at the Changlin Industrial Park. The entire industrial park appeared very tidy, with well-maintained greenery. As they entered the park, the handsome and beautiful duo caught the attention of several passers-by. Under Gu Qingzhu's guidance, Lu Cheng made his way to the office building on the east side of the park. Just as he was about to head upstairs, Lu Cheng received a WeChat message from Lin Sierra. "You're trending." Soon after, Lin Sierra sent him a screenshot of the trending topic. Chapter 83, The Enchanting Young Lady at 25, Seeking Collections and Recommendations? Lu Cheng opened WeChat and was momentarily taken aback by the images on his screen. The picture displayed a ranking, with the 10th place circled in red, accompanied by a headline. Young man creates self-made black tech exoskeleton armor that can fly. Upon clicking in, Lu Cheng discovered that it was indeed his video showcasing the exoskeleton armor, which had been shared across various websites by media outlets and marketing accounts. This unexpected exposure had inadvertently catapulted him into trending topics. Although he was wearing a mask, it was unlikely that others would recognize him. However, Lin Sierra, having known him for a long time and being familiar with the garage setting, could easily identify him at a glance. "Boss, what's wrong?" Gu Qizhu noticed Lu Cheng's unusual demeanor and showed a hint of concern. "Just a minor issue, hang on a moment." After replying to Lin Sierra on WeChat, Lu Cheng quickly opened Bilibili. He was astonished to see that his follower count had surged dramatically, reaching a staggering 800,000. The numbers were still climbing rapidly, clearly on track to hit 1 million soon. The video views had exceeded 3 million, all within just half a day. Curious, Lu Cheng checked his tech points and found that they had increased to 8,000, an increase of 1,000 points. However, he noticed a peculiar trend. The rate of increase seemed to slow down as time went on, even reaching a ratio of over 1,001. Lu Cheng was puzzled. Why was the tech point gain less than before at the same ratio? The system quickly provided an explanation, as the black technology is promoted. The difficulty of gaining tech points will increase. The host must develop new black technology to acquire more tech points. Lu Cheng sighed in frustration. It seemed the system was concerned he might focus too much on promotion and neglect the development of new technologies. Therefore, it imposed such restrictions. To earn more tech points, he had to continuously introduce new black tech. While Lu Cheng was monitoring his follower growth, he received a message from the platform's official account. The gist of it was a request for him to quickly edit out some violent scenes, such as the scientific version of the Great Demon King. Referring to the air cannon, the platform was quite perceptive. Previously, Lu Cheng's videos had only garnered attention within niche circles, attracting black tech enthusiasts and curious onlookers. However, after the media and marketing accounts spread the word, it had achieved broader recognition. Such aggressive black technology could no longer be publicly displayed, as it might attract unwanted attention from authorities. "I should have considered this earlier. I need to be more cautious moving forward." In Lu Cheng's plans, he did entertain ideas of venturing into military black technology, but now was not the right time. His technology was not yet mature, and funding was still lacking. He could only wait until his company was firmly established and fully developed before considering such matters. "All right, I'll make the edits as soon as possible," Lu Cheng replied, and then exited the platform. Without paying attention to trending topics anymore, Lu Cheng and Gu Qingzhu entered the office building together. They met with the head of Changlin Industrial Park in an office on the top floor. The man appeared to be in his 40s, dressed neatly in a shirt and suit. Gu Qingzhu instantly transformed into a professional beauty, politely saying, "Manager Lin, I apologize for the delay. We arrived a bit late." Manager Lin stood up and glanced at Lu Cheng beside her, saying, "No worries, Miss Gu. May I ask who this is?" Gu Qingzhu replied, "This is my boss, Lu Cheng." Manager Lin showed a hint of surprise, but quickly composed himself, extending his hand with practiced ease and complimenting. "So it's Director Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Starting your own company at such a young age, you truly are impressive." Lu Cheng smiled and shook hands with Manager Lin, saying, "Not at all. I'm just a young person trying my hand at it." Manager Lin smiled without responding. In his mind, he had already categorized Lu Cheng as a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur gaining experience. In today's society, it's common to see wealthy young people starting businesses, though most of them are just small ventures to accumulate experience for inheriting family businesses. The situation of the young master of their own group, Si Tsong, is probably similar. If they can make money, that's great. If not, it's no big deal. Manager Lin looked at Lu Cheng and said, "Director Lu, I heard from Miss Gu that you want to sign up for the Deep Blue Heart Design Competition." Lu Cheng nodded. "Yes, Qing Zhu should have mentioned the requirements to you. What do you think?" Manager Lin smiled. "I specifically called the headquarters to inquire and received a positive response from the boss. The boss indicated that as long as you can perfectly replicate the Deep Blue Heart, the factory can even rent it to you at half price. And you won't miss out on any rewards." Lu Cheng smiled. President Wang is indeed generous. "Then it's settled," he added. "It would be foolish to pass up on $1 million. Manager Lin said, "Director Lu can sign up online first. Once the finished product is ready, you can contact me anytime, and I'll arrange for professionals to come and assess it. However, the materials must be diamond, which you will need to prepare yourself. Only if the assessment is successful will the headquarters send over the raw materials for the Deep Blue Heart." Lu Cheng nodded. "Got it." They didn't linger on the conversation any longer. Lu Cheng and Gu Qizhu left Changlan Industrial Park. Gu Qizhu let out a sigh of relief. "Boss, I've sent the registration link to your phone. Once you register, you can access the corresponding interface to download the 3D modeling files." Lu Cheng opened the link and saw a registration page. After filling out the basic information, he arrived at a page titled Deep Blue Heart Design. At the top was a rendering of the Deep Blue Heart. The entire gem was a light blue, oval-shaped, about the size of a fist, resembling a dazzling star. The gem's interior was divided into 2 layers. The upper layer was hollowed out, adorned with numerous smaller stars, densely scattered. The lower layer featured a magnificent palace, illuminated by a soft blue light, exuding extreme luxury. At first glance, the gemstone is truly breathtaking. It resembles a deep blue planet, carrying the world's most precious treasures as it wanders through the universe. No wonder no one has been able to replicate this gem. Lu Cheng shook his head. Diamonds are the hardest natural substance. Ordinary tools can't cut them. You need water jets or lasers for that. Such tools simply can't achieve the precision and detail required. Not to mention replicating the complex palaces and stars within the gem. It's practically an impossible task. No wonder these master craftsmen have failed. It's not that their skills are lacking. It's the limitations of the existing equipment that hinder their abilities. Gu Qingzhu stood with her hands behind her back, tilting her head as she looked at Lu Cheng. "Boss, do you have any other instructions?" Lu Cheng shook his head. "Nope. Are you heading back home or somewhere else?" Gu Qingzhu shrugged. "I'm going back. No one is here to go shopping with me." Lu Cheng said, "All right, I don't have a car, so I won't be able to give you a ride. Just take the subway home on your own." Gu Qingzhu pouted. "Boss, you really should buy a car. How can you let a young and beautiful girl go home alone?" Lu Cheng chuckled. "Hey, Qizhu, you're already 25. I don't think young and beautiful quite applies anymore." Gu Qingzhu wrinkled her nose and huffed. "How rude. Boss, don't you know that a girl can be a beauty even at 30? Lu Cheng raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. The two of them reached the subway station and parted ways. Once home, Lu Cheng went online and purchased several diamonds of the same proportions. Then, he logged into various platforms to edit and modify the video he had previously posted. Just as he finished editing, Lin Sierra wheeled herself over. Chapter 84. The Third Crossing, Seeking Collections and Recommendations. "Sheer, I really didn't expect you to have such sharp eyes." Lu Cheng chuckled. He was, of course, referring to how Lin Sheer had immediately recognized him from a trending video. Lin Sheer looked at Lu Cheng with some suspicion. "This exoskeleton armor, did you make it?" Lu Cheng replied. "You don't remember? This armor was designed by you." Lin Sheer pressed her lips together. "But I only created the shell." Lu Cheng grinned. "What you mean is, this is totally black technology, right?" Lin Sheer fell silent. Although she thought so, her proud personality wouldn't let her admit it. Lu Cheng looked at Lin Sheer and asked, "Do you want to give it a try?" Lin Sheer's eyes brightened for a moment, only to dim again as she turned her head away, her tone cold. "No, I'm leaving." With that, she attempted to push her wheelchair away. However, Lu Cheng was quicker, already pushing Lin Sheer's wheelchair towards the garage from behind. Come on, come on. You played a huge part in getting this exoskeleton armor out. How can you not try it? I've made special modifications to the leg apparatus. You can definitely wear it." As Lin Sheer was pushed along, she twisted her body, a look of reluctance on her face. "Hey, don't push me. Lu Cheng, are you crazy?" Lu Cheng kept pushing her wheelchair. "All right, hold on tight. We'll be there soon." Lu Cheng knew that deep down, Lin Shi'er wanted to try the exoskeleton armor. Otherwise, if she were truly angry, she wouldn't be speaking to him in such a proud tone. The walls of her room were filled with drawings of battleships and mechas, along with vast starry seas. If it weren't for that car accident years ago, Lin Shi'er might have pursued a career as an astronaut. With a huffy snort, Lin Shi'er finally allowed Lu Cheng to push her along. Before long, they reached the warehouse. Lu Cheng controlled the mechanical arm to help Lin Shi'er put on the mechanical legs. Since Lin Shi'er had undergone amputation at the calf, there was still some support point, and it was quickly fixed in place. These mechanical legs had been modified by Lu Cheng with sensory devices that could simulate the transmission of neurons and then feed back to the body. It felt just like real legs. "Let us see if you can stand up," Lu Cheng said. Lin Shi'er hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and then slowly pushed herself up to stand. However, having not stood for so long, she lost her balance and fell into Lu Cheng's arms. Soft and fragrant. The moment was a rare treat for Lu Cheng. This girl really does smell nice. Yet, Lin Shi'er only leaned for a moment before stubbornly standing up again. This time, with a mental preparation, she was able to sway forward and take a few steps. A minute later, Lin Shi'er was already able to control the mechanical legs for normal walking. "How's it going? Are you getting used to it?" Lu Cheng asked with a smile. Lin Shi'er bit her red lips and replied, "It's okay, just a bit tight." Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. "That's true. It's due to the limited materials. Once I develop the smart prosthetics, you'll be able to control the length at will. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Lin Shi'er then said, "Help me put on the rest of the armor." "Okay." Lu Cheng chuckled. It was rare for Lin Shi'er to show interest, so he certainly didn't want to dampen her spirits. Before long, he used his mechanical arm to help Lin Shi'er don the remaining parts of the armor. Wow. As soon as Lin Shi'er put on the helmet, she couldn't help but exclaim. The exoskeleton armor was even more sci-fi than she had imagined. Lu Cheng smiled and said, "This is all voice-controlled, but be careful. The space here is too small for the exoskeleton to perform at its best." Lin Shi'er responded with an aha and began to play around with the exoskeleton armor. She had a knack for driving and quickly surpassed Lu Cheng, who considered himself an experienced driver. Before long, she had mastered most of the armor's functions. After spending half an hour with Lin Shi'er, she finally took off the gear. A little sweat glistened at her hair tips, but her face was lit up with a long-lost smile. Lu Cheng realized he hadn't seen Lin Shi'er smile in quite a while. "Shi'er, if this wasn't enough fun, next time I'll develop some more exciting tech for you to play with," Lu Cheng chuckled. "Of course, we can also play with things that can change length. Like smart prosthetics." "Not interested," Lin Shi'er replied, settling back into her wheelchair. Lu Cheng smiled and pushed her back to the villa. For the next little while, Lu Cheng patiently waited for the diamond to arrive. He also took the opportunity to learn various information about Japan, just in case. His extraordinary memory was indeed a great skill, significantly enhancing his reading speed and efficiency. 4 days later, the diamond he ordered online finally arrived. Lu Cheng quickly took it to the garage and fed it into the material slot of the 3D printer. He then uploaded the pre-downloaded 3D model and began printing. This time, the process took much longer than usual. After a full 3 hours, he finally produced the finished product. However, looking at the well-polished diamond, Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Although the more complex the design, the longer it took to print, the fidelity of the result was already quite impressive. Due to material limitations, perfect replication wasn't possible, but the internal structure of the diamond was accurately printed. Without delay, after having lunch with Lin Shi'er, Lu Cheng contacted manager Lin in advance and headed to the Chonglin Industrial Park. This time, he didn't invite Gu Qingzhu. After all, at the beginning of her entrepreneurial journey, she had plenty of things to do. Lu Cheng didn't want to trouble her with tasks he could handle alone. An hour later, Lu Cheng arrived at Manager Lin's office. Seeing Lu Cheng approach, Manager Lin quickly got up and said, "Mr. Lu, you weren't joking on the phone, right? You've really produced the finished product?" Lu Cheng replied, "I never joke about business." With that, he took out the polished imitation of the deep blue heart from the box. Manager Lin carefully picked it up and examined it closely. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Even as a layman, he could tell that this imitation was indeed superb, almost indistinguishable from the images in the design drawings. "Impressive. Mr. Lu, you truly are accomplished at such a young age. You managed to perfectly replicate the deep blue heart in just 4 days. I believe the boss will be very satisfied," Manager Lin said sincerely. After a pause, he added, "However, I still need to have a professional take a look. Once they approve it, we can get the materials for the deep blue heart sent over from headquarters. Please have a seat, Mr. Lu. I'll make you a cup of tea." Seeing that Lu Cheng had indeed replicated the deep blue heart, Manager Lin's attitude changed. Initially, he thought Lu Cheng was just a wealthy second-generation heir, but it turned out he was a talented young man with real skills. Half an hour later, A young woman dressed in professional attire, with a fresh appearance, finally arrived, bringing along a complete set of appraisal tools. The woman examined the piece through a magnifying glass for quite a while, then conducted various tests before widening her beautiful eyes and generously praising, "Perfect. It's simply too perfect. The margin of error is almost zero. This is truly a masterpiece." Manager Lin chuckled from the side. This isn't a masterpiece of God, but rather the work of Mr. Lu. With the professional appraiser's endorsement, Manager Lin felt relieved and secretly delighted. After all, Lu Cheng was the person he had recommended, and when it came time for rewards, he would also receive recognition. The woman looked at Lu Cheng with excitement. "Mr. Lu, your craftsmanship is truly astonishing. I believe the deep blue heart will shine brilliantly in your hands." Lu Cheng smiled. "I will do my best to replicate a perfect deep blue heart." The following matters were much simpler. A day after the woman's appraisal, the raw materials for the deep blue heart were airlifted to Shanghai. It was evident that Wang Jianlin was quite decisive. After both parties signed the agreement, which included a $1 million reward and housing rental arrangements, Gu Qingzhu brought a professional lawyer to review everything. Once confirmed there were no issues, Lu Cheng began the production process. Initially, the other party wanted to observe Lu Cheng's production process, but he firmly declined. He specifically waited 4 days before using a 3D printer to create the complete deep blue heart. The sapphire emitted a soft glow, resembling a blue flame, enveloping a magnificent palace surrounded by stars, like a dream. Upon seeing the finished product, Gu Qingzhu couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, if someone proposes to me with this kind of gemstone in the future, I might just have to say yes." After delivering the deep blue heart to Wanda Group, everything finally came to a close. However, the reward would take half a month to arrive. Lu Cheng wasn't worried at all. After all, how could a billionaire worth over 100 billion care about a mere million? However, he didn't want to wait any longer. He was ready to embark on his third journey through time. During this period, he had read quite a few books about Japan and gained a general understanding of its history. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, Lu Cheng quietly murmured, "Enter the world of Doraemon." Chapter 85. First encounter with the blue fatty. Seeking collections and recommendations. Beep. Searching for related worlds. Search successful. Crossing countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The familiar scene appeared once again. A vast ocean of zeros and ones instantly enveloped Lu Cheng. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself in a classroom. In the next moment, a surge of memories flooded in, and Lu Cheng instantly understood his role. This time, he hadn't replaced anyone. Instead, his original self had crossed over. He had become an elementary school teacher at Tsukimi Elementary School. Tsukimi Elementary School is located in Narima District, Tokyo, in the Foot Basin Country, which is also the hometown of Nobita. It is colloquially known as a Kezui GZ. According to his memories, Lu Cheng was a science teacher at the school, and he was teaching Nobita's class. After digesting the memories, Lu Cheng looked down at the students and quickly spotted several familiar faces. There was Nobita, wearing glasses, a beige top, and blue shorts, looking quite dull. Then there was John, with a buzz cut, wearing a deep yellow t-shirt with red stripes, a big nose, and a robust figure. Next, there was Senio, with a sharp face and conical hair, dressed in brown-blue shorts, exuding a sly fox-like charm. And finally, there was Shizuka, who looked gentle in her blue dress, loved bathing, and often found herself being secretly watched in various ways. There was no need for Lu Cheng to search for them. The main cast was already assembled. It was the last class of the semester. After this class, summer vacation would officially begin. Lu Cheng looked at his fidgeting students, tapped on the desk, and glared at John, who was sitting in the back row and causing mischief. "Quiet down, Takashi Okada. If you keep moving around, I'll make you copy the multiplication table 10 times. John quickly settled down, behaving like a good boy. Lu Cheng then cleared his throat. "All right. It's time to assign summer homework. This time, to broaden everyone's horizons, I want you to do a free research project. You can explore various topics, such as the origins of species, changes in rivers, the evolution of clothing, and so on. After the summer vacation, please hand in your research reports." Just as he finished assigning the homework, the bell rang for the end of class. Lu Cheng smiled. "All right, class is dismissed. I wish you all a wonderful summer vacation." All the students bowed to Lu Cheng, saying, "Goodbye, teacher." Soon, Nobita and the others rushed out of the classroom. For these elementary school students, summer vacation was the most beautiful time of their childhood. They could freely play hide and seek, video games, and marbles. After tidying up the desks, Lu Cheng headed to the teacher's office. There weren't many teachers here, just 7 or 8 in total. A few male teachers were discussing their plans for the summer vacation. When they saw Lu Cheng enter, one of them spoke up. "Lu-san, we're planning to go to an izakaya for drinks tonight. Are you coming?" It was now Showa 49, which corresponds to the year 1974. In this era, just as the oil crisis has erupted, most people in the island nation are on edge. As a result, many head to izakayas after work to unwind. The izakaya is a unique aspect of the island's culture, originally serving only the noble class before expanding during the Edo period 1603 to 1867 to accommodate the common people as well. Of course, some tavern owners take advantage of the drinking culture to offer special services to their guests. The antics in the Foot Basin country are never in short supply. Lu Cheng smiled and thought, if everyone is going, I can't miss out. He wasn't sure how long he'd be staying here, so it was essential to build good relationships with his colleagues. A few of them cheered, hooray, with Lu San here, we can invite more female teachers. Lu Cheng, are you all going for drinks or something else? Are you planning to reenact a scene from Fallen Teacher? Huh, why did I say again? After work, everyone headed to an izakaya about 10 kilometers from the school. Most of the group consisted of teachers from the same school, with 4 male teachers, including Lu Cheng, 5 female teachers, and 3 friends brought along by the female teachers. With 4 men and 8 women, they took turns hailing cabs to the izakaya. Several female teachers seemed to intentionally want to share a ride with Lu Cheng. It was no surprise. Among the teachers, Lu Cheng's good looks made him quite popular. Women often take the initiative with attractive men, which is no different even in the relatively conservative Foot Basin country. Upon arriving at the izakaya, a row of lanterns hung outside, accompanied by various display boards. The walls were plastered with posters showcasing Japanese cuisine, giving off a nostalgic vibe. The group gradually settled into their seats. The izakaya wasn't too crowded yet, making it feel comfortable. Finally on vacation. What are everyone's plans for the summer? A slightly plump teacher asked. I'm planning to visit Hokkaido. Oh, my cousin and I are thinking of going to Korea. I don't have your leisure time. I still need to work as a tutor to make some money. The group shared their summer plans enthusiastically. A few elegantly dressed female teachers in beautiful kimonos looked at Lu Cheng curiously and asked, Lu San, what about you? Do you have any plans? Lu Cheng shrugged and replied, I haven't decided yet. I might explore some of my interests, like working on some fun inventions. The female teacher's eyes sparkled. Wow, Lu San's interests sound impressive. You can't just praise me because I'm good-looking. Lu Cheng couldn't help but think of a saying. Good-looking people can make even marbles look handsome, while ugly people playing golf look like they're shoveling dung. After a lively evening filled with laughter, the group finished their drinks and dinner at the izakaya, then headed to karaoke for a while before each returned home. Lu Cheng lived on 2nd Street of Moonview Terrace, just 2 streets away from Nobita's house. He was a Chinese immigrant from the mainland, adopted by an elderly man who had passed away a few years ago. Now, he lived alone. Upon returning home, he switched on the entrance light. The small house, about 120 square meters, had 2 floors. Its interior decoration resembled that of ancient Chinese homes, with wooden plank flooring and sliding wooden doors. After freshening up, Lu Cheng lay down on the tatami mat, contemplating his mission. His task in this world was to help Nobita achieve a dream, which meant he needed to spend as much time with him as possible. After some thought, Lu Cheng decided to visit Nobita's house the next day under the pretext of a home visit, also hoping to see that blue cat. After all, who hasn't dreamed of having a cute blue cat by their side to help them solve various troubles during childhood? The next day, Lu Cheng got up early. He then headed to the dorayaki shop to buy some of the treats that Doraemon loved. To complete his mission, he would likely need to rely on that blue cat. So it was essential to build a good relationship first. However, as soon as Lu Cheng arrived at the dorayaki shop, he spotted a blue figure waddling toward him on its short legs. Chapter 86, Is this a challenge for me, Fat Tiger? Seeking collections and votes, Blue Fatty. Lu Cheng looked at the round little blue cat in front of him, and his eyes lit up. Its features were unmistakable. At a glance, Lu Cheng recognized that it was not human. This was the true protagonist of the comic, Doraemon. Doraemon is a robot sent from the future by Nobita, Nobi's great-great-grandson, to help Nobita. The purpose was to change the underachieving Nobita, preventing the Nobi family from falling into decline. As a robot designed to care for children, Doraemon is truly versatile. It has a 4-dimensional pocket on its belly that can produce all kinds of amazing gadgets. It is precisely these gadgets that have made the comic Doraemon so brilliant. A blue cat confidently strutted down the street, and surprisingly, the people around seemed unfazed, and Lu Cheng felt no sense of incongruity. This blue fatty really had a knack for it, Lu Cheng thought to himself. Soon, he discovered the reason. It seemed that the moment people saw the blue fatty, they would unconsciously have their subconscious altered, treating it as one of their own. If Lu Cheng weren't from another world, he might have been influenced as well. Not wanting to dwell on this, Lu Cheng thought for a moment and walked over to Doraemon. As the main character of this story, the blue fatty probably had quite a few abilities. He wondered if he could replicate some decent powers. with its little legs moving nimbly. Doraemon arrived at the entrance of a dorayaki shop. There, a dazzling array of dorayaki was displayed. The blue fatty was counting the coins in its hand, struggling to decide which dorayaki to buy. Oh dear, they all look so delicious. I wish I could buy them all, but Mom didn't give me enough money, Doraemon said, gazing longingly at the dorayaki displayed in front of the shop. Lu Cheng watched the blue fatty from the side and greeted it. Isn't this Nobita's, Doraemon? Are you here to buy dorayaki too? Doraemon snapped back to reality and looked at Lu Cheng, politely bowing. Oh, it's Nobita's science teacher. Nice to meet you. Lu Cheng smiled and replied, hello. I'm actually on my way to visit Nobita. Is he at home right now? Doraemon said, huh? Nobita seems to be playing with Shizuka and the others. Teacher, do you need me to take you there? Lu Cheng nodded. Yes, that would be great. Let us go together after I buy the dorayaki. Lu Cheng deliberately chose several bags of dorayaki that Doraemon loved. Doraemon looked at the dorayaki in Lu Cheng's hands, sniffing the delicious aroma that wafted out, and his mouth involuntarily stuck out its tongue. Lu Cheng chuckled and handed over the dorayaki, saying, I heard Nobita say you love this, so I specially bought it for you. I originally planned to give it to you during my visit. But what a coincidence that we ran into each other here. Doraemon was overjoyed but still pretended to hesitate, saying, oh, that's so kind of you. But Mom says I shouldn't accept things from others. When Doraemon mentioned Mom, it naturally referred to Nobita's mother. Lu Cheng smiled and said, it's all right. Consider it a welcome gift. Our teachers always bring gifts when they visit students. Doraemon couldn't wait to grab it with his little hands and exclaimed, in that case, I want to hold back. Arigato. As he spoke, the blue cat bowed deeply to Lu Cheng, showing great politeness. With the dorayaki that Lu Cheng had given him, Doraemon could buy a few more flavors of dorayaki. He held the bag with his round, chubby hands. And Lu Cheng noticed that the bag was actually sticking directly to Doraemon's hand. As soon as Lu Cheng touched Doraemon's palm, a series of prompts popped up in front of him. Ability detected, dimensional pocket, anti-gravity function, super body, super absorption, super appraisal. A plethora of functions appeared before Lu Cheng's eyes. Wow, so there really is a dimensional pocket? Lu Cheng's eyes brightened slightly. However, he knew that this dimensional pocket was just a space. Even if he managed to get it, it probably wouldn't contain any of Doraemon's gadgets. He didn't hesitate much and silently thought, draw. In the next moment, the pointer began to spin rapidly. Before long, it stopped on one of the abilities. Super appraisal. In the next moment, Lu Cheng felt a warmth in his eyes, as if a faint electric current was flowing through him. Immediately, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Almost instantaneously, Lu Cheng understood the function of super appraisal. As the name implies, super appraisal allows him to instantly access relevant information about an object upon seeing it. This includes its era, history, composition, and more. Great, I drew the worst ability. Lu Cheng pouted. Where's that luck I was promised? Even though he didn't get the dimensional pocket, getting a super body would have been nice too. Lu Cheng knew that Doraemon's body was specially modified and incredibly sturdy. He could even operate in the deep sea and outer space. Well, better than nothing, he thought. Not too bothered. After all, if things got tough, he could always cling to Doraemon for support. Doraemon's goal was also to help Nobita make changes, which, in a way, wasn't too different from Lu Cheng's mission. Doraemon was quite happy to have received a few bags of dorayaki, and he walked along cheerfully. Soon, under Doraemon's guidance, Lu Cheng arrived at an open area. Here, a number of hollow concrete pillars were stacked up, and a group of children were playing on them. Lu Cheng recognized several familiar faces among them, Nobita, Shizuka, John, Sunio, and others. Lu Cheng and Doraemon walked over slowly. Naturally, Nobita and the others noticed Lu Cheng and quickly bowed, saying, hello, teacher. Lu Cheng squinted and smiled. Happy holidays, everyone. Have you started working on the assignments I gave you? Nobita stuck out his tongue and remained silent. Fat Tiger murmured, it's just the beginning of the break. And you're already rushing me for homework. Isn't that a bit unfair to me? Little Nobita shouted, teacher, I have some ideas already, and I'm currently gathering materials. Shizuka gently added, teacher, I also have a goal. I'm preparing to do a research report on morning glories. Lu Cheng nodded and praised them. That's great. But remember, there's no rush on this research topic. The most important thing is to learn. Then he turned to Nobita and said, Nobita, I'm planning to visit your home today for a home visit. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Do you have some time? Home visit? Nobita's eyes widened and he felt a bit shaky. As a struggling student, he naturally felt quite anxious about home visits. Lu Cheng smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. It's just a few simple questions. We won't be discussing grades. Nobita finally relaxed. Okay, teacher. My parents are home right now, so I'll take you there. Chapter 87, Nobita's Dream. Please support with collections and votes. Teacher, my home is just up ahead. Nobita pointed to a low, two-story house in front of them. It had stone walls and looked quite ordinary, not much different from what one would see in a movie. Lu Cheng sometimes thought how fortunate Nobita was. Without Doraemon, his childhood would likely have been quite tough. The blue robot waddled beside him, occasionally pulling out a dorayaki from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. Although the blue robot was mechanical, he was just like any other person. Inside him, it seemed there was a miniature nuclear reactor that could convert everything he ate into energy. He didn't even need to use the restroom. Moreover, it appeared that his programming included many human sensations, such as thirst, catching a cold, and sneezing. Teacher, put on your shoes. Nobita politely took a pair of shoes from the shoe cabinet and helped Lu Cheng change into them. Then he called out to the house mom, I'm back. Soon. Nobita's mother's voice came from the kitchen. Nobita, why are you home so early today? Did you get into trouble again? It was clear she was his mother. Nobita's mom, named Tamako Nobi, originally Tamako Kataoka, followed her husband's surname after marriage, as is customary in Japan. She was a typical housewife, very frugal, and loved to scold Nobita and cut back on his allowance. However, she was also very caring towards him, often making his favorite snacks. Nobita quickly defended himself. No, it's not like that. Teacher Lu Cheng came for a home visit. In no time, a woman wearing an apron, with short hair and glasses, walked out of the kitchen. She wore a pink blouse and a long skirt, looking very gentle. Lu Cheng immediately recognized her as Nobita's mother because they looked almost identical. Nobita had perfectly inherited Tamako Nobi's physical features. Seeing Lu Cheng, Tamako quickly approached him and said with a hint of apology, Oh, it's Teacher Lu Cheng. Please come in and have a seat. I didn't prepare anything in such a rush. I'm so sorry. Lu Cheng, holding a bag of fruit, handed it to her. Not at all. It's my pleasure. I just wanted to understand how the students have been spending their vacation and what their plans are. Tamako shyly accepted the fruit. You see, you shouldn't have brought fruit just for a visit. Nobita is just a playful child. I'm sure he has caused you some trouble. I should be the one visiting you. Lu Cheng smiled and said, It's nothing. Being playful is a child's nature. You shouldn't be too hard on him. Just then, Nobita's father, Nobita Nobis, came out and said, Teacher Lu Cheng, please come in and sit down. Let us chat over some tea. Only then did Lu Cheng follow Nobis to take a seat. Nobita and Doraemon took advantage of the moment when Nobita's father, Nobita Nobuhiko, was chatting to sneak upstairs. Nobuhiko looked at Nobita and said, This boy, Nobita, is both playful and lazy. I really appreciate your efforts. Nobita replied, Our teachers always try their best to look after every child, but parents play a crucial role too. Nobuhiko nodded in agreement, saying, You're right. The main issue is that I'm too busy with work and rarely discipline Nobita. It's really embarrassing. Before entering this world, Nobita had learned about Nobita's family. It seemed that Nobuhiko was a painter in his youth. But he switched careers to become a small office worker because he was worried that he couldn't support his family through painting. Like many people, he gave up his dreams for the sake of a living. Nobita's eyes flickered slightly as he said, Actually, when children are small, they should explore their talents more. I wonder if Nobita has ever talked to you about his dreams? Nobuhiko scratched his head. He hasn't mentioned it, but as far as I know, he spends all day either reading comics or sleeping, without any particularly special dreams. As he spoke, he turned to his wife, Nobita Tamako. Tamako, do you know what Nobita's dream is? Tamako thought for a moment. His dream, of course, is to avoid going to school and just lays around at home every day. Nobita couldn't help but think, these two are indeed his real parents. However, it was clear that this kind of dream was something Nobita couldn't help Nobita realize. After chatting a bit more with Nobita's parents, he finally said, If you don't mind, I'd like to go upstairs and have a private chat with Nobita. Nobuhiko quickly nodded. Of course, I don't mind. Please feel free. He was eager to let Nobita enjoy his favorite baseball game without delay. Nobita then left and slowly made his way upstairs to Nobita's room. At that moment, Nobita and Doraemon were lounging on the floor. One hand holding a comic book while the other was eating dorayaki, quite relaxed. Seeing Nobita come in, Nobita was startled and quickly stood up. Teacher, are you leaving? Nobita smiled. Why are you in such a hurry to send me off? Doraemon chimed in with a smirk. If the teacher is here, Nobita can't read his comics in peace. That's not true, Doraemon. Stop saying nonsense. Nobita clenched his fists, standing tall and glaring at Doraemon. Nobita then said, I came up to ask if you've thought about a topic for your free research project yet. Hearing this, Nobita awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, teacher. I haven't thought of anything yet. Nobita didn't scold him but replied, It's okay. I was just asking casually. Nobita, do you know the purpose of the summer homework I assigned? Nobita looked adorably confused and shook his head. Lu Cheng spoke up. It's important for students to discover what they're interested in. That might help them determine their life goals. Nobita felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "But I don't really have anything I'm interested in." Doraemon chimed in, "Nobita, who says you don't? You won the championship in the rope skipping competition." Nobita scratched his head and said, "Doraemon, that was just a game. How can that be a life goal?" Lu Cheng sighed inwardly. Indeed, he was dealing with a typical slacker. He had thought it would be challenging to help Nobita achieve his dreams. But he didn't expect that this kid didn't even have a dream. This left Lu Cheng feeling a bit at a loss. He looked at Nobita earnestly and asked, "Isn't there's something you really want to do? Like a dream or something?" Nobita tilted his head, resting his chin in his hand, and after a long pause, finally blurted out, "I want to be a rich second generation." Chapter 88, The Creation Component of Doraemon. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng was taken aback when he heard Nobita's dream. "Wow, your dream is really plain and dull. Can I say that I want the same?" Doraemon was rolling on the ground with laughter, saying, "Such thoughts are truly Nobita's style." Nobita shot a glare at Doraemon. "Doraemon, don't laugh at me. For someone like me, with poor grades, clumsy hands and feet, and no special hobbies, if I don't become a rich second generation, I can only live a mediocre life." "Nonsense, you still have Doraemon." Lu Cheng couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This is the childhood dream of many people. However, while Doraemon's gadgets can instantly fulfill Nobita's dreams, it seems he has never done so. Most of his gadgets are used to solve Nobita's minor troubles, rather than to change the trajectory of his life. In other words, these gadgets cannot be used to alter Nobita's destiny. The Nobi family can only rise through their own efforts. This may be one of the stipulations of the time management treaty in this world. As a robot from the future, if Doraemon were to violate it, he would likely be arrested by the time police in no time. This might also be one reason why Doraemon cannot use his gadgets recklessly. Doraemon took out a dorayaki and popped it into his mouth. "Nobita, how many times have I told you, if you don't work hard, you'll never change your situation?" Nobita replied dejectedly, "If I try hard and still fail, wouldn't that just prove I'm a total failure?" Doraemon sighed. "Nobita, I don't even know what to say to you." Lu Cheng chuckled. This is the real Nobita. However, Nobita's dream isn't impossible to achieve. It just requires turning Nobita's father, Nobita Nobisuk, into a wealthy man. The only problem is, he doesn't know how long it will take to accomplish this task. The quickest way to make money is through stock trading, but that requires capital and a guarantee of profit. Although this world is set in the 49th year of the Showa era, who knows if its history aligns with that of the real-world island nation? If the stocks drop, it could mean losing everything. Is there any other way for Nobita's father to make big money? Lu Cheng pondered carefully. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, and an idea formed. What if he encouraged Nobita's father to get back into drawing for profit? After all, that was his original profession. Picking it back up shouldn't be too difficult. When Lu Cheng entered this world, he had read all the popular manga from the island nation. He could provide storyboards and creative ideas, and then let Nobita Nobisuk draw them. If Doraemon could use some gadgets to speed up the creative process, it might not take long before they could generate a handsome income. If the popularity of the manga rises, there will be various ways to enjoy the income generated from the copyrights. Lu Cheng has already decided that his first manga will be Dragon Ball. This manga is arguably the most profitable one from Japan and was the dominant title in Shonen Jump, holding the top sales position for several consecutive years. Dragon Ball was serialized for about 10 years and brought its original creator, Akira Toriyama, a fortune of nearly 40 to 50 billion yen. It's definitely a money-printing machine. Of course, with the storylines and storyboards provided by Lu Cheng, Nobita Nobi wouldn't need to take as long to draw. If he could get some tools from Doraemon to speed up the process, it's likely that within a year, they would be raking in profits. Nobita's dream would naturally come true. However, thinking about it is one thing. Actually doing it is a bit challenging. Lu Cheng pondered, realizing that he shouldn't put all his hopes into one basket. After a moment, he looked at Nobita and continued to ask, aside from becoming a rich second generation, don't you have any other dreams? Children usually have more than one dream. If they can't fulfill the dream of making Nobita a rich second generation, they can always switch to another dream. Nobita continued to rest his chin on his hand, and after a moment, he tugged at his hair and said, "Teacher, I can't think of anything else." As expected, he felt a bit useless. Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Relying on Nobita to have any reliable dreams was indeed unrealistic. It seems they could only focus on the task of making Nobita a rich second generation for now. Lu Cheng looked at Nobita and said, "All right, think about it some more. Whenever you come up with something, let your teacher know. Of course, you still need to keep up with the assignments I've given you." Lu Cheng knew that next, Doraemon would buy the creation tools from the future store to help Nobita complete his summer research project. Perhaps that would spark a new dream for Nobita. Nobita quickly nodded and said, "Yes, teacher, I will definitely work hard to finish it." Lu Cheng nodded slightly and then looked at Doraemon, saying, "Okay, since that has settled, I'll take my leave." Doraemon then bowed together with Nobita, saying, "Goodbye, teacher." Once downstairs, Lu Cheng greeted Nobita's father, Nobisuk, before leaving Nobita's house. On the way, Lu Cheng began to think about related plans. Since he needed Nobita's father to spend time drawing again, he should take this opportunity to get closer to him. This shouldn't be too difficult. After all, as Nobita's teacher, he could find various excuses to visit Nobita's home. Furthermore, he needed to think of other money-making strategies. If the manga route didn't work out, there could be other ways to make Nobita a rich second generation. For example, he could research stocks and see if they align with the historical stock market trends of the real world, or perhaps develop software to sell. As he walked and thought, Lu Cheng did not go home, but instead headed to the local library to look up the history of this world. In 1974, the internet was still a distant concept. So, the way to understand information is through newspapers and news outlets. The library has a vast collection of history books and newspapers, allowing Lu Cheng to easily grasp the historical context of this era. And so, more than half a month went by. During this time, Lu Cheng spent almost all his time in the library reading, and he finally got a general understanding of the history of this world. The overall history of this island nation hasn't changed much. However, some parts have seen changes, and many well-known companies, like Toyota, do not exist in this world. This also means that pursuing stock trading is not a viable option. It seems that if he wants to make money, he will have to rely on manga or develop software on his own. Lu Cheng pondered. During this time, he had also casually interacted with Nobi and learned that he hadn't completely given up on his dreams. In his spare time, he would occasionally draw, and thankfully, his foundational skills hadn't diminished. Lu Cheng felt he could seize any suitable opportunity to discuss manga with Nobita. It was getting late, and it was time to head back. Lu Cheng stretched and walked out of the library. Soon after, he took a taxi home. However, just as he got out of the car, he saw John running toward him in a panic. Lu Cheng immediately stopped John and asked, "John, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" John stammered, "I saw a glowing insect." Chapter 89, The Amazing Gadgets of the Blue Fat Cat. Seeking collections and recommendations, Lu Cheng looked at the chubby tiger in front of him and said, "Glowing insects?" The chubby tiger gestured excitedly. "Yes, teacher. These insects have glowing antennae and can unleash electric shocks. Luckily, I ran away quickly. Otherwise, I would have been electrocuted." Listening to the chubby tiger's account, Lu Cheng suddenly realized these insects must be a new species that originated from the world created by Doraemon. Due to multiple time accelerations, these species had mastered the incredible gadget known as the time machine. They came to this world to figure out who exactly created their own world. In the original storyline, the chubby tiger and Shofu seemed to have been captured by these insect-like beings and brought back to their world. Fortunately, everything was resolved in the end. The chubby tiger, seeing Lu Cheng silent, quickly added, "Teacher, you have to believe me. I'm definitely not lying." Lu Cheng nodded. I already know about this matter." After a pause, he continued, "Tomorrow at 9 a.m., bring Shofu and Kyuko to gather at Nobita's house." The chubby tiger nodded. "Okay, teacher, I'll take care of it." Watching the chubby tiger leave, Lu Cheng pondered. According to the original plot, the chubby tiger should have had his memory erased by the time police after encountering these insect beings. However, he now completely remembered them. It seemed that his intervention in the storyline had unknowingly altered the course of events. However, Lu Cheng didn't dwell on it too much. In a world where time travel was possible, pursuing logic was quite absurd. Anyway, if anything went wrong, he could always rely on Doraemon to solve it. The next day, Lu Cheng arrived early at Nobita's house. After waiting for a while, the chubby tiger came with Shofu and Kyuko. The three of them politely bowed to Lu Cheng. "Hello, teacher." Lu Cheng nodded and smiled. "Hello, let us go inside together." He knocked on the door. A voice from inside called, "Coming." Before long, the blue fat cat came downstairs and opened the door. Upon seeing Lu Cheng, he immediately beamed with joy. "Oh, it's Teacher Lu visiting. Please come in." During this time, Lu Cheng had been visiting Nobita's house regularly. Each time he came, he would bring a bag of dorayaki for the blue fat cat, effectively raising his favorability. The blue fat cat noticed the chubby tiger and the others behind him and asked curiously, "Did you all come together to find Nobita?" Lu Cheng shook his head. "No. This time I specifically came to find you." The blue fat cat scratched his head. "What does the teacher need me for?" Lu Cheng replied, "Last night, Okada Takashi saw some glowing insects, and I was wondering if Doraemon used some gadget that led to the appearance of this new species." Doraemon was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed. "Oh no, it must be a problem with the creation component that caused the species inside to evolve rapidly." Lu Cheng feigned ignorance and asked, "What is this creation component?" The blue cat scratched his head and explained everything about the creation component in detail. After hearing this, Fat Tiger angrily waved his fist. Doraemon, so it was you who caused this. Humph. Do you know I almost got electrocuted by those insects last night? The blue cat awkwardly chuckled. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Fat Tiger, acting like a spoiled child, insisted, I don't care. I can't continue my research at Xiaofei's place anyway, so I want to join this project. Xiaofei quickly chimed in, then I want to participate too. Shizuka shyly bit her lip and said, See, can I join as well? Knowing he had made a mistake. The blue cat could only agree reluctantly and took Lu Cheng and the others upstairs. Upon opening the door to the room, they saw Nobita fiddling with a hand cane, working on a carpet that covered several square meters. The carpet had a hollow center, emitting a mysterious black glow. This must be the space map from the creation component. Nobita excitedly said, Doraemon, the new world has been created. Come and help make a new map. However, when he noticed Lu Cheng and the others standing beside Doraemon, he froze like a statue. After a moment, he jumped 3 meters high and hurriedly said, what are you all doing here? I didn't say anything just now. Wait for me. I'll clean this up. Nobita was still thinking about completing this observational research project on creation to impress everyone at school. So he certainly didn't want this secret to be discovered. The blue cat sighed and said, Nobita, I've already told everyone about the creation component. So let everyone help out. More hands make for lighter work. Fat Tiger waved his hand and said, My dear friends, let us work together to make this research a success. Xiaofei chimed in, Exactly, and I'm good at drawing. Meanwhile, Shizuka, feeling a bit shy, said, Nobita, I'm sorry for barging into your research project, but we're really curious. Can we take a look together? Nobita looked at Shizuka and found it hard to stay angry. Well, since it's come to this, let us all participate. Fat Tiger and Xiaofei cheered in unison. Great. Let us go explore our world now. Nobita looked at Fat Tiger's sturdy figure, feeling frustrated but unable to express it, and muttered, It's a world I painstakingly cultivated. The blue cat then said, Wait a moment. Let me check how these mutated insects came about. With that, he pulled out a small device from his pocket that looked like a tiny television, which was connected to a stethoscope. Ding ding ding. Memory reader. The blue fatty looked at Fat Tiger and said, Fat Tiger, come here, let me check your memories from last night. The blue fatty placed the stethoscope on Fat Tiger's temple and adjusted the TV to last night's time. In an instant, the TV flickered, revealing the images that Fat Tiger had seen the previous night. The images quickly sped up and finally froze on a few glowing, mantis-like insects. Fat Tiger pointed at the TV and said, That's right, those are the glowing bugs that attacked me yesterday. The blue fatty took a picture of the insects on the screen, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a flashlight-like device. Ding ding ding. Species evolution device. The blue fatty held the flashlight and aimed it at the photo. In an instant, the image seemed to come to life, rapidly displaying the evolution path of the insect. The blue fatty scratched his head as he looked at the image on the photo and said, So that's how it is. At that time, Xiong and I used the evolution beam to help fish evolve into amphibians sooner, but we accidentally hit a passing bug, which led to the mutated insects we have now. Lu Cheng stood by, curiously watching the blue fatty's various antics, temporarily resisting the urge to rob him. He looked at the blue fatty and asked, So what should we do now? Chapter 90. Infinite Nesting Dolls. Seeking collections and recommendations, the gadgets from the blue fatty are indeed quite magical. In no time at all, they trace the origins of these mutated insects. Lu Cheng looked at the blue fatty and said, The appearance of these mutated insects in the real world is not a good sign. We never know when they might cause trouble, and we'll have to find a way to deal with it. The blue fatty seemed a bit frustrated. I was careless. These mutated insects seem to possess advanced technology. They managed to evade the time police and come to this world. You see, anyone traveling through time and space has to go through the scrutiny and registration of the time police. Only after confirming everything is fine can they be allowed to pass. These mutated insects, crossing worlds recklessly, would be akin to smuggling. They are definitely wanted by the time police. The fact that they haven't been caught yet means they must have some way to evade detection. Whichever it is, their technology must be quite remarkable. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and asked, Doraemon, can't you find these mutated insects and ask them what they actually want? The blue fatty scratched his head. If it's just photos, I can't track them down. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. But it's not entirely impossible. If I can obtain the original genes of these mutated insects, I can use a gene tracker to find their exact location. Fat Tiger, with a puzzled expression, asked, What is a gene? Lu Cheng explained, Genes are DNA segments that have hereditary effects. Fat Tiger looked even more confused. What is DNA? Are you going to ask 100,000 questions here? Lu Cheng chuckled. You'll know in the future. The blue fatty clapped his short hands lightly and said excitedly, I have a plan. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and asked, Are you planning to enter the world created by the Genesis component to obtain the genes of the ancestors of these mutated insects? The blue fatty grinned. Teacher Lu, you're really clever. This is the method I racked my brain to come up with. These mutated insects must contain the genes of their ancestors. As long as there's a matching sequence, I can find them using the gene tracker. Lu Cheng asked. But how do you know where the ancestors of these mutated insects are right now? The blue fatty pulled out an item that looked like a printer from his pocket. Ding ding ding. It's a species map printer. With this printer, I can access all species information on Earth within the Genesis component. He connected the printer to the space pad and then quickly tapped with both of his chubby hands. Soon, the printer buzzed and vibrated, producing an enormous map that measured 5 meters long and 6 meters wide. This map depicted the world map from the space pad, with various colors marking different species. Beside the map was a written introduction to the species. The blue fat guy quickly started searching and then exclaimed, I found it. The world era in the creation component seems to be the Jaman period. The approximate location of the ancestors of the mutated insects is around Kanagawa. But we'll have to look more closely once we get in. Lu Cheng's eyes flickered. He knew that the Jaman period referred to the latter part of Japan's Stone Age, which began around 12,000 BC and officially ended around 300 BC. Hearing this, Fat Tiger exclaimed, What are we waiting for? Let us hurry up and go. The blue fat guy turned to Lu Cheng and said, Teacher Lu, there are quite a few people entering this time, so please keep an eye on them. Lu Cheng nodded. Don't worry, with me around. Everyone can just focus on their research in the world. Fat Tiger and Shizuka cheered. Awesome. They didn't care about the mutated insects. They just wanted to take a look at this fascinating new world. The blue fat guy then took out 2 pieces of God Cloud and said, Let us go. We'll ride the clouds down. The group quickly jumped onto the clouds. The blue fat guy and Nobita shared one cloud, while Lu Cheng shared another with Fat Tiger and Suk. The God Cloud hovered in midair and slowly descended into the space cushion. At first, it was a pitch-black environment, but soon, twinkling lights began to appear around them, and they entered a small universe. Countless stars dotted the sky. Before long, a massive aquamarine planet appeared among the stars, shrouded in swirling clouds. Wow, it's so beautiful. Shizuka clasped her hands in front of her chest, her heart brimming with excitement. Nobita immediately took credit, saying, Of course, I worked really hard to create this. The group soon passed through the clouds and entered the Earth. Now, the Earth was completely free of fog and pollution, and the air was incredibly fresh. However, the temperature was a bit chilly, causing Nobita to sneeze repeatedly. Lu Cheng stood on the cloud and looked down. The landscape unfolded before his eyes, vast mountains and rivers, everything felt incredibly real. It was truly a miniature world. It felt like being in an infinite nesting doll, entering a world created by Doraemon to search for the insect people who escaped to Doraemon's world. Lu Cheng chuckled. Shizuka looked around with curiosity. Everything is so green. What are those square plots of land by the river? Lu Cheng explained. Those are likely the rice fields. People in this era like to divide farmland into a grid pattern. It makes distribution easier. With his super identification ability, Lu Cheng could see through anything. Where there are fields, there must be people. Let us go down and take a look. Fat Tiger shouted excitedly. Before long, they landed in the rice fields below. Doraemon picked up an ear of rice and said, It seems that people in this era have already mastered the method of cultivation, but unfortunately, the yield isn't great. There are too few grains. Nobita pointed to a cluster of thatched cottages in the distance and exclaimed, Doraemon, look, there's a huge village over there. Doraemon replied, Let's go check it out. We might find clues about the mutated insects. The group quickly flew towards the village. However, when they arrived, the large village was eerily empty. Nobita wondered aloud, Are they not home, or are they just hiding inside? Before long, they reached a large thatched house in the center of the village. The exterior was covered in graffiti, seemingly symbolizing something, and it was several times larger than the surrounding houses. It sounds like there is something inside, and it sounds terrible. John remarked, Not even my singing is that bad. Just as he finished speaking, a rough voice echoed from a lookout tower in the distance. Suspicious individuals are approaching the shrine. As soon as the warning rang out, arrows started raining down on Nobita and the others. They quickly controlled the flying machine and made a hasty escape from the village. Outside the village, Nobita was furious. I don't remember creating such brutal people. Doraemon tried to calm him down, saying, Okay, it's our fault for approaching so recklessly. By the way, let us use the flying saucer camera to check the situation. As he spoke, Doraemon reached into his pocket to pull out the gadget. At that moment, Lu Cheng interjected. Doraemon, there's no need to go through all that trouble. I'll handle this matter.